I am Lin Qinxing, the third young master of a famous noble family. In my house, magic is everything. My father is a powerful leader, and my two older brothers are gifted mages. Because I was born without any magical power, my family treats me like a failure. While they eat rich meals and study powerful spells, I eat thin soup and receive no respect. My brothers mock me, and my father mostly ignores me. However, everyone is wrong about me. I am actually a reincarnated soul. Before I was born into this world, I spent 1,500 years in a special training space where I mastered swordsmanship to the highest possible level. Even though this world values magic, my sword skills are so advanced that I can control the air around me just by moving a wooden stick. I can create precise currents of wind to clean entire rooms without even touching a single object. I choose to keep my strength a secret to stay safe. I know that if my brothers found out I was a genius, they might see me as a threat and try to hurt me. Instead, I play the role of a lazy, clumsy boy. I sleep in late, act forgetful, and pretend I cannot even swing a sword properly. My only ally is Uncle Ming, the family butler. He knows my secret and helps me in exchange for small chores. He gives me extra food and treats me with respect because he sees my true talent. Recently, a royal inspection team visited our home. Among them was a noble girl named Mishu. While my brothers acted arrogant but knew nothing about our lands, I showed her that I was different. During a trip to the river, I used my hidden wind techniques to help her catch shrimp. Later, when a dangerous monster attacked us and knocked out my brothers and the guards, I had to stop pretending. I killed the beast instantly to save her life. Now, Mishu knows my secret. She sees that I am the most remarkable person in the Lin family. Even though I just want a peaceful life as a merchant or pharmacist, my connection with her might change my future forever. I woke up in a strange, dark place with a white floor and met a tired goddess named Mechi. She told me that I had died and was going to be sent to a new world with a demon lord. I could not remember my name or my past life, but she offered me a reward before I left. Instead of a powerful weapon, I asked to learn swordsmanship so I could survive on my own. Mechi sent me into a special training space to practice while she finished her paperwork. In that room, time moved much faster than the outside world. 1 minute for her was 5 years for me. She told me I would train with a machine called the Sword Master, which held all the skills of history's greatest warriors. She expected me to stay there for just a short time and learn the basics. However, the goddess accidentally fell asleep for 5 hours. Because of the time difference, I ended up spending 1,500 years inside the training space. Instead of losing my mind, I used every second to master my skills. I trained until I cleared every difficulty level the simulator had to offer, reaching a level of power that was impossible for a normal human. When Mechi finally woke up and came to get me, she was shocked to find me calm and perfectly sane despite the long centuries. She felt terrible and gave me bad news. The world I was going to was ruled by magic, not swords. This meant all my hard work might be useless. I didn't get angry or sad. I stayed positive and told her I would simply adapt and find a way to use what I learned. With a smile and a master's level of swordsmanship, I prepared to start my new life as Lin Qinxing. Before I was reborn here, I spent 1,500 years training in a simulator, becoming a master of the sword. But when I arrived, I realized my skills were almost useless in society. In this world, mages are heroes and swordsmen are treated like jokes. People think those who use blades are not very smart, so no one respects them. I was born into the Lin family, a famous noble house of mages. My father is powerful and cold, and my two older brothers are constantly fighting to see who will lead the family next. Since I have no magic, my father views me as worthless. At first, I showed off a little because I could do amazing things with my physical skills, but the family butler, Uncle Ming, gave me a serious warning. He told me that if I appeared too talented, my jealous brothers might try to kill me to protect their own positions. To survive, I decided to play the part of a fool. I started an award-winning performance, where I tripped over my own feet, slept until noon, and pretended to be clumsy with a sword. It worked perfectly. Everyone now believes I am harmless and useless. This keeps the target off my back while I quietly plan for my future. I know that when I turn 15, I will likely be kicked out or sent to the army as cannon fodder. I don't want to die in a war fought for mages, so I am secretly preparing a backup plan. I spend my time in the forest learning about medicine and herbs while pretending to just slack off. I am also studying how to be a merchant. My goal is to become a healer or a businessman so I can have a quiet, stable life far away from my family's drama. Even if I have to pretend to be clueless for now, I am working hard in secret to make sure I have a safe path forward. When I was 8, an inspection team from the royal capital visited our home. My father was incredibly stressed, making sure everything was perfect, while my brothers mocked me and told me to stay out of the way so I wouldn't embarrass the family. Among the visitors was a noble girl named Mishu. She seemed cold and elegant at first, but I soon discovered her secret. She was obsessed with food. My brothers and I were ordered to show her around our lands. While my brothers proved they knew nothing about the world outside of their magic books, I quietly used my hidden wind techniques to help Mishu catch giant river shrimp. She was so excited that she dropped her noble lady act entirely, treating me like a friend while ignoring my arrogant brothers. Our peaceful trip ended when a dangerous Class B monster, a wind tiger, attacked us. My brothers tried to use magic, but they were too slow and got knocked unconscious immediately. Mishu lost her sword and was about to be killed. Since there were no conscious witnesses other than her, I decided to step in. I asked her to keep my strength a secret. Then I used her sword to kill the beast with a single strike. I buried the body quickly to hide the evidence before the others woke up. Mishu was shocked that someone my family called useless was actually so powerful. I explained that I hide my strength to avoid being targeted by my jealous family. She respected my wish for a quiet life, but before she left for the capital, she surprised me one last time. She gave me a gift of dried shrimp and casually suggested that we should start a family together when I eventually moved to the capital. I was left standing there in total shock, realizing that by helping her catch those shrimp, I had accidentally changed my life forever. At last, my 12th birthday arrived. Compared to when I was 8, I had grown taller, though still far from being an adult. Over the past 4 years, I continued to hide my true strength and live quietly, though things had changed a little. First, the next head of the family had been decided. The winner was my eldest brother, Lin Jinghao. In truth, his magical ability wasn't much stronger than my second brother Lin uses. He probably won because he was older and more experienced. After losing the competition, Lin Yuza married into another noble family. I heard he was quite pleased to be connected to the prestigious Green family. Then there was father, Lin Yefeng. Perhaps because the family head dispute was finally settled, he seemed more relaxed. Or maybe his health had been declining lately. Either way, he had become gentler toward me. But to think he suddenly felt sorry for his useless youngest son, that would be far too naive. The real reason was probably something else. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Uncle Ming, the butler, came in holding a letter. Who is it from? I asked. It's from Miss Mishu, he replied. That's right. Ever since the shrimp catching incident when I was 8, Mishu had been sending me letters often. Not to Father Lin Yefeng, nor to my eldest brother Lin Jinghao, but to me, the so-called useless third young master. Her letters were a collection of odd stories. Sometimes she wrote about finding glowing grilled shrimp skewers in the royal capital and asked if I wanted to try them. Sometimes she complained that the noble's afternoon tea there was too sweet and not as fresh as river shrimp. Once, she even said she sneaked out to catch wild rabbits, got chased by the guards, lost a shoe, and included a messy drawing of a rabbit. I didn't always reply, but whenever I had time, I tried to write back. Father probably treated me kindly only because of Mishu. After all, her family's influence was strong, and father always thought in terms of profit. The world of adults is truly realistic. Anyway, the new head of the family has been decided. My father and older brother no longer treat me with as much hostility, so I can finally move around more freely. The Lin family's land is full of plants and trees. Thanks to the medical books I secretly read in the study, I've already identified more than 10 kinds of herbs that can be used in medicine. For someone like me, who dreams of becoming a pharmacist or a merchant, this place is a treasure. So today, I carried a small bamboo basket and quietly slipped into the forest again. Master Chinching, what are you doing? A voice suddenly came from behind, startling me. When I turned around, I saw a maid tilting her head at me. She had light pink hair, long eyelashes, and a pair of determined eyes. Her face was delicate, her figure slender, and her skin smooth and pale like fine porcelain. Her name was Shami. She was 2 years older than me and had been assigned as my personal maid last year. She was also the niece of Uncle Ming, our butler. I heard that because of her beauty, she was originally chosen to serve my older brother, Lin Jinghao, and might have even become his companion in the future. But somehow, Uncle Ming kept pleading until she was reassigned to me. Honestly, I wasn't very interested in having a personal maid. Still, Shami was quick and efficient. Whether it was making the bed or doing chores, she handled everything neatly, which made things easier for me. I want to try making some medicine. Medicine? Why are you doing something so troublesome again? You see, I'll have to leave home to join the army when I turn 15. But I plan to become a merchant or a pharmacist later, so I want to learn as much as I can now. As soon as I finished speaking, Shami's face showed clear disapproval. What's wrong? Master Chinching, aren't you planning to become the head of the family? No, my brother is already the head. There's no way I'd have that chance. Really? I thought you'd take over when you turned 15. Why would you think that? I'm known as the magicless failure, remember? If we're talking about failures, isn't young Master Jinghao the real one? Shami muttered. Just a few days ago, he proudly told the butler and maids how responsible he was with his duties, but then he completely forgot father's instructions and got scolded terribly. Last time, he tried to show off in front of the maid by chanting advanced magic, but he mispronounced 3 syllables and ended up burning his own hair into curls. He's still wearing a hat to hide it. That was such a disastrous failure after showing off. I almost burst out laughing and quickly covered my mouth. Don't say that. Big brother really tries hard, even if he's a bit unreliable sometimes. After hearing about my brother's embarrassing story, I turned and continued walking deeper into the forest to look for herbs. To my surprise, Saya followed me. Why are you coming too? You're going into the forest, young Master Chinching. Of course, I have to go with you. Well, it shouldn't matter if I show a bit of what I can do now. All right then, come along. As I walked, I carefully placed the plants I picked into the bamboo basket. Saya watched curiously from the side, studying the leaves. When we reached the shade by the forest river, she suddenly pointed at the leaves in my hand. Young Master Chinching, do you really know these are herbs? We've already reached the river. Are you planning to find herbs in the water too? Of course not. But I've been to this forest many times, so I know it well. Wow. Then what's this one? It doesn't look like grass. This is kudzu root. It comes from a plant called marigold. Once dried, it can be used as medicine. It helps reduce fever and inflammation. I plan to make some anti-inflammatory medicine with it. Then what about this one? It looks like bark from a tree. This is cinnamon bark. See, the outside is dark reddish-brown, and the inside is bright red-brown. When dried, it's also a common herb used to relieve pain and reduce inflammation. And the one you're holding now? The yellowish-gray one? This is licorice root. It can also be used as medicine after drying. It helps with fever and pain, but its main use is to enhance the effects of the other 2 herbs. It's very useful. Normally, it should be cut into small pieces, but this will do for now. Here, I carefully brushed off the dirt from the licorice, wiped it clean with a cloth, and handed it to Saya. You're giving it to me? Try it. It should taste sweet. Oh, really? It's safe to eat, right? It's not poisonous? Of course not. Don't you trust me? Sammy held the licorice, looking at it, and then at me, hesitating for a long time. Finally, she made up her mind and carefully put the thin piece of licorice into her mouth. It's really sweet, right? Sammy chewed the licorice for a while, her cheeks puffed out. Suddenly, she spat it out with a pft. What's wrong? It's spicy. It suddenly turned spicy. No bitterness at all. I pretended to be surprised. Startled, Sammy quickly explained, and no bitterness. But, could it be poisonous? Watching her nervously touch her throat, I tried hard not to laugh. Calmly, I picked up the licorice she had spat out, wiped it clean, and put it back into the bamboo basket. Sweet and spicy without bitterness. That's a top-quality herb. Young Master Chinching, how can you be so calm? And you still haven't answered me. Is it poisonous or not? It's fine. Licorice is like that, sweet at first, then a bit spicy later. For herbs, as long as it's sweet and spicy without bitterness, it's good. Don't worry, it's definitely not poisonous. I suddenly switched back to a calm tone, and Sammy stared at me in surprise. I smiled at her, trying to reassure her. But the next second, realizing she had been tricked, Shami exploded in anger. She grabbed a small branch from the roadside and chased after me. Young Master Chinching, you tricked me. I'll teach you a lesson. Wait. I'm sorry. I won't trick you again, okay? I started running, using a bit of airflow to press down the bushes in front of me so I wouldn't trip. Shami chased close behind, the branch snapping against tree trunks with a thwack, thwack. She shouted, "Stop. Don't run. I'll make you regret it." No way. I don't want to end up like my brother, hiding under a hat. The forest echoed with my pleas, Shami's playful scolding, and the rustling of branches. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, falling on the herbs scattered across the ground. Even these quiet days suddenly felt lively. Hey, my head really hurts. Do you know why? No idea. After we finished gathering herbs and returned to the mansion, we were in the courtyard checking the contents of our bamboo baskets. That maid who dared to tap her master on the head was really bold. Not only that, she kept a careful distance from me, refusing to come closer. Just as I was about to say, "That's not very nice," she glared at me with sharp eyes. "Don't be mad, okay? I promise I won't trick you again." Shami puffed out her cheeks, but finally walked toward me. Problem solved. Easy as that. So, what are you planning to do next? Next, I want to start making the medicine right away. But, is there a good place for that? I can't really do it in my room. A place, huh? That's a bit tricky. Oh, if it isn't young Master Chinching and Miss Shami. How did the herb gathering go? Just as we were worrying about it, Butler Ming came over. Perfect timing, actually. I told him I was looking for a place to make medicine, and he immediately led us somewhere. It was a small house a short distance from the mansion. Not fancy, and not very big. In the past, there weren't any large monsters around here, but small ones did appear sometimes. This place used to be a guard post for watching them. It's been unused for a while now. Oh, I carefully peeked inside. Though the outside looked old, the inside was surprisingly neat. The pillars were sturdy, and dark curtains hung over the windows. The ventilation's good, and there are some unused bottles on the shelves. Perfect. This will work. You're welcome, young Master Chinching. Also, please come this way. There was another door inside the small house. After walking through it, we found a small river flowing nearby. There's even a water source. That's amazing. So please feel free to focus on your research here, young master. Thank you, Uncle Ming. Shall we get started? Shami, could you find 3 wooden boards and a bucket for water? Got it. Young master, is there anything I can do to help? You want to help too, Uncle Ming? Yes, I'm quite curious to see how you make medicine. Thanks. Let's gather some dry wood to start a fire first. Start a fire. Got it. Great. Everything's going smoothly. Uncle Ming and I collected some dry wood and lit a fire. Soon after, Saya came over carrying some wooden boards and a bucket. Thanks for your help, Saya. Let's get started. I filled the bucket with river water, took out several herbs, and carefully washed them clean. Then I placed the washed herbs neatly on the slanted wooden boards. All right, everything's ready, I said, picking up a wooden stick. Young Master Chinching, what are you going to do? Saya asked curiously, staring at the stick in my hand. I'm going to make a bit of wind. Please step back a little. It'll take about an hour. So could you two watch the fire and add more wood if needed? Oh, okay. After they stepped back to a safe distance, I carefully waved the stick. A gentle breeze passed over the flames and blew toward the herbs. Then I guided the wind to swirl slowly around them. Wind. Wow. Under their amazed gazes, I controlled the strength carefully so it wouldn't be too strong, letting the airflow carry away the moisture in the air. After about an hour, I finally stopped, and the wind gradually faded. Phew, I'm exhausted. It had been a long time since I controlled the wind for so long. My arms were sore. Back in that strange space, this level of effort was nothing. Looks like I need more practice. I turned to the herbs on the board. They were completely dry. Yes, it worked. I'd heard that herbs used in food keep their quality well when dried quickly with warm air, so this should be fine too. Just then, Saya suddenly ran over and hugged me. What's wrong? What happened? That was amazing. I've never seen anyone make wind with just a stick. Normally it takes days to dry herbs, but you did it so fast. Uncle Ming always said you were a genius, but after seeing you act so easygoing all year, I wasn't sure. Now I believe it's true. Uncle Ming was right. Young Master Chinching really is a genius. Being held and swung around was fun, but if this keeps up, I won't be able to continue my work. I'd better ask her to let me go. After a while, Shami finally released me. Phew. All right, let's move on. By the way, Uncle Ming, do you have something I can use to cut with? If a small knife will do, I have one here. Perfect. May I borrow it? Shami, please grab some bottles from the shelf, wash them with river water, and then fill them with clean water, okay? Got it. Leave it to me. Shami ran out energetically. That girl Shami suddenly seems so full of energy. She's always said she wanted to serve a master she truly respects. Then I can't let her down. I'll have to be a proper master. You'll do just fine, young Master Chinching. Thanks for the encouragement. Oh, right. I still need to prepare that thing. That thing. What are you planning now? Shami came back, carrying the clean bottles. I'm grinding the chopped herbs into powder. Grinding? Yes. You put the herbs on this boat-shaped base and use this handled stone wheel to crush them into powder. I made this tool earlier. Pharmacists usually have one of those. I can't believe you even know about it, young Master Chinching. I learned it from books. There weren't any pictures, but I guessed what it looked like and made one myself. Wow. As I worked, a steady grinding sound filled the room while I turned the dried herbs into fine powder. Then I poured the powder into the bottles Shami brought, mixed it well, and sealed them tightly. All done. Now we just need to let it sit for a few days. Make sure no one touches it. I'll make a new key for the shelf later. Or do you want stricter security? No need. This will do. Anyway, thank you both so much for your help today. It really means a lot. It's an honor to help you, young Master Chinching. That's right. Haha. I can't wait to see how amazing this medicine turns out. If young Master Chinching's genius becomes known across the land, being able to serve such a famous master would be such an honor for me. You're dreaming too much. This is just a test sample, and honestly, it's not even that impressive of a medicine. After all, I thought it was nothing more than an ordinary cold remedy. I was thinking about it casually, not realizing that this seemingly simple medicine would cause an unexpected commotion a few days later. That morning, I went to the hall for breakfast as usual, only to find my second brother, Lin Yuza, there alone. Big brother isn't here again? As I sat down and asked, Lin Yuza glanced at me and cleared his throat. Ahem. Jing Hao went out with a noble. He should be back today or tomorrow. I see. The conversation ended there. I quickly finished breakfast and returned to my room. While lazily wondering what to do for the day, there was a knock on the door. Saya walked in. Excuse me, young Master Chinching. Saya, what is it? I think you might have forgotten something. Forgotten something? What could it be? A birthday? No, I don't even know Saya's birthday. The medicine. Right, I completely forgot. You're right, it's time to check on it. Let's bring Uncle Ming along too. Since Big Brother's away, he should be free. All right, I'll go get him right now. The three of us set out for the small hut. It looked the same as before. Saya tilted her head, glancing around. Strange, nothing exploded or anything. How could it explode? I muttered. I made medicine, not explosives. Young Master Chinching. Uncle Ming, who was about to open the door, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? There's light coming from inside. Was there a lamp before? There was an oil lamp, but I'm sure I put it out. And the last time I came here was 2 days ago. Even if I hadn't, the oil would have run out by now. That was odd. Should we go in carefully and take a look? All right. We stepped into the hut cautiously. The oil lamp was indeed out. However, young Master Chinching, look at that. The direction Seo was pointing to was exactly where the medicine bottles were placed on the shelf, and the liquid inside one of them was glowing. Wow, isn't that shining really brightly? I unlocked the case and picked up the bottle, feeling a faint warmth in my hand. May I ask, young Master Chinching, could this be a high-grade healing potion? No, of course not. I didn't expect it to glow either. By the way, is this thing even drinkable? I tried a small sip, but nothing seemed to happen. After all, I wasn't injured, so a healing potion wouldn't have any effect, and I wasn't even sure if it really was one. You're amazing, young Master Chinching. No, that's not true at all. Uncle Ming, say something. I turned to him, hoping he would help calm the overly excited Seo, but when I looked over, Uncle Ming, what's wrong? He was wiping tears from his eyes with a handkerchief. It's nothing. I just knew I wasn't wrong about you. I always believed you'd achieve great things one day, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. And by accident, no less. You've created a high-grade healing potion. I was happy to be praised. but this really wasn't a healing potion. Based on the ingredients I used, it should have been nothing more than a simple cold remedy. Uncle Ming, let's announce it to everyone. No, please don't. That would be so embarrassing. I quickly put the bottle back on the shelf, deciding to study it later to avoid making a fool of myself. After finally calming the two of them down, we returned to the mansion, only to find a noisy crowd at the entrance. Huh, why is it so lively? A group of soldiers was gathered there. Some were our family guards, but others, judging by their armor, were not from the Lin family. Looks like my brother is back too. Let's go see what's going on. What happened? As we approached, my older brother Lin Jinghao looked anxious. Oh, Uncle Ming, you're here too. Come with me, quickly. Understood. Young Master Qingqing, let's go take a look. Lin Jinghao led Uncle Ming into the mansion at a brisk pace. I pushed through the crowd of soldiers and saw, in the center, a young man lying on the ground in pain, completely unconscious. Look at the fine armor he's wearing. He's definitely not an ordinary soldier. He must be the nobleman Lin Yuza mentioned this morning, the one who went out with my older brother. But some parts of his armor are burned, and there are claw marks on it too. Is he hurt? Yes. We went to fight a group of fire lizards. It went well at first, but then they fought back fiercely. To protect Lord Jinghao, Lord Alwyn. That's why Lord Jinghao hurried back to get healing potions from home. So it's my brother's fault after all. But since he's a mage, he can't fight up close. It's no wonder things turned out like this. Can those wounds be healed with potions? The burns and claw marks look pretty bad. We already gave him some, but in this state. If only the wounds could heal a bit more, we could take him to the capital. I see. Since my brother and Uncle Ming are busy, I probably don't have anything to do here. By the way, judging by your clothes, are you also from the Lin family? A soldier asked me. Yes. This is the third young master of the Lin family, Lin Qingqing. He just made an advanced healing potion. He's a genius. What? That girl Shami. How could she make up something like that? An advanced healing potion? No way. If that's true. The soldiers immediately started whispering, their faces full of surprise. Then, the man who had been guarding the unconscious nobleman suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Please, is it true? Do you really have an advanced healing potion? Not exactly. Please, you must save my master. His eyes were full of desperation, and I froze for a moment. Oh, well, the potion isn't here. Maybe my brother already found one at the mansion. You should ask him. He'll be faster. I can't just give a cold medicine to someone this badly hurt. Young Master Qingqing. Shami suddenly stepped forward and took out a small bottle from her pocket. It was the bit of cold medicine she had secretly packed. I'm so sorry. I was worried you might get hurt, so I brought a little with me. It's not much, but please use it. Thank you so much. Excuse me. The attendant quickly took the bottle and gave it to the unconscious nobleman. After a while, the person on the ground still didn't respond. What's going on? Why isn't the advanced healing potion working? That's impossible. The servant looked disappointed, and Saya also seemed surprised. But to me, it made perfect sense. After all, that was just cold medicine. At best, it could soothe a sore throat, but it wouldn't help with such a serious injury. Saya, we should. I was about to pull Saya away before anyone realized the truth, but the next second, something unbelievable happened. Lord Alwyn. Huh. Strange, the pain. It's gone? The man who had been motionless and in agony suddenly sat up as if nothing had happened. A mix of cheers and cries echoed in front of the mansion. I saw my older brother Lin Jinghao and Uncle Ming running out. Both looked confused at the sight before them, understandably so. When they left, everyone had been in despair, but now the atmosphere was completely different. Anyone would be puzzled. But what caught my attention more was whether Alwyn was truly healed. I asked him to show the injured area, and my jaw dropped. It was completely smooth, without a single mark. I'd heard his wound had been life-threatening, yet now it was fully healed, not even a scar left behind. What in the world is going on? I crossed my arms, stunned by the result. I had only meant to make a syrup version of cold medicine that was easier for patients to take. How could it turn out like this? Something was definitely off. I had to investigate later. As I frowned and muttered to myself, Saya tiptoed closer. Young Master Qingqing, that look on your face. Are you disappointed with the result? What are you talking about? Oh, I see. You mean the effect wasn't as strong as you expected, right? Not even close. Lately, Saya had been looking at me strangely, as if trying to label me a genius. Just as I was thinking that, someone suddenly grabbed my arm tightly. Thank you. I owe you my life. It was Alwyn, his face full of gratitude, though he was standing a bit too close. You're welcome. I'm just glad you're better. By the way, are you from the Lin family? May I know your name? I am. Just as I was about to answer, Lin Jinghao came running over, a little out of breath. Lord Arwen. Oh, Sir Jinghao. I'm sorry to trouble you this time. You're too polite. Are you feeling better now? Thanks to this young man, I'm completely fine after drinking the medicine he gave me. From Qinqing? Lin Jinghao looked at me in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Qinqing? You mean your third brother? Yes. He has no magic, no knowledge, and always causes trouble. He's just a useless fool. Young Master Jinghao, how can you say that? Since my brother is here, I'll take my leave. I stopped Shami, who wanted to argue, bowed politely, and turned to leave. Is this really okay? You clearly saved that lord, but he still spoke so badly of you. As soon as we returned to the mansion, Shami complained angrily. It's fine. Honestly, I don't even know why that medicine worked so well. Besides, I'll be leaving here soon, so there's no need to cause trouble. You're too kind, young master. I'll go talk to him for you. No need. I calmed her down and went back to my room. The next day, my father, Lin Yifeng, sent someone to call me. Excuse me. I knocked and entered the room, seeing him sitting in a chair. You wanted to see me? Yesterday, I spoke with Lord Arwen. Arwen? Oh, that handsome nobleman. I heard you saved him. It wasn't anything special. I just gave him a bottle of medicine. I see. But Lord Arwen wanted to thank you, so he sent you some materials he got from hunting flame lizards. Well done. Well done. I think that's the first time my father has ever praised me. Thank you, father. I bowed and was about to leave when he stopped me. By the way, I heard you made an advanced healing potion. Is that true? No, it's not an advanced potion, and I'm not even sure how effective it really is. I see. Understood. You may go. When I was leaving, I heard coughing from inside the house. Father's cold still hadn't gone away. Once I figure out how that medicine works, maybe he can try it. A week had passed since the rumor about the advanced healing potion began to spread. I tried mixing different herbs to make medicine and even persuaded Shami to taste each one. During the process, I noticed a pattern. Only when a certain ingredient was added did the potion show a special effect. It's the luminous grass. That's right. Luminous grass was supposed to be a common herb that enhanced medicine, but for some reason, only when it was used did the effects of other herbs increase dramatically. That was strange. So Shami and I went to the place where luminous grass grew. But after looking around, it seemed no different from any other field. Normally, using luminous grass in medicine was common, yet no one had ever made an advanced healing potion with it. What was going on? When I looked up, I saw Shami crouching by the forest river, drinking water and resting. We were supposed to be investigating together, but she had already lost interest. Wait a second. This scene looked familiar. A blurry memory flashed through my mind. I remembered. What's wrong, young master? Shami ran over quickly, only to find me crouched on the ground, touching the soil again and again. What are you doing? She looked startled, but I didn't have time to explain. Shami, let me ask you something. What is it? What happens if the body of a magical creature with strong power is buried in the ground? Oh, I think I've heard about that. They say the plants that grow there become rich in magic, but some people got sick from magic poisoning because of it. That's it. Of course I'd seen this before. This was the very place where I buried the remains of the wind tiger I defeated 4 years ago. So that was it. The wind tiger's magic had seeped into the soil, nourishing the luminous grass and turning it into a special magical herb. No wonder the medicine's effect was so extraordinary. I hadn't done anything special at all. Young Master Qinqing? Shami, all the mysteries are solved. I tried to speak like the famous detective in a novel, but Seo just looked at me blankly, as if to say, what nonsense are you talking about? Feeling wronged at JPG. So, what should we do now? The mystery was solved. The culprit was the corpse of the wind tiger buried in the lush Ryuku grass. I originally wanted to harvest all the Ryuku grass in this area, partly because I needed it, and partly because if I left it alone, someone might get magic poisoning, which would be a problem. Fortunately, this effect is said to last about 5 years. Removing all the magic-infused Ryuku grass now should prevent future issues. Just as I was about to start harvesting, I suddenly stopped. Wait, where should I put it after collecting? I thought about putting it in Uncle Ming's small house, but then I realized anyone could enter there. If someone took it easily, that would be bad. Also, considering the amount, the small house probably couldn't hold it all. What's wrong, young master? I was going to harvest it, but never mind, there's no place to store it. That's true. It's quite a lot. Seo wrapped her head with a scarf, holding a sickle, dressed like a farm girl, standing there watching me. Hey, what's up? You look pretty good in that farmer outfit. No. Don't point the sickle at me without saying a word. Anyway, I really needed a place to store the Ryuka grass. While thinking about this, I returned to the mansion and saw the maids and butlers rushing around busily. What's going on? It's so lively. Is another inspection team coming? Mishu's letter didn't mention anything about this. Just as I was wondering, Uncle Ming hurried over. Lord Qinxing, where have you been? Oh, I went to pick some herbs. By the way, what exactly happened? It's the head of the family. Lord Lin Yefeng had an accident. Father. Hey, I told you to knock first, didn't I? I pushed open the door and was glared at by Lin Jinghao, but his eyes didn't look as sharp as usual. Instead, they seemed a little weak. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Yefeng lay on the bed, coughing nonstop. He had been coughing for a while. Could he be seriously ill? What's wrong? He was fine this morning. It suddenly happened just now. We were talking, and he suddenly collapsed. Lin Jinghao looked very worried. He understood that his father might not have much time left. Lin Yefeng's consciousness was already blurry. I had been in the room for a while, but he hadn't opened his eyes once. He probably didn't even realize anyone was there. If it was an illness, a doctor should be called. But in this world, there are no doctors. It would be great if there was a healer. But unfortunately, there is no healer in the mansion. I heard that our late mother was a healer, but after her, no one was appointed to replace her. But now is not the time to worry about that. Big brother, hurry and call a healer. Someone has been sent, but it will take at least 3 days to arrive. 3 days. Healers are very rare. First, they need magic power, which most people don't have. Then, they must have the talent to turn magic into healing energy to become healers. I know it takes time to find one, but 3 days. I looked at Lin Yefeng. His breath was very weak now. This can't go on. He definitely won't last until the healer arrives. Lin Jinghao probably understands this too, judging by his worried expression. In the end, Lin Yefeng isn't too bad to me. Though his attitude isn't good, he still gives me food, a place to stay, and even a maid to take care of me. Recently, because of Mishu, he's been paying more attention to me than before. If I just leave it like this, I feel guilty. But what should I do? As I was thinking, someone gently tugged at my sleeve. Young Master Qinxing, do you want to try that? The high-level healing potion. I had thought about it, but first, I wasn't sure if it would work on such a serious illness. Second, would Lin Jinghao agree to let his father drink something I made? After all, last time he called me a useless failure, though I deliberately made him think that. I thought that if something happened, I could use it, so I casually packed a small bottle to carry with me. This guy? Does this girl really carry that thing all the time? Before, I felt like the medicine in the cabin was running low, but I thought I was mistaken. Turns out, she had been secretly taking it. What a waste. But then again, since there are so many Luju grasses, there's plenty to go around, so it doesn't matter. The only problem now is, I secretly glanced at Lin Jinghao and saw that he was also looking at me. Big brother, please. I was still hesitating, but Lin Jinghao looked at me with a very serious expression. Qinxing, I'm sorry for what I did before. What? He lowered his head. Hey, big brother. Right now, it's just me, you, and your maid who seems to have discovered your talent. Honestly, when I heard last time that you used your own medicine to save Lord Alwyn, I remembered how you were before you hit your head. Before that accident, you were definitely smart. Aside from lacking magic power, you handled everything well. Honestly, I even think you're more suitable to be the head of the family than I am. I've been afraid. So when you hit your head and became a bit silly, I actually felt relieved. Lin Jinghao smiled bitterly, with a hint of self-deprecation. You're actually pretending to be stupid, aren't you? You don't deny it. I'm not really outstanding. I've been trying hard, but besides magic, I'm only average at everything else. I've always said you're useless, but really, I was afraid that if you recovered your old self, you'd take my place as head of the family. I've been pretending not to notice your disguise, but now, our father might not have much time left. I can't let my own selfishness delay what needs to be done. Lin Jinghao's face twisted with deep guilt. Sorry for what I did before. After this is over, you can scold me or blame me as much as you want. But now, please, save our father. Let me try the high-level healing potion you made. I looked up at the ceiling, closed my eyes, took a deep breath, then turned around. Saya, give me the medicine. Okay. I took the small bottle and handed it to Lin Jinghao. First, I want to say I don't know if this medicine will help my father's illness. After all, I only intended to make a simple cold remedy. Trying to make a cold medicine, but ending up with a high-level healing potion. Haha, that's quite funny. Lin Jinghao smiled bitterly as he opened the bottle, gently supported Lin Yefeng's body, and carefully fed him the medicine. What will happen next? I unconsciously bit my lip and stared tightly at my father on the bed. We gave Lin Yefeng the medicine. His cough stopped, and he fell into a deep sleep. 2 days later, under the watch of me, Lin Jinghao, Saya, and Uncle Ming, he slowly opened his eyes. Thought I had a bad dream. No matter how wide I open my eyes, everything is dark. I was all alone, just waiting there. But suddenly, I saw light. Lin Yefeng turned his neck and looked at Lin Jinghao. Jinghao, did you give me this medicine? Yes, I did, but it was made by Qinxing. I see. Lin Yefeng looked at me. Thank you, Qinxing. No, it's just good if I can help. That day, I first felt that Lin Yefeng called my name, Qinxing, with real emotion. Next, he needed to rest and recover. We left the follow-up care to Uncle Ming. Lin Jinghao, Saya, and I returned to the hall. By the way, big brother, I've always forgotten to ask. What is it? When did you start suspecting I was lying? I can't say for sure, but when I talked with Yuza, I always felt something was off. He told many stories about your uselessness, but there was nothing fatal or irreparable in them. Even if I said you were incompetent every day, I could make serious mistakes, like this time, nearly causing Lord Alwyn's death. That's because I wasn't entrusted with any important responsibilities. Is that so? Then why did you receive a letter from Miss Mishu? 4 years ago, when we were attacked by the wind tiger and lost consciousness, maybe. Lin Jinghao squinted. Enough talking. I'm tired. I'll go rest now. A few more days passed. Lin Yefeng, who had been in terrible shape before, recovered faster and faster. Now he could live normally again. Although I don't know what illness he had before, it's good that he's okay. As for me, I continued making medicine while also searching for a place to store the luminous grass. At that moment, Lin Yefeng sent someone to call me over. I thought it was something important, so I went into the room and saw Uncle Ming was there too. Did Uncle Ming say you've been looking for a storage room? Lin Yefeng asked. Yes. Do you have a suitable place? Lin Yefeng gave Uncle Ming a look, and Uncle Ming handed me a small bag. What is this? Let me explain. Uncle Ming stepped forward. This is called a magic pocket, a magic tool used by old magicians. Nowadays, most prefer larger backpacks that need some magic power, so this has become an old-fashioned item no one uses anymore. Magic pocket. It's kind of like a 4-dimensional pocket from some cartoon robot, right? It's very convenient, but I don't know how much it can hold. Does using this require magic power? No, it doesn't, but the capacity will be smaller. Oh? How much can it hold? About the same as 10 storage rooms next to the mansion. Huh, 10 storage rooms? Those storage rooms are almost the size of a standalone house. And this small bag can hold 10 of them? Can I really have this? Lin Yefeng giving me such a valuable item? I couldn't help asking, but Lin Yefeng's usual serious expression softened into a gentle smile. Master Alwyn has given many valuable fire lizard materials, and you healed my illness. You may not use magic or be suitable to be the head of the family, but your contributions are undeniable. You deserve this. Thank you, Father. I turned to Uncle Ming and saw he was even happier than me, nodding repeatedly. All right, my worries are finally gone. I immediately, along with Saki, finished harvesting all the luminous grass. That should be enough. Even if I leave here, no one will get hurt from magic poisoning, and I can continue researching medicine outside. Everything is perfect. I also put all the potions on the shelf into the magic pocket. Suddenly, Saki complained, saying she wanted to have a drink after finishing her work, like she was some office worker. I almost wanted to say something, but I couldn't resist her fussing, so I handed her a big bottle. She immediately happily ran back to her room. However, looking back, the smooth progress of this matter was partly thanks to Saya. Never mind, it's okay to give her some credit. A few months later, a businessman arrived at the Lin family's house. Are you having trouble sleeping? I walked over to Saya, who was cleaning the yard, and noticed her eyelids were drooping almost shut, and her head was bobbing slightly, like a small chick about to fall asleep. Maybe, she yawned, tears almost coming out. I slept all night, my eyes are sore, but my mind is as clear as if I just drank 3 pots of strong tea. Oh, did you stay up late doing something yesterday? Did you hide some snacks in your room to eat? I teased her on purpose. No. Saya immediately straightened her back, but then collapsed again. I really didn't do anything. I just can't fall asleep. I nodded while listening to her complaints and casually jotted down her symptoms on a piece of paper. In that case, try drinking this. I guarantee you'll fall asleep instantly, provided you don't suspect I've poisoned it again. I handed her a glass of light green drink. Saya frowned, leaning in to smell it, showing a look of disgust as if to say, "Can I really drink this? By the way, Lord Stardust, you make me try all kinds of drinks every day. Have you ever actually tasted any yourself?" She asked, arms crossed, sounding accusatory. I seriously suspect you see me as a moving test subject? Me? No way. I quickly waved my hands. I don't know what it will do, so I wouldn't drink it casually. Hey, why are you grabbing my neck again? Pinching it could be dangerous. Let go. Because you always treat me like a lab rat. Saya scolded, though her grip loosened considerably. Last time, I drank the calmness tea you gave me. I didn't have trouble sleeping, but I dreamt I was chased by 100 rabbits all night. That means the medicine is working, I said. At least you're dreaming energetically. That's not the point at all. We were arguing fiercely when a carriage clattered to a stop in front of the estate. It was a 4-wheeled carriage pulled by 2 chestnut-colored horses, with a canopy over the cargo area, looking quite impressive. A coachman wearing a wide-brimmed black hat jumped down lightly. The brim was pulled low, covering most of his face. Upon closer inspection, I saw that this person has a neutral yet delicate face. They are not very tall, but have a slim, upright figure and walk with confidence, giving the impression of someone trained in martial arts. Their brown hair is casually tied back, and their amber eyes shine brightly. Sorry to bother you. I am a merchant invited here by the master, Mr. Lin Yifeng. Could you please pass on a message? Her voice is clear and bright, like spring water with crushed ice, a slightly husky female high-pitched tone. That person is actually a female merchant, Sei, who returned after passing the message, leaned close to me with wide eyes. This is the first time I've seen a female merchant, and she's here alone without guards. That's really brave. Brave? I think she's very skilled or maybe just a bit reckless, I whispered. Most merchants come with 7 or 8 guards to protect against monsters. This woman is alone in a noble territory. She must have some secret backing. Just then, a maid hurried over. Young Master Chinching. The master wants you to come to the reception room. I followed the maid to the reception room, where I saw Lin Yifeng and Lin Jinghao sitting opposite the female merchant. The atmosphere was strangely serious. Sorry to bother you. We're here. Lin Yifeng nodded and pointed to the woman. Let me introduce her. This is Merchant Mina Lauder. Mina slightly bowed, her movements quick and confident. And this is, Lin Yifeng was about to introduce me when Mina interrupted. I believe you are Lin family's 3rd young master, Lin Chinching? She squinted her amber eyes and looked me up and down. Her gaze was like a market vendor inspecting vegetables, making me feel uncomfortable. Just as the rumors say, you don't look like someone who can create miracle potions. Do you know me? I was a bit surprised. I've heard of you in the capital, Mina said with a teasing smile. I heard that the Lin family has a magicless young master who is constantly on the mind of Miss Nien from the Ross family. Turns out, it's you. I thought you were some extraordinary genius, but I see. Just an ordinary waste? I replied with a smile, secretly thinking, no wonder she's so obsessed. Mishu keeps sending strange letters, saying the city's grilled shrimp skewers glow or that she lost her shoes chasing rabbits. It's making me the laughingstock among the city's nobles. Sorry for calling you here on purpose. Lin Yifeng broke the awkward silence. Originally, I asked Miss Mina to buy materials for the flame lizard. Those items can fetch a good price in the capital. But she heard you make advanced healing potions and wants to buy some. Buy advanced healing potions? I raised an eyebrow. Yes. Mina leaned slightly forward, her eyes sharp with a merchant's cleverness. I heard from Mr. Alwyn that your potions can cure all diseases, even heal fatal wounds instantly. Such good stuff. I have to see for myself. Cure all diseases is an exaggeration, I quickly said, waving my hand. I'm not even sure of its limits. Maybe it only works for colds or fevers. Not knowing the full effect makes it more interesting. Mina chuckled softly, her tone a bit cautious. But there are many so-called miracle medicines in the world, mostly fake. I need to confirm if your potion is really as miraculous as the legend says. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly grew tense. Lin Jinghao clenched his fists instinctively, and Lin Yefeng frowned. How do you want to verify that? Lin Yefeng asked in a deep voice. Very simple, Mina replied. She took a thick handkerchief from her pocket, laid it on the table, and then placed her left arm on it. Instead of empty promises, let's see some real action. Before I understood what she was about to do, she drew a small, gleaming knife from her waist, sharp-looking, as if slicing through tofu. Hey, what are you doing? I instinctively took a step back. Lin Jinghao was so scared, he almost knocked over his tea. Let's talk nicely, no need to draw knives. Mina ignored our reactions. Her gaze hardened, and without hesitation, she stabbed her own arm. Ah, Lin Jinghao gasped in shock. Lin Yefeng's face turned pale. Blood immediately gushed out, staining the white handkerchief red. It was shocking to see. I was stunned, thinking, this girl is ruthless. Much more than Shami choking me. Now, can you give me your potion? Mina said calmly, as if nothing had happened. Her tone was frighteningly steady. You can discuss the price after I finish drinking it. I hesitated, then took a small bottle from my magic pocket and handed it to her. She unscrewed the cap, tilted her head back, and drank it in one smooth motion. The next moment, a miracle happened. Her arm's wound healed visibly in an instant. The bleeding stopped quickly, and what was once a deep wound exposing bone turned into smooth skin, with no scars left behind. That works well, Mina said, wiping her arm with a clean handkerchief and nodding with satisfaction. Then she looked at us with a bright smile. A small bottle costs 500,000 lux. I'll buy 200 bottles. Also, I'll pay double for the fire lizard materials. How about it, young Master Lin? Is this deal good for you? Lin Yefeng and Lin Jinghao were still stunned, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. I looked at Mina's cheerful face and silently thought, she's not really a businesswoman. She's more like a reckless madwoman. But paying double price does seem pretty worth it. Luck is the currency in this world. One potion costs 500,000 lux. For 200 bottles, that's a total of 100 million lux, like a small treasure chest right in front of me. I stared at Mina, feeling suspicious. Who is this girl? She can casually produce so much money. Maybe she's a hidden heir of a wealthy family just out to experience life? I froze in place, not knowing what to say. Mina tilted her head, looking confused. What's wrong? Isn't the price enough? I thought this fixed price was very sincere. No, it's not that. I'm just surprised. I have no problem with the deal, but I secretly glanced at Lin Yefeng and Lin Jinghao. The potion is your creation, so the decision is yours, Lin Yefeng said calmly, as if he was commenting on the weather. Father already said so you decide, Lin Jinghao nodded, both acting like they didn't care much. Fine, since they've handed the decision to me, I won't hold back. All right, let's go with this price. Great. Looking forward to working with you. Mina cheerfully extended her hand. I reached out and shook it. Her hand looked slender but felt firm, like someone who's handled weapons for years. Seeing your expression, you thought my hand would be soft? Mina raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sorry to disappoint, but merchants who carry goods and keep accounts all day can't have soft hands. No, I just thought. Ha! Just joking. Mina looked at my embarrassed expression and laughed even more happily. After the deal was settled, we moved the materials and potions of the flame lizard onto the cart, and Mina paid quickly. Lin Yefeng and Lin Jinghao saw that everything was decided, so they went back to the mansion first, leaving me and Saya to finish up with Mina. These small bottles must be kept carefully, since each one is worth 500,000 lux, Mina said, touching the potion bottles with eyes shining like glowing coins. By the way, you said you had something to ask me. What is it? I couldn't help but be curious. I almost forgot. Mina clapped her hands. I want to ask, is this kind of potion something only you can make? Yes, probably. Mr. Lin Yefeng and Mr. Lin Jinghao can't make it either. I'm not sure, but they probably aren't interested in studying this. So only you can do it? You're really a genius, Mina said with admiration. Don't call me a genius. It's just a coincidence, I thought to myself. If I hadn't buried a wind tiger 4 years ago, I wouldn't have such powerful luminous grass. By the way, I heard you're also interested in being a merchant. Mina suddenly changed the subject. Yes, I plan to leave the Lin family later, serve as a soldier for a few years, and then maybe consider becoming a merchant. That's great. Being a merchant can teach you a lot, Mina said, raising a finger. Let me ask you a question as a little tip for future colleagues. Go ahead. If you want to sell these 200 bottles of potion worth 500,000 lux for a higher price, what is the simplest and most profitable way? She was testing me. I thought for a moment and said, exaggerate, focus on limited edition. People are usually attracted to words like special and limited. Just say these are 200 limited bottles, and you'll definitely get a good price. Mina squinted and smiled. Good idea. It can sell for a high price. But what about later? If you sell again without lowering the price, customers might stop buying, right? That's true. I scratch my head. It's like holding a big clearance sale every day. Customers will get tired eventually. Even if you say it's limited, if you produce a large amount later, the high price won't hold up. So, Mina Lauder, what would you do? I couldn't help asking. Just call me Mina. She smiled like a clever fox. I'll sell 100 bottles first. Once the potion's effects become popular and a hot topic, I'll sell another 50 bottles. When the hype gets even bigger, I'll sell fewer again. This way, the price can keep rising before they sell out. So, you sell in small batches, I realized. But I saw a big flaw in this plan. Just as I was thinking, Mina suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Qinxing, I have a request. A request? What is it? Can you tell me how to make the potion? What? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Seo, who had been listening from behind, immediately got defensive, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. That's Qinxing's secret recipe. You absolutely can't have it. You probably guessed this too. Mina ignored Seo's protest and looked at me sharply. The method I mentioned earlier, selling in small batches, has one big flaw. I know. It's that I could sell the potion in large quantities, messing up your plan, I said calmly. Exactly. After all the effort to raise the price, your continuous shipments would cause the price to crash instantly, Mina said. She then pulled out something that looked like a gun and aimed it at me. So, as long as I make sure you can't produce the potion anymore, the problem is solved. Hey, what are you trying to do? Seo was so scared she tried to rush over, but Mina sharply stopped her. Don't move. I didn't want to use such harsh methods, but this potion is so powerful that I have no choice. Sorry about this. Mina's gun glinted coldly. It's a magic gun, a magical tool. The bullets are infused with magic and can shoot magic spells. It's not as powerful as real magic, but it's enough to deal with someone like you who has no magic power. I finally understood. No wonder she dared to do business alone. She had this thing. She didn't need guards at all. My previous doubts were finally cleared. Aren't you worried about the Lin family's revenge? I asked calmly. Don't worry. I'll use the money I make from selling the potion to find a few noble allies in the capital. The Lin family isn't among the top nobles there, so there's no need to fight with them over a magicless waste, Mina said with a hint of contempt. Clearly, she had already figured out my background. She knew Mishu liked me, but she didn't know that 4 years ago, I had single-handedly defeated a wind tiger. Her intelligence gathering was really incomplete. I took out a small silver knife from my magic pocket, the kind used for eating. I had debated whether to use a wooden stick or a knife before, and in the end, I chose this. Why do you want a dining knife? Mina sneered. Hand over the crafting method peacefully, and I won't hurt you. I didn't believe her nonsense. If I told her the method, I would definitely be silenced someday. I stayed silent, moved a few steps to the side, and stood in front of Saya. Try shooting me. I guarantee you won't hit me. Are you serious? Mina raised an eyebrow. Young Master Qinxing. It's dangerous. Saya was so scared she almost cried. Saya, don't move around. Stay behind me. You'll be safe, I said firmly. Since you're refusing to cooperate, I have no choice. Mina's eyes turned cold. It's a pity, but I have to make this secret recipe disappear. Goodbye, Chinching. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear gunshot rang out. The magic gun shot out a fireball about the size of a tennis ball, sparking with tiny sparks. If it hit me, I might not survive. Of course, only if it could hit me. This fireball was probably faster than sound. An ordinary mage would have turned to ash by now, but I am not a mage. Although my body's reflexes haven't reached their peak and I could only see faint afterimages, I could instinctively sense danger whenever something entered within a meter of me. I learned this skill from Master Jianxi, which allows me to detect threats through intuition. So, my body moved naturally, and a white sword light flashed. Ah! 2 small explosions sounded behind me. The fireball aimed at me was split in half and flew in opposite directions. The most surprised person was Mina herself. Huh. She looked at her magic gun, then at me, with disbelief on her face. Haha, I missed. I was so close, but I missed. But it's okay, I'll shoot a few more times this round. She said this while reloading her gun with more bullets, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Ugh. Saya behind me curled up in fear, letting out a small cry. I watched the bullets' trajectories vaguely and moved naturally to deflect each one. The second explosion rang out, along with ice projectiles that could freeze the ground. However, all the bullets just barely missed me and Saya, flying past without hitting anyone. No, no way. Mina's voice trembled with shock, her face full of fear as she stared at me. Huh? Saya was dizzy and confused, not understanding what was happening. Well, I had never shown her my swordsmanship before, and technically, I was only holding a small knife. What kind of weapon do you have that can cut through magic bullets? It's just a normal small knife. Haven't you seen one when you were dining with nobles? A normal small knife can cut through bullets infused with magic? That's impossible. Even if you say it's impossible, it actually is possible. The bullets are so fast that ordinary people can't see them. This is even more powerful than most mages' magic. And I can see a little, though it's blurry. But even if I can't see clearly, I can still cut through them. So, do you want to keep going? Hearing this, Mina first glared at me fiercely and aimed her gun at me. But she quickly realized it was useless and sank to the ground in defeat. I walked over unguarded, and she suddenly took the opportunity to shoot at close range. I easily leaned back to avoid the bullet. Luckily, I have this small knife. Because I cut and pushed away the bullets forcefully, the blade is a bit bent, see? If I had a proper sword, I might have reflected the bullets back at you. Though I didn't want to break my sword, so I didn't do that, I explained with a smile. Mina no longer resisted and dropped her magic gun with a clatter. So, what should we do now? I held the small knife in one hand and looked down at Mina. Young Master Chen, are you going to kill her? Saya trembled as she grabbed my shoulder, peeking out with a pale face, looking more scared of me than Mina. I am her savior, after all. Anyway, I didn't want to kill anyone at the mansion gate. It was too troublesome. Mina, she didn't respond. Mina, she shivered in fear, suddenly lifting her head. You want to kill me? I could have killed you first, but how do you want to atone for this? Will you let me go? Let's see how much you are willing to bid. How much? Exactly. Mina shivered with fear and thought for a second. Everything on the display table is my entire wealth. Isn't that enough? I glanced at the table. Besides the newly placed fire lizard material and my potion bottles, there were many other items that looked quite valuable. Can I also have that magic gun? Of course. All of it. Just for you. She looked like she was offering a tribute to a noble. But, even if I took these items, I wouldn't know how to use them effectively. I've never left the Lin family territory, and I can't even find a buyer. Wait, I suddenly had a good idea. Oh, Mina, are you well connected in the merchant circles of the capital? Yes. I do business, mainly in the capital. I know quite a few merchants and nobles. That's good. I don't want the wealth on the table. Just agree to 2 things for me. 2 things? First, don't try to harm me or anyone close to me again. Second, I will go to the capital soon. When I do, you need to help me as much as you can, like introducing clients or something. Yes. No problem. But, is that enough? That's enough. You're risking your life for this, and you think these demands are too easy? Basically, if she dares to break the agreement, I could end her life at any time, though it's just a threat. Mina's face turned pale with fear, and she kept kowtowing. Deal made. Young Master Chinching, I am truly sorry. When you arrive in the capital, no matter what happens, I will make sure everything is taken care of. Please, just tell me what to do. Mina kept apologizing and then hurriedly left in her carriage. Now, I had a backup in the capital as a merchant. That was good. I played with the ring Mina gave me, engraved with the little family crest. She said that showing this would earn respect from most merchants in the capital. She also specifically warned me, this ring is special. If you lose it, it can never be replaced. You must take good care of it. As for the messy situation afterward, Uncle Ming helped clean it up. He even scolded me, next time you fight, think about the gardener's feelings. It's not even my fault. I was annoyed. Sayo, I've recommended you to be the personal maid for young Master Chinching of the Lin family. You must do your best. Uncle Ming patted my shoulder with a tone full of unquestioning trust. Yes, Uncle Ming. I will serve the young master well. I bowed my head respectfully, feeling a bit nervous inside. At that time, I was just 16 years old, full of hope and confusion about the future. A year ago, with Uncle Ming's recommendation, I came to work at the Grand Lin family estate. The decorated courtyard, well-trained servants, everything made me, a girl from the countryside, feel out of place. Initially, I was supposed to serve the eldest young master, Lin Jinghao, as his concubine and personal maid. This was a position many maids dreamed of. Young Master Lin Jinghao is the eldest son, talented and likely to inherit the family business someday. But when Uncle Ming found out, he hurriedly came to me, insisting I serve young Master Chinching instead. Why young Master Chinching? I asked confused. Everyone says he's ignored and can't even use magic. Uncle Ming just smiled mysteriously. You'll understand someday. So, full of questions, I began my life as young Master Chinching's personal maid. My first impression of young Master Chinching, honestly, terrible. He is indeed handsome, with beautiful features and fair skin, but beyond that, he's almost useless. Every morning, I would wake him up on time. 9 out of 10 times, he'd stay in bed, mumbling, 5 more minutes. Of course, I'd be late for breakfast and get scolded by Mr. Lin Yefeng, the head of the family. And he'd eat while listening to the scolding, as if it had nothing to do with him. What made me laugh and cry was that this young master even tripped while walking. Once, I saw him stumble on a flat corridor and almost knock over a vase. He's from a noble family of magic users, yet he's the only one in the family without magic power and can't use magic at all, something rare in the magic world. After working for 3 months, I couldn't hold it anymore and complained to Uncle Ming. I want to serve a truly respectable master. Even if young Master Lin Jinghao has a bad temper, he's talented and better than this third young master. Uncle Ming listened carefully and then smiled as he said to me, You just haven't noticed his good qualities yet. What do you mean by that? I asked, curious. He chuckled and teased me. You have poor judgment. You need to practice more, he explained. Young Master Chinching is a genius. You should observe him carefully and serve him sincerely. Since even my most respected Uncle Ming said this, I had no choice but to stop complaining and start paying close attention to young Master Chinching's every move. After a few months of watching, I noticed some contradictions about young Master Chinching. He looks lazy on the surface, but every morning after breakfast, if he isn't assigned work, he goes to the library to read many books. I secretly looked at the titles: Advanced Principles of Potion Making, Essentials of Magic Mechanics, Business Tricks, all very complex and hard to understand. His focused expression while reading was very different from his usual relaxed attitude. On nice afternoons, he often takes walks in the nearby forest. Out of curiosity, I secretly followed him a few times, but he always noticed quickly. Shami, come out. I know you're hiding there, he would call out from the trees, smiling helplessly. Strangely, every night when I brought him supper, I saw him studying hard in his room, sometimes sweating a lot. Smart as I am, I couldn't help but wonder if he was secretly doing something secretive or inappropriate. So, when I tidied his bed or cleaned his room, I would quietly check for any unusual signs. But I found nothing unusual at all. Everyone in the Lin family, from the head of the household to the servants, kept their distance from young Master Chinching. Young Master Lin Jinghao and his second brother Lin Yuza even openly called him the shame of the family. But what puzzled me was that when young Master Chinching heard these insults, he didn't get angry. Sometimes, he even looked pleased. Is he really useless? I started to doubt my initial judgment. Once, I couldn't help but ask Uncle Ming about young Master Qingqing. He mysteriously told me, young Master Qingqing is a master swordsman. Even I am no match for him. Swords? In a world where magic is dominant, what use would that be? I was even more confused. After observing for so long, I had never seen him practice swordsmanship. At most, he would find a stick, wave it around casually, and then tuck it into his belt. Compared to him, young Master Lin Jinghao, who is tall and strong, looks more like a swordsmanship expert, although he is actually a pure magician. There is also something I can't understand. Young Master Qingqing seems to be very favored by Miss Mishu. When that noble daughter visited last time, she clearly showed special interest in young Master Qingqing. What does she see in him? This question has been on my mind for a long time. Just when I doubted my judgment about people, a change happened. It was after the decision for young Master Lin Yuza to marry into the family, and after young Master Lin Jinghao was confirmed to inherit the family business. Young Master Qingqing suddenly changed his behavior noticeably. He started waking up on time, became more steady and reliable in his words and actions, and almost stopped making silly mistakes. More importantly, he used to hide everything he did, but suddenly he became generous and started openly showing his abilities. I gradually became very interested and kept wanting to learn more about him. One afternoon, I went to the study as usual to bring tea and snacks for young Master Qingqing. When I pushed the door open, I saw him standing still in front of the desk, frowning as if thinking about a difficult problem. Sunlight shone through the window, outlining his delicate features. At that moment, my heart inexplicably sped up. "Young master, your tea," I said softly. He looked up, and his focused eyes immediately turned into a gentle smile. "Thank you, just leave it there." I set down the tray but didn't leave right away. Gathering my courage, I asked, "Young master, you seem very busy lately?" He picked up his teacup, lost in thought. "Yes, there are some things that can't be delayed anymore." Following the increasingly energetic young Master Qingqing, my life also became more colorful. Until that day, I saw him create a bottle emitting a soft blue glow. "Is this a high-level healing potion?" I asked in disbelief. Although young master always insists it's not, that's exactly what it is, an advanced healing potion. Such potions are difficult even for experienced alchemists to make. Yet young Master Qingqing finished it after just a few days in his room. He easily used that potion to heal injured nobles and Mr. Lin Yefeng, who was weak. At that moment, I suddenly understood. All his strange behaviors before were actually him secretly gaining knowledge and skills. Although I don't know the reason, I wonder if he has been hiding his talents all along. I wrote in my diary. It turns out that young Master Lin Jinghao seemed to have noticed young Master Qingqing's unusual behavior long ago. After the incident with the healing potion, he surprisingly took the initiative to apologize to young Master Qingqing. I hid around the corner in the corridor, secretly watching this scene. Earlier, I was short-sighted. "Please accept my apology," young Master Lin Jinghao said sincerely, bowing his head. Young Master Qingqing just smiled faintly and said, "Brother, you are too kind." What surprised me even more was that afterward, young Master Lin Jinghao often praised young Master Qingqing's abilities in front of the head of the household, the butler, and the maids, whether intentionally or not. His attitude changed so quickly that it was shocking, but as young Master Qingqing's personal maid, I felt a strange sense of pride. Suddenly, danger struck unexpectedly. That day, a businessman came to discuss a deal and suddenly pulled out a magic device aimed at young Master Qingqing. I held my breath in fear, but I saw young Master Qingqing draw a small knife from his pocket at a speed too fast for the eye to see. He easily cut through the flying magic projectile. Is this what Uncle Ming meant by swordsmanship? I stared in amazement at the fleeing figure of the businessman, finally understanding what it means to be a swordsmanship expert. "Young master, with such good sword skills, why don't you want to become a master swordsman?" I couldn't help but ask him later. He wiped the ordinary small knife calmly and said, "Relying only on swordsmanship makes it hard to stand out. I want to be a merchant or a healer, so I can truly change some things." Although I believe his sword skills are enough to make him famous, everyone has their own goals. And I must admit, young Master Qingqing's knowledge is astonishing. Whatever path he chooses, he will surely succeed. Now, I have been serving young Master Qingqing for a whole year. During this year, I watched him go from a good-looking but useless young master to someone with incredible talent. He is not very tall, but stands straight like a pine tree. His appearance has become more handsome, but he is never proud of it. He has a kind personality. Even when I became his new test subject for medicine, he would first check if it was safe. This potion might taste a bit bitter, but it's completely harmless, he always assured me before testing. Although I am 2 years older than him, I truly admire young Master Chinching's maturity and calmness. What kind of remarkable person will he become in the future? Who will he spend his life with? These questions often come to my mind. I take a deep breath and close my diary. This thick book records all the moments I spent with young Master Chinching. I carefully tie it up and put it into a wooden box under my bed. Maybe someday, these diaries will be published as a book, allowing the world to learn about this extraordinary genius. Thinking of this, I can't help but secretly smile. Just then, there is a familiar knocking at the door. Who is it? I ask as I get up to open the door. Standing outside is actually young Master Chinching. He is dressed simply in casual clothes, holding a small bottle in his hand. It's so late. Is there something you need? I feel a ripple in my heart as I look up at him. He smiles and hands me the bottle. Before you sleep, can you help me drink this? It's a newly developed calming potion, and I need someone to test its effect. What does this person really think of me? I lightly click my tongue, the small bottle, and tilt my head to drink it all in one go. The medicine has a cool mint flavor with a hint of sweetness, much better than the previous test samples. Tastes pretty good, I say deliberately with a serious face, but inside I feel warm because of his trust. Young Master Chinching takes the empty bottle and flashes a clever smile. That's good. Good night, Saki. Watching his back as he leaves, I touch my slightly heated cheeks. Maybe Uncle Ming is right. I really need to practice better at judging people. But at least for now, I am absolutely sure of one thing. Serving young Master Chinching is the luckiest decision of my life. Today is my 15th birthday. In this world, turning 15 is considered reaching adulthood. Although there is no formal coming-of-age ceremony, a birthday party is held. My older brother Lin Jinghao and second brother Lin Yuza both had parties for their birthdays. Those parties were quite grand. I wonder if mine will be more special this time. But since I lack magic abilities and am looked down upon by the family, it probably won't be too grand. After all, I am the only boy in the Lin family without magic power, bringing shame to the family. But seeing Uncle Ming and the housekeeper and maids busy all around, it seems my party will go smoothly. Young Master Chinching, you shouldn't go out today. Stay in your room, okay? Saya hurried over to tell me. Saya was subtly trying to stop me from leaving, probably worried I might go into the forest and miss the party. Maybe everyone is gathering at the appointed time to celebrate me. If the food gets cold, it won't taste good. All right, I'll play with them for a bit. Actually, I was planning to take a walk in the forest to look for herbs, but it seems Saya guessed my thoughts correctly. I obediently stayed in my room reading a book. Saya sat beside me and suddenly asked, Young Master Chinching, will you leave the house after turning 15? I turned my head to look at her. She was looking down, so I couldn't see her expression. Yes, I plan to go to the capital. Are you going to be a merchant? No, I want to join the army for a few years first. I thought about it. Merchants can do their business anytime, but joining the army now is the best chance. But I heard there are soldiers over 40 years old. That's because they've been soldiers all along and never got promoted. I chuckled and teased her. She really does say some strange things. Can I go to the capital with you? No, you can't. Uncle Ming also opposed it before, right? You know about that. I just overheard it once. From today, I will serve the young master. Even if I go to the capital, I want to stay by your side. Please, take me with you. Saya suddenly looked up, her eyes very serious, but her eyes were red, as if she was about to cry. I gently patted her head, like comforting a child. Her soft pink hair felt nice. It's really not possible. I haven't even settled where I'll live yet. I might have to stay in the soldiers' dormitory. How can I take you there? I don't care. I care. But don't worry. Once I settle down and can call you over any time, I will. Though it might take a few years. Feels a bit like a marriage proposal, she said. I think so too, but it's not. I know. Just then, there was a knock on the door, probably because the party preparations were ready. Young Master Chinching, next time we meet, I will become a beautiful maid that everyone envies. Saya stood up and smiled brightly at me. At the party, all the butlers and maids from the mansion were present. The table was full of cakes, meats, fish, local vegetables, and fruit wine. Really a lavish spread. I gave a few simple words of thanks, and everyone clapped, making me a little shy. After casually eating some food, Lin Yefeng came over to me. Happy birthday. Without you, I might not be here now. Even though you have no magic, you are still my excellent child. In the future, live a life that does not disgrace the Lin family's name. Thank you, father. I bowed, and Lin Jinghao came over next. Happy birthday. Thank you, older brother. Hee. I didn't expect to come and congratulate you, but I am truly happy that you are turning 15 smoothly. As your brother, I will work hard to become a proud head of the family. Big brother can do it. Thanks for the good words. Well, father, is it about time to start? Yes, Uncle Ming. Yefeng snapped his fingers, and Uncle Ming came over carrying something wrapped in cloth. Long, and looks like a weapon. What is this? Curious, I looked at Lin Jinghao, who gave me a gentle look. Uncle Ming, open it. Yes. The cloth was pulled back, revealing a sword. The white scabbard was decorated with intricate designs, looking extraordinary. Uncle Ming said you are very talented in swordsmanship. I haven't seen it myself, but someone prepared this sword for you, Yefeng said. Can I draw it and take a look? Of course. I immediately drew the sword. The blade was clear and white, sharp enough to cut through anything. The wide, heavy-looking blade seemed very durable, definitely a famous sword. But it's surprising that someone in this country can make such a fine sword. This sword is? Let me explain. Uncle Ming cleared his throat and stepped forward. As you know, young Master Qinxing, very few people in this kingdom use swords, so there are hardly any shops selling high-quality swords. However, there are still a few weapons kept in the country that were made by dwarves famous for forging weapons. This is one of them. Although it is quite expensive, considering that you previously brought a lot of wealth to the family through negotiations, this expense is not too costly. Wow. Wow. I am so happy. I have always wanted a decent sword. Young Master's eyes are shining now, aren't they? Uncle Ming said with a smile. It seems that finding it after much effort was worth it. Lin Yefeng also nodded. Thank you, everyone. That night, I fell asleep holding the sword. I am leaving now. A few days after the party ended, the day to depart for the capital finally arrived. Take care on the way, Lin Yefeng said. Remember to come back often, Lin Jinghao also advised. Okay, take care of yourselves, father and elder brother. Qinxing, sob. Shami was crying uncontrollably, unable to speak clearly. Uncle Ming was comforting her nearby. Uncle Ming, thank you for everything. I owe my today's happiness to you. Spending time with the young master every day has been very happy. Although I am old, I truly feel joyful. Please take care. Uncle Ming bowed deeply. Goodbye, everyone. I got on the carriage heading to the capital, waving from the window until I couldn't see their figures anymore. From the secluded Lin family estate to the bustling capital, the long journey took a full month. When the carriage finally stopped, the slight shake of the vehicle woke Lin Qinxing from a light sleep. Young Master Qinxing, we've arrived. The coachman's voice came from outside, relaxed after the journey. Lin Qinxing took a deep breath, lifted the curtain. Yes, thank you, he replied, then quickly jumped down from the carriage. Standing on solid ground, a feeling of new life arose within him. The coachman looked a bit worried, as this young master was traveling alone for the first time. Next, it's up to you. Are you okay? He asked. Lin Qinxing looked around at the lively surroundings, hesitated briefly, but his eyes soon became firm. I should be able to handle it. Be careful on your way back, he said. He didn't want those who cared about him to worry. All right, I wish you all the best, the coachman said, no longer speaking, and turned the horse around. The carriage quickly merged into the busy traffic outside the city gates. After saying goodbye to his familiar companions, Lin Qinxing finally focused his gaze on the legendary city ahead. His first impression was of the huge gray-white city wall that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The royal capital, Famir, was indeed as rumored, a large fortress city surrounded by many strong walls. It was said to have 8 grand gates. Inside, the city was divided into several areas by lower inner walls based on social classes, each independent and strictly ranked. He looked up, his eyes passing over the towering city wall. He could see a cluster of buildings faintly standing in the city center. Several tall, white chalk-colored towers shone brightly in the sunlight. These were the royal palace. It was said that the higher a person's status, the closer their residence was to the central palace. Around the palace, almost all the luxurious homes belonged to ministers and hereditary nobles. This scene of power concentration was very different from his childhood home, the quiet Lin family estate, far from politics. He moved with the crowd through the guarded city gates. Inside, the scene was even more lively. The main street was paved with smooth stones, lined with rows of 2- or 3-story buildings. Joyful music drifted from some shops. The lively shouts of shopkeepers selling their goods mixed with the music. From time to time, angry voices could be heard from disputes. Even though it was just noon, some taverns were already bustling with activity and energy. He even saw people leaning out of second-floor windows, chatting with neighbors across the street, full of everyday life. All of this looked very much like the standard fantasy world, scenes he had seen in novels and movies. It gave him a strange sense of déjà vu, yet felt exciting because he was actually there. But he knew he couldn't just stand in the middle of the street like a newcomer lost in the city. His first priority was to find his target and settle down. He steadied himself and decided to head roughly toward the central palace, at least to get his bearings. The closer he got to the city center, the cleaner the streets became, and the more well-dressed the pedestrians appeared. Soon, he arrived at the moat outside the central castle. A large drawbridge spanned the river, with several soldiers in uniform armor standing guard at the entrance. Lin Xinxing was about to approach and ask questions when a thin-faced soldier with sharp eyes stepped forward and raised his hand to stop him. "Hey kid, stop! What are you here for at the castle?" The soldier's tone was formal and serious. Lin Xinxing quickly stopped and tried to look sincere and firm. I am 15 years old and want to join the army." He had heard that the royal guards recruit soldiers all year round. He thought if he expressed his interest, he would get further instructions. But when he said that, the thin-faced soldier showed a subtle expression, seeming a bit hesitant. He turned to his colleague nearby, exchanged a glance, then hesitated before speaking. "Oh, I see. That's a good idea, but..." He paused. "Starting this year, things have changed a bit. The soldier recruitment now requires a public exam. Because the kingdom's influence has grown, they also want to recruit talented people from neighboring allied countries and regions, so the competition might be very fierce. And the exam date was only recently set." "Huh. Why?" Lin Xinxing's heart skipped a beat. This was different from what he expected. Wasn't there a constant shortage of soldiers? "When is the exam?" he asked eagerly, hoping it wouldn't be too far off. "In 10 days, the soldier replied. 10 days. That's great." Lin Xinxing exhaled in relief. It was much better than his worst guess. "It's much closer than I thought." "Yeah, the date was only decided about half a month ago," another soldier chimed in, sounding a bit puzzled. "They said they wanted to reform the recruitment into an exam system, but the date kept being delayed. It's strange. I heard it was a sudden clear order from above." The soldiers seemed to be unsure about the details, casually chatting. But for Lin Xinxing, this was definitely good news. He still had enough time. "So I can just come here in 10 days to register and take the exam?" he asked. "Yeah, just bring your ID proof then." The slim-faced soldier nodded. With the main goal confirmed, Lin Xinxing felt more at ease. Next, he needed to find a place to stay before the exam. Fortunately, when he left the Lin family, the elders had prepared enough money for him. Having taken care of this important matter, he also felt hungry. He decided to find a place to eat first. He walked back along the same road he came from. On a lively but not chaotic street, he spotted a clean and tidy-looking shop. The sign showed that the first floor was a tavern and restaurant, and the upper floors offered lodging. Lin Xinxing thought, since he would stay for a while, he might as well choose a place with good food. He entered the tavern and ordered some signature dishes. To his surprise, the food was very tasty, much better than the dry rations and simple village meals he had been eating on his journey. This made him decide immediately. He would stay here. He quickly completed the check-in and was shown to a room on the second floor. The room was small, but very clean and neat. It had a comfortable bed, a wooden table and chairs, a water jug filled with clear water, and a window facing the street, offering a view of the busy street below. For someone needing a temporary place to prepare for the exam, it was quite comfortable. At this moment, the sun outside was shining brightly, and the sky was clear. Sleeping now would be a waste of time. Since there were still 10 days before the exam, he decided to take this chance to get familiar with the city of the capital. After a short rest, he headed back onto the street. This time, he slowed down and wandered around the various street stalls with interest. He asked about prices from time to time to learn about the living standards in the capital. While he was enjoying this new experience, suddenly a sharp and angry shout came from nearby. "Don't touch me." Conflicts in the capital really are common, Lin Chinching thought to himself. Just then, he saw a tall man being thrown as if by some great force, stumbling and falling heavily onto the stone pavement not far in front of him, making a dull thud. The sudden event immediately drew the attention of the people around. Before he knew it, a crowd had gathered to watch. In the center of the crowd, the conflict was escalating. Along with the curses, another man trying to help stepped forward but was quickly knocked down to the ground. At this moment, Lin Chinching finally saw who had made the move. It was a small girl. She had bright red hair like flames, tied neatly into a ponytail at the back of her head. Her eyes, also the same fiery color, shone with a competitive spirit, dazzling to see. She held a long spear, slightly taller than herself, with the tip pointed at the ground. She looked brave and full of energy. Hey, that's too much," a furious male voice shouted. Soon after, a tall, slender young man with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in fancy clothes, stormed out from the crowd, clearly angry. He looked decent, but his slanted eyes and twisted expression made him seem quite mean and unpleasant. He covered his swollen right cheek with his hand and looked down at the girl with a commanding gaze. "I just wanted to invite you to eat. Why did you suddenly hit me? Are you crazy?" the man yelled. "Who told you to touch me?" the girl replied fearlessly, with a hint of a cold, mocking smile. She waved a delicate pendant she had somehow gotten hold of. "I'm a bit impulsive. When someone hits me, I can't help but want to take something in return. Want it back? You get it, right?" she said provocatively. Then she snapped her fingers. Immediately, several burly men with dull weapons and fierce looks pushed through the crowd, clearly guards or thugs arranged by the man beforehand. The atmosphere instantly grew more tense. Lin Chinching had planned to stay quiet and wait calmly for the exam day. But what was happening before him was clearly an unfair bullying. On one side were the arrogant noble children and their henchmen. On the other was a girl who seemed completely alone. He also overheard the whispers around him. "That's the second young master of the Kish family. Again him. He always likes to bother unfamiliar women. And he's so mean, with such bad character. Same old trick, right? First provoke, then let the guards handle the trouble. The girl seems pretty skilled, but facing guards enhanced with magic, she might suffer. Sigh, the opponent is a noble. Commoners can't afford to mess with him." These comments confirmed Lin Chinching's judgment. The blonde man was notorious, and the girl was at a disadvantage. Thinking about how he was about to join the army to help maintain the city's order, he wondered if doing nothing now would go against his original intention. "There's nothing I can do," Lin Chinching whispered to himself, his eyes becoming sharp. He quickly reached for a small bag at his waist, an enchanted magic bag passed down in his family. With a thought, a sturdy wooden stick appeared in his hand. He clenched the stick and stepped forward without hesitation, pushing through the crowd toward the center of the conflict. "Stay still and don't move, or you'll regret it," the blonde man, Doran Kish, threatened fiercely. A few strong guards he brought moved closer. An invisible pressure surrounded the red-haired girl. "Excuse me." I took a deep breath and stepped out from the crowd. My voice was quiet, but loud enough for the people in the fight to hear. Doran Kish suddenly turned his head, his eyes full of annoyance at being disturbed. He clearly didn't see me as a threat, just a strange young boy who suddenly appeared. I ignored him. Instead, I took advantage of his distraction, moving quickly around him. I swiftly appeared behind him, aiming for the pendant swinging in his hand. I had to get that important item first. If I didn't, all my efforts might be useless. My fingers precisely grabbed the chain of the pendant, and I gently pulled, snatching it away. "Who are you?" Doran Kish finally reacted, realizing his hand was empty, and immediately became furious. His eyes flashed with contempt, like a noble looking down on commoners. "This has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. I just think," I calmly replied, holding the still warm pendant. "Stealing from a girl, threatening people, and bullying the weak isn't very nice, is it? You're asking for trouble." Doran Kish was completely angered. He gave a fierce signal to his guards. The muscular men, strengthened by magic, immediately looked like hunting dogs ready to attack. Waving a blunt weapon, it rushed toward me with the sound of wind. However, the moment they moved, I felt relieved. Their flaws were obvious. They were indeed faster than normal people, and their strength could probably stones. But their movements were straight and stiff, with no skill at all. They were just relying on raw instinct to attack recklessly. I sidestepped to avoid the incoming club. With a flick of my wrist, the wooden stick struck like a snake emerging from its hole. I precisely and quickly targeted the first guard's elbow joint and knee. He grunted, lost his balance, and fell heavily. Then came the second, the third. I moved among the strong men like a butterfly dancing through flowers. Each swing of my stick hit their joints, wrists, or weak points with clean, sharp strikes. In no time, the guards who had been so fierce just moments ago were all on the ground. They groaned in pain and temporarily lost their fighting ability. Doran Kish watched in shock. His arrogant expression instantly froze, replaced by disbelief and fear. Hey, did you hold back? No way. They all used body enhancement magic. He seemed unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. Your moves are too rough, I thought silently. Compared to Master Jianxi's exquisite, almost foresightful techniques, these guys' attacks looked like childish mischief. Dodging and counterattacking were effortless. At that moment, I heard a loud thud behind me. I turned to look. I saw the red-haired girl had swiftly knocked down the last guard who was still trying to crawl up. Her movements were smooth and confident, clearly at ease. She clapped her hands. Her bright red hair swayed lightly with her motion. Her ruby-like eyes first scanned the guards on the ground, then fixed on me, with a hint of scrutiny. How dare you steal my stuff? Doran Kish was shocked and angry, but he was losing confidence. That was him. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing. He hurriedly pointed at me and shouted. At the same time, I hurriedly put on a light blue speed magic ring around myself. She shouted bravely but nervously. Just you wait. You guys. After saying that, she pushed through the crowd without looking back and ran away quickly. Her speed was astonishing. Suddenly, only I, the red-haired girl, and the guard who was rolling on the ground crying remained. The crowd watching gradually dispersed once the excitement ended. But many curious eyes still looked at us. Here, I handed back the pendant I had been holding. She caught it neatly, without even looking, and tucked it into her clothes. Her beautiful but sharp eyes still looked at me, with a slight frown. I felt a bit nervous. Did my kind help make her upset instead? Just as I was feeling uneasy, she suddenly spoke. Her tone was softer than before, but still a bit stiff. What's wrong? I asked. She hesitated for a moment, glancing at the still remaining crowd around her. Then she quickly said, If you don't mind, want to have a meal together? It's on me. She pointed to a quieter-looking restaurant nearby. It's too noisy here. So, we moved to a different place. It seemed she wasn't unfriendly. Maybe she just wasn't good at expressing herself, or she simply didn't like talking in front of many people. In the new restaurant, she almost immediately buried herself in her food, eating boldly and very quickly. Since I had just eaten not long ago, I only ordered a glass of juice and sipped it slowly. Are you not eating? She finally looked up from her high pile of plates. Her cheeks were puffed out, and she asked vaguely, I just ate not long ago, so I'm not hungry. I smiled. Oh, she responded and continued to fight with her food. Watching the quickly stacking empty plates in front of her, I was secretly amazed. Where did all that energy come from in such a small body? When she finally put down her chopsticks, satisfied, the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. She wiped her mouth and looked at me seriously. Thanks for earlier. You really helped me a lot. No need to thank me. It was nothing, I said, feeling relieved. I thought you wouldn't appreciate it, she replied. Just helping me get my pendant back was enough to thank me. She waved her hand and looked at me curiously. Plus, you're pretty skilled yourself. Your movements are clean. Aren't you too? I said sincerely, glancing at her long spear leaning against the table. Seeing how you handle your gun, you're very experienced. That kind of skill doesn't come overnight. When I mentioned her gun, she immediately looked proud. She reached out and stroked the smooth barrel, speaking with pride. Of course, I'm a gun master named Nori. I'm somewhat famous in the neighboring country. Oh, you're from another country? I asked, a bit surprised. Yes, Nori admitted straightforwardly. I came here specifically to take part in the soldier selection exam in the royal city. Wow. I couldn't help but marvel. She traveled all this way from a neighboring country, clearly determined to succeed, and she seemed quite capable. Aren't you here for the same reason? She asked me. Yeah, I was planning to do that. I nodded, then remembered my question. By the way, Nori, do you know why the royal city suddenly decided to hold a selection exam this year? I heard that soldiers are usually recruited all year round. So this sudden change caught me off guard, she said, looking surprised as if she'd heard something unbelievable. Really? You didn't know? She asked, pulling a crumpled notice from her small bag and placing it on the table in front of me. Take a look at this. I picked up the notice. It detailed the rules, date, and location of the soldier selection exam. What caught my eye most was a bold line at the bottom. Top performers will have the chance to join the princess's personal guard. Wow. I had no idea, I exclaimed, surprised by such big news. This is the biggest news in the royal city lately, Nori said with a look of confirmation. Because of this, the number of applicants was so high that it caused a rush, far exceeding previous years. The higher-ups had to change the selection process to exams at the last minute. Otherwise, where would so many people come from? I felt a bit speechless. That guy, Mishu, clearly lives in the capital, so he should have good information. How could he not have told me about such an important matter in advance? He knew I was planning to join the military. It seems the competition will be much fiercer than I thought. I forced a smile and said, let's do our best. By the way, nice to meet you. My name is Lin Chunxing, Nuri repeated. Then, as if catching on to something important, she frowned slightly. Lin? That's a family name. Are you from a noble family? Sort of, I admitted. The Lin family is part of the noble class in this kingdom, though our branch is more on the fringe. I saw her expression change. Her friendly smile and the relaxed atmosphere just moments ago cooled down almost instantly. The mood suddenly became a bit awkward. Hey, what's wrong? I asked, confused. She suddenly stood up, moving so quickly she almost was a blur. I'm leaving now. I've already paid for the drinks. Consider it a favor for helping you earlier. Her tone became distant and cold, with a hint of subtle resistance. Honestly, even without your help, I could handle those useless guys myself. Hey. I was caught off guard. Her attitude changed so fast. Before I could say anything, Nuri grabbed her spear leaning against the table. She turned to leave, but before walking away, she looked back at me. Her red eyes showed complex emotions. Finally, she clearly set boundaries with a statement. Earlier, thank you, but sorry, I dislike nobles. If we meet on exam day, don't talk to me. Just pretend we don't know each other. After that, she hesitated no longer. She straightened her back, turned without looking back, and left the restaurant. Her red ponytail swung through the air in a decisive arc. I sat alone in one spot, still holding the half-finished juice in my hand. The cold sensation spread from my fingertips. The noisy chatter in the restaurant suddenly seemed to disappear. My heart was full of helplessness and a little bit of sadness. Having noble status. Why does it now seem like a bad thing here? This first day living in the royal city has been full of surprises and troubles. After leaving the restaurant, I tried to find Nori. I searched all over the city streets but couldn't find a single sign of him. He suddenly said he disliked nobles, but he didn't tell me why, not even giving me a chance to explain. Hey, are you blind when you walk? I muttered and complained, not paying attention to where I was going. I bumped into someone directly. The things I was holding in my arms fell with a clatter and rolled all over the ground. Kid, watch where you're going, the man shouted. Sorry. I was just thinking about something. I apologized. TCH, these are for the big sister, and now they're all dirty. The man bent down to pick up the items, glaring at me with a fierce look. I'm really sorry. I'll pay you back, I said. Oh, you look pretty decent, the man said, sizing me up with a mischievous smile. Forget it. If you really feel bad, come with me. But I'm looking for someone right now. Stop wasting time. It's all your fault. I'll get scolded when I go back. Don't you feel guilty at all? All right. I admit I bumped into him and dirted his goods, so I had no choice but to follow him. Hopefully, it's nothing troublesome. Haha, I didn't expect to find a bargain. This kid might fetch a good price, the man muttered softly as he walked, his smile growing more sinister. Sell me? This guy probably isn't very smart. If he tries to attack me, I could solve him with just a stick. But judging by his foolish look, I might as well play along for now. After about 10 minutes, we arrived at a small alley with a general store. Though it's called a general store, it actually sells armor, monster materials, potions, and more. I also had a strange feeling. Some of the potions looked familiar, like I had made them before. Wait here, the man said, leaving me at the door and going inside. I boredly looked around the shop when I suddenly heard voices coming from the back room. Oh? Looks quite handsome. Yeah, he looks like a noble young master, wandering alone. Lucky guy. But I won't do human trafficking. Big sister, didn't you say as long as we can make money, we can sell anything? Let's try, and if we get a good price, we can share it. That's true. If we can really sell him for a high price, I might consider it. As they spoke, they came out of the back room. I froze for a moment when I saw one of their faces. That's the kid. What do you think? The man pushed me proudly. Big sister, say something. Ouch. Before the man finished, the woman behind him kicked him to the ground, his face hitting the floor. Then, the shopkeeper, who had been so arrogant earlier, knelt with a loud thud, banging his head on the ground. Miss Mina, I was wrong. I was very wrong. Please forgive me. Yes, the woman dressed in fancy clothes, smiling but with a strong presence, was Mina Lauder, the merchant who had tried to kill me earlier but later became my partner, young Master Chinching. Would you like to order something else? If it doesn't taste right, I can have it made again. Right now, I was sitting in a luxurious room in the backyard of the shop, being warmly hosted by Mina. It's not that I forced her. She was so scared she insisted on giving me the best treatment. The backyard was more luxurious than the Lin family's reception hall. All the tableware was made of precious metals, and the table was filled with delicate pastries and fruit wine, making it impossible to tell that this was just a humble general store outside. Business is good. I picked up a pastry and casually said, thanks to you. The potion you sold me before is now in high demand. Mina smiled so much her eyes squinted, speaking very respectfully. That's good. By the way, your business seems a bit unorthodox. I glanced at the man who was kicked and now trembling in the corner, his face swollen. Mina's body instantly stiffened. She quickly waved her hands. And no, that's not true. I am a proper merchant. Honest and legal business. Oh, but I think I just heard someone say, as long as it makes money, everything is for sale, and it's okay to break a few rules. Smack. Another clear slap, and the man from before was slapped away, muttering, it wasn't me. Young Master Chinching, you heard wrong. Mina smiled stiffly. I only do some borderline business now and then, but it's all legal and proper. Calling borderline activities legal? I really don't understand the logic of this world. But I'm not a hero either. She can do whatever she wants. I don't care about your business, but don't try to target me again. Of course. How could I possibly target young Master Chinching? I would never get involved in illegal things like human trafficking. Mina nodded repeatedly, but her eyes looked a bit distracted. Never involved, and haven't done it yet. Don't seem to be the same thing. By the way, Mina, I want to ask you something. Do you know a noble named Doran Kish or a red-haired girl from Neri? When Mina heard the name, Doran Kish, her smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of disgust. You're talking about that second-generation heir from the Kish family? That guy is notorious in the capital. Oh, what exactly did he do? That kid relies on his noble status to bully others, especially harassing common girls. He even forced a blacksmith's daughter to jump into the river. In the end, he paid some money to hush it up, and nothing happened. Mina shrugged with disdain. The Kish family has always made its fortune by exploiting commoners, and their reputation in the capital's lower class is terrible. I see. No wonder Neri dislikes him so much. What about Neri? Do you know anything about her? Mina thought for a moment, her expression becoming a bit complicated. Neri, I think I remember her. She's from a neighboring country, a skilled marksman. I heard her homeland was destroyed by a greedy noble, and her parents were killed by that noble's men. She really hates nobles, especially like Doran. That explains why her attitude changed so suddenly when she found out I was a noble. She should still be in the capital now. Do you know where she lives? Well, Mina's eyes twinkled, and she showed her typical clever smile. I do know which inn she stays at, but young Master Chinching, I have to charge for this information. You just said you made quite a bit of money thanks to me. Oh, business is business, Mina grinned slyly. But for your sake, young Master Chinxing, I can give you a discount. Or, if you buy me another batch of potions, I'll tell you for free. How about that? Looking at this money-hungry woman and glancing at the small in the corner who was about to pass out, I sighed helplessly. Fine, but I'll wait until I finish the soldier selection exam. For now, tell me where she lives. Deal. Mina immediately beamed with joy and quickly gave an address. She's at the wind chime in the west of the city. She should be practicing her shooting in the backyard now. I stood up, ready to leave. At least I needed to explain to Nori that I was different from Doran, a noble. Young Master Chinxing, Mina suddenly called out, handing me a small bag. Inside are a map of the royal capital and some change. Keep it. Also, Doran definitely won't give up easily, so be careful. I took the bag and nodded. Though this woman was greedy, her information was reliable, and she wasn't too bad. As I left the general store, I heard the whimpering of the and Mina's scolding behind me. I couldn't help but shake my head. This royal capital really isn't a peaceful place. But for now, I should go find Nori. Thank you all for coming to participate in this selection exam. I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm. On the day of the exam, I followed the instructions to the castle courtyard. The morning light shone through the tall towers, casting on the stone-paved ground. The air was filled with a mix of fresh grass and iron rust smells. The courtyard was already crowded, with various candidates gathered here. Some whispered quietly, some closed their eyes to rest, and many were silently cleaning their weapons. The atmosphere was tense and serious. I stood among the crowd, listening to the castle official giving a speech from the high platform. But my eyes couldn't help but scan the scene. Almost everyone looked formidable, but the most common weapon was definitely the staff. The magicians either whispered spells softly or stroked the gemstones embedded in their staffs, looking proud. People like me, who carry swords, seem to be the only ones. It is said that in some martial countries, swordsmanship is still considered the true art of combat. But in this magic-focused kingdom, swords are clearly not the main choice. No wonder, when it comes to durability, attack range, and agility, swords are not as sharp as spears, nor can magic attack from afar. However, the real skill of swordsmanship is something only true experts can understand. As I was thinking quietly, I suddenly saw a familiar figure, Doran Kish. That spoiled young nobleman Mina often said was reckless and arrogant because of his noble status. He was playing with a staff decorated with a purple crystal, with a half-smile on his face, looking confident. But recalling that Mina herself once wanted to hurt me over a potion recipe, it's quite ironic for her to criticize others for being ruthless. Then I saw Nori at the other end of the crowd. She saw me too, but immediately snorted and turned her face away. Her golden ponytail swung through the air in a sharp arc. I don't know much about her, only that she and her brother are well-known gunmasters in a neighboring country. She traveled far to participate in the selection, probably for some hidden reason. Considering her almost instinctive dislike of nobles, there might be a past she doesn't want to talk about. In short, this exam gathered many strong competitors, and standing out would not be easy. But for me, it's fine if I get selected or not. I came here not just to be a soldier. The long speech finally ended, and the examiner announced that the test officially began. The first test was damage testing, with simple and rough rules. Attack a special doll called Hurting Spirit with all your strength. This doll was specially made by the kingdom's workshop, resistant to impact and highly recoverable, capable of recording the damage caused in real time. I shook my head silently. This kingdom's technology is really contradictory. Sometimes it's laughably backward, other times astonishingly advanced. A strong man in front of me laughed loudly and swung his battle axe at the doll. The doll remained completely still, and I was so shocked that I took a few steps back. The doll's chest only had a shallow mark, and it quickly returned to normal. The damage value did not meet the standard. Fail. Next, the examiner announced with a blank face. It seems this test is not something you can pass just by pretending. While I was focused on observing, someone suddenly patted my shoulder from behind. A rough voice spoke up. "Kid, are you stunned?" I turned around to see a man with messy hair and a scruffy beard. He looked a bit down on his luck, but his eyes were sharp and clever. "I understand you," he said casually. "These targets that don't fight back are just a magic show. They can take their time casting spells and show off their skills. For us who rely on strength and skill, it's actually a disadvantage. He made a good point. But I wasn't frowning because I was scared. It was because Doran Kish, a noble-looking man, only used a mid-level fire spell to deal a decent amount of damage, which caused a lot of exaggerated surprise around him. Is mid-level magic really that impressive? When I was a kid, I watched my older brother Lin Jinghao and second brother Lin use a practice. They cast high-level magic faster than that. Of course, in real battles, especially against fast monsters like wind tigers, long chants are just asking for trouble. Thinking about it, my two brothers are actually quite talented in magic, but they lack practical combat experience. Soon, it was Nori's turn. She stepped up and immediately drew low murmurs of admiration, many people attracted by her cute appearance. But in the next moment, the admiration turned into exclamations. She held a long spear like a snake emerging from its hole, and with a flash of cold light, the spear tip precisely pierced the doll's chest, leaving a clear hole. Damage value is excellent. Pass. Nori calmly retracted her spear and stepped back. Her gaze casually swept over me again, still cold as ice. Oh, uncle, who are you? I finally remembered to ask the man who had just spoken to me. Uncle? Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, wrinkles crinkling at the corners of his eyes. You think I look like an uncle, huh? But I'm not even 30 yet. My name is Arthur. I don't have much fame here, but in my hometown, I'm a top weapon craftsman, especially good at fine work. Weapon craftsman? I became interested. So why are you here to participate in the soldier selection? Hee, you wouldn't understand, Arthur said with a sly look in his eyes. This place gathers the strongest people from all over the country. How many need custom-made, maintained, and repaired weapons? It's a big market. And if you're lucky enough to be chosen as the princess's personal guard, the entire kingdom's weapon orders might come to us. Before, I made weapons for others. Now I work on my own, so I need to check out the market. Then why did you stop working for others? Why go solo? That makes me angry. Why do you call me uncle? It's because I was one of the top craftsmen where I come from. The boss there makes you work 10 hours a day, with no overtime pay for extra hours. Why do you work for him? Isn't he just a capitalist? He even changed his name to entrepreneur. Can you believe that? So I decided to come out and see if I can do it myself. I see. Truly, in every field, there are top experts. If I need weapons in the future, I will definitely ask him for help. Next, Lin Xinxing. Hearing my name, I took a deep breath and stepped forward steadily. Lin? The famous magic family, the Lin family, the noble Lin family on the border? Aren't they known for producing mages for generations? Strange. Why is he holding a sword? Whispers started to spread. The examiner was a sharp-eyed middle-aged man. He looked at the sword in my hand, frowning. Where's your magic staff? I don't use magic, I answered calmly. Huh. So the rumors are true, the magicless waste of the Lin family. The examiner's eyes immediately showed clear disdain. Don't think that having a noble title will give you special treatment. Let's begin. Don't waste time. Up close, this, injured, figure looked more like a silent stone golem. Its surface was covered with shallow scars from previous attacks, but aside from the deadly from Nori, it had almost no real damage. I slowly gripped the sword handle, lowered my center of gravity, slightly leaned forward, and assumed the stance to draw my sword. The surrounding silence fell instantly. All eyes focused on me and the figure of the puppet. There was no warning, no build-up, only a quick breath, accompanied by a clear, dragon-like sword sound. The sword light appeared like a new moon, then vanished instantly. I had already sheathed my sword and turned to leave. Stop right there, the examiner shouted sharply. What do you think you're doing? Giving up the exam? It's over, I said calmly. Almost as soon as I finished speaking, a deep, crashing sound like a giant stone breaking echoed behind me. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a thin line of light appeared on, hurt spirits, waste. Then, the upper body slowly slid along the smooth cut, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the courtyard, everything suddenly fell silent. I could feel countless eyes fixed on my back. There were the examiners staring in disbelief, Arthur's mouth wide open, Neri's sharp, gun-like gaze, and Doran Kish's mixed look of shock and suspicion. I scratched my head, feeling a bit helpless. Isn't this puppet supposed to be easy to deal with? After that chaos, the staff spent the whole day repairing and reassembling Hurt Spirit. It seems this legendary magic puppet, known for its amazing healing ability, can only recover if its upper and lower halves are completely separated and subjected to extreme torture. Its healing mechanism completely fails then. It's just a myth. A few days later, the highly anticipated second stage exam finally began. I felt I performed well in the first stage. Getting into the soldier ranks shouldn't be a problem. As usual, I headed toward the castle. But before I got close, I sensed something was unusual. There were nearly twice as many guards at the castle gate as usual. They looked serious and kept a wary eye on everyone approaching. A tense, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Getting closer, the scene at the gate made my heart sink. Two familiar figures were standing there, stiff and facing each other. It was Doran Kish and Neri. Their states were very different. Doran had his arms crossed, wearing a sly smile that showed no shame. He looked proud, as if he had everything under control. Neri, on the other hand, was held down by two strong soldiers, with his arms twisted behind his back, pressed firmly to the ground. She struggled desperately, trembling with anger. Her short brown hair was messy and stuck to her sweaty forehead. She let out a low growl, like a trapped animal. Her bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Doran. It seemed that as soon as she broke free, she wanted to rush at him and tear him apart. Could this be a follow-up to the street fight last time? From the scene, it was definitely a troublesome situation. I decided not to get involved. I quietly stepped back, planning to slip away unnoticed from the edge of the crowd. However, just as I was about to succeed, Doran's sneaky eyes caught sight of me. He seemed to have found some important evidence. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at me, shouting sharply, "Ah, it's him. He's an accomplice." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers around, like hunting dogs sensing blood, surged forward instantly. They hadn't drawn their swords, but their cold armor and tough stance formed an unbreakable wall. They surrounded me tightly. "Hey, what are you doing?" I was caught off guard and asked loudly. "Stop talking nonsense. Be honest, come with us." The leading soldier spoke firmly, with no room for argument. I was half pushed and pulled to Doran's side. At this moment, Captain Bilton, the stern-eyed examiner from last time, stepped out from inside the castle gates. His cold gaze swept over me and Nori, like a judge examining a criminal. He announced in a steady voice, "Lin Chinxing, Nori. Doran Kish has reported that before the first stage of the exam, you two maliciously interfered with him, preventing him from participating normally. What do you have to say about that?" "Interfering? That's a complete lie." Nori suddenly looked up, full of anger and grief, and retorted, "He clearly took the pendant my mother left me, and threatened me not to tell anyone. Honorable examiner, please see the truth. That's pure slander. I have no idea about any pendant." Doran immediately denied loudly, looking innocent as if he had suffered a great injustice. Neri nearly broke free from the soldier's hold. "Lin Chinxing," Captain Bilton directly turned his attention to me. He completely ignored Neri's protests. "According to reports, you were also at the scene. Is what she said true?" I took a deep breath, trying to explain clearly. "Sir, we were indeed there, and a conflict occurred, but the so-called obstruction of the exam is nonsense. It was Doran who provoked first. I only ask you." Captain Bilton interrupted me impatiently, speaking forcefully. He was fixated on the most important point. "Were you there at the time?" I suddenly fell silent. This feeling was like this guy was the reincarnation of Zhang Matzi from the movie Let the Bullets Fly. Bandits are particular about rules. They do things strictly by their own way. If you don't follow, they won't move forward. The situation is stronger than the person. I could only nod reluctantly. "Yes, good." A hint of triumph appeared on Captain Bilton's face as he immediately announced loudly, "Since you admit you were there, and it matches the report, then I declare that both of you are disqualified from this magic instructor exam. Leave the exam area immediately. Do not stay. This is too harsh. You should at least hear the full story and investigate thoroughly before making a decision." I couldn't help raising my voice in protest. My chest rose slightly with anger. "The facts are clear. There's nothing more to say. Guards, please remove them." Captain Bilton waved his arm firmly, his attitude unwavering. At that moment, a chubby, honest-looking middle-aged examiner hurried over. He was the deputy captain. He approached Bilton cautiously, trying to mediate. "Captain Bilton, was this decision a bit hasty?" The performance of these two in the first phase was obvious, and they did very well. Wouldn't it be better to investigate further and hear their detailed explanations? Being indecisive, Captain Bilton scolded bluntly, even with a hint of contempt. Because of this, although you are experienced, you have never been promoted. Rules are rules. Violations must be punished. The vice-captain's face alternated between red and pale. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, lowering his head in frustration. Seeing this, I had no more doubts. Captain Bilton's stubborn and unreasonable attitude, combined with Doran's smug and confident expression, made the truth clear. This must have used his family's money or influence to bribe Bilton. He carefully planned this trap, aiming to eliminate us, the two potential rivals, early on. Arguing with a bought judge is like talking to a wall. I suppressed my anger. I coldly looked at Bilton and Doran. These two disgusting faces were etched in my mind. Then I said nothing and turned to leave. Wait. Lin Chinching. Nori struggled to break free from the soldiers. They seemed to have accepted the order to expel her and loosened their grip. She quickly caught up and grabbed my arm, speaking urgently. Why did you just walk away? Why didn't you keep arguing? We didn't do anything wrong. Arguing is useless now. I stopped and looked at her, her face flushed with emotion. Can't you see? Captain Bilton was already bought by Doran. He doesn't care about the truth. He just wants an excuse to kick us out. Nori froze. Shock and realization flashed in her eyes, then turned into deep shame and anger. She bit her lower lip so hard it looked like she might bleed. Her voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. Again, it's always like this, these rotten, dirty nobles. Always the same. It seemed she had experienced similar oppression from the powerful before. I sighed inwardly, feeling a bit of shared sympathy. But I kept walking toward the town below. Surprisingly, Nori didn't leave. She silently followed behind me. I was a bit surprised and asked her sideways. Hey, aren't you the one who hates nobles the most? Why are you still following me? With a look of firm determination, she raised her hand high. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at me. We are now fellow sufferers in this struggle, she said. Since individual strength can't fight injustice, let's join forces. Do you know what a person's hand is for? She suddenly pushed her hand forward, making a gesture as if to overthrow something. It's used to be ready to work together and overthrow unfairness at any time. Bang. The familiar sound of a table being hit echoed. Nori and I looked toward the sound. We saw Mina, relaxing and drinking tea at a roadside tea house, suddenly stand up. Her eyes sparkled as she loudly agreed. Well said. Very insightful. A person's hand is meant to overthrow injustice from birth. I looked at this young lady, who appeared out of nowhere and was now very excited. I sighed and rubbed my forehead in frustration. I turned to Kaz, who was carefully pouring tea nearby. He was the man who had been scolded by Mina at the grocery store. Please, can I have another cup of tea? Oh, and also one for this suddenly passionate young lady. Kaz looked at Mina in confusion, then at me, and muttered softly. Why is this young lady also getting involved? I shrugged and explained simply. She thinks we are all in the same boat and wants to team up with me to turn things around. Hearing this, Mina's face lit up with her signature, fox-like smile, as if she had found a treasure. She leaned in and said to me, Young Master Chinching, you've got quite a problem. You want me to use a little influence to help you fix this blatant cheating and restore your exam rights, right? No problem. Mina Lauder can't stand such dirty tricks. But then she added, But what? I already knew it wouldn't be that simple. She grinned mischievously, rubbing together. I'll help you with this, but you have to sell me another batch of those special effect potions. And you need to give me a discount price, okay? This is a win-win situation. Without hesitation, I nodded immediately. Deal. Compared to becoming a regular soldier, it's better to seize the opportunity to earn a good income, and also to teach Doran and the corrupt examiner a lesson. This deal is truly a win-win, the best choice. Mina saw this and clapped happily, standing up suddenly, her face glowing with confidence. Great. It's settled then. Just wait and see. In less than 3 days, I promise you'll both return proudly to the second stage exam. The forest is filled with tall, ancient trees, their thick canopies almost blocking out all sunlight. Only a few patches of light shine through the leaves onto the thick fallen leaves below. The path underfoot is bumpy, with tangled roots and slippery moss making every step careful. The air smells damp, a mix of decayed leaves and wildflowers. Strange bird calls, unfamiliar and ethereal, echo from deep within the woods, distant and haunting. Farther away, faint howls like wolf calls can be heard. Occasionally, there are dull sounds of chopping wood and the heavy, unsettling growls of wild animals. Every sound makes this primitive forest seem more dangerous. Hey, there might be something really dangerous here, right? Neri shrinks her neck instinctively, her bright eyes scanning cautiously. Her fingers turn white as she grips her spear tightly. It might be, I answer casually, also watching the surroundings. But we've come this far, we can't turn back now. Can I go back? She whispers, sounding genuinely scared. Sure. I stop and look back at her, deliberately stretching my tone. But if I fight the monster alone and win, all the credit and my soldier status will be mine. So, don't regret it. And don't blame me for not bringing you. That I've changed my mind. Neri, like a cat that's been caught, suddenly straightens her back. Her previous fear disappears completely, replaced by a reckless determination. Let's do our best. We absolutely can't come back empty-handed. As soon as she finished speaking, she even managed to get ahead of me, holding a long spear, ready to charge at any moment. I looked at her back and sighed helplessly. This girl's quick change of attitude and her realistic approach really amazed me. We are in the remote forest west of the royal capital, filled with wild, untouched nature. Our decision to go deep into this place came from a conversation a few hours earlier that was full of surprises. Young Master Chinching, maybe there's a way to break this deadlock. Mina looked serious as she gently laid an old-looking sheepskin scroll on the wooden table, pointing at the words on it. What is this? This is a copy of a special rule that allows common soldiers to be promoted to lower knights. I secretly took it from the castle's archives. Lower knights? Nori leaned in, tilting his head with a confused look. The kingdom's ranking system is very strict, Mina explained patiently. Starting from ordinary soldiers, there are also sub-sergeants and sergeants. Above them are the real knight ranks, lower knight, middle knight, and upper knight. Whether a civilian can become noble depends on if they can be promoted to upper knight. What? Nori raised his voice in surprise. So, if civilians can't get promoted through this special rule, they'll never become knights? Doesn't that mean there are many sergeants stuck at this level? Things aren't that simple. Mina shook her head. There are several more levels between soldiers and sub-sergeants. I just didn't mention them. I see. Nori patted his chest and relaxed. I nodded silently. If what she said was true, the army's promotion system must have already fallen apart. It seems Kaz is actually the most normal among these people. All right, since Nori understands, I'll continue. Mina cleared her throat and pointed to a line on the scroll. The rules clearly state, those who make great contributions can be promoted regardless of the usual rules. Hunting monsters deemed highly dangerous by the kingdom is considered one of these great contributions. Hunting dangerous monsters? I raised an eyebrow. I've faced the Demon King's army before, so ordinary monsters don't really make me feel urgent. Are there specific requirements for the danger level? It must be at least level B, Mina said confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, Nori, who was drinking tea, suddenly spat it out. It splashed directly onto Kaz's face. Hey! Kaz hurriedly wiped his face, looking both annoyed and amused. That's too much. Sorry. Sorry. Nori apologized quickly, her face turning bright red. Oh, to be blessed by a beautiful girl's fragrant tea. Kaz, you should feel honored, Mina teased mischievously. Big sister. Stop joking. I don't have any strange hobbies like that. Kaz's face turned red up to his ears. Watching this scene, I once again confirmed that the most normal and sympathetic person in this small group is probably Kaz. Level B or above. What kind of strength is that? About the same as a wind tiger. I steered the conversation back to the main topic. Pretty much, Mina nodded. The official rating for a wind tiger is exactly level B. Usually, defeating one requires several skilled mages who can cast advanced magic, along with enough frontline fighters. A team of at least 8 experienced members is needed to succeed. 8 people? Nori's face turned pale instantly. We only have 2, and we're just candidates who were recently disqualified. This task is simply impossible. When I did the first phase of the test, I cut through that supposedly indestructible wound spirit with a single sword, I said calmly. My swordsmanship should be decent, right? That's true. But B-level monsters are real, fierce beasts that attack and kill. They're not like those motionless dolls. Nori's voice was anxious. Anyway, we've already been set up. Why not take a big gamble? I looked at Nori, weighing the pros and cons. If we succeed, we can not only regain our exam eligibility, but might even skip the soldier stage and become lower-level knights. That starting point is much better than beginning as ordinary soldiers. Nori bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with intense struggle. After a few seconds, she seemed to make a decision and suddenly slammed her hand on the table. All right, let's gamble. Instead of going back in shame, let's give it a shot. So, with Mina's help, we quickly prepared the necessary supplies, detailed maps, and a thick guidebook called Common Plants and Herbs of the Kingdom. Then we headed straight for the Western Forest, where rumors said B-grade monsters appeared. Wow, so this is Hagi grass. It looks much more crooked than in the picture book. I crouched beside a patch of lush weeds, opening my guidebook and comparing carefully. And this, the Asahi flower. It says in the book that its nectar is bitter. Is that true? I carefully plucked a pale yellow Asahi flower and examined its structure closely. Hey, what are you doing? Nori stood nearby, hands on her hips, looking at me with a confused expression. We're here to hunt dangerous monsters, not to pick flowers for fun. I'm just looking at plants. I replied without looking up, carefully putting a few leaves of Hagi grass into my small cloth bag. Remember, my hobby is studying potions. Collecting herbs is very important too. Potions? Nori's eyes widened as if she heard something unbelievable. Aren't you aiming to be a soldier? Of course I want to be a soldier. I finally looked up and smiled at her. But in the long run, my dream is to become a good pharmacist or a traveling merchant. Learning swordsmanship is also part of that goal, to help me along the way. Nori sat down like I did, our faces very close. She looked into my eyes seriously and said, I advise you to focus on becoming a soldier. Your talent with swords is amazing. Wasting it would be such a shame. Talent? Well, it's probably just average, I mumbled. But inside, I thought, if she knew how long it took me to develop this so-called talent, she wouldn't say that. I held out the Asahi flower to her. Here, try it. There should be nectar inside the flower's core. Is it sweet? She hesitated, uncertain, then gently took a bite of the flower's center. The next moment, her face suddenly scrunched up, and she started coughing loudly. While sticking out my tongue, I shouted, It's so bitter. You lied to me. Indeed, it is bitter. I calmly took out my small notebook and charcoal pen, and carefully wrote down my observations. It seems that if we want to use the Asawa flower in medicine, we need to find the right ingredients to balance its bitterness. Thanks for helping me verify an important fact. You actually used me as a test subject. Nori suddenly flared up, angrily punching my back with quite some force. Ouch, that hurts. I was just conducting a careful test. I can't believe how long that bitter taste lasts. Nori kept taking sips of water every now and then, showing that the bitterness of the Asawa flower really is hard to get rid of. Hey, Nori, what? I won't accept an apology. Still bitter? Is it any better than at the start? I was met with silence and a fierce glare. On the rest of our journey, we occasionally encountered some monsters, but they were mostly small and not very dangerous. We easily defeated them without much effort. We followed a small forest trail. The sound of flowing water reached my ears. A clear stream crossed our path. Sunlight filtered through the tangled branches, casting dappled light on the water surface. We decided to rest here for a while. Nori, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad anymore, okay? I moved closer, speaking in a coaxing tone. She still kept a serious face, glaring at me with her beautiful eyes. After a long moment, she seemed to give in, sighing heavily. Fine. Getting mad at you is just asking for trouble. Tell me, since we're working together with clear roles, what exactly do you want to do? Your shooting skills. I sat down on a nearby rock. Who did you learn from? If you taught yourself, that's incredible, almost no flaws. My father. She paused, her voice a bit lower. And my brother. Your brother? I showed a hint of surprise at the right moment. Although Mina had mentioned him before, I had to pretend I knew nothing at this moment. Yes, Nori nodded, hugging her knees and looking at the shimmering stream. My brother and I learned together. Our father was very strict, but thanks to him, We two became somewhat famous in the neighboring country, called the Gun's sister and brother. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. But that was in the past. Our father and brother are no longer here, I see. I was speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say next. I hesitated whether to ask about the details of that tragedy. But Nori seemed to see through my thoughts and spoke on her own. Her voice was calm, but made my heart ache. One day, they were ordered to fight a dangerous monster group, but almost the entire unit was wiped out. To protect a high-ranking noble's retreat, my father and brother volunteered to stay behind and cover the escape, and then they never came back. They were true heroes. I could only offer such a pale comfort, searching for words. Of course, Nori's tone suddenly became more confident, filled with undeniable pride. But then her mood quickly sank again. Her fingers unconsciously picked at the moss on the rock. But the noble they saved with their lives later actually claimed that the failure of the mission was due to my father and brother's poor leadership. Betrayal at its worst. A sudden surge of anger rose within me. That's too much, right? Nori suddenly turned her head, her eyes a little red. Her voice was filled with suppressed anger. After I heard the truth from a soldier who survived, I immediately went to argue with that noble, but no one listened to me. That had everything arranged beforehand, and everyone was helping him lie. So, you left that place and came to this country? I asked softly. Was it because she couldn't bear the injustice and humiliation and chose to leave? Yeah, Nori nodded, then shook her head. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. But before I left, I beat that noble half to death, then ran away. Huh. The heavy and sad atmosphere was instantly shattered by her words. I even wondered if I had heard her wrong. Sorry, I don't think I heard clearly. What did you just say? You did? Being bullied to the point of despair, and still having to swallow it? Nuri looked at me confidently, getting more excited as she spoke. And you know what? That actually dared to tell me that if I agreed to be his concubine, he would forget everything that happened before. He already has a wife. She became angrier as she spoke. Suddenly, she grabbed a small stone at her feet and threw it forcefully into the creek, splashing water everywhere. I was so furious at that moment, pretending to agree, waiting for him to relax his guard, and then arranging a private meeting. She clenched her teeth and waved her fist. With the fighting skills my brother taught me, I beat him up badly. Especially those few kicks aimed at his private area, I used all my strength. He yelled so painfully at the time, and thinking about it now, it still feels good. Oh. I looked at this petite girl in front of me. It was hard to believe she was the same fierce person who had beaten up nobles until they cried. This girl really has a mean streak. But because of that, I saw clearly the true face of those nobles. All the other nobles protected that scoundrel. Not one of them spoke up for me. So, in my opinion, those rotten nobles are all trash. She summarized angrily. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she glanced at me and added, Hey, I'm not talking about you. She looked at me for a few seconds. Her anger on her face gradually faded, and suddenly she chuckled softly. But you don't seem like the kind of person who would abuse their power to bully others. I never had that hobby, I said helplessly, shrugging my shoulders. Then I changed the subject. By the way, since you dislike nobles so much, why do you want to join the army of this country? Even aim for the princess's personal guard? That's still part of the noble system, isn't it? I dislike the corrupt nobles who do evil, not the noble title itself. Norley's eyes became serious. She adjusted her sitting posture and faced me. I heard about this country when I was in the neighboring land. The princess here is very special. Although she is the heir to the throne, she cannot use magic naturally. She has been working hard to improve the government and down on nobles who take bribes and oppress the people. Because of this, many conservative nobles in the country are wary of and reject her. Oh, sounds like a very brave person, I said in agreement. Yes. Norley's eyes sparkled with a kind of almost worshipful determination. So I want to protect her with my own strength. I absolutely won't let those bad nobles with bad intentions hurt her. If she can successfully change this country, maybe there will be fewer tragedies like in my family. She slightly squinted her eyes and smiled faintly with hope. Although Norley sometimes acts too fiercely, her heart is honest and pure. Thinking about how even scoundrels like Doran can be chosen through selection, but Norley is forced to leave her homeland because she fights against injustice. makes me feel that sometimes this world is unfair. We each took a sip of water and rested briefly. A cool breeze from the stream brought a little chill. Only bird songs and flowing water filled the quiet woods, making it very peaceful. But this peace didn't last long. Suddenly, the air around us grew heavy and still, as if even the wind had stopped. Then, the ground beneath us trembled slightly but continuously. From deep within the distant forest, a series of cracking sounds from breaking trees echoed. A heavy, deep growl, full of primal pressure, pierced through the branches and leaves. It was loud and clear, entering our ears. A clear and unmistakable sense of danger was approaching us rapidly along the creek. Norley and I immediately stopped talking. Almost at the same time, we jumped up from the ground and exchanged a highly alert look. Her hand quickly gripped the spear beside her. I also swiftly placed my hand on the hilt of my sword. "It looks like real trouble has come," I said in a low voice. All the muscles in her body tensed quietly, and her senses sharpened to the limit. Her entire aura changed instantly. From a moment of relaxation, she entered a combat-ready state. Narori took a deep breath. She quickly pushed down her initial surprise and nervousness. She held her spear steadily with both hands, stepped carefully to the side, and assumed a perfect fighting stance. Her eyes became sharp and firm as she spoke in a low voice. "Is that the scent of a B-level monster? No matter what it is, this time we absolutely cannot lose." "Huh? Over there." Narori's sharp gaze locked onto the trees ahead and to the side. I focused on the direction she indicated. I saw a blurry dark shape moving quickly through the shadows of the woods. It gradually revealed its form, covered in rough yellow mane hair. Its fierce mouth dripped thick saliva. It was a strong, large creature, almost as big as me. It stood on 4 legs. Its eyes were blood red, shining with madness and bloodlust. It looked like a wolf, but more fierce and stronger than a normal wild wolf. It was a yellow wolf, a dangerous B-level monster that is tricky to deal with. This monster is very aggressive. It doesn't hunt in packs like ordinary wolves, but it fights fiercely on its own. Its biggest advantage is its speed, as fast as a ghost. It's watching us, looking for an opening. We can't let it act first. "Watch out." Narori launched the attack first, trying to seize the initiative. She shouted sharply. Her spear shot out like a venomous dragon emerging from a hole, slicing through the air. It aimed straight at the yellow wolf's vital neck area with a sharp whistling sound. But the yellow wolf's reaction was faster than expected. It crouched slightly and suddenly darted to the side, avoiding the spear tip by a hair's breadth. In the next moment, it used its powerful burst of speed to pounce from the side. Its sharp claws, carrying a stench of blood, aimed directly at Narori. Narori remained calm in the face of danger. She quickly swung her spear horizontally, using the tough shaft to narrowly block the attack. But the force behind the yellow wolf's pounce was enormous. She let out a muffled cry, staggered back several steps, and barely managed to steady herself. Missing her attack, the yellow wolf immediately circled around at incredible speed. It launched fierce attacks from various tricky angles. It turned into a streak of yellow lightning. Sharp fangs and claws brushed past Nori's body again and again, danger everywhere. Nori desperately swung her spear, blocking tightly, trying to defend. But her slower speed made her very passive. Her arms and waist were cut with a few blood marks. Blood slowly stained her armor red. Her breathing became faster and more urgent. Her movements also slowed down inevitably. Finally, the yellow wolf seized a small opening in her defense. Its eyes shone with red light, and its hind legs pushed off the ground. Its huge body leapt into the air, mouth wide open. It aimed to bite Nori's head. It seemed to intend to end her with one strike. Just at this critical moment, my body, which had been ready, moved. "Let me handle this," I said, stepping forward to stand in front of Nori. My voice was calm but firm. "It's okay. I can still fight." Nori stubbornly tried to move forward. Her right shoulder was already blood red, and her movements showed some limping, but she still persisted. "Don't interfere. Using a spear against a monster that relies purely on speed puts you at a disadvantage from the start. A sword is more flexible. Be obedient, step back, and rest." My tone grew a bit more serious. But my eyes stayed fixed on the yellow wolf that had just landed. "Understood." Nori bit her lip, looking unwilling. but she still stepped back a few paces, making room for me. She muttered unhappily, "It, so fast." I didn't immediately perform any fancy sword techniques. I simply lowered my hand that held the sword hilt calmly. My eyes, like those of the calmest hunter, locked tightly on the restless yellow wolf ahead. My whole body seemed relaxed, but in fact, every nerve was tense, like a drawn bow. "Hey, what are you daydreaming for? Why not get into a fighting stance?" Nori's anxious and confused shout came from behind. But I didn't respond, nor did I need to. In my view, the yellow wolf's lightning-fast movements seemed slowed down several times. Every muscle tremor and every shift of balance are clearly imprinted in my mind. The yellow wolf seems angry at being ignored. It growls low, muscles suddenly bulging in its limbs. It transforms into a quick, yellow shadow. With a fierce, tearing force, it lunges again. This time, its speed is a third faster than when it attacked Nori before. But just as it is half a meter in front of me, the moment its foul smell almost hits my face, my wrist suddenly jerks. The sword flashes like a swift bird, rising from below against the wind. No complicated moves, no extra actions. Just a precise, cold, extremely fast arc shoe. The fierce charge of the yellow wolf suddenly stops. It doesn't even let out a full cry. Its huge body splits strangely in midair. Warm blood and internal organs spill everywhere. The two halves fall heavily to the ground, inert. They twitch twice and then fall silent. The stream side falls into complete silence. Only the gentle sound of flowing water remains, and the faint, hurried breathing of Nori from shock. Instead, it made the scene look even more terrible. "TSK, I messed up," I muttered in frustration and stood up. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. I grabbed a few large leaves, roughly wiped the warm wolf blood off my sword, sheathed the sword, and turned to Nori. "Are you okay?" She was leaning against an ancient tree. Her breathing was a bit rapid. She was pressing her left hand tightly against her right arm. The fresh blood seeping through her fingers had soaked the bandage she used. Although she said, "I'm fine," her pale face, furrowed brows, and the cold sweat on her forehead all showed she was in severe pain. "Luckily, you're not dead," I sighed in relief. "That's not true. A soldier dying on the battlefield is just normal, isn't it?" Her voice was faint, but she still showed her usual stubbornness. "You're really brave," I shrugged. "I don't want to die." Nori didn't reply. She just pursed her lips and looked at me with a complicated, hard-to-read expression. That look had a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. It seemed there was something else behind her eyes. "What's wrong?" I felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. "Whoever saw your last strike," she said slowly, her voice deep, "wouldn't want to die easily, right?" The fierce and decisive nature of that sword left a deep impression on her. "Are you praising me?" She habitually turned her head away, but that movement pulled at her wound. Suddenly, she winced in pain, her face scrunching up. Seeing her like this, I remembered the main point. "By the way, I have medicine. Do you want some?" "Huh." I searched in my magic pocket, pulled out a small, delicate crystal bottle. Inside, a shimmering green liquid swayed. "Here, a high-grade healing potion. Drink this, and your wound should heal quite a bit." "Are you serious?" She looked at me suspiciously, clearly wary of this mysterious medicine. "I'm not usually very serious." I shook the bottle. The liquid reflected a tempting glow in the sunlight. However, those who have taken this medicine or seen its effects with their own eyes all firmly believe it is real. I smiled and tossed the small bottle to her. Nuri hurriedly caught it. She hesitated for a moment, staring at the bottle. Then she looked at her bleeding arm. Finally, she gritted her teeth, unscrewed the cap, and tilted her head back to drink the medicine. In the next moment, a miracle happened. The pain on her face visibly faded very quickly. Her left hand, which was pressing on the wound, instinctively loosened. The muscles around the fierce wound twitched slightly. New tissue rapidly grew and healed. In just a few breaths, the wound completely closed. Only a faint pink scar remained. Soon, even that mark disappeared, and her skin was smooth again. This. Nuri was in disbelief, gently touching her arm that had just been in intense pain. Her eyes widened. "This is too unbelievable." Now, Nuri and I were carrying the trophies we had taken from the yellow wolf, heading back home. We originally wanted to drag both halves of the corpse, but it was too heavy, so we had to settle for less. We peeled off the relatively intact hide. Then, with difficulty, we pried off the most valuable tusks. These could at least serve as evidence and be sold later for some money. Although the materials from the yellow wolf weren't rare on the market and wouldn't fetch a high price, it was a bit of a pity. The way back seemed a little easier than the way there. We continued walking at a steady pace. Suddenly, Nuri spoke from behind. Her voice was much softer than usual. "Thank you." This sudden thank you surprised me. Then I realized she was thanking me for dealing with the yellow wolf and for the powerful medicine. "No problem," I said without turning around, waving my hand. We agreed to hunt together and look out for each other, and she paused, her voice even lower. "Sorry about the last meal." "Oh." I remembered that awkward restaurant conversation. I secretly glanced at her. To my surprise, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her gaze flickered with embarrassment and shyness, which was rare for her. "It's okay, I didn't mind," I said with a smile, trying to make the atmosphere more relaxed. "Also, after hearing about your father and brother, I think it's normal that you dislike nobles." Putting myself in her shoes, if I faced such unfair treatment, I might be even more extreme. This is. My eyes were drawn to a small, unremarkable grass by the roadside. Its leaf patterns matched exactly what was recorded in the guidebook. It was a rare hemostatic herb. I immediately crouched down and carefully dug it out by the root. Then I stored it safely in my magic pouch. This forest is indeed rich in resources. Almost all the herbs marked in the guidebook that might appear in this area I had collected. Feeling satisfied, I stood up. I almost bumped into Nori, who had silently approached without me noticing. "Wow," I jumped back in surprise. "Why didn't you make any noise? What's wrong?" She didn't seem to care about my reaction. Her gaze fell on my still open magic pouch, thoughtful. "High-level healing potion. Is it made from these ordinary-looking herbs?" "Yeah. It's one of the key ingredients," I explained vaguely. "But the formula and process are a bit complicated, with some rare components involved." "Oh." She nodded as if she understood, but wasn't quite sure. We walked together in silence for a while. Suddenly, she spoke again, her tone a bit awkward but serious. It's just occasionally. If you need help identifying edible plants or herbs, I might be able to assist." She grew up in the countryside, so she's better at this than I am. "Really?" My eyes lit up, and I eagerly nodded. "That's great. Can I ask you now?" "There's also a plant called moonlight moss nearby." "Hey," I said occasionally. Nori stomped her foot in frustration, her cheeks puffed out. "Why do you always miss the main point when you listen?" After returning to the capital, we didn't dare delay even for a moment. We headed straight to the castle's guard station. "We are proud to announce that we have successfully hunted a level B magical beast, the yellow wolf. We are submitting its fur and fangs as proof. We request the chance to participate in the final selection again." Fortunately, Captain Bilton, who was always difficult with us before, is not here. Instead, we are received by Vice Captain Zem, who seems more reasonable. He carefully examined our evidence. After confirming the features and freshness of the yellow wolf, he kindly said he would report our case and request to his superiors immediately. "Maybe that's better," I whispered to Nori as we left the registration area. "If Captain Bilton were here, he might have caused trouble and thrown away our evidence." "Yes," Nori nodded in agreement. Then he looked at me with a curious expression. "But, you just said, if that happens, you have other ways?" "What are those ways?" "Well," I smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret. Anyway, it's always better if things go smoothly." A week later, we indeed received a notice. Although the final soldier selection had already ended, because we successfully defeated a level B magical beast and proved our strength, we were allowed to participate in the final test as a special case. However, when we were taken to the test site as instructed, something felt off. It was not the open courtyard where the basic tests were held before, but the entrance to a room inside a stone building. Inside, I looked at the closed door with confusion. What can they test inside? Maybe a stamina contest? See who can't hold back laughter first. Nori seemed calmer. Maybe it's an indoor training ground? I heard some big castles have special indoor areas for training in bad weather or testing precise weapons. The guards pushed open the door, and we went inside. Inside, there were no training equipment or weapon racks. Only a few lonely tables and chairs neatly arranged. A person who looked like a civil officer handed each of us a thick stack of paper and a feather pen, expressionless. My heart sank, and I felt a strong sense of foreboding. At that moment, a familiar yet annoying voice came from the corner of the room, full of obvious sarcasm. "What's wrong?" Surprised, Captain Bilton stepped out, wearing a sneaky smile that showed he thought he had won. "Did you think the final test would be just swinging swords and sticks? Don't be so naive. As soldiers of the kingdom, strength alone isn't enough. Knowledge and good judgment are just as important. You too, the final exam is a written test." "A written test?" Nori and I shouted together in disbelief. We stared at the bright white exam paper on the table, unable to believe it. Who would have thought that after risking our lives fighting a B-class monster, our final challenge would be sitting inside a room, facing ink and paper? Wait, I haven't studied at all for this exam. How can I possibly pass such questions? Nori slammed the table and stood up, eyes red with protest. Like a small cat with its tail stepped on and fur puffed up, even her ears looked annoyed. "It's your own fault if you're not prepared. Does the battlefield give you time to study?" Bilton crossed his arms, looking completely confident. His expression was as if saying, "The sun rises in the east, and that's just how it is." "That's what you say? But this is a different matter altogether." Nori stomped her feet in frustration, her ponytail bouncing with anger. She kept talking nonsense about how the written test and the battlefield are totally different situations. It's like asking a chef if they can fix a pipe. If they can't, it doesn't stop them from cooking. Wait. Suddenly, I had a bright idea, and my eyes lit up as if I had discovered a new world. "Can I cheat?" "What did you say?" Bilton looked shocked, as if I had just said something outrageous, his eyebrows nearly flying off his face. "I brought a book," I said seriously, pretending to reach into my empty pocket. Actually, I had nothing, just wanted to tease him. "If the questions happen to be in the book, can I flip through and answer? Like finding a magic guide on the battlefield. Surely I shouldn't be expected to memorize everything, right?" "Of course not." Bilton scowled and glared, looking like a hen whose tail had been stepped on. "The battlefield is real combat. The written test is about theory. Can you compare the two?" "Hey." I pretended to be disappointed and stretched out the sound, but I was actually very happy inside, watching your double standards. Isn't this too unfair? On the battlefield, when you find a useful tool, don't you just use it? That's unreasonable. Aren't books just tools for knowledge? What does your dissatisfied look mean? Bilton pointed at me with his finger, almost spitting saliva onto the test paper. "Calm down. I can make you all fail anytime. Do you believe I will tear up your papers and feed them to the dogs right now? Yes, I will try my best." I immediately put on an obedient face, but I was thinking, even dogs think this question is too tricky. Sit down quickly." Bilton turned away in annoyance. I had no choice but to obediently sit down. As a soldier, I still need to take a written exam. Can this exam help me fight monsters? Will monsters just lie down and let me cut them because I can't answer, "What time does moonlight grass bloom?" Probably not. They would probably laugh until they rolled on the ground and then treat me as a snack. Just as Bilton grinned like a weasel who stole a chicken, the door suddenly opened. Vice Captain Zem rushed in hurriedly, looking like he was chased by a wolf, with his hat tilted to one side. "Captain Bilton, something's wrong. There's a big problem." "What happened?" Bilton frowned impatiently, as if Zem interrupted his enjoyment of watching prey despair. "The results of the final selection are wrong." Zem panted heavily, one hand on the doorframe and the other on his chest. "Why are the top scorers not qualified? Their names aren't even on the passing list. The soldiers outside are talking about it, saying there must be a mistake. The exam tests overall ability, not just one skill." "That's the result," Bilton replied casually, his eyes drifting as if he was saying, "Nice weather today." "But those people had top scores in all previous exams." Zem was anxious and kept rubbing his hands. "How can we judge overall ability based on previous tests? It can't be just your quick decision, right?" He hesitated, then suddenly looked at us as if he had discovered a new world. "Oh, how are they taking the written test? Isn't the final exam already over? Could it be a special session for them?" Bilton impatiently clicked his tongue, as if he had stepped on a sore spot. "This is the alternative for the final exam. We can't have the later students taking the same test as the earlier ones. It would make us look uncreative. With all due respect, Captain Bilton." Zem picked up a spare test paper and glanced at it, his eyes wide like bells. "These questions are not something soldier candidates can answer. Only scholars or magicians would know. Are you sure you didn't find these obscure questions in some moldy old book of trivia, huh? I looked down at the test paper and immediately understood. The first half was all about, what kind of special juice does moonlight grass secrete during a full moon? And the relationship between dragon blood tree rings and magical fluctuations, topics only serious plant enthusiasts would study. The second half included questions like comparison of 12 theoretical models of space magic and analysis of ancient runes versus modern magic circles. Even Narori, or ordinary scholars and magicians in the capital, would be so stunned they'd forget their own names. The questions are ours. No matter what they are, they must be answered, Bilton said, glaring at Zim as if to say, keep talking, and I'll include you in the test too. Why are you talking so much today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Or is there something you want to ask me? I didn't. Zim suddenly stammered, his eyes darting around. He looked like a student caught sneaking snacks in class, afraid to speak. Bilton stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled slyly, like a fox catching a chicken. All right, since you're so concerned about them, I'll give you a chance. He pointed at me and Narori. If either of you can pass the minimum score, both of you will be considered qualified. But if neither of you passes, he elongated the tone, watching Zim's face turn pale. Zim, you'll lose your deputy captain position and have to start over as a regular soldier, patrolling the border and cleaning toilets. How about that, huh? Why me? Zim almost jumped up, like a rabbit with its tail stepped on. I'm just passing by. No, I'm here to report work. I won't take the blame for this. Who told you to bring them here? Bilton snorted coldly. Are you really going to be responsible for these unqualified people? This is called joint liability, do you understand? He smiled slyly, looking very much like a big bad wolf tricking a little rabbit into signing a contract. It seemed these two didn't get along well. Now, it was like putting Zemu on the fire to roast, or covering him with honey. If you apologize now and admit you were mistaken about them, Bilton gently persuaded, I can kick them out right away. How about that? Just a quick, and it will be over. No way. I immediately signaled to Zemu with my eyes. I didn't want to give up so easily. I sent frantic Morse code with my gaze. Hold on. I can do it. Trust me. Zemu looked at me in surprise, probably thinking, is this kid having an eye twitch? He swallowed, looked at me, then at Bilton. Finally, he clenched his teeth, as if he had made a firm decision to face death. I understand. Let them take the test. Even if I have to clean toilets, I accept it. Bilton seemed surprised that he agreed, paused for a moment, then snorted coldly. All for nothing. Fine, let's start. You only have an hour. I want to see what tricks these two little grasshoppers can come up with. I really don't know anything. Next to me, Nori was lying on the desk, face buried in the exam paper, her voice muffled, like a small kitten soaked in rain. I don't understand the first half of the plant knowledge. Like, how many roots does the star leaf grass have? Do you pull it up to count? The second half about magic theory is even more unfamiliar. This isn't an exam. It's clearly a trap, but I can't blame her. These questions are truly outrageous. The first half involves obscure knowledge only experienced botanists study. The second half is from advanced magic books. Even ordinary scholars or mages in the capital might not be able to answer all of them. But for me, these are easy points. When I was a kid, I often flipped through the botanical books in the family library. After all, practicing swordsmanship was tiring, so I needed something to do. I also read through magic books out of curiosity, because those spells sounded like tongue twisters, much more fun than memorizing sword techniques. Besides practicing swords and studying plants, reading books was my main way to pass the time. You can't just stare at the ceiling and count sheep every day. An hour quickly passed, and we handed our test papers to Bilton. He first picked up Nori's paper, looked at it, and sneered. His laughter was worse than a crow's call, like he was admiring a piece of trash paper. But when he picked up my paper, his smile disappeared. His face turned from red to white, then blue, and finally black as if he had swallowed a fly and was pretending it was delicious. How is this possible? He clenched his teeth, checked each question carefully, and pointed at the paper as if he wanted to poke a hole in it. Finally, he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at me with eyes wider than bells. Why did you get everything right? Full marks? That's impossible. Did you peek at my answers? Is getting everything right so strange? I looked innocent and shrugged. These questions aren't hard, like asking, What is 1 plus 1? It's that simple. In my mind, I added. Of course, for those who haven't read those books, it might really be as hard as climbing to the sky. Bilton trembled with anger, like a sieve full of chaff, but he couldn't say a word. The first half of the questions about plants was in my area of study. The second half about magic theory was recorded in the magic books at home. He couldn't possibly say, having too many books at home is illegal, right? Then, does that mean we pass? Zem clapped happily, almost jumping up like he won a big prize. Master Chinchin got full marks, and Miss Nori didn't pass, but as long as one person passes, I won't be demoted to cleaning toilets. That's great. It's like a grave suddenly sprouted green smoke. Nori also snapped out of her disappointment and looked at me with surprise. Her eyes widened, and her mouth formed an, "Oh, you actually got everything right? That's amazing. Did you secretly memorize the answers? Or are you actually a plant spirit who learned magic by accident?" Bilton stared at me intensely, teeth clenched and making a clicking sound. It was like he wanted to swallow me whole, but couldn't find a reason to argue. The rules were set by him, so now he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He looked like a kid caught lying and stubbornly refusing to admit it. "Ha ha, Captain Bilton, isn't this a good thing? Being able to solve such difficult problems means you're a talented soldier. Isn't that something to be happy about?" Zem smiled happily, full of relief. "Great." I reached out to Nori, wanting to give her a high five. "You're really amazing too." Nori looked shocked and hesitated before reaching out her hand. I gently tapped her hand. "Wait." Suddenly, Bilton stopped us, his face dark and scary. "Are you cheating? Huh? What is this guy talking about?" "Captain Bilton, what do you mean?" Zem quickly asked. "Stop pretending, Zem. It's obviously you did something. Leaked the answers to them, right?" Bilton stared at us fiercely, his eyes sharp. Zem looked surprised when he saw the test paper. So how could he have known the answers beforehand? "You're talking nonsense." "That's impossible," Nori replied calmly, but her voice was full of anger. "Come in." Bilton ignored our explanations and signaled to the door. When it opened, Doran Kish walked in. How could he be here? I was confused when I heard Bilton ask, "You saw everything, right? The whole cheating process?" "Yes, Captain. I followed your orders and watched secretly." "They definitely cheated." Doran nodded immediately, looking proud. "You're lying. It's obviously you causing trouble again." Nori trembled with anger. "Me? Why would I do that?" Doran sneered. "I already became a soldier after passing the final exam. I don't need to argue with you failures." "You became a soldier?" I blurted out. With his slow magic, how could he pass the final exam? "Why not?" Doran raised an eyebrow, acting arrogantly. "But you guys, if you didn't cheat, how could you solve such hard problems? Were you outside from the beginning?" I suddenly asked. "If you really were, you should have met Deputy Captain Zem. Also, I only felt someone outside halfway through. You clearly came later, right?" Doran's face slightly changed. I was just waiting somewhere randomly. There's no reason for anything else. He is lying. He's not here to supervise. He just wants to watch us fail and laugh at us." "Wait." Kronori suddenly spoke, looking at Doran with a complicated expression. If it's because of the conflict on the street and you dislike me, I can apologize. I may not have passed the written test, and I accept that I am not qualified. But," she sharply pointed at me, "forget about me. He's innocent. His fighting skills are excellent, and he has the mind to solve such problems. Even if he's the only one, he should pass." I was completely stunned. I didn't expect Kronori to speak up for me, especially in this situation. I always thought she was the kind of person who only cared about herself and didn't mind what others did. I never thought she would be so brave. I remembered what she told me in the forest about being betrayed by nobles, forced into exile, yet still wanting to protect justice. With her character, how could she just watch innocent people be framed? "What are you talking about?" Doran looked at Kronori with cold eyes. "If you want to apologize, do it quickly. Maybe I'll consider it." "That I'm sorry," Kronori said through clenched teeth, lowering her head. Doran looked at her as if she were trash, a cruel smile on his face. "You're so stupid. It's pitiful." Kronori slowly crouched down, almost touching the ground, as if bowing. Her forehead hit the cold floor with a dull thud. She curled up slightly, trembling, her hair covering her face. Only her clenched fists, turning white at the knuckles, showed her silent humiliation. Doran's muddy boot pressed down on her head, rough and unforgiving, grinding into her scalp. Stop! Kronori's voice muffled in the floor, filled with broken sobs, but clearly reached my ears, like a cold needle stabbing into my boiling anger. It's enough. Her hand, which hadn't been stepped on, tightly grabbed my ankle, holding on with incredible strength, as if trying to stop me with all her might. I froze in place, teeth clenched, my gaze fixed on Doran's malicious face. He enjoyed the sensation under his feet, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He even deliberately pressed down harder with his heel, watching satisfied as Nori's body sank even deeper. Anger exploded inside me, burning every nerve, and my vision was tinged with a red hue. Deputy Captain Zem looked pale, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he turned away. Bilton crossed his arms, watching coldly, a faint, almost hidden smile of control on his face. Seeing you like this makes me feel better, Doran said, his voice like a poisoned ice spike. He finally slowly moved his foot away, leaving a clear stain on Nori's light-colored hair with his boot. Nori suddenly looked up, tears finally breaking free. They mixed with the red marks on her forehead and the dust on the ground, carving messy lines across her stubborn face. Her eyes, usually cautious and distant, now showed disbelief, despair, and deep pain. All right, feeling better now, Doran said, brushing non-existent dust off his pants with an arrogant posture. But you guys are still not good enough. Hurry up and get out of here. That word, get out, was like the last spark igniting a fuse. I took a deep breath, but it felt like my lungs were filled with boiling lava instead of air. The suppressed anger burst out the moment the word, out, was spoken, smashing through all reason. My body moved faster than my mind. Hey! Before I finished speaking, the ground beneath me seemed to explode. I blurred into a quick shadow, closing the short distance between us. Before Doran's smug smirk could even fully form, my fist, with a whooshing sound, slammed into his twisted cheekbone. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding sound. Doran didn't even have time to scream properly. He was hit like by a battering ram, his feet leaving the ground, flying backward like a missile. His body traced a short arc in the air before crashing heavily and without mercy into the hard stone wall. The loud impact echoed through the room, dust falling from the wall. He slid down like a lump of rotten mud, collapsing on the ground, his head tilted to one side. Blood quickly seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his body twitched unconsciously. That I lost control. But at such a moment, remaining silent and not acting like a man would be too strange. No problem. How bold of you. Bilton's angry shout was tinged with fear and a cracking voice. He suddenly drew a small staff embedded with a dark blue gemstone from beside his fake sword sheath. The gemstone at the top instantly glowed with a dangerous light, pointing directly at me. Almost at the same moment he raised his hand, my sword was already drawn. A flash of cold light streaked out so quickly it left only a shadow. The sword's edge precisely sliced through the top of the staff. A clear breaking sound. The dark blue gemstone, which was the core of his magic power, shattered into powder. Without the gemstone, the staff immediately lost its shine, and at the broken end, only a few faint magical energy streams dispersed. Clearly, Bilton didn't see my quick draw. He froze in place, holding his staff up, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at his half-broken staff, now just a useless piece of wood. After a few seconds of silence, his face lost all color. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, lips trembling, unable to speak. Only then did I realize Bilton was a mage. Seeing his sword at his waist, I thought he was a swordsman. Turns out, it was just a disguise. I turned my wrist, smoothly sheathing my sword with a soft sound. I looked at Deputy Captain Zem, who had a complicated expression. So, we definitely failed now, right? That's not quite right. Zem's voice was dry, hesitant, and strained with doubt. Of course we failed. Bilton, still sitting on the ground, seemed to be triggered by those words. He suddenly looked up, roaring with a voice twisted by fear and anger. Not only did you cheat, but you also drew your sword on me. That's a clear violation of the rules. Wait a moment. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. Zem and Bilton quickly knelt down, their voices trembling. The princess? She is actually a princess? Princess Mishu looked expressionless at her guard Luke and gave him a subtle signal. Captain Bilton, do you know why I am here? Luke asked. I don't know. The princess has long been investigating your corruption and bribery. She was just missing the final piece of evidence. Your actions this time have provided us with solid proof. Bilton opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Deputy Captain Zim, you did very well, Princess Mishu said calmly. It's an honor to serve the princess. You all conspired together. Bilton looked at Zim in disbelief. Sorry, Captain. Zim lowered his head. I started investigating your misconduct some time ago and reported everything to Lord Luke one by one. When did you? Didn't you notice? Princess Mishu's voice was cold as frost. We've been watching your every move for a long time. Your Highness, this must be a misunderstanding. Zim is lying. Please investigate again. No need. Princess Mishu waved her hand. The evidence is clear. Take him away. At her command, several soldiers immediately stepped forward, dragging the unconscious Doran and the crying Bilton out. Zim also followed to handle the follow-up. Only Luke, Princess Mishu, the person who roughly understood the situation, and Neri, who was completely unaware, remained in the room. Luke, close the door. Luke closed the door as instructed. Princess Mishu approached me and looked up at me. Princess Mishu? Just call me Mishu. You're actually a princess? Yes, sorry I kept it from you before. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Mishu Schwartz Markhamford. That's a long name. So just call me Mishu, like before. Although I was surprised, I also felt it made sense. Back at home, my father, Lin Yefeng, always thought I was useless. But ever since I started corresponding with Mishu, his attitude toward me changed noticeably. The Lin family is a noble family on the border, but also a famous magic family. The only people who could make my father take such importance are members of the royal family, besides no one else. I didn't expect that she was actually a princess. Are you surprised? Mishu looked at me. Somewhat surprised, just a little, but I understand. Still, your skills haven't declined. That's okay. They're much better than when I trained 1,500 years ago. I quickly swallowed my words before I finished. Sorry for the rude remark. Nori suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply. I am Nori, here for the exam. It's an honor to meet the princess. She had previously said she wanted to protect the princess. Has her wish now been indirectly fulfilled? Miss Nori, I've heard about your situation, Mishu nodded. You've been unfairly disqualified, just like many others. I will contact them as soon as possible. And us? I asked. Of course, you are qualified, Mishu said without hesitation. There's no way I would disqualify you. She was very straightforward. Next to her, Nori frowned and looked at us curiously. Sorry to ask, but what exactly is your relationship? Well, we haven't officially introduced ourselves, I began. Mishu interrupted, promise to meet in the capital someday and then have children. Hey, why did she suddenly say that? Nori was stunned, and even Luke, who was expressionless, widened his eyes in disbelief. I quickly waved my hands. Don't talk nonsense. We just made a casual promise when we were kids to meet in the capital someday. Oh, I remember you said back then that after meeting, you wanted to start a family with me and have lots of children. Mishu tilted her head, a mischievous look in her eyes. That was just childish talk back then. I blushed and hurried to explain. I thought to myself, wasn't that what you said? But I didn't argue. Nori looked at me, then at Mishu, with a curious expression. I see. Your childhood friends, huh? Not childhood friends. Just pen pals. Pen pals making plans to have children. Mishu raised an eyebrow. That was an accident. Seeing how flustered I was, Mishu finally couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time I saw her show such a lively expression. All right, I won't tease you anymore, she said, putting away her smile and returning to her usual dignified look. Lin Qinqing and Neri, I officially appoint you as members of my personal guard. From today on, you will follow my commands and protect my safety. Neri trembled with excitement and bowed again. I will definitely live up to your highness's trust. I looked at Mishu and then at the eager Neri beside me. A strange feeling suddenly arose in my mind. After leaving the Lin family estate and going through many hardships, I never expected to end up as the princess's personal guard. How about it? Are you unwilling? Mishu asked me. Of course not, I replied with a smile. But I have a small request. Go ahead. I want to study potions during my free time. I hope your highness will allow me to gather herbs and make potions. No problem. Mishu agreed immediately. If you can produce high-level healing potions like before, it will be a great help to the guard. Luke nodded in agreement. The princess is right. Good potions can greatly improve the combat strength of our team. Neri asked curiously. You can make potions too? That's amazing. Just a little knowledge, I said modestly. Mishu looked at us with anticipation in her eyes. All right, from today, let's work hard together. I will organize the guard as soon as possible, remove troublemakers like Bilton, and restore order to the capital. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating each of our faces. My journey in the capital has just begun. This time, I am no longer alone. By my side are comrades fighting with me, people I need to protect, and a princess who always loves to tease me. The future seems to be getting more interesting. From Luke's reaction, it was clear he didn't know about this either. But Mishu, the person involved, looked proud and confident, standing tall with her chest out. Wait, why did you say that? Was what you just said true? Luke asked anxiously, sweating profusely. Oh no, with the princess's noble status, being questioned about this in such a setting is too embarrassing. Mishu tilted her head, pretending to be confused. So, when you said, don't tell anyone about this, were you joking with me? Why you actually said that? Luke's eyes instantly sharpened. I did say it, but at that time, I didn't mean it like that. It's not what you think. This is clearly a deliberate misinterpretation, right? She's definitely doing it on purpose. Oh, I remember you said before the fall. Mishu added slowly. Fall. Fall what? Are you talking about pushing someone over? You were only 8 then, right? What could 2 kids do? Luke was almost losing his temper. We didn't do anything. Exactly. I was talking about, before knocking down the wind tiger, this woman's skill at taking words out of context and twisting them is incredible. She's really a master at putting people in awkward spots. Shameless. Nori, who had been standing stiffly nearby, blushed deeply and looked at me with eyes like she was watching a pest. It's all just a misunderstanding. Anyway, you and this kid, referring to Nori, are qualified. The final decision is still pending, so it might take some time. We'll contact you later. Luke quickly changed the subject, shielding me with his body as if to protect me, then hurried out of the room. Can you please stop using phrases that are so easy to misunderstand? But well, no matter how complicated the process was, as long as it ended with approval, that's enough. Let's leave it at that. All right, shall we go back? I asked Nori. Strangely, the way Nori looked at me seemed like she was staring at something dirty. Nori, I understand. But can you stay away from me? She quietly took a few steps back and subtly kept her distance from me. And so, 2 weeks passed. There was still no news from the princess. During these 2 weeks, I mostly wandered around the royal city and nearby forests collecting herbs. The rest of the time, I spent at Mina Lauder's shop. Until one day, Mina suddenly approached me, holding a set of clothes. Young Master Chinching, come with me to a party. As expected from the top merchants gathering in the capital, the venue was decorated with great luxury, filled with beautiful ornaments, and the hospitality was especially grand. The banquet table was full of dishes made from fresh fish caught near the capital's harbor, roasted meat from magical creatures, fresh vegetable and fruit salads, and fruit wine. The variety was impressive, and the aroma was delightful. Many nobles dressed in elegant formal wear and suits were also present, all looking very refined. Wow, this is amazing. It's completely different from the party at the Lin family. I couldn't help but admire. This is the capital, and all the guests are important people. Naturally, the merchants have to spend a lot, Mina said with a smile. Are all you merchants so wealthy? Many merchants are even richer than nobles. This kind of event is nothing for us. Mina, you must be quite rich too, right? Of course. Even though my shop looks modest, I make quite a bit of money. I casually responded and suddenly remembered something from a few years ago. By the way, when I met you before, you said the things on the stand were all your possessions. Was that true? Look, the host of the party is over there. Let's go say hello. Mina clearly changed the subject. It seemed she was lying back then. Even if it risked her life, she could still confidently say she owned everything. That's the true nature of a merchant, isn't it? But luckily, she didn't break her promise afterward, so I let it go. We followed Mina and saw a well-dressed middle-aged man standing there. He had a slight belly, a gentle smile on his face, and a neatly trimmed beard, clearly a shrewd and capable businessman. Thank you for the invitation, Mina spoke first. Oh, isn't this Miss Rodolp from the Rodolp family? You look stunning today, the man replied with a smile. You flatter me. But your party is just as luxurious as always. Changing seasons call for grand events, or the heavens might get upset, the man said humorously, then looked at me. And who is this? Let me introduce him. This is Lin Qinxing, the third young master of the Lin family, Mina said. I've heard of you. I nodded slightly. Oh, so you're Lin Qinxing. The man's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked me over from top to bottom, his gaze like he was inspecting a product. I've heard about the useless third young master of the Lin family. I didn't expect him to be such a remarkable person who can tame the mad dog of the capital, Mina Lauder. You're flattering me. By the way, does Mina really have such a scary nickname as Mad Dog of the Capital? Hey, what are you talking about? Mina immediately glared at the man, her cheeks slightly red. There's no way I have such a strange nickname, he chuckled. Haha, for profit, anyone can be bitten, no matter who they are. Miss Mina, who seeks huge gains and even makes the king's people wary, isn't wrong to be called that. Mina Belsigan, Mina shouted angrily. Belsigan Casus? So he's the host of the party. Seeing her reaction, Belsigan smiled even more happily. All right, I won't tease you anymore. But I'm curious, what did you do to make Miss Mina so attentive? I didn't do much, just threatened her a little and sold some high-level healing potions, I said honestly. If she truly accepts you sincerely, then you're probably not a bad person. Belsigan nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. I'm very interested in you. If you ever need help, just ask. And please, take good care of Miss Mina, and of me too. He raised his hand to his chest and bowed deeply, showing the elegant style of a seasoned businessman. Young Master Lin Qinxing. This is the person who runs an inn on the west side of the capital. After parting from Belsigan, I followed Mina and met several merchants one after another. Although I had promised she would help me when I reached the capital, I didn't expect her to be so enthusiastic, introducing me to many contacts one after another. This way, if I open a shop or do business in the future, I should be able to meet many people who can cooperate with me. It's just what I needed. By the way, Mina, are you on very good terms with Mr. Belsigan, the first merchant of the capital? I couldn't help asking. Mr. Belsigan? Yes, since he's known as the top merchant in the capital, and you seem very close. I'm a bit curious. Mina hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer and lowered her voice. Actually, my family used to be very famous nobles, but later, our family fell on hard times and could no longer maintain our noble status. I thought about changing careers to become a merchant, but only I had the talent for business, so It turns out she was from a declining noble family. It seems she has also had a tough life. Mr. Belsigan has always had a good relationship with the Lauder family. I am kind of his disciple, I see. No wonder they get along so naturally. They have known each other since childhood. He is a loyal person, very faithful to the royal family. There he is. Mina suddenly brightened her eyes and walked toward a man nearby who was talking to someone. Long time no see. When Mina spoke, the man turned around. His face, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, Mina Lauder. Belsigan sometimes mentions you. He says you've caused trouble again. It's so good to see you safe and sound. The man smiled. Sorry to trouble you. How is your father? Is he feeling better? Still the same, not very well. I see. If you need anything, just tell Belsigan. Our family owes your grandfather a favor, and we will do our best to help. Thank you. Mina bowed politely. The man nodded with a smile, then looked at me. By the way, who is this? Sorry for the late introduction. This is Lin's third son, Lin Qinxing. Really? Do you remember me? I think we've met once. The man looked at me. I only remember your face, but I can't recall your name. My name is Rosby Watterson, and I am the head of the Watterson family. He reached out his hand for a handshake. Mina was watching us closely. Do you know Mr. Ross? Yes, about 7 years ago, I visited the Lin family. I was with someone who was very kind to me, and we want to meet people. Honestly, what I heard back then was quite surprising. But I won't talk about that now. Ross looked at me with a slight smile. When I saw you that day, you weren't like you are now. Honestly, I was a bit skeptical when I first heard those things. 7 years ago? Yes, you looked much less reliable back then. Basically, you were a silly little kid, Mr. Ross. Young Master Lin Chinxing is definitely not. I know. Someone who can flatter the kingdom's mad dog, Mina Lauder, must not be underestimated. After greeting so many merchants and nobles, I couldn't help but wonder, is Mina in the capital too intimidating? What exactly has she done in the capital? Thinking back, she tried to kill me the first time we met. If she had done similar things in the capital, it's no wonder her reputation isn't good. I am definitely not a mad dog. Oh, Mr. Lin Chinxing. Rose suddenly changed the subject. What's wrong? You probably took the soldier selection exam. Or was it the Royal Guard exam? Sort of. Hearing my answer, Rose smiled. What a coincidence. That person, referring to Mishu, heard you were coming and hurried to prepare for the exam. Before she knew you were coming to the capital, she had been delaying the exam, which shows how much she values you. Ah. So that's how it is. I remembered the conversation at the city gate when I first arrived in the capital. I clearly said I would take the exam, but they kept delaying the date, only setting it half a month ago. So, after I sent the letter from the Lin family to the capital and it reached Mishu, she started preparing for the exam. No wonder the timing was so perfect. Do you know the real reason for recruiting the Royal Guard? Rose suddenly stopped smiling and asked seriously. Reason? I tilted my head in confusion, but Rose smiled. Forget it. No matter the outcome, you should be able to handle it. Please take good care of her, swordsman. He gently nodded, as a sign of greeting, then turned and left. What exactly did he mean just now? My question was answered a few days later. The palace sent me a notice, an invitation to join the Royal Guard. I immediately went there. Luke was already waiting, along with a few other recruits who also passed the exam. Besides me, there were two others, Nori and a handsome, slightly arrogant-looking blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. He wore a black cloak and held a staff, seeming to be a mage. I didn't expect that the other recruits chosen with me would be so cute. Want to have a cup of tea together? I know a very nice afternoon tea shop. No need. The handsome guy tried to flirt with Nori but was immediately rejected. Poor guy. He picked the wrong person. Nori is tough. As for me, the handsome guy just glanced at me and ignored me. It's okay. I wasn't really here to make friends. Nori looked at me with a slightly unhappy face. Where have you been these 2 weeks? Did you go somewhere else to see other women? No way. I was just drinking tea at Mina's shop and occasionally attended a business party. Oh really? Why are you upset? Suddenly, I remembered what happened when we parted. Oh right, Mishu's joke. She probably took it seriously? You never even contacted me. Huh? I didn't know your contact info, and you never told me where you live. Oh, I guess that's true. She stopped talking after that. Maybe she was upset because she didn't receive my messages? That girl. I was about to complain, but was hurriedly told by a soldier to leave the waiting room. We were taken to a large hall, where thick columns stood, and a red carpet stretched in the middle. Many soldiers in armor stood on both sides. Wow, it's impressive, the handsome blonde guy whistled. The main hall, mostly white, looked very elegant, like a place for ceremonies. We were led deeper inside, where Mishu and Luke were standing. Nearby, several officials or ministers stood. At the very back, on a throne, sat an older man with a worried look, probably the king. Mishu and Luke kneeled first, and we followed. The king sighed softly and signaled to a high-ranking minister beside him. Ahem, now I, the chancellor, will give the order. Princess Mishu Schwartz-Markfurt and all your guards, you are to immediately head to the eastern Belka region. We hope you will achieve great things there. Understood. Mishu bowed respectfully. Where is Belka? As the carriage gently swayed, it made people feel sleepy. Outside the window was an endless green grassland. When the wind blew, it created ripples on the surface. A few unknown light purple wildflowers were scattered here and there. In the distance, the outline of mountains was hazy, covered by a thin layer of mist. The sky was a clear blue, as if washed by water, with no clouds in sight. The bright sunlight shone through the gauze curtains of the window. It cast dappled shadows inside the carriage, warm and cozy on the skin. Turning to look beside me, this specially prepared large carriage was crowded with 5 people. Mishu, Luke, Nori, Mikhail, and myself. The originally spacious space now felt a bit cramped. The air was filled with a faint aroma of black tea and the smell of leather from the carriage, making it a little stuffy. Yesterday, I received an urgent notice from the palace. This morning, I hurriedly set out for Belka. There was no time to prepare at all. Your Highness Mishu, your black tea has been refilled. Luke still looked calm and composed. He skillfully lifted the silver teapot. His wrist moved steadily, as if unaffected by the carriage's bumps. The amber-colored tea slowly poured into the white porcelain cup in front of Mishu, without spilling a drop. Mishu nodded slightly. She held the cup handle with her fingertips and elegantly took a sip. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyelids. Her expression remained calm and steady. What exactly is going on? Nori finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. She leaned forward slightly, instinctively clutching her skirt. Her gaze fixed directly on Mishu sitting opposite her. Her tone carried a hint of urgency and confusion. Anyone chosen as a personal guard and hurriedly heading to a dangerous front line would naturally ask questions. What's happening? Mishu put down her teacup, her voice as calm as early spring lake water. Aren't we chosen to be the personal guard team? You're the princess, after all. Why are you suddenly leaving the capital? And I heard that Belka is near the front lines where the demon army fights. It's full of monsters and chaos. Too dangerous. Nori finished speaking in one breath, her chest rising and falling, clearly holding back for a long time. She asked me everything I wanted to know, so I wouldn't have to speak first. I leaned against the wall of the train car. Casually, I looked out the window at the passing scenery. At the same time, I listened carefully, not wanting to miss any detail. Mishu elegantly finished her cup of tea. Gently, she set down the cup, and it made a clear, crisp sound as it touched the table. She raised her eyes and sighed softly. Where should I start? Your Highness Mishu, why not just give us the conclusion? That way, everyone will understand better. Luke suggested at the right moment. He always stood half a step behind Mishu. He kept a watchful eye on the movements inside the train car, always ready to protect. All right, I'll be direct then. Mishu nodded, her tone still calm. The reason I went to Belka is simple. I was sent away. Huh. Nori's eyes widened in disbelief. I also raised an eyebrow slightly. Although I had a vague guess, hearing it directly from Mishu still surprised me. Because I am too honest and upright, and I refuse to join in with corrupt officials and nobles, so they've always pushed me away. In their eyes, my presence in the capital is just an obstacle. Mishu explained calmly. A faint trace of self-mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. Moreover, my father has been in poor health, bedridden most of the time, and the officials handle most of the government affairs. Naturally, they can't accept me as an outsider. Thinking about it, I remembered hearing similar rumors when I was in the capital. Princess Mishu was known for her integrity, but that also made her offend many powerful people. But it's rare to hear someone openly say they are honest and upright. As for why I asked you to become my personal guards, it's because I specifically requested it. Mishu's gaze swept over me and Nori. Finally, it settled on me. Lin Chinching, you probably guessed, right? Someone has been trying to kill me. You're not just for show. I truly need guards like you. Nori immediately turned to look at me with a puzzled expression. But this was the first time I heard this clear explanation myself. I could only shake my head helplessly. I closed my eyes and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a new idea flashed through my mind, as if I had solved a long-standing mystery. It was about 7 years ago, when I was still in the Lin family territory, and I was suddenly attacked by a wind tiger. Yes, the question that had been bothering me for so long finally had an answer. The wind tiger should live in the tall mountains high above the clouds. It is cautious by nature and rarely comes close to human settlements. Why did it suddenly appear near the Lin territory that year? And why was it heading straight for Mishu? In simple terms, someone deliberately lured the wind tiger there to kill Mishu. Thinking this way, the noble named Ross B. Watterson seemed especially suspicious. But if he really was behind it, there was no need to wait until we reached the Lin territory to act. Wouldn't it be easier and less risky to attack halfway there? Could it be that an assassin was hiding among Ross's men, waiting for the right moment? They might have planned to strike after Ross and my father left, when defenses were weakest. However, with the skilled guard around Ross, it's unlikely they would get a second chance. That's why they wanted to seize the first opportunity. It was when everyone just arrived at the territory, still unsteady and relaxed, that they planned to strike. But, of course, I ruined that chance. To protect the villagers, I encountered the wind tiger early and fought it to the death, killing it. As a result, Mishu was safe and has lived peacefully until now. One hypothesis led to another. My thoughts kept extending like vines, finally connecting all the clues. Oh, so, since then, Mishu has been writing to me often. Her letters show she wants me to go to the capital. Later, she insisted I join the royal guard. Now I finally understand her reasons clearly. She sees me as someone reliable who can protect her. But, for now, I'll put aside this story that I only uncovered after 7 years. What does the Prime Minister mean by making achievements? I opened my eyes and asked Mishu. She replied, probably to let me earn some merit on the front lines, so I can have a legitimate reason. Mishu's tone was calm, with no strong emotions shown. I have an older brother and several other royal family members who have inheritance rights. The so-called fight for the throne is just an excuse for them to go along with the flow. It's not sincere at all. Oh, right. Usually, royal siblings are many. The order of succession has long been decided. Mishu, as in obstructive, princess, naturally isn't part of their plans. By the way, why doesn't Mishu's brother go to the front lines? Neri asked curiously, with more doubt on his face. He stays in the capital to help ministers handle minor government affairs. Mishu's tone was still flat and emotionless. I see. Neri lowered his head and muttered softly. This is clearly a harsh exile. You can even see the scheming of the ministers clearly. If the king were to pass away, they would prefer Mishu's brother to inherit the throne to protect their own interests. They definitely wouldn't want Mishu, a honest and upright princess who often opposes them, to take the throne. The noble princess of the kingdom, how dare someone secretly covet your life? This is so sad. At this moment, Mikhail, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. He stood up abruptly, with such a big movement that he almost hit the ceiling of the carriage. He knelt on the carpet in front of Mishu. One hand pressed on his chest. The other reached out, trying to hold Mishu's hand resting on her lap. He wore a self-important, handsome smile. But please rest assured, as long as I, Mikhail Donets, am here, no danger will come near you. Let me be your knight, just for you. I am willing to risk everything for you. This guy was too greasy. He even winked on purpose while speaking. His flirtatious look was almost overflowing. Seeing his attitude, was he a young nobleman's son, just flirting around because of his looks? Mishu looked at his outstretched hand with an expressionless face. She showed no intention of responding. She even slightly leaned back, creating some distance. Neri frowned and turned his head away in disgust. It was as if I saw something inappropriate. Just as Mikhail's hand was about to touch Mishu's sleeve, Luke suddenly moved. He put down his red teapot and quickly reached out his hand. With a sharp slap, he hit Mikhail's hand. The force was so strong that Mikhail staggered back half a step. How rude. Luke's face darkened, and his eyes were sharp as a knife. How dare you be so bold, touching Her Royal Highness Mishu's noble hand. I thought Mikhail would get angry and embarrassed. But instead, he rubbed his red hand and smiled playfully. Oh, Luke, you're so serious. Her Royal Highness Mishu is so beautiful, a little closeness is okay. Besides, her cold attitude makes her even more adorable. This is not cold at all. It's just normal reaction. This guy dares to be so disrespectful to the noble princess. His mental strength is too strong. He's incredibly shameless. Could it be that he was chosen as a personal guard because of this friendly and greasy look? I really can't understand why he was selected. I stared at him, confused. Suddenly, Mikhail noticed my gaze. He raised an eyebrow and gave a teasing smile, leaning in. Sorry, little kid. Even though you look fair and clean, and somewhat easy on the eyes, but I, Mikhail, am a firm heterosexual and only like girls. He patted my shoulder in a flirtatious tone. Don't be jealous of my deep affection for Her Royal Highness. Maybe someday, if I get tired of girls, I might consider you. But don't worry, I will never get tired of girls in my life. After saying that, he deliberately gave me a flirtatious wink. Who is the little kid now? I'm already an adult, not some inexperienced young boy. I was so angry I almost retorted immediately. But before I could speak, Mikhail turned his head to look at Nori. His face immediately changed to a deeply affectionate expression. This beautiful young lady, I just noticed you earlier. Your eyes are as sharp as an eagle. You must have a straightforward personality, right? I like girls with strong personalities like you. Would you like to wait until we reach Belka? I can take you to try the local special foods. Surprisingly, right after talking to Mishu, I immediately turned to flirt with another girl. And I did it so naturally. This guy is really something. His nerve is as thick as a city wall corner. I couldn't help but gasp in surprise, completely stunned by his bold move. Princess Mishu, we've arrived. Please be careful when you get off. Thank you for your hard work. I stepped down from the carriage onto the footboard. A warm breeze brushed my face, carrying a hint of dirt and grass scent. The air here is fresher than in the capital, but also a bit lonely. So this is Belka. Haha, there's really nothing here. That was the first thing I said after getting out and looking around. Honestly, this place is more barren than I imagined. Before arriving, the soldiers on the carriage told me that Belka is the closest town to the fortress fighting against the Demon King's army. It should be a busy place with plenty of food supplies, an important supply point on the front line. But what I see now is completely different. There are only a few decent shops. There are maybe only 2 or 3 places that could be called inns in the whole town. The only notable building is a military structure at the back of the town, standing alone among low houses. The streets are lined with dilapidated homes. The walls are peeling, and many roofs have holes. A simple wooden fence surrounds the area, offering no real protection. I secretly glanced at Mishu beside me. She still looked calm, but I could sense a faint worry in her expression. Anyone would feel uneasy coming from a bustling capital to such a deserted place. Anyway, we followed a soldier station here to the military building. It's a 3-story stone building, rough in shape, plain and unadorned, giving off a cold, practical vibe. The soldier found us a simple restroom. Inside, there were a few rough wooden chairs, and we finally could sit down and catch our breath. The soldiers stationed here are mostly low-ranking, not even deputy leaders, and are at the bottom of the military hierarchy. I heard that any officer here with some strength has either been killed in previous battles or has been sent to the front lines at stronger fortresses to fight the Demon King's army. Shouldn't we go to the fortress? Nori sat for a while and couldn't help asking. Princess Mishu, your superiors ordered that you cannot go to the fortress. It's too dangerous there, Luke replied. But in my opinion, this unprotected building in front of us isn't much safer. It's just as full of danger. Princess Mishu, why is this town so run down? There aren't even decent buildings, Nori frowned and asked, showing everyone's concern. Luke answered again. I told you before, this place is very close to the front line fighting the Demon King's army. Do you understand what that means? I don't quite understand. Nori honestly shook her head. Simply put, it's too dangerous here. Building strong, sturdy structures is pointless, Luke said with a heavy tone. Only then did I fully understand. So that's why no merchants want to open shops here, and the houses are so simple, I added. Nori turned to look at me, still confused. I had to explain further. In other words, no one knows when the Demon King's army might break through the defenses and level this place. Under such circumstances, no one would want to spend a lot of money building nice houses, and merchants wouldn't dare open shops here. What if they're destroyed right after they're built? That would be a total loss. I see. Nori suddenly understood and crossed her arms, but her face looked more serious. This is way too dangerous. If the Demon King's army really attacks, we won't be able to hold this place. We are indeed in a tricky situation, Mishu said quietly. Her tone was calm, but it made the atmosphere in the carriage even heavier. Since there was nothing else to do for now, we set out for the soldiers' designated shelter. It was a 3-story stone building. Although it was made of stone, it looked like it had been used for many years. The walls are covered with signs of aging, and moss has even grown in the corners, giving a feeling of old and broken surroundings. As planned, I, Nori, and Mikhail, the 3 guards, live on the 2nd floor. Mishu and Luke live on the 3rd floor, each in their own room. I open the small window in my room. Outside, I can see a dense forest. The tall, lush trees block the sunlight and look full of life. Ah, the forest. I wonder what kinds of plants grow there. Are there rare herbs I haven't seen before? Thinking about this, I can't help but feel eager to explore inside. Is this forest famous? The air is so fresh. Just as I was about to ask Mishu for permission to go out, she offered to go with me. I had no reason to refuse, so I agreed casually. To my surprise, Luke also decided to come along. Where Princess Mishu goes, I must protect her, Luke said seriously. His face looked a bit reluctant, but his eyes showed he was alert. Actually, if he didn't want to come, he could have stayed at the inn. But since he's here, it's good to have someone watching out. So, I looked at my plant guidebook while walking slowly through the forest. I stopped now and then to look at the flowers and plants by the roadside. Hey, Linshinxing, is this also a medicinal herb? Mishu crouched down and pointed at a plant with small white flowers. Yes, this is called white velvet grass. If you crush its leaves and apply them to burns, it can relieve pain and swelling, I patiently explained. Oh, I see. You know so much, Mishu said with a little sparkle in her eyes, sounding a bit admiring. I only know a little about plants, I said shyly, scratching my head. Suddenly, I found a rare herb listed in my guidebook. I got excited and walked over quickly. Wow, this is purple stargrass. I didn't expect to find it here. I focused on studying the herb in my hand. I didn't notice Mishu standing quietly nearby, her gaze fixed on me. What's wrong? I finished examining the herb and turned to look at her, noticing she was staring at me blankly. It's nothing. I just think you've changed a lot, Mishu said softly, coming back to herself. Really? I was momentarily stunned. Actually, I have been interested in plants since I was young, but when I was with the Lin family before, I didn't have many chances to explore freely like this. Yes, you look more handsome and calmer than before. Meishu's cheeks slightly reddened, but her tone was very calm. Oh, so she was talking about appearance. You're the one who has become more beautiful, and your personality is much more mature than before, I sincerely said. This was truly my honest feeling. Mishu is not only beautiful, but also carries a noble and steady aura like that of royalty. She has also grown taller, and her figure is more graceful. Thank you, Mishu smiled slightly, her eyes softening. Maybe I really have become a bit more mature. She paused, as if recalling something, then continued. Actually, a year ago, whenever I thought of you, I couldn't help but imagine you without clothes. Sometimes I even daydreamed. But now, I can control my desires very well. Even if you're nearby, I can hide my inner excitement. So I feel like I've truly become an adult. Huh. I froze in place, my mind went blank. Your Highness Mishu. Luke, who had been alert and watching the surroundings, suddenly rushed over when he heard this. He stood between me and Mishu, his face grim as he spoke to her. How can you say such things? It's inappropriate. He also turned to glare at me, as if warning me not to think too much. Sigh. Actually, I did play with Mishu when we were kids, so I can understand why she has those memories. But what exactly is going on in her mind? To say such things so openly is really bold, beyond my imagination. Could it be that she appears proper, but is actually very free-spirited inside? Although being noticed by the royal family is quite flattering, since Mishu is truly beautiful. But I don't have the courage to act against the royal family. I was feeling confused about this sudden confession. Suddenly, Luke turned his head, his expression serious as he looked at me. Linshinxing, you are Princess Meishu's personal guard. You should understand some things, right? Why, yes. I understand. I quickly nodded, thinking he was probably warning me not to have inappropriate thoughts about Mishu. Good. Luke nodded happily, but then he said something that made me freeze again. If Princess Mishu truly cares about you, you should respond well to her feelings and not let her down. Huh. I doubted I heard him right. But Luke's expression was very serious, not at all like he was joking. What is going on in the minds of the royal family in this world? I think I've seen this kind of plant before in the royal capital. Yeah, it's also in the forest to the west of the capital. It's a common medicinal herb. I looked at my plant guidebook while replying to Mishu. Since we entered the deep forest, surprisingly, we hadn't encountered any monsters. We had been focused on observing the plants and trees along the way. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Luke. She was always very alert, scanning the surroundings carefully, not missing even the slightest movement or sound. Miss Luke is so diligent. Even now, she's paying close attention to everything around her, I said, unable to hide my admiration. She's just a stubborn person. She can't even joke properly, Mishu said softly, with a teasing tone that showed familiarity. I remembered the conversation at the forest entrance, where Luke said, if Princess Mishu truly cares about you, you should respond well to her feelings. I couldn't help but think, that really suits her stubborn personality. Help! Help! A faint cry for help drifted on the wind from deeper in the forest. Did you hear that just now? Mishu and I exchanged glances, then both closed our mouths and held our breath, listening carefully. Help! Is anyone there? This time, the voice was clearer, filled with panic and innocence. Let's go see, I decided immediately, walking quickly toward the sound, with Mishu and Luke right behind me. We pushed through the thick trees and entered the heart of the forest. The scene before us made us stop in our tracks. On a sturdy ancient tree, a small girl, about the height of a child, was lying. She had pointed, long ears, long golden hair flowing like a waterfall, and her eyes were clear silver. She was clearly a fairy from the legends that lived deep in the forest. I didn't expect to find a fairy in such a place. Under the tree, there was a strong-looking tiger man. He had a tiger's head and a body covered with a mane of hair. He was a monster called a tiger person, rated as a danger level B by the authorities. But unlike normal tiger people, this tiger's fur was not yellow but a glowing deep blue. "Come down, little one," the blue tiger man said, extending his sharp claws and patting the tree trunk. His tone was greedy. "I want to see what your body, wrapped in pure magic, feels like." "No, I don't want to be eaten by a dirty beast like you." The fairy girl clung tightly to the branch, her voice trembling with tears, but she still stubbornly refused. This fairy is so bold in her words. I couldn't help but think. But seeing her in such danger, I really couldn't just stand by and do nothing. "Hey, Lin Shinxing, what are you just standing there for?" Luke stepped forward first, her tone firm. "Someone is asking for help. As a knight, we can't just watch and do nothing." Her voice was strong and confident, showing the style of a true knight. But I couldn't help but worry. Earlier, Mishu had told me that Luke had been defeated by a wind tiger before. The blue tiger man in front of us looked stronger than a normal wind tiger. Can she handle this? I secretly observed Luke. She seemed serious and reliable, but I had a feeling she might be a bluffing expert. Luke took out a staff from her pocket, topped with a blue gemstone. So, she was a mage. She immediately started chanting a spell, speaking quickly, and a faint magical glow appeared around her. "Wait, at this distance. Could I hurt the fairy on the tree?" I couldn't help but warn. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw the fairy the tree finish her spell. A transparent circular barrier appeared around her, protecting her completely. I spread out. Luke's spell was cast, and dozens of cold ice blocks suddenly appeared around the blue tiger man. They surged toward him like a tide, wrapping his body instantly. This is high-level ice magic. I was secretly amazed at how powerful Luke was. That Luke's face suddenly turned very pale, and he stood still in place. "Hey, you useless human," the elf girl shouted anxiously. "This beast has very high magic resistance. Normal magic can't hurt it. No wonder I, an elf, am being pushed to this point." I thought to myself, I should have said that earlier. "Mr. Lin Shinxing," Mishu gently tugged at my sleeve. "I know, I'll handle it," I nodded. Just as I was about to step forward, Mishu stopped me. "Wait, look at Luke." I looked in the direction Mishu pointed and saw Luke's cheeks flushed red, trembling slightly, clearly feeling embarrassed because his high-level magic was easily broken. That useless human." The elf girl also noticed Luke's awkward state and lowered her voice a bit. No wonder Luke felt ashamed. Just moments ago, he was declaring himself a brave knight, but his magic was useless against the monster. Anyone would feel embarrassed in that situation. "Luke, with his face so red it reaches his neck, is kind of cute," Mishu said with a suppressed smile. He usually looks so serious, rarely showing this kind of expression. "Ah, yes," I responded stiffly. "Whether he's cute or not doesn't matter now." My guess was right. Luke does have a bit of a mouthy personality. But speaking of which, Mishu suddenly seemed to remember something and casually said, "Luke is so cute, yet he has no marriage proposal. Many nobles are interested in her." Huh. I was stunned. "Nobles? Yes. What's wrong?" Mishu looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Didn't I tell you? Although Luke wears men's clothes and looks quite androgynous, she's definitely a girl." She looked at me with a, "how could you not know?" kind of expression. I thought carefully. Luke always referred to himself with masculine terms, and with her androgynous appearance and men's clothing, I had always assumed she was male. So Luke is a girl. This fact shocked me greatly. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" The elf the tree shouted anxiously. "Stop chatting and hurry up. The tree is about to fall over." We quickly looked up and saw the blue tiger creature frantically scratching the tree trunk with its sharp claws. The once sturdy trunk had been shaved away by about a third, and the tree was clearly leaning. The elf girl tightly clung to a branch, her face pale. Bah, you humans also want to get in the way? The blue tiger noticed our attention, stopped scratching the tree, and turned to look at us with a fierce gaze. I'm busy dealing with this little guy now, so I don't have time to bother with you. Be smart and get lost, and I might spare you. It just sneered at us briefly before turning its gaze back to the elf on the tree, clearly not taking us seriously. You beastly monster, the elf girl shouted angrily. Your magic power is so high, but your strength is weaker than a normal tiger person. You can only use such sneaky tricks to scratch the tree. You're a shameful creature. I understood now. No wonder it couldn't catch the elf. It was a magic-strong, physically weak type of monster. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me for being rude. The blue tiger was angered. It raised its hands, and a fiery red glow appeared around its body. In the next second, dozens of flaming fireballs suddenly appeared out of nowhere, flying toward us and the elf girl at the same time. Watch out, Luke shouted, trying to cast a magic shield again, but it was too late. The fireballs were very fast, but in my eyes, they moved in slow motion. I didn't draw my sword. Instead, I resheathed it, lowered my body slightly, and assumed a sword-drawing stance. It's been a long time since I used the skills I learned from the sword god. I took this chance to stretch my muscles. White blade. Flash. After a brief charge, I suddenly drew my long sword. A sharp, silver-white sword light sliced through the air so quickly that its trajectory was hard to see. The sword light flashed, and I sheathed my sword again, hearing a soft. The blue tiger froze in place, still in the act of releasing fireballs. In the next moment, its body was neatly split in half, falling heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. The fireballs that hadn't yet flown over also instantly vanished with its death. After dealing with the blue tiger, the elf girl gracefully slid down the tree trunk. She landed silently, like a feather. First, she walked over to the blue tiger's body. He lifted his small foot and kicked several times hard. Only after confirming it was completely out of breath did he turn to walk toward us. Just by looking at her face, she is truly a stunning girl. Her skin is so fair it almost looks transparent. Her long blonde hair shines softly. Her silver eyes seem to hold the calm of a whole forest. But she is small in size. Her words and actions have a childish feel. It's hard to tell her real age. Hey, little human, you did pretty well. This fairy will reluctantly praise you. She crossed her arms and slightly raised her chin. Her tone is full of natural pride. She looks completely unbothered by having just escaped from danger. Even though we saved her, it almost seems like we should be thanking her instead. I looked at Mishu helplessly. She just looked calm and said softly, "Most elves are like that, born proud. You get used to it. That makes sense. They are a legendary race close to nature with a long lifespan. They tend to look down on humans instinctively." I silently understood this, but I saw the elf girl walk confidently up to me. She curiously stared at the sword at my waist, her eyes shining. "Hey, this sword is pretty powerful." She carefully touched the blade with her delicate finger. "That beast clearly used magic to create a defensive barrier on its body, but you cut through it so easily." "Oh, it did that?" I was a bit surprised. No wonder I felt some resistance when I swung the sword earlier. There was a magic defense, but it didn't affect me much. The elf girl kept touching the sword hilt, full of curiosity. "The material and forging look good, but I can't feel any magic fluctuations. Little human, are you naturally so strong?" "Not really. I'm not that powerful," I said modestly. "Humph. Then that useless guy earlier must be incredibly weak." She suddenly turned her head and pointed at Luke hiding behind Mishu. Her tone was full of disdain. "I am not weak." Luke blushed and immediately argued. "Do you still have the nerve to criticize me? Weren't you the one hiding in the tree, afraid to come down because of that monster?" "I'm not afraid of it." The elf girl was so anxious she stomped her foot, her long blonde hair bouncing with her movements. "I have powerful magic and strong spells, but they don't work against the monsters of the Demon King's army. I just can't do anything about it." "The Demon King's army?" A thought struck me, and I quickly asked, "Was that blue tiger-like creature you mentioned part of the Demon King's army?" "Yes, it said it was one of the 4 generals' subordinates." The elf girl pouted, seeming to look down on that status. "I see. No wonder it was much stronger than a normal B-level monster, and it could talk and use advanced magic. But even as a general's subordinate, I managed to defeat it with one sword. It wasn't as difficult as I had imagined. By the way, You said magic doesn't work against the Demon King's army. Why is that? I kept asking, feeling this might be important information. You humans can't live long, so you wouldn't know these things. The elf girl crossed her arms, acting like she was explaining something to us. The monsters of the Demon King's army now have much higher magic resistance than before. Isn't it because you humans rely only on magic in your battles, forcing their resistance to develop? For us elves, it's just too troublesome. She said this, stomping her foot in frustration. The grass beneath her was bent down from her step. Higher than before? Does that mean it wasn't like this in the past? Finally, Mishu spoke, her tone serious. Of course not, the elf girl quickly replied. Thousands of years ago, when we elves and humans joined forces to fight the Demon King's army, magic played a big role. But later, after you humans killed some of the Demon King's generals, you started relying more and more on magic. The Demon King's army evolved to develop super strong magic resistance just to survive. I'll say it again, this is really a big problem for us elves. This news stunned all three of us. I took a moment to organize my thoughts. A long time ago, a human hero defeated a general of the Demon King's army. After that, humans gradually focused more on magic in their battles. To defend against magic attacks, the demon army keeps evolving, greatly increasing their magic resistance. So, the main reason humans are losing the fight against the demon army is because of this? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. The elf girl suddenly remembered something and clapped her hands. My name is Erniel, a pure-blooded wandering elf. Nice to meet you from now on. I'm Linchinching. This is Mishu, and behind us is Luke, I said, pointing to the two beside me. It's Lady Mishu, Luke quickly corrected, sounding a bit annoyed. Got it. Linchinching, Mishu, Luke, Erniel replied casually, not paying much attention to Luke's correction. Erniel, why were you attacked by that monster here? Neroli's voice suddenly came from behind us. It turned out she had been following us all along, just not speaking earlier. I told you, I'm a wandering elf. I was just wandering in the forest when suddenly that beast targeted me, Erniel said with a shrug. It's probably because of my pure and strong magic power. Not a bad eye, but too bad I'm too weak. Pure-blooded wandering elf. That sounds a bit contradictory, but I didn't bother to point it out. By the way, is the human fortress nearby from here? Mishu asked. Probably close, but that monster might have escaped from the fortress, Erniel guessed. Maybe it was looking for food during the fight and just happened to meet me, she added. It seems the situation at the fortress might be worse than we thought. This is really troublesome. Erniel frowned and suddenly looked at me. Oh, Linchinching. As a thank you for saving me, I've decided to give you a gift. A gift? What kind? I asked curiously. Elves are very loyal, you know? Erniel puffed out her small chest proudly. I can teach you my special magic. It's a rare skill that most people can't get even if they ask for it. Learning magic from elves is indeed a tempting idea, but I don't have any magic power, I honestly said. Elnil paused for a moment. Then she reached out and gently touched my arm. Her fingertips were cool and carried a faint scent of plants. Suddenly, she quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been burned. She took a few steps back, her face full of surprise. No way. You're so strong. How can you have no magic power? Even tiny bugs on the roadside have magic, but you have none. You're basically worse than a bug. You're useless. Hey, that's going too far. I couldn't help but argue. Even if I had no magic, I shouldn't be called useless. Ugh, this is trouble now, Elnil said, ignoring my protest. She frowned and looked worried. I thought you at least had some magic, so I could teach you magic as a thank you, but I didn't expect you to be a magicless waste. Calling me a waste was really harsh for an elf to say. I felt a bit helpless and thought I shouldn't have saved her. Elmo looked troubled for a while. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. She pulled something out of her pocket. Oh, I still have this. It was a small fruit about the size of a walnut. It was light green all over, with a soft shine on its surface. It looked like some kind of nut. What is this? I asked curiously. It's a skill fruit, she said proudly. Even someone like you, who has no magic talent, can eat it and awaken a special skill that matches your abilities. It's a very rare treasure. Really? That's amazing, I said, taking the fruit. It was cool to the touch and had a faint, fresh scent. Of course, Elnil said proudly. I was thinking, if I didn't have a good way to thank you, I could just let you touch my body as a reward. I'm glad I remembered I have this fruit, or I would have missed out. Touch your body? I almost dropped the fruit I was holding. I quickly spoke up. Skill's fruits are better. They are really good. Right. I also think this one is better. Elmo nodded. She didn't notice the strange atmosphere between Luke, Mishu, and me. I felt a sudden sense of danger just now. Elmo suddenly shrank her neck and instinctively hid behind me. I turned to look at Mishu and Luke. Mishu's face was calm, but her eyes showed a faint coldness. Luke looked fierce, as if daring anyone to try and hurt the prince. You're just overthinking, I said with a quick laugh, trying to change the subject. Forget it, never mind. Elmo clapped her hands. I'm going to continue my journey now. If we meet again someday, remember to say hello. She waved her hand. Then she jumped and ran into the deep forest. Her golden hair flashed in the woods and soon disappeared. Holding the skill fruit in my hand, I felt full of hope. I wonder what skill I will awaken after eating it. I should try it quickly. Back at the entrance of Belka's military building, I saw Nori, who had arrived earlier, pacing anxiously. She was holding a note tightly in her hand. Her eyes kept looking toward the forest. It was clear she was waiting for us to come back. You finally returned. She hurried over as soon as she saw us. Her tone was urgent. An emergency message from the fortress. Things are not looking good. Without delay, we gathered Mikhail and headed straight to the meeting room inside the building. We listened as Nori explained the situation in detail. Are we supposed to retreat to the capital? I repeated what Nori said, feeling a bit shocked. Nori nodded and handed us the note. Her face was serious as she explained. The soldiers at the fortress said their defenses are about to break. If the fortress falls, Belka will be exposed directly to the Demon King's army, and it will be very dangerous here. So they sent this message, hoping that Princess Mishu can immediately retreat to the capital to keep herself safe. This is indeed a kind reminder. Once the fortress ahead falls, Belka will become the next battlefield. But this town has no proper defenses. Low wooden fences and broken houses can't stop the monsters. Soon, it might just turn into ruins. I believe the soldiers inside the fortress, fighting desperately, don't want the royal family to die here for nothing. That's why they sent this warning to retreat. I understand their feelings. But reason tells me that retreating won't be so easy. Mishu, I look at her sitting across. Can we really follow their advice and go back to the capital? Mishu lowers her eyes. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids. Her tone is calm, but makes my heart ache. I'm afraid we can't. In the capital, many hope I will die here. Even if they send messengers to allow retreat, their messages might be intercepted or destroyed. If we go back without permission, they could even execute us for disobeying orders. For the capital, Belka is just one of many frontline bases. Even if it falls, it won't affect the big picture much. Oh, how tragic. Princess Mishu, Mikhail suddenly speaks, exaggerating with pity. But don't worry. With me, Mikhail Donets, here, even if there's a sea of fire ahead, I will protect Princess Mishu's safety. Mikhail, stop causing trouble. Luke coldly glares at him. Hee hee. Luke, your serious guard look is quite cute. Mikhail smirks and winks at Luke. He obediently shuts his mouth. This guy is really persistent. No wonder he wasn't upset when Luke pushed him away before. Looking back, he might have already realized Luke is a woman. If that's true, his observation skills are quite impressive. But what should we do now? Nori can't help asking. If we don't retreat, do we have to stay here and fight the demon army? Mishu raised her head, her eyes showing a hint of determination. It's just that there are many innocent residents here. To protect them, we face many difficulties. Right now, including Her Highness Mishu, only 5 of us can fight. I calmly analyzed the situation. How many soldiers are still able to fight inside the fortress? I heard the casualties are heavy, and probably fewer than 1,000 can still fight, Nori replied. Fewer than 1,000 to defend a fortress that's about to fall, and we 5, without proper defenses, have to protect a town full of civilians. This is simply a reckless plan. I frowned. With so many residents in Belka, isn't there anyone able to fight? The able-bodied young men have already gone to support the fortress. Nori shook his head. The remaining are mostly elders, women, and children. They are just ordinary civilians. Even if we give them weapons, they can't fight. It would only cause more casualties. That made sense. Letting untrained civilians pick up weapons is basically sending them to their deaths. The meeting ended without any good solutions. We could only disband for now and each think of a way. Nori, as a warrior, kept talking about how dying bravely on the battlefield is the honor of a knight, but I only had one thought. I don't want to die. This is such a trouble. I returned to my room. Lying on the bed, I tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. Finally, I got up and went to the window, looking out at the dark night sky. Belka's night was very quiet. I could only hear a few insects chirping from the distant forest, the wind rustling through the leaves. To the east was a dense forest. To the west was a small river. Towards the capital city was an endless plain. There was no terrain suitable for defense. It would be great if there was an abandoned ancient city or a sturdy stone house nearby. At least it could serve as a refuge for the residents. I was lost in thought when suddenly I heard a gentle knock on the door. Sorry to bother you. When I opened the door, standing outside was Mishu. There is rarely anyone around, Luke. What's wrong? I turned slightly to let her in. It's nothing. I just want to talk more about what happened earlier. Mishu enters the room. She glances around at the simple furnishings. She doesn't sit in the chair I offer, but instead sits directly on my bed. Am I disturbing your rest? No. I wasn't really asleep anyway, I reply. Miss Luke isn't with you. Luke is in her own room. Mishu smiles softly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. She probably remembered being called useless by Ernal during the day and is feeling sad alone in the corner. How sad. I can't help but sigh. Although Luke can be a bit brave with words, sometimes she really works hard. Being openly belittled by Ernal must have hurt her feelings. By the way, what were you thinking just now? Mishu shifts the topic back to the main point. I think, with just a few of us, it's impossible to protect all the residents. I tell the truth. We are too few. We can't do everything. I thought, with your strength, maybe you could defeat all the monsters. Mishu tilts her head slightly, curiosity in her eyes. That's too unrealistic. I shake my head with a bitter smile. I'm not that strong. I only managed to win against those monsters before because I was lucky or because I had an advantage over them. If I really faced a horde of demon armies, even if I could fight, I'd eventually run out of energy. Plus, I can't watch all directions alone. If a monster gets hold of me, they might break through from other places and someone could get hurt. My body is no different from a normal person's. I get tired, I get hurt, and I can't stay at peak condition forever. If 10 or more monsters like that blue tiger appeared again, I could probably just barely defend myself and wouldn't be able to help others. It would be great if there was a strong fortress here, or if we could get inside a castle to defend together, I say without thinking. No, Mishu immediately shook her head. The fortress is already crowded and can't hold all the residents of Belka, and there's not enough food either. Belka was originally built to support the fortress from behind. It stored a lot of food. But recently, the fighting has become intense, and food shipments are often blocked. The supplies inside the fortress are probably running low too. By the way, did you eat the skill fruit that Ernal gave you? Mishu suddenly asked. Not yet. I plan to eat it before bed, I replied. I'm really curious about what skill you'll awaken. Maybe a stronger swordsmanship. Mishu's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Maybe I won't awaken any skill at all, I teased. That's okay. Even if that happens, she said seriously. I think, if magic becomes less effective against the Demon King army, perhaps the country should raise the status of swordsmanship and train more swordsmen. But that might be hard to do, she said with a self-deprecating smile. The nobles and magicians who gained power through magic certainly wouldn't want to see swordsmanship rise, as it would threaten their interests. Anyway, let's stop here for today. We'll think of a way tomorrow. Mishu stood up, her tone returning to calm. Okay, see you tomorrow. I saw her off to the door, watching her figure disappear at the end of the corridor. Mishu is really calm. Despite being in a dire situation where going in is, retreating is, she never panicked. She didn't even show a hint of negative emotion. She is truly an outstanding princess. Back in my room, I lay on the bed and suddenly remembered something. When Mishu sat on my bed just now, while I turned to pour water, she quietly picked up a strand of my hair that had fallen on the bed. Carefully, she put it into her clothing pocket. What does she want my hair for? I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, I should try the skill fruit first. I took out the light green fruit from my pocket. Without hesitation, I put it in my mouth. The taste was a bit like unripe apple, with a faint herbal scent. After eating the fruit, I didn't feel anything special. There was no warm sensation, and I didn't feel hot all over. Could it be that nothing has awakened? I muttered in disappointment. Just then, a piece of information suddenly flashed in my mind. It was like some instinct had been awakened. Skill, magic sense, beginner. Effect, can sense magic fluctuations within a certain range and roughly judge the strength and source of magic. I was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Although it wasn't a powerful attack skill, in this situation, magic sense was extremely useful. With it, we could detect the movements of the Demon King's army early and prepare ourselves. The next morning, I dragged my feet as I went downstairs. As soon as I pushed open the door to the first-floor dining hall, I saw Mishu, Nori, Luke, and Mikhail already sitting around the table, each eating breakfast. "Mr. Linchinching, you finally came down. You sleep so much?" Nori saw me and immediately put down her utensils. She frowned and scolded me. She looked like Meishu's personal maid. "Princess Mishu wakes up so early, and as her bodyguard, you sleep in? That's irresponsible. Sorry, shopkeeper. Please prepare another breakfast for him." She was speaking firmly, but a bit of breadcrumbs was on her lips, making her look quite funny. I really wish she would wipe the food off her face before making comments. Sorry. My eyes hurt. They still do." I rubbed my sore eyes and sat down at an empty seat. When I turned my gaze, I felt a faint stabbing pain. The others at the table were in different states. Mikhail was calmly cutting his roast meat, completely ignoring the surroundings. Luke was hanging his head, propping his face with one hand, and lazily scooping rice from his bowl. His face looked so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water. I thought, her mental strength is really weak, isn't it? It's been a whole night, and she's still upset over Ernal's comment that she's useless. Neri noticed her low mood and couldn't help but speak. "Good morning. Don't make the atmosphere so heavy. Sorry, Your Highness Mishu." Luke whispered an apology, bowing his head even lower, looking quite upset. In contrast, Mishu was in a much better state. She held a warm glass of milk. Her face was rosy, her eyes bright, and she had a faint, gentle smile. She looked very happy. "Mishu, you look really good today. Did something nice happen?" I asked curiously. "Yes, maybe I had a good dream last night." Mishu looked up at me, her eyes shining even more, and her smile deepened. "It seems what I put beside my pillow was worth it." "Beside your pillow?" Neri suddenly became alert, glancing sharply at me with suspicion. "Is it you? Linchinching, did you give Her Highness Mishu some herbs?" I already said, if you want to test something, I can try it. Calm down. I quickly waved my hands. I didn't give her anything, and she said she just placed it there, not ate it. "It has nothing to do with me." "Really?" Neri squinted, looking at me with doubt, as if trying to see through me. My heart skipped a beat. Although I didn't put it directly, she used my hair. Strictly speaking, it was somewhat related, but explaining that was too complicated, so I decided to pretend I didn't know. Not long after, the innkeeper came over with a breakfast tray. He placed it in front of me. "Your breakfast is ready. Please enjoy." "Thank you." Hiss. Just as I was about to thank him, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my eyes. It was even worse than before. I couldn't help but gasp and instinctively covered my eyes with my hand. "Are you okay?" Seeing this, Mishu immediately put down her milk and leaned over with concern. "I'm fine. Maybe I overused my eyes yesterday." I kept my hand over my eyes, and after a while, the pain gradually eased. Only then did I slowly open my eyes. I picked up the spoon, ready to eat the breakfast in front of me. Suddenly, I froze in surprise. Wow! My body involuntarily leaned back, almost falling off the chair. "What's wrong?" Mishu quickly reached out to steady me, worry in her voice. "What happened?" Nori also looked over nervously. "Hey kid, just eating. Don't get so startled." Mikhail raised an eyebrow, teasing a little, but his eyes also fell on my plate. I pointed at my breakfast in front of me, speechless for a moment. "What is this?" My breakfast was on a white plate. There was vegetable soup, fresh wild greens from the forest, toasted bread, and a few ripe fruits. It looked very normal, but next to each food, there was a faint blue, semi-transparent line of text, like an explanation appearing out of nowhere. Vegetable soup, made from carrots, potatoes, and onions, rich in vitamins, helps restore basic energy. Toasted bread, made from wheat flour, baked at high temperature, crispy texture, quickly restores energy. Wild fruits, common at forest edges, sweet and sour, contains small amounts of sugar, relieves fatigue. Is this really? Just then, an unfamiliar, emotionless electronic voice suddenly sounded in my mind. This is the effect of the mirror skill. Ooh, I looked around quickly. Besides the four of us and the shop owner, there was no one else in the dining hall. What's wrong? Still not feeling well? Should I ask the shop owner for some medicine? Mishu looked at me worriedly, reaching out to touch my forehead. No, no need. I'm fine. I quickly dodged her hand, but my mind was storming. Where was that voice coming from? I hurriedly took a few bites of my breakfast, trying to act normal. Then I stood up and rushed out of the inn. I'm going outside for some fresh air. I ran wildly, unconsciously reaching the forest edge I visited yesterday. I stopped and curiously looked at a big tree nearby. Sure enough, there was also a line of faint blue text floating on the trunk. Oak tree, a common deciduous tree with hardwood, used for making furniture. Its bark can be used medicinally and has astringent, hemostatic effects. It seems I wasn't imagining things earlier. Now we can have a proper chat, right? That unfamiliar electronic voice sounded again in my mind. Who are you? Why are you talking inside my head? I asked cautiously, instinctively gripping my sword at my waist. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The voice remained calm and steady. You can call me a beginner spirit guide, commonly known as Spirit Core. Spirit Core? That name sounds more reliable than just Spirit Guide. I nodded. All right, I'll call you Spirit Core from now on. Hee. Thank you for your approval, Master. The voice carried a rare, playful tone. Since I am inside your body, I can talk directly in your mind. Sorry if I startled you. Inside my body. You appeared suddenly? I frowned, feeling full of doubt. That's what we call an awakening, Spirit Core explained. The hidden ability within you was activated by that skill fruit, and I awakened as your helper spirit guide. So it was the skill fruit's doing. I didn't expect it to be so quick and so amazing. So, does that mean I can see the names and descriptions of these things because of that skill called mirror? I pointed at the oak tree in front of me to confirm. Exactly. Spirit Core's voice carried a hint of pride. The mirror skill allows you to see the names and basic info of most objects. But right now, since your skill level is still low, you can't see descriptions for creatures like humans or monsters most of the time. So it's not all powerful, huh? I said, a bit disappointed. Because your skill level is low. Spirit Core immediately rebutted. As your skill level increases in the future, you might be able to see more information. There's even a skill level? Why didn't Ernal mention this earlier? He's so useless, just talking about nothing. But anyway, I now have two skills. One is a clear mirror that allows me to see the details of objects. The other is an assistant spiritual guide called Ling Shu. In one day, I gained two new abilities, and I feel like I've suddenly become very capable. By the way, Ling Shu, how do I improve the skill levels? I asked curiously. Sorry, I am a beginner spiritual guide and don't have that information, she replied. All right, as a beginner spiritual guide, there are limits. Then I asked, what changes will happen to the clear mirror skill when I level it up? Sorry, I am a beginner spiritual guide and don't have that information, she answered again. Could this mean she's just a decoration? I couldn't help but wonder. But then I thought, having something is better than nothing. At least, the clear mirror skill can now be useful. For example, identifying herbs, which will help me in the future as a healer. I originally thought I might awaken skills related to being a healer or merchant. Although a bit surprised, this clear mirror skill seems quite practical. By the way, Ling Shu, you said I have two skills. I suddenly remembered our earlier conversation. No, you said I have 3 skills. Yes, that's right, Ling Shu responded immediately. Usually, a skill fruit can only awaken 1 skill. Being able to awaken 3 is very rare. 3? I exclaimed in surprise. I have another skill. What is it? I didn't expect that tiny fruit to be so powerful. I almost got angry earlier because of Ernal's attitude. Now it seems I should really thank her. Next time we meet, I will be gentler to her. Pinch as the base, pinch as the wall. What exactly are you doing? Early in the morning after breakfast, I ran to the grassland behind the town to work. Suddenly, I heard Nori's voice behind me, filled with some helplessness and confusion. Nori? Why are you here? Isn't it because Lady Mishu was worried about you and asked me to come see? She crossed her arms and frowned. Yesterday, you left early in the morning and only came back at night. Today, You went even further and didn't attend the meeting at all. I just realized that I have missed 2 meetings in a row. But honestly, even if I had attended, I might not have come up with any good ideas. Instead of wasting time there, it's better to do something practical. I thought you might be up to some strange tricks again, Neri said, leaning closer with curiosity in her eyes. What are you doing with that clay in your hand? Again? When have I ever done anything strange? I argued, feeling a bit guilty inside. In her eyes, I do seem to often do unexpected things. I'm building a defensive wall. A wall. Neri's eyes widened as she looked at the pile of roughly shaped clay in front of me. Using this loose clay? Are you sure you're not sick? Don't underestimate this clay. Watch closely. I didn't want to explain much. I picked up a piece of the kneaded clay and quickly shaped it into a brick. Then I focused, silently thinking, harden, strengthen. Next, I softly called out, refine. There was no bright light or loud shaking. The ordinary clay brick visibly became firmer. Its surface had a dull sheen, and it felt hard and cold to the touch, completely different from before. Neri covered her mouth in surprise. What kind of magic is this? It's not magic, it's a new skill I awakened. I smiled proudly. I picked up the refined clay brick and threw it at a nearby stone. With a dull thud, the stone was dented, but the brick remained intact. Actually, yesterday in the forest, I already figured out all 3 skills. Besides mirror and magic perception, the 3rd skill is called refine. The spirit core is an auxiliary spiritual guide that awakens along with the skills. It communicates with me throughout, and no one else sees it. Refining skill, simply put, is the ability to improve the quality of objects according to your wishes. The spirit core's electronic voice rang in my mind, cheerful. Improve quality? Like making a normal stick stronger? I responded mentally. That's right. The master can give it a try, Ling Shu suggested. I picked up a thick wooden stick, clenched it tightly, and silently thought, harden, sharpen. Then I mentally told Ling Shu, transform. Instantly, the texture of the stick changed. It became lighter and harder, with a faint cold glow at the tip. I tried to cut the nearby tree trunk with it, easily leaving a deep mark. Wow, that's amazing, I exclaimed silently. This is just the basic use. Ling Shu's voice carried a hint of pride. You can also try changing the shape of objects. As long as you focus enough, you can modify them according to your imagination. I imagined the stick to be the same length and shape as my sword, then activated the transformation skill again. The stick visibly lengthened and thinned. Finally, it turned into a wooden sword exactly like my sword, feeling and weight almost identical. This is truly a magical tool. I couldn't help but admire inwardly. By the way, I've been communicating with you mentally all along, right? Others can't hear us. Of course, Ling Shu's voice sounded playful. I'm a beginner spirit guide. Our communication is a mental link, so outsiders can't detect it. They won't think I'm strange. That's a relief. Otherwise, if I were talking to myself in the forest and someone saw, they'd definitely think I was crazy. I also used the transformation skill to improve some clay. I found that it not only increased hardness, but also made shaping more precise. That gave me the idea to build a defensive wall with the clay. Belka doesn't have strong defenses. Using transformed clay to build a wall could save time and effort, and maybe it could even block monsters. So, you spent the whole day testing this skill in the forest yesterday. Nori looked at me in disbelief after hearing my explanation. Doing something like that without magic power. It's incredible. It's more than that. I pointed to my eyes. I can also see the names and descriptions of objects, like your bread. I glanced at the unfinished bread in her pocket. Immediately, faint blue text appeared in my mind. Fragrant bread, made from wheat flour to provide basic energy. This is the bright mirror skill. There's also magic sense, which can detect magic fluctuations around us. In the future, if the Demon King's army approaches, we can get an early warning, I added. Nori's eyes lit up at the mention. With these 3 skills, we might really be able to defend Burka. She circled around a small section of the improved city wall I just built and pushed it hard. The wall didn't move. This hardness is even better than stone. If we build a whole circle of such walls and use your warning skills, we should be able to hold out for a while. It's hard to say right now, I replied honestly. My skill level is still low, so I can't build very long walls, and too much reinforcement makes me a bit tired. After using reinforcement several times, I did feel a little exhausted. No problem. I'll help you. Nori rolled up her sleeves, looking very eager. I'll handle the physical work like kneading clay and transporting materials. You focus on shaping and reinforcing. If we work together, we can finish the defensive wall quickly. Seeing her full of determination, a warm feeling rose in my heart. All right, let's first build a low wall around the edge of the town, focusing on strengthening a few key entrances. We aim to complete the main defenses today. The sun shone on the grassland, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of grass. Nori and I worked side by side. What once seemed like a hopeless situation finally showed a glimmer of hope because of these 3 new skills. While kneading the clay, I spoke to the spirit core in my mind. Spirit core, please continue to guide us. We need to finish building the wall quickly. Rest assured, Master, I will keep assisting you and monitor your stamina in real time to prevent overexertion. Spirit core replied energetically. It seems this battle with the Demon King's army has only just begun. Perhaps this trip to Burka will truly bring a turning point. Over the next few days, Nori and I kept checking the new walls, and the results were better than we expected. The wall was originally made of clay, but even after several rainfalls, it showed no signs of collapse. When I knocked on it with my fist, it felt incredibly hard, harder than ordinary steel. To prevent accidental toppling, I added extra weight to the walls. Now, it stands firmly on the grassland. No matter the wind, rain, or even monster collisions, it's unlikely to be moved. Since the construction was successful, I immediately installed doors at the front and back of the outer wall. Then, I invited Mishu to come and see. This. Mishu's eyes widened with disbelief. Amazing. Luke couldn't help but exclaim, gently touching the wall. I've actually been secretly building it, I said shyly, scratching my head. I wanted to wait until it was fully finished before telling you. Right now, it's just a prototype. Mishu and Luke exchanged looks, and both smiled knowingly. What secret building? Mishu said with a smile. We already knew you were busy with something. Huh. I was surprised. Thinking carefully, it made sense. On the vast grassland behind the inn, suddenly standing a tall wall, and I disappear every morning. Anyone would guess I was up to something. Actually, Princess Mishu has been asking Nori to keep the residents calm and not panic because of your actions, Luke explained, still touching the wall with curiosity in his eyes. Mishu gently tapped the wall, feeling its solid surface. What material is this made of? I've never seen anything like it. Well, I was about to explain when Luke suddenly looked serious, carefully examining the wall and nodding slowly. Oh, I see. Princess Mishu, the Lin territory is vast and rich in minerals, Luke said confidently, turning to her. This wall is probably made from materials brought from the Lin land. Though it looks like it was built quickly, could it have been brought in using a magic pocket? Mishu guessed based on Luke's words. It looks a bit like Toll steel, but different. Is it some kind of alloy? Or did you cover it with dirt on purpose to hide that it's from the Lin territory? No, it's just ordinary clay, I said, pulling out a small piece of clay from my pocket and showing them. Do you remember the elf Ernal we met in the forest before? I ate the skill fruit she gave me and awakened a new skill. That wall was built using that skill. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Nori secretly glance at Luke. Luke's cheeks instantly turned red, and he started trembling uncontrollably. He's so easily shy. It's just a mistaken guess about the material, yet he looks so embarrassed. Mr. Lin Chinching, Meishu gently tugged on my sleeve, her fingertips feeling a bit cool. Could she be angry? I should have been more polite and not directly pointed out Luke's guess. I felt a little nervous. Unexpectedly, Meishu suddenly leaned close to my ear and whispered softly, "Look at Luke. Isn't he very cute?" Now I understand. I almost forgot that Meishu likes to see Luke embarrassed like that. Luke trembled for a while before pretending to be calm and muttered, "But this wall is really impressive." After saying that, she quickly walked to the corner of the wall, and her figure disappeared. I guess she's hiding behind the corner, holding her knees and feeling sad quietly. I'll go check on Miss Luke, Nori said, about to follow her. I hurriedly stopped her. Sometimes, too much concern can make her feel more awkward. It's better to let her calm down on her own. Anyway, let's first take Meishu and Luke inside the wall for a tour. It's surprisingly spacious inside. Meishu looked around and couldn't help but marvel. This wall enclosed the entire grassland, covering an area much larger than the original Belka town. I plan to rebuild a new Belka inside, I said. What do you think? Inside this wall? Mishu's eyes swept over the vast grassland, a hint of anticipation in her gaze. Are the land conditions good? I've checked the foundation. It's quite stable. Plus, there's enough space here. Besides building residential areas, we can also set aside some simple farmland to grow hardy crops and solve the food problem, I explained in detail. Mishu rested her chin on her hand, squinting thoughtfully. There's nothing taller than this wall around, so the view is open. We could build watchtowers at the four corners, making it more like a strong fortress. It would be much safer than the original town. I think so too. I nodded and said, but to achieve these goals, we need more people, especially skilled workers to help build houses and watchtowers. Skilled workers? Nori immediately said. Should we look among the residents? Maybe there are carpenters or stonemasons. No need, I replied, shaking my head. I already have someone in mind, but I don't know if he's still in the country. Could you help find him? I shared the person's information with Mishu. She nodded right away and said, I see. I understand now. I'll send someone to the capital to look for him. With my name, I should be able to find him quickly. Also, I heard that since the incident 7 years ago, he hasn't left the country, so there's a good chance we'll find him. That would be great. Thank you, I said gratefully. Mishu then ordered Luke to send a messenger to the capital to find the person I mentioned. Half a month passed quickly. During this time, I used my newly awakened skills to build 4 watchtowers and some simple houses. The watchtowers were tall and strong, allowing a clear view of the surroundings from the top. The houses, however, were rough, able to block wind and rain but not very comfortable. Although they can be used as hiding spots in emergencies, they are too basic, Mishu said, looking at the houses with some frustration. Yes, we can manage to build large items, but the finer details are lacking. We don't have the right tools or enough skilled workers, I sighed, thinking about what to do next. Just then, I saw Luke walking over with someone. Is this the new Belka? The speaker was a middle-aged man with messy brown hair, a beard, and a curious look in his eyes. It was the person I was looking for. Arthur, the most skilled weapon craftsman I met during the guard selection exam, known for his craftsmanship and skill. You're still in the country, I said with a smile as I approached. Arthur circled the wall, knocked on it, and looked surprised. This wall is made of clay? But it's so hard. What have you been doing these past 2 weeks? Oh, lovely ladies, why don't you come with me? I can sing you a lullaby tonight, though it might make you a bit too sleepy. Mikhail, be serious. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the rapid progress of the building work, the new Belka residential area is now large enough to house all the residents who are moving in. The relocation has officially begun. The old Belka's houses are mostly in poor condition, looking like they could collapse at any moment. The new Belka's houses, although made of wood on the outside, are much stronger than ordinary wood. Most importantly, the new town is surrounded by tall, thick walls, with watchtowers at each corner, forming an almost unbreakable defense system that blocks any outside invasion. However, the watchtowers are not yet manned, so they can't serve as guards for now. I watch as the residents gradually move into their new homes, then turn and walk toward the town center. In the middle of the town stands a grand 4-story building. It serves as the headquarters and meeting place for our guard team. Around the building, special houses have been built for Mishu, Luke, Nori, and Mikhail, so everyone can discuss matters and plan actions easily. Inside the meeting room, Mishu stands by the window, looking down at the busy residents. Luke stands beside her. I'm glad we finished before the war started. Mishu turns around with a small, satisfied smile. Yes, we barely made it. I breathe a sigh of relief. We've been working almost every day for this past month. Luckily, Arthur helped a lot, or we couldn't have built so much so quickly. I was worried we wouldn't finish in time, Mishu says, looking at Luke. Why yes, Luke quickly nods. He then pulls out a stack of letters and arranges them neatly on the table. These are urgent messages from the frontline fortress, all urging us to retreat as soon as possible. Is the situation at the front really that bad? I pick up one letter and quickly read through it. It seems to be getting more dangerous every day. Mishu's tone turns serious. According to the reports, the fortress should have fallen long ago, but they heard we are nearly finished with our defenses, so they are holding on as best they can. I couldn't help but sigh. Those soldiers fighting bravely on the front lines are just trying to buy us more time. But they won't last much longer, Luke added. According to the latest news, in less than 10 days, the remaining troops and wounded will retreat here. So, I quickly understood what that meant. Exactly. This place will soon become a new battlefield, Mishu said firmly. We must prepare to defend it within 10 days. Although I had expected this day to come, and had even turned Belka into a fortress-like town to prepare for the fight, I still felt a bit heavy-hearted as the moment of confrontation approached. The key to the defense is whether we can hold this wall. Nerly's voice came from the door. She had just finished checking on the residents' relocation and hurried over. I've already asked the nearby nobles for reinforcements, but I haven't received any positive responses so far, Mishu said with some frustration. If we had noble troops supporting us, we could definitely hold out, but now it seems we can only rely on ourselves. Food supplies should be fine. We built several new granaries, and the residents have started planting hardy crops in the fields, I said. The biggest problem right now is medicine. Our stock of healing potions is limited, and if many wounded come in, it might not be enough. Medicine? Mishu frowned. While minor injuries can be temporarily eased with the herbs I found, serious wounds on the battlefield still require professional treatment. By the way, Arthur said he had something urgent to talk to you. Luke suddenly remembered and reminded me. Arthur? What does he want? I was curious and turned toward the workshop inside the building. As I pushed open the door, I saw Arthur leaning over the table, frowning at a blueprint and muttering to himself, as if struggling with it. Hey, Arthur, the residents have already started moving. Thanks to your help in building the houses, the process has been so efficient, I said with a smile. Ah, that's good, Arthur replied without looking up. But I didn't come here just to help you build houses. Arthur's main job is as a weapons maker. This time, he agreed to help build a house because he thought my design was interesting. I didn't expect his skills to be so clever. Not only did he perfectly recreate the drawings, but he also improved many details, making it even better than I imagined. By the way, Luke said you asked for me. I got straight to the point. Arthur finally looked up and pointed his chin at the other side of the table. See for yourself. I looked in the direction he pointed, and my eyes lit up. Wow, you really made it. On the table was a rough-looking mechanical device, my commissioned city defense crossbow, or ballista. This was based on a design from a game in my previous world. I drew the plans from memory, just trying it out. I didn't expect Arthur to actually build it. Made according to your drawings. I can't guarantee it works perfectly, Arthur said with a slight smirk, but I could hear a hint of pride. I've been making weapons for years, but this is the first time I've seen a design like this. Is it for fighting big monsters with giant bolts? Exactly, I said excitedly. I plan to install these ballistas on all 4 walls, crossing fire to block monster attacks effectively. Can you make a few more? Any number is fine. This thing is almost like a toy to me. It's not complicated, Arthur said casually. Oh, and I also made some bolts. You can take them and try them out. Thank you so much. This will really help us strengthen our defenses, I said gratefully. With these ballistas, our protection will be much better. Since it's ready, why not test it on the wall now? I suggested. Test it on the wall? You want to come too? Arthur raised an eyebrow. Of course. Since you made the weapons, you should see their power with your own eyes, I replied with a smile. So, Arthur and I carried the ballista up to the town wall. I used my improvement skill to adjust the size and mounting strength of the ballista, fixing it securely at the shooting port on the wall. All right, load the bolts and give it a try, Arthur said, rubbing his hands with anticipation. It's been a while since I looked forward to how my weapons perform. I picked up a specially made giant crossbow bolt and carefully loaded it into the crossbow. In the game, this thing can be used to shoot dragons. Even as a prototype, it should have quite a bit of power, right? I secretly thought that if I could shoot through half of a distant tree trunk, it would be considered a success. Now, I'll fire. As I pulled the trigger, the bolt shot out with a loud whooshing sound at an incredible speed. There was a loud boom, and a group of trees in the forest ahead was instantly cut in half, with branches and leaves flying everywhere, and dust filling the air. Arthur and I looked at each other, both surprised by what we saw. This power was just too incredible. This thing is really a powerful weapon. After we recovered the crossbow, we returned to the workshop. Arthur was grinning happily, clearly very pleased with his creation. But to me, it was just a prototype. It still had many problems before it could be used effectively. Arthur. Huh. What's wrong? You look unhappy. This thing isn't good enough. It needs more improvements. Huh. Arthur looked surprised, but I already took out paper and pen to note down what needed fixing. Wait. That thing can cut down a whole group of trees. Its power is already impressive, isn't it? Isn't it finished? The power definitely exceeded expectations, but it's not very practical. What exactly are you unhappy with? I'll ask you. How many monsters do you think this crossbow can take down in one shot? Of course, if you aim well, at least 2 medium-sized monsters could be taken down at once, right? I nodded. Arthur was right. But what if you don't aim? Then it should at least take down one, and the hit rate wouldn't be too bad. That's true, but just taking down one monster, do you think that can stop a horde? For example, if 50 monsters come, and you only shoot down one, will they stop attacking? Arthur suddenly fell silent, his confident expression gone. This was exactly my biggest concern. Even if you could accurately hit and kill one monster, facing a large group, single shots are too slow and ineffective for real defense. Of course, being able to fire multiple arrows at once is ideal, but given the current conditions, it is very difficult to achieve. I also thought about making a crossbow that can shoot 10 arrows at a time, but pulling such a large crossbow requires a lot of strength. Adjusting the angle takes a lot of time, and if 10 arrows are fixed and fired together, accuracy will decrease, making it less efficient. All right, let's go with this design. I handed the improved blueprint to Arthur. After he looked at it, his eyes widened, and he looked surprised, as if to say, "Are you serious? My plan is to use a double-track design that can shoot 2 arrows at once, meaning 4 arrows in a quick burst, called the double bow. This design is simple, with straight arrow channels and easy angle adjustments. Even one person can operate it quickly, firing 4 arrows with 2 pulls of the string." Arthur frowned as he examined the blueprint. So, if luck is on your side, you might take down 4 enemies. Even if you miss, you could still hit 2 or 3, right? Exactly, I nodded. We need to be able to take down most monsters at once to stop them from getting close. If we only hit one, the others will still rush forward, so it's not very useful. More arrows mean less power. Should we reinforce the bowstring a bit? No, that wouldn't work for ordinary people to pull. A slight decrease in power is okay, I explained. The monsters of the Demon King's army have high magic resistance, but their physical resistance isn't strong. Even if the power drops a little, it can still do effective damage. What if we face a tough enemy that can't be hurt? Then I'll handle it, I said confidently. Those kinds of monsters aren't something a crossbow can deal with. All right, I'll try building this according to the blueprint. Arthur put away the plans and looked at the name written on it. Double Bow? Is that its official name? Sort of, I replied. Actually, I just wrote it casually, but since Arthur had no objections, I decided to go with it. Thanks, I appreciate it. Got it, phew. The problem of improving the crossbow is solved. Now I need to focus on the medicines. I immediately returned to my laboratory at home and took out a bunch of herbs I had collected earlier from my magic pouch. In a few days, the injured soldiers from the fortress will be moved here. We can't waste the valuable high-level healing potions on minor wounds, so I need to make some simple recovery potions to treat common injuries. My plan is to avoid using the rare ingredient, luguang grass, which contains tiger corpse extract, and instead create a simple version that works almost as well as a high-level healing potion. Most herbs become much more effective after drying, but there are exceptions. For example, quilluo grass, collected near Belka, has thick leaves. When you peel off the outer skin, it oozes a clear, sticky liquid. This herb is best used fresh. Using my mirror skill, I tested different herb combinations one by one, observing how their effects changed when mixed. After trying many combinations, I found that the best result came from collecting aza flowers in the capital. When mixed with the sticky liquid from quilluo grass, it created a potion that helps regenerate the body. In simple terms, this potion isn't as strong as a high-level healing potion, but it still helps with recovery and is in liquid form. To test its effect, I made a small cut on my arm with my sword and applied the potion. The bleeding stopped quickly, and the wound healed faster. However, I noticed that this potion is different from a high-level healing potion. It doesn't seem to relieve fatigue. Yet, according to my mirror skill, it contains ingredients that should help recover from tiredness. Could it be that this effect only works if the potion is taken? I dipped my finger into the potion and tasted it. The texture was thick and slippery, and the flavor was hard to describe. Really unpleasant and difficult to swallow. No choice, I decided to dilute the potion in water to keep its effectiveness while making it easier to drink. After dilution, the potion was less sticky and finally looked drinkable. But I had no confidence in its taste. It didn't smell strange, but just thinking about the slimy feeling on my tongue made me feel a bit nauseous. Still, to confirm if it helps recover from fatigue, someone needs to try drinking it. Well, okay. I took the diluted potion and left the laboratory. Soon, I saw my target, Neri, resting in the square. She had just finished guiding a group of residents to move and was holding a bottle of water, looking exhausted and clearly very tired. Good job, Neri. Thanks to you, the residents' relocation went smoothly. Linchinching. It's okay, just part of the job. I'm a bit tired, though. She stretched lazily, her tone full of fatigue. I looked at Neri's tired appearance. This is simply an excellent choice for a taste tester. By the way, I have a bottle of drink that can relieve fatigue. Since you're so tired, I brought it for you. I handed over the bottle containing the medicine. Really? Thank you so much. I'm so thirsty. Neri's eyes lit up, and she took the bottle without hesitation, drinking it all in one go. Seeing her drink so quickly, I felt relieved. Maybe the diluted taste isn't too bad? But in the next second, Neri's face changed. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly, and her features scrunched up. What's wrong? I asked quickly. It's so bitter. She gagged twice and gulped down some water, and the bitterness is still swirling in my throat. It's so uncomfortable. What about the body fatigue? Did it get better? I hurriedly asked the main question. Fatigue? I think I actually feel a lot more relaxed. Neri moved her shoulders and looked surprised. Although the taste is terrible, the effect is quite noticeable. Great. The medicine works. That's good. I'm glad you find it useful, I said with a forced laugh. While Neri was still rinsing her mouth with water, I quickly slipped away. If I stayed longer, she would definitely get angry. Next time, I should add some sweet fruit to balance out the bitterness. While thinking about how to improve the medicine, I returned to the lab. That night, after dinner in my room, I overheard a little rumor. Apparently, during the meal, Neri suddenly lost her temper and almost threw her plate. I found out that dinner included her favorite roast meat, but she said she couldn't taste anything and ate as if she hadn't eaten at all, which made her very angry. Sigh. It must have been that bitter medicine affecting her sense of taste. How unfortunate. I silently sympathized with her for 3 seconds, and then continued working on improving the flavor of the medicine. Lord Mark, the fortress will fall soon. Leaning against a tree trunk, Mark slowly stood up. His tall, over 2-meter frame was straight and strong, with a perfect human shape. He had long black hair and deep black eyes. His muscles were smooth and powerful, like a carefully crafted piece of art. A pair of sharp horns grow on the top of his head, and behind him, he spreads a pair of dark, black wings. He is one of the officers sent by the Demon King army to this area. How is the battle going? Mark's voice is deep and smooth, without any extra emotion. Reporting to the Lord, the enemy troops are exhausted, but the remaining soldiers inside the fortress are fighting very stubbornly. His subordinate replies respectfully. Is the escape route ready? According to your orders, only one path has been left at the back. Good. Hearing the report, Mark's lips curl into a cold smile. He deliberately lets the wounded inside the fortress escape to the town behind. This way, the people in the town will protect the slow-moving wounded, and they won't be able to retreat anymore. They can only hold their ground. This is a battle that uses human feelings. However, the person who planned this battle has been missing for a while. By the way, has Rick been found? Mark asks. Sorry. He said he would go scout the terrain of the town behind, and then come back, but there has been no news so far. That fool. What is he wandering outside for? Mark frowns. Could he be dead? Hopefully not. Rick doesn't look like an easy target. His magic resistance is quite high, and normal enemies can't hurt him. Could he have fallen into his old habit of being careless when seeing prey? Forget about him. Continue the attack. Yes. Mark waves his hand, thinking to himself. That guy will come back sooner or later. Finally done. I look at the potion in my hand and nod with satisfaction. This time, I added a sweet fruit flavor, so it should taste much better than before. The effect probably hasn't changed, but I still need someone to test it. I prepared many small bottles in advance and poured the potion into each one. Because I added fruit pulp and water to dilute it, I made a large batch this time, enough for the wounded coming soon. Everything seems to be going smoothly. Oh, I also need to check the progress of the double bow improvements. I gently push open the door, peek around to observe the surroundings. No sounds heard, it should be safe. The reason I am so cautious is because there is a reason behind it. A few days ago, I started to be followed by someone. A dangerous person with a long spear kept threatening to hurt me. Although she didn't dare to break into my room, she knocked on the doors several times. I pretended I wasn't home to avoid her. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. They say not to offend anyone who loves food, but I never thought someone would hold a grudge so strongly that they would try to attack me. I hurried to the workshop and saw Arthur with 2 dark circles under his eyes, working on 2 bows. It was clear he had stayed up late working. "How's it going? Is it finished?" I asked as I approached. "Huh? Oh, almost," Arthur replied without looking up. I looked at the workbench. The improved 2-bow design matched my idea perfectly, with clear double-track lines visible. "How's the testing going?" "Not much trouble. I applied oil to the joints to make them move more smoothly. But the oil quality isn't great, so the movement might be a bit stiff," Arthur said as he turned the gears of the crossbow. "As long as it works normally, go ahead and install it." We moved the 2-bow to the city wall and installed it, then immediately tested it. Just as expected, the power was slightly less than the previous single shot, but being able to fire 4 arrows at once greatly improved efficiency against groups of monsters. The upgrade was successful. I took out a bottle of newly made potion and handed it to Arthur. "You must be exhausted after staying up late. Try this. It can help relieve fatigue." Arthur took the bottle, hesitated for a moment, then drank it. To my surprise, his eyes lit up. "The taste isn't bad, actually. It's a bit special, but not hard to drink." I watched for a while and noticed his face looked noticeably less tired. It seems the potion worked well. Both major tasks are done. I felt relaxed as I headed toward the research room. But halfway there, I ran into that dangerous person, Nori. She still looked a bit tired, holding a long spear. When she saw me, she immediately raised it, her eyes fierce. "Linchinching, I won't let you go this time." Seeing this, I quickly took out a few bottles of prepared potion and handed them over. Don't be impulsive. This is the new healing potion I made. It tastes amazing. You should try it." Nuri looked at me with suspicion and then at the bottle of potion in her hand. After I repeatedly assured her, "It's really delicious," she hesitated and opened a bottle to take a sip. The next moment, her eyes lit up instantly. All her anger disappeared, and she smiled warmly. "Wow, it really tastes good. I'll go now and get busy. I'll settle the bill with you next time." After saying that, she happily jumped back to work with the potion. She's such an easy person to please. The next day, having solved the big problems with the potion and the crossbow cannon, I felt relaxed as I went to the meeting room. But I found the atmosphere inside was serious. Mishu and Luke were standing in front of a map, frowning and discussing something. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" I asked. "Mr. Linchinching," Mishu turned around, looking a little tired. "We are talking about reinforcements." I suddenly remembered that I had previously mentioned asking nearby nobles for help. "Are they all unwilling to help?" "Yes, they are all cold and uncooperative," Mishu sighed. "I thought the Robusto family would give me some face, but it turns out they are also under pressure from the royal city and haven't replied yet. Even at this point, they're still holding back. These nobles are really unreasonable." "Your Highness Mishu, what should we do now?" Luke asked worriedly. Mishu was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up with a very firm gaze. "Luke, get ready. I'm going to visit the Robusto family myself." "What?" "It's too dangerous to go out now, and the fortress could fall at any moment. If even the Robusto family refuses to send troops, it will be very hard for us to defend here on our own." Mishu's tone was very determined. "Even if there's only a small chance, I have to try. I don't know if they will agree, but I must try." "But you're going alone." "I won't go alone." Mishu's gaze fixed on me, with a sincere look. "Mr. Linchinching, could you please come with me? The Robusto family has served the royal family for generations and is known for their loyalty and sense of justice. Recently, their relationship with the royal court has become distant. The main reason is said to be the current head of the family, who is known to be eccentric. More importantly, the king has handed over all political power to his ministers, which has caused the family to lose trust in him. Is the current head of the family difficult to get along with? I asked. Yes, I've heard she's very stubborn. Once she makes up her mind, she never changes it, Mishu explained while looking out the window at the passing scenery. Can we persuade her then? As the carriage traveled along the official road, Mishu told me about the family head we were about to visit. But from what she said, it seems she's not the type to easily agree. Although I'm unhappy with the current king, I don't think he holds any ill will toward me. When I was 15, he even sent a congratulatory message. But my brother, he didn't send any greeting at all, Mishu said calmly. It seems he doesn't dislike you, I replied. It's pretty blunt that he only sent a greeting to Mishu and not her brother. But I don't know much about the king or Mishu's brother, so I can't say much. We need to get back before the fortress falls, I said. Yes, we must hurry. Based on my judgment, we haven't received any news about the fortress's wounded retreating, so the situation is still under control. Honestly, I've been worried. Can the wounded really escape safely? What if the Demon King's army has blocked all escape routes? The fortress is almost lost, and being surrounded by the demon army isn't surprising. It's probably not easy for the wounded to break out. Don't worry, Mishu comforted me. When we arrive at Belka, the fortress was already surrounded, but they're still able to communicate. That means they still have some room to maneuver. That's not really reassuring, is it? If they're still holding on despite being surrounded, those soldiers are truly remarkable. By the way, the demon army clearly has the ability to block all routes. Why did they leave one escape route open? What are they really trying to do? I was deep in thought when Mishu suddenly clenched her fist, her eyes becoming very determined. Since we've bought some time, we can't waste it. We must do everything we can. Her face remained expressionless, but her eyes showed a strong spirit of determination. Hearing her words, I felt even more that Mishu was truly outstanding, much better than the current king and her brother. She was about my age, but had a calmness and sense of responsibility far beyond others her age. I was just staring at her blankly when Mishu suddenly looked out the window and whispered almost inaudibly, "Was I really cool just now? Mr. Linchinching must have thought highly of me. I'm not sure I can persuade the nobles, but riding alone in a carriage with Mr. Linchinching, it's so wonderful, so romantic. I wish we could just keep going like this." I twitched my mouth. What's with Mishu? Is she aware or not? She always likes to whisper her thoughts in a very soft voice. Before, when Narori and I were talking comfortably, she also secretly insulted Narori as a little wildcat in a similar quiet voice. Mr. Linchinching, let's do our best. Mishu turned around and looked normal again. Yes, let's do our best. I pretended I didn't hear anything and responded casually. When we arrived at the Robusto family's house, we immediately asked to see the head of the family. Although they are local nobles, the Robusto family is quite powerful. Their mansion is as large as my family's, and there's a nearby town owned by them, showing they are quite wealthy. We were led into the reception room to wait. As we walked, I saw many servants and butlers busy at work, all in an orderly scene that made me feel strangely nostalgic. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and the butler brought in a lady. "Welcome to our humble home. I am Bija Robusto, the current head of the Robusto family." She bowed gracefully, her voice clear and pleasant. "Sorry to bother you during your busy day. I am Mishu Schwartzmarkenfurt. I was grateful when you sent me a congratulatory message when I was 15, and I've wanted to thank you ever since," Mishu replied respectfully. "You're welcome," Bija smiled. "Your reputation is much better than other royals. Sending a congratulatory message is nothing. Besides, I don't like those hypocrites anyway." Her words had a hidden meaning, clearly implying her disapproval of Mishu's brother and the king. Besha is a beautiful woman with a calm smile on her face, but her cold eyes seemed to be examining everything carefully. She briefly looked at me, then quickly turned her gaze to Mishu. "Is this the young guard you mentioned before?" "Yes, his name is Linchinching. Although he's young, he's very skilled and knowledgeable," Mishu said confidently. "Oh," Besha raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Talented young people are indeed worth nurturing." She chuckled softly, then squinted and got straight to the point. "You're here because of what you mentioned earlier, right?" "Exactly. I want to ask you to send troops to support Belka," Mishu said sincerely. Your Highness the Princess has come personally. It seems the situation is quite urgent. Has the fortress fallen? Not yet, but it's very dangerous. It could be attacked by the Demon King's army at any moment. Besha closed her eyes and was silent for a moment. When she opened them again, her expression was calm. You should know that Belka isn't within my territory, right? I know, and Belka isn't an easy town to defend or attack. Even if I send troops, it will be hard to hold. No, we've already moved the residents of Belka to the plains behind and built a new town. We've surrounded it with strong walls, erected watchtowers, and placed defensive weapons. With enough soldiers, we can definitely defend it, Mishu hurried to explain. Hearing this, Besha's eyebrows twitched slightly. I heard you arrived in Belka only a month or two ago. You've been quick. Thanks to Mr. Lin Chinxing, Mishu secretly glanced at me. Honestly, compared to the helpless Belka at first, the new city now has enough defenses. We've also prepared to persuade her. Besha's concern is probably that Belka isn't part of her territory. Sending troops might not benefit her and could even offend the royal capital. Your preparations are very thorough, and your judgment is quite good. Besha nodded. Then her tone suddenly changed. But I can't agree. Why? Mishu was stunned. If I send troops, I will definitely attract the suspicion of the royal capital. And I always keep my promises. If I say I won't send troops, I won't. But I see your chances are pretty good, so just do your best. Bija quickly and firmly refused, leaving no room for discussion. So all our previous talks were for nothing? I was thinking about this when suddenly the door to the reception room swung open. A familiar voice said, "Excuse me, Lord. I heard that the famous Princess Mishu has arrived, and I really wanted to come say hello. Come in. But I think they will leave soon," Bija replied. When I saw who was coming in, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. It's him. Nice to meet you. My name is Alwyn Robusto. I am Mishu Schwartz Markhamford. I've heard of Princess Mishu's great reputation. So, Alwyn's gaze suddenly fixed on me, full of surprise, clearly recognizing me. Could you be? What's wrong? Bija raised an eyebrow. Is this princess's bodyguard someone you know? As soon as she finished speaking, Alwyn quickly walked over to me, tightly holding my hands, with a bright smile on his face, as if he saw a lifesaver. You are Lin Chinxing. You must be the third prince of the Lin family. Why yes, hello. His sudden enthusiasm left me a bit stunned. This guy is way too excited. The Lin family? Bija's eyes instantly sharpened as she looked me over. Could you be the third young master of the Lin family? I've heard his reputation isn't very good. So how come? I was used to others' negative opinions, but Alwyn immediately got anxious and turned to Bija, saying, "Mother, how can you be so rude? When I was badly burned and hanging between life and death, it was he who did his best to save me. And he even gave me precious high-level medicine. He said at the time, as long as Lord Alwyn recovers, this stuff isn't a big deal." What? Bija was stunned. Hey, that's way too exaggerated. I never said anything like that. In fact, I thought the medicine was SOSO and even considered that maybe I shouldn't take it, since it was like cold medicine, probably not worth it. Plus, that medicine wasn't even that rare. With enough wind tiger extract and time, I could make a lot of it. It seems I misunderstood you before. Vejia's tone softened, and her gaze toward me was less cold. Thank you for saving my son's life. You're welcome. It was just a small favor, that's all I could say. There's no way I could admit. Actually, I didn't think much of that medicine at the time. I secretly glanced at Mishu, who was looking at me with bright eyes, as if saying, Mr. Lin Chinxing is really impressive. Oh no, half of what Alvin said was just his imagination. However, that's a different matter. Vejia quickly changed the subject and returned to the main point. Alvin frowned. By the way, what exactly are they here for? They don't seem like they just came to say hello. They came to borrow soldiers, Vejia replied. Borrow soldiers? Borrow from our family, Alvin asked in surprise. You should know that Belka is fighting against the Demon King's army, Vejia explained. Princess Mishu and her guards are responsible for defending there. Probably because of poor relations with the ministers in the capital, they were deliberately sent to the front lines to be tested. Vejia chuckled softly, clearly showing disdain for the people in the capital. I see. Alvin nodded and looked at Vejia. Mother, how do you plan to respond? I won't send troops, Vejia said without hesitation. It's not beneficial for me, and I've already made up my mind. I won't change it. I thought Alvin might have a chance if he came, But Vezia was still so stubborn. Alvin was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up with a determined gaze. Mother, please give me soldiers. I want to support them, to repay Lord Lin Xinxing's life-saving kindness. Our Robusto family has always believed in repaying kindness. Isn't that our family motto? Besides, we have long-standing ties with the Lin family. We shouldn't stand by and do nothing. What are you talking about? Vejia's face darkened. If we send troops, we'll attract the attention of the capital, and you are the next head of the family. How can you go to such a dangerous place? Mother. Enough, Vejia interrupted him. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly sighed. Fine, I agree to send troops. She actually compromised. Why you agree? Mishu asked happily. Our Robusto family indeed believes in repaying kindness, Baija said. However, you cannot go. I will send other generals to lead the team. No, I must go, Alwyn immediately replied. Besides me, no one is more suitable to command this rescue mission, and I also want to personally thank His Highness Lin Xinxing. Baija looked at Alwyn with a complicated expression, finally giving in. All right, but I will select the best soldiers for you. We originally planned to send troops to fight the nearby monsters. The equipment and personnel are ready. Just change some of the defensive gear, and we can leave immediately. Thank you so much, Lady Baija. Mishu quickly expressed his gratitude. I looked at Baija and couldn't help but think. This family head is probably very fond of her son. She once said, family rules aren't that important, and now, because her son insisted, she changed her mind and sent the best soldiers to protect him. How long will it take to leave? I asked. Very soon. We can arrive at Belka in at most 2 days, Baija replied. Then she looked at me with a warning in her eyes. His Highness Lin Xinxing, I am entrusting Alwyn to you. If anything happens to him, after the Demon King's army moves in, the Robusto family will personally march to conquer Belka. She smiled, but her eyes were cold and sharp. Mother, don't worry, Alwyn said with a smile. I will protect His Highness Lin Xinxing, and our Robusto family would never attack our benefactors. But I didn't think so. Baija's expression just now was serious. It seems I not only have to deal with the Demon King's army, but also need to carefully protect Alwyn. This is really troublesome. 2 days later, before the injured from the fortress arrived, Alwyn led the elite soldiers of the Robusto family to New Belka. Luke looked at the well-organized soldiers and couldn't help but praise, as expected of His Highness Mishu, to have such elite reinforcements. I silently thought, this isn't really because of Mishu. It's because Baija couldn't bear to see her son in danger, so she sent the best soldiers to protect him. I've heard of Mama's boy, but this is the first time I've heard of a son's mom. If Alwyn were to have an accident, these soldiers might turn against us immediately. Then, we wouldn't just be fighting the Demon King's army. We must be extra careful. Another 2 days passed, and a group of exhausted figures appeared on the distant horizon. The fortress's injured and survivors, finally retreating to New Belka. Most of them were ragged, covered in injuries, and many supported themselves with crutches. Their faces showed exhaustion and despair. Quick, open the gates. Let them in, Mishu immediately ordered. The city gates slowly opened. The survivors saw the strong walls and the new town, and a small spark of hope appeared in their eyes. Your Highness, did we hold the fortress? A bloodied officer asked hoarsely. Mishu shook her head sadly. No, but this is New Belka. We will defend it. You've worked hard. Rest now and get treatment. I took out some simple healing potions I had made before and handed them to Nori and Luke. Distribute these. Treat minor injuries first. Send the seriously injured to the medical room for advanced treatment. Alwyn also quickly ordered, soldiers, follow my commands. Help with the wounded, get familiar with the defenses, and prepare to fight the Demon King's army. The soldiers immediately moved into action. The whole of New Belka became busy in an instant. The officer looked at the walls and the 2 bows on top, surprised. This is defensive structures? I didn't expect Belka to be so strong. All thanks to Mr. Lin Xinxing, Mishu said. The officer looked at me with admiration. I see. No wonder you convinced the Robusto family to send troops. With you here, we can definitely hold this place. I smiled but said nothing. Holding this place was not just for Mishu or the survivors. It was also to prevent Alwyn from getting into trouble and causing more problems for myself. Night fell, and the lights of New Belka lit up the night sky. In the medical room, wounded groaned. Soldiers patrolled the walls, and the air was tense. I stood on the wall, using my magic sensing skill to feel far away. A huge wave of magic was approaching quickly, filled with strong malice. The Demon King's army was finally coming. Mr. Lin Chinxing, Mishu came over and whispered, "Yes, they're here." I nodded. "Are you ready?" "Ready." The walls, the two bows, the potions, the reinforcements, everything we could do was prepared. Now, it's going to be a tough fight. I am Captain Ahai of the fortress troops. May I ask, Princess Mishu Shawat's Markenford? I am here. Mishu responded calmly, her voice clear and steady. Thank you for your bravery. I am Mishu Shawat's Markenford. The conditions here are simple, so please rest well first. Captain Ahai, with a face full of stubble and armor covered in scratches and dirt, paused briefly when he saw Mishu. He blinked his bloodshot eyes from days of fierce fighting, seeming a bit surprised. I've heard about you before, but you are very young. And he hesitated, then straightened his tired back. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern. But the Demon King's army will attack here sooner or later. The city walls are tall, which gives us some time, but we need to improve our defenses quickly. By the way, over there, he looked past Mishu at the strange defensive structures behind the city walls. That is called the double bow defense device. A single volley can suppress many monsters. If you're interested, you can check it out later. There's also a new watchtower with a great view. Mishu's voice was gentle but firm with undeniable authority. The most urgent thing now is to treat the wounded. I have healing potions ready. Please distribute them quickly to the seriously injured and arrange for them to rest in the accommodation area. Yes, yes. Captain Ahai immediately obeyed, turning around and loudly commanding his subordinates. Nori and Luke, who had been quietly coordinating nearby, stepped forward quickly, skillfully directing the residents to help carry the injured. Looking at the missing limbs and blood-stained bandages on the stretchers, I sighed softly. It seems everyone is hurt quite badly. At this moment, Alwyn came over to me. The sunlight shone on his light blonde hair, creating a subtle contrast with the bleak surroundings. Mr. Alwyn Robusto, I nodded slightly. Just call me Alwyn. He smiled cheerfully, with fine lines appearing at the corners of his eyes, instantly easing the heavy atmosphere. Seeing I was still a bit reserved, he added, "It's my honor to repay the kindness of His Highness Lin Chinxing. I should be the one thanking you. Honestly." He looked around and spoke with obvious amazement. This place was built in just 2 months. Not only the residential area, but the rammed earth walls and the watchtower structure are far beyond normal. Especially that double bow. I've never seen such a clever city defense weapon. Is this your design, Your Highness Lin Chinxing? Sort of. I provided the initial idea, and luckily, a weaponsmith named Arthur worked hard to turn the plans into reality. But they haven't been tested in battle yet, so how effective they are is still unknown. I nodded. Alwyn's eyes sparkled with professionalism. To me, this is definitely a groundbreaking design. The shooting angle and loading mechanism are very clever. Once used in battle, they could disrupt the monster's attack rhythm. I've already had the soldiers here practice the basic operations, so they are ready to follow your commands at any time. Thank you, I said sincerely. Although he comes from a noble background, he shows no arrogance. His honesty and competence make it hard not to like him. While I was talking with Alwyn, Nori finished tending to the wounded and came over. Lin Chinxing, she whispered, the seriously injured are all settled, and the medicine has been distributed according to the doses. Thanks for your hard work. I nodded, then remembered something and turned to introduce her. Oh, Nori, this is Alwyn Robusto. We're grateful he led the troops here to help. Nice to meet you. I am Alwyn Robusto. Just call me Alwyn. Alwyn smiled and extended his hand confidently. Nori looked a bit shy, her cheeks slightly red, and responded stiffly. I'm Nori. Please take care of me. Her usually straightforward manner was a bit subdued now. Could it be because she instinctively keeps her distance from nobles? I thought to myself. Alwyn didn't seem to notice and eagerly continued the conversation. I heard from Your Highness Lin Chinxing that you are a famous gun expert in the neighboring country. I mainly study magic, but I'm also very interested in guns. I wonder if I could learn a few tricks from you in the future. Ah, yes. If I can be of help. Nori's voice carried a faint, almost unnoticeable excitement. It seems that using swordsmanship as a starting point really helps her relax and let her guard down. Then let's fight side by side and protect this country together. Alwyn extended his hand with a firm tone. Mr. Alwyn, aren't you afraid of death? Nori suddenly looked up, her eyes shining brightly. Thank you very much for bringing your troops to help, but the situation here is truly life or death. Of course, I am afraid, Alwyn calmly admitted, but a proud smile appeared on his face. But I am more afraid of letting down Lord Lin Chinxing's kindness, and more afraid of betraying my beliefs and just trying to survive in front of the enemy. I come from a noble family of martial fighters. If I can't die fighting on the battlefield and instead die peacefully in bed, that would be the greatest shame. Dying with my sword in hand is the highest honor for a warrior. As long as I still breathe, I will fight until the very last moment. As soon as he finished speaking, even the air seemed to become serious. That pure belief of a warrior shined brightly in him. He is indeed very brave. But honestly, I feel a little uneasy deep inside. What if he really sacrifices himself in this battle? Even if we drive back the demon army, there will still be many problems afterward. Mrs. Robusto, known for protecting her loved ones, would definitely lead her army here to seek revenge. While I was quietly worrying, I saw Nori's body tremble slightly. Nori, Mr. Alwyn, she suddenly grabbed Alwyn's still extended hand, her eyes burning like two flames. It's an honor to fight alongside a warrior like you. Protecting innocent people is our true stage. Dying on the battlefield is not fear, but a proud destiny. Let's fight to the very end together. She was so excited she almost stammered, but every word was firm. That made me realize that Nori also has the fiery spirit of a warrior. When she failed the Royal Guard selection, she hesitated even to step into dangerous forests. But once she touched the core of protection and honor, she could burst out with such fearless courage. Although I personally believe that living is the key to continuing to protect everything we want to guard. Inspired by the fierce fighting spirit ignited between these two, and feeling unable to join in, I quietly turned and headed toward the injured area. As I passed through the busy crowd, I caught a quick glimpse of Mikhail leaning against a corner wall, joking and laughing with a young woman from town. It is said that while Mishu and I went to the Robusto family for help, he was busy charming everyone around. This guy's obsession with romance is deeply ingrained in him. Like us, he is from noble birth, but Mikhail's carefree attitude is very different from Alwyn's calm and dependable nature. I couldn't help but look at him a little longer, and he caught my gaze sharply, even raising an eyebrow and giving a flirtatious wink. Forget it. Let him be, I sighed helplessly. Mikhail isn't really suited to play serious roles, so maybe it's better to leave him as he is. Ignoring him, I quickly walked into the makeshift medical hut made of stone. The air was filled with the smell of herbs and blood. I guided the villagers helping out on how to assess injuries, while carefully giving precious medicine to the seriously wounded. Although we had enough supplies, the materials were running out, so every drop had to be used wisely. Wow, this medicine is amazing. The intense pain in my body is easing. That means I can go back to the battlefield. The soldiers who took the medicine gradually regained color in their faces and hope shone in their eyes. Seeing them struggle to sit up, I quickly signaled for them to rest and recover. It's a relief that their condition is improving. Mishu had arrived behind me quietly, speaking softly. Yes, with Alwyn's reinforcements and these soldiers recovering their strength, our chances of winning have increased a lot. But we still don't know the size of the enemy forces. Before I finished speaking, a young soldier at the back of the room suddenly shouted excitedly, breaking the brief moment of calm. The scream shattered the brief atmosphere of joy. It came from a soldier held down by others. His bandage on the chest had been torn open, revealing a fierce wound. His eyes were unfocused, clearly in a delirious state after severe injury. Calm down. Hold him down, the medic shouted anxiously. I quickly stepped forward, the strong smell of blood hitting me. Next to me, an old soldier with a gray beard was pressing down the struggling soldier's shoulder with his rough hand. He raised his head, his wrinkles deep as canyons around his eyes, and sighed. He's one of the few who survived after facing that monster directly. We all saw it. The so-called commander took a direct hit from the fortress magic cannon. When the smoke cleared, he hadn't even taken a step back. The veteran's voice grew quieter, trembling with the shock of survival. That wasn't a fight. It was a crushing defeat. Our swords and blades felt like tickling him, while he could sweep us away with a flick of his hand. His strength is on a completely different level. Could there really be such a powerful opponent? My heart sank. The army of monsters was already overwhelming. If there was another leader like that. Do you know what that guy's name is? I asked, trying to catch any piece of information. The veteran struggled to remember, fear in his eyes. During the chaos, I think I heard those talking monsters call him Lord Mark, with a mix of fear and respect. Even the bloodthirsty monsters obeyed him. Imagine how strong he must be. Within a few days, the dark tide of monsters surged toward New Belka City, surrounding the walls completely. The residents had already evacuated, leaving the empty streets looking even more grim. The soldiers and I stood on the wall, our fingers turning white from gripping the battlements tightly. Looking out, the number of monsters far exceeded the worst estimates, with various shapes filling every inch of the land in sight. A deep roar merged into a terrifying roar that shook everyone's nerves. There are more enemies than we thought. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. Yes, Mishu, standing beside me, responded softly. She remained straight, her pale golden hair moving slightly in the wind. Mr. Linshinshing, aren't you afraid? Yes, I answered honestly. The cold sweat on my palms was proof enough. But right now, behind us are people with nowhere to run. Her face was still expressionless, but in her calm, lake-like blue eyes, a tiny flicker of emotion flashed. I could feel her shoulders tense. In such a desperate situation, fear is a normal reaction. Looking around, many young soldiers had pale faces and trembling legs. I also wanted to run away, but reason told me that only by holding our ground could we have a chance to survive. So, I had to do my best and fight. The monsters are starting to move. A hoarse shout came from the watchtower. The twisted shadow on the horizon slowly advanced forward. Like a tide of death, a strong, almost tangible killing aura rushed toward us, making it hard to breathe. Open fire. I forced down my fear and gave a loud command. Buzz. The improved double bows on the city wall sounded with a dull noise. Special armor-piercing arrows turned into a deadly rain of black, sharp whistling as they fell into the monster horde. The effect was immediate. Roar. A giant wolf monster at the front was pierced through the chest by an arrow and howled as it rolled to the ground in pain. Yow! On the other side, several quick-moving lizard men were also nailed to the ground one after another. The power of the arrows exceeded expectations, precise and deadly. Small monsters were almost killed with a single hit. Even the large, tough-skinned monsters were deeply pierced by multiple arrows, roaring in pain, causing their charge to slow. The formation of the monster horde began to fall into chaos. Casualties at the front made the following monsters hesitate, and some even trampled each other. This effect is amazing. Alvin, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel, his eyes reigniting with hope. Maybe we can really hold them off. But hope is always fleeting. Your Highness Mishu, the arrow stock is running out too fast. It's not enough. A squad leader responsible for supplies ran over, panting and reporting. Mishu frowned slightly, but her voice remained firm. Stop the double bow volleys. Logistics team, replenish the arrows immediately. All soldiers below, listen to my order. Open the city gates and charge. The heavy city gates slowly opened. The soldiers, already prepared, surged out like a flood, shouting loudly. Ohai's remaining fortress troops, filled with revenge, led the charge. Alvin's elite Robusto family soldiers, well organized, followed closely. The two forces merged into a steel torrent, crashing fiercely into the chaos of the monster horde, which had been disoriented by the arrow attack. The sound of swords clashing, fighting, and monsters' wails echoed across the battlefield. The human soldiers' morale reached its peak, and the monsters began to retreat step by step. It seems like the situation is stabilizing. I kept my eyes on the battlefield and let out a small sigh of relief. Yeah, Mishu responded softly, but her sharp gaze scanned deep into the battlefield, her expression still tense. I understood her worries. The demon in the shadows, the commander named Mark, had not appeared yet. With such a defeat, he definitely wouldn't stay silent. As if to confirm our guess, a sudden change occurred in the middle of the battlefield. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, and several figures were thrown into the air like broken dolls. The once solid front line was torn open in an instant. A very tall figure, exuding a terrifying sense of pressure, appeared in everyone's view, walking slowly and heavily. He was over 2 meters tall, with a nearly bare upper body covered in bulging muscles, like steel, full of destructive power. His black hair flowed freely, and his deep eyes resembled the night. 2 pairs of curved horns shimmered with ominous light on his head. His black wings, folded behind him, added an eerie feeling. He didn't need to make any moves. Just standing there, the air around him seemed to freeze. The enemy leader, Mark. Mr. Lin Chinxing. Mishu's voice was more urgent than ever. Without hesitation, I supported the wall with one hand and leapt down from the several-meter-high city wall. Landing without pause, I transformed into a swift shadow and headed straight for the battlefield's absolute focus. Alwyn reacted very quickly, almost immediately beginning to chant loudly as Mark appeared. Complex magic runes flickered around her. The well-trained Robusto soldiers suppressed their fear and quickly formed a tight shield wall, trying to block Mark's advance. But their brave defense was so pale in the face of absolute strength. Mark didn't even use any special skills. He just casually swung his arm. The heavy shield seemed to deform and shatter like paper. The soldiers behind him were also swept away forcefully, with the sound of bones cracking clearly audible. At that moment, Alwyn finished her chant. The fiery spirit of the flames, obey my call, devour my enemies. Blazing whirlwind. Boom. A huge fire vortex over 5 meters in diameter suddenly appears, completely engulfing Mark's tall figure. The hot air blast makes the surrounding soldiers step back instinctively. Did it succeed? Alwyn tightly grips her spear, hope flashing across her face. But in the next second, a voice from the flames makes her freeze. Just a small trick. Mark steps out unscathed from the gradually dispersing flames. He is covered in a thin, clear ice armor, not even a scratch visible. The ice armor emits a cold, chilling aura, creating a strange contrast with the surrounding heat. Alwyn's pupils shrink suddenly, but her fighting instinct prompts her to act immediately. Cover me, she shouts sharply, her body rushing forward. Her spear, like a venomous snake, strikes out with all her strength toward Mark's throat. It targets what seems to be the weakest spot of the ice armor. Mark tilts his head slightly. The spear tip brushes past his neck, slicing off a strand of ice chips, but causing no harm. A hint of amusement flickers in his dark eyes. Such an attack, not even worth a tickle. Hee hee. Alwyn suddenly laughs, her voice standing out sharply on the grim battlefield. Mark frowns slightly. Why are you laughing at the moment of death? At that moment, amidst the smoke and dust stirred by the blazing vortex, a small, agile figure moves silently like a ghost. It's Nori. She seizes the moment when everyone's attention is drawn to Alwyn, slipping into Mark's blind spot. Her spear aims at the connection between his wings and body behind him, stabbing with full force. The angle is tricky, and the speed is astonishing. Got him, Alwyn shouts in coordination, trying to distract Mark. Clang. A clear metallic clash sounds. Nori feels a sharp pain in her palm. Her spear seems to hit a piece of tempered steel. It can't advance at all, and instead, she is pushed back by a strong recoil. Her arm goes numb, and she stumbles backward, her face instantly losing color. No, impossible. The gun can't possibly pierce through. Mark didn't even look back. He casually reached behind and grabbed the barrel of Nori's spear with perfect precision. Like lifting a small animal, he effortlessly swung both the person and the spear. He threw it forcefully toward Alwyn. Nori, Alwyn shouted in surprise, quickly opening her arms to catch her teammate. The powerful impact made her stumble backward. Nori, in her arms, had a little blood at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Soldiers of the Robusto family, brothers of the fortress, for our homeland, follow me. A military officer's face twisted with rage, leading the remaining soldiers around him, determined to fight to the death again against Mark. But courage alone couldn't make up for the gap in strength. Mark was like a tiger among sheep. Every swing, every kick, was accompanied by bones breaking and soldiers crying out in pain. He was like an unstoppable mountain, leaving chaos and despair wherever he went. The advantage gained from the double bows and infantry charge was gone in just a few minutes. Mark took back control of the battlefield with his own strength. He slowly approached a wounded soldier lying on the ground, trying to struggle to get up. A huge shadow completely covered the soldier. Mark slowly lifted his foot, clad in a cold metal boot, aiming at the soldier's head. His voice was calm but more terrifying than any roar. "End your pointless struggle. Ants deserve their death." Cold death was about to arrive. I sped up and looked around the battlefield edge, suddenly stopping. It was the young soldier who had broken down emotionally earlier in the wounded area. Now he was sitting in the mud, trembling like a leaf in the wind, clutching the dirt tightly with both hands. His eyes were hollow, staring in Mark's direction, clearly terrified beyond words. Seeing him like this, my heart tightened, and a strong resolve surged inside me. It was right to rush out without hesitation just now. If even we retreat, these young people will have no hope. I charged recklessly toward the center of the battle. Mud splattered with blood flew around my feet. A quick step brought me to a precise stop in front of Alwyn and Nuo, who were struggling to hold their ground. A sword was held horizontally, blocking the way between them and Mark. "Who are you?" Mark's cold gaze fixed on me. His eyes looked like he was examining a lifeless object. "I'm Linshinxing. This guy is very strong. His ice armor is incredibly tough. Be careful of his fists and quick magic attacks," Nuo shouted urgently. She was breathing heavily, her gun trembling slightly in her hand, clearly affected by the recent clash. "Prince Linshinxing, this place is too dangerous. You should leave quickly." Alwyn's face was full of worry. She tried to step forward and shield me. I understood her good intentions. But if I retreated now, given Mark's overwhelming strength, they would definitely be in danger. "Don't worry. Leave it to me," I said firmly, with a tone that left no room for doubt. "Please, organize the evacuation of the injured brothers immediately. Save as many as you can. Leave this to me," I added. "But," Alwyn wanted to argue. Nuo grabbed her arm suddenly, looked at me with a complicated expression, and whispered, "Trust him, Alwyn." His entire focus, that tangible cold killing intent, was locked onto me. He stood like an iceberg, radiating cold air all around. "Are you not going to order your subordinates to attack together?" I tried to test him with words, while adjusting my breathing and sensing his rhythm. "No need," Mark replied calmly, with absolute confidence. "After I kill you, the rest are just easy targets. The priority is clear." He slightly squinted his eyes, as if he had already seen my end. This guy's thinking pattern was like a highly efficient killing machine, cold and precise. "Did you kill Rick?" he suddenly asked, changing the subject without warning. "Rick?" I paused and quickly searched my memory, but I didn't recognize the name. "Who is he?" "A blue wind tiger. He's my advisor and quite capable," Mark added, his tone neither angry about his subordinate's death nor just stating a fact. "Oh, that guy." I suddenly understood. So that noisy wind tiger I finally defeated with a sword was actually a strategist for the Demon King army? It seems the quality of officers in this army varies a lot. "My name is Mark. I am one of the 4 demon generals of the Demon King army, known as the Ice Emperor." He announced his name officially. The ground trembled slightly as he spoke. A layer of clear, shiny ice with a metallic glow quickly covered his entire body, like he was wearing an icy armor. "Your name is Linshinxing, right? Come on, let me see what you're made of." "Lord Mark." At this moment, several elite demon commanders rushed out from behind, trying to help. "Stay back." Mark didn't turn around. His angry shout sounded like a thunderclap. "He's my prey. Anyone who interferes, I will tear apart together with him." The demon commanders immediately fell silent, stepping back in fear, not daring to come any closer. I didn't expect that even in this demon army, some still follow rules for single combat. This almost knightly style of fighting made me see him in a different light. Such an opponent is at least worth respecting. "Huh." Without any warning, Mark moved. He took a big step forward, and the ground cracked beneath him. His right fist shot out like a cannonball, tearing through the air with a sharp scream, aiming straight at my face. His speed was so fast that in my quick-moving vision, I could only see a blur. If he were an ordinary soldier, he probably wouldn't have time to react before his brains burst. But I relied not only on my eyes. My battle-honed instincts allowed me to sense his trajectory before his fist even reached me. "Oomph." I gripped my sword with both arms, ready to block. Clang! A deafening explosion of sound erupted. A tremendous force from the sword's blade hit me, rushing along my arm and smashing through my bones. It made me feel dizzy and numb in my hand. The power was terrifying. I clenched my teeth and quickly blocked several heavy punches he threw like a storm. Each punch was strong and heavy, as if blocking a charging war chariot. Seizing a tiny gap in his attack, I twisted my body and swung my sword to counterattack. The sword flashed with cold light, aiming straight at his shoulder and neck. Clang! A harsh metal screech sounded. The sword hit a thin layer of ice, but only splashed a few ice chips, unable to cut through at all. This ice armor was incredibly hard. Useless, Mark sneered, then swung his left leg like a steel whip, bringing a sharp gust of wind. I hurriedly leaned to the side and dodged. His cold ankle brushed past my nose, and the wind it created made my face sting. I narrowly managed to step back a few paces, my back instantly soaked with cold sweat. If I had been even a tiny bit slower just now, my ribs might have all broken. Ice blade falling, he didn't even chant, he just shouted softly. Suddenly, several ice spikes, as thick as an arm and extremely sharp at the tip, appeared out of nowhere, carrying a deadly coldness, shooting toward me from different angles. Sparks flew, but nothing moved. We clashed repeatedly, but I couldn't break his defense. Every attack he made could be deadly, so I had to focus all my energy on dodging and blocking. My stamina drained quickly, like a dam bursting. Using the momentum, I jumped back to create some distance, gasping for breath, my chest rising and falling. Alarm bells rang loudly in my mind. I can't go on like this. This guy is a real monster. Speed, strength, defense, and those magic spells that don't require chanting, almost without any weaknesses. The Demon King's 4 generals. They sound like the final bosses in legendary stories. If there were 3 more such enemies, this battle would be impossible to win. If I had known this earlier, I should have listened to the old village healer and focused on studying medicine and gathering herbs. At least then, I wouldn't have to face such ridiculous opponents. Is it still possible to run away now? I was lost in thought, trying to distract myself from the tension. But Mark on the other side looked at me with a faint smile. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing," I quickly replied casually. "I just find you interesting. You seem like a pure fighter with incredible physical strength. Do you have some powerful magic tricks hidden?" But unfortunately, magic doesn't work much on me. I deliberately misled him, hoping to make him hesitate. Surprisingly, he started thinking along my lines. Then he put away his smile, and his eyes became very serious, even with a hint of admiration like discovering a treasure. "Oh, no magic power, just your body and sword skills. Yet you've reached such a level. You are very impressive, huh?" This reaction. This guy seems surprisingly straightforward, more of a pure warrior. He even seems to admire me. I tried to sound casual, pulling at the corner of my mouth. "Since I'm so impressive, could you please go easy on me? Let me go, and I promise to leave immediately with my people, and I won't bother you anymore." "No way," Mark answered firmly. The admiration in his eyes was instantly replaced by a stronger fighting spirit. "Right now, killing you is my top priority. But meeting an opponent like you makes this fight more and more interesting. I guess I really can't do it." Trying to get close didn't work. His attacks, powerful and fast, couldn't be broken through with normal strikes. His fists were heavy and quick. If I kept fighting like this, a single mistake would mean disaster. It looks like I have no choice but to take a risky move. I slowly closed my eyes, forcing myself to block out all the noise around me, my comrades' worries, the monster's roars, even my own fear. I took a deep breath of cold, blood-scented air. When I opened my eyes again, only calm and determination remained. My fingers tightened around the sword, turning white from the force. My muscles adjusted to their best fighting state. Continuing the fight would mean slow death. Only by risking everything, betting on my next attack, could I survive. "Here goes nothing," I growled softly. Like an arrow shot from a bow, I lunged forward. No longer just fighting, I charged straight at Mark. Just as his heavy punch was about to hit my face, I suddenly turned my body and twisted my waist. His fist wind brushed past my cheek. The sharp wind cut my skin, hot blood splattered, causing a fiery sting. But I didn't care. Using the momentum of my turn, I kept moving without stopping, speeding up to get inside his guard. Mark's punches rained down like a storm, constantly brushing past me. They left cuts on my arms, shoulders, and ribs. The pain was intense, but I clenched my teeth and stared hard at the patterns on his icy armor, which shifted slightly with each move. I looked for any weak spots that might exist. I couldn't retreat, not even a step back. My heart pounded wildly in my chest. Fear made my limbs feel cold all over. But my mind was sharp and focused, not allowing any distraction. If I looked away even for a moment, I might miss that fleeting chance, and I would be the one to die next. His height and reach gave him a huge advantage, making him hard to fight. Here he comes. Just as my sword tip was about to strike based on that subtle feeling, Mark's lips curled into a cold smile of victory. Bang! He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, countless sharp ice shards shot up from the ground beneath him, as if alive. Like a blooming jungle of icy thorns, blocking all my escape routes. He had predicted my rush to get close and planned to use this move to decide the fight. But I wouldn't retreat. In that split second, I made a decision that went against all tradition. The body twisted and swung with the smallest movements, avoiding vital points. Some ice shards shot through my thighs and sides, causing sharp pain. But this made my charge even faster. You're not retreating? For the first time, Mark's face showed shock and disbelief. He clearly didn't expect me to fight so recklessly, risking injury to win. Now was the moment. That brief pause caused by his surprise was my only chance. I kept a spare short sword behind my back, ready to strike like a hidden venomous snake. All my strength, momentum, twisting my waist, and unyielding will converged into this simple, fierce reverse slash. Blade dance, the sword sliced through the air, making a clear, ringing sound, like the first spring breeze tearing through winter ice. This time, when the blade hit the ice armor, it wasn't a hard collision. It was the sound of something being forcibly cut apart, sharp and cracking. Ugh! Ha! Mark instinctively raised his left arm to block, along with his unbreakable ice armor. But under this strike, it was like butter meeting a hot knife, split in two without resistance. The sword flashed past, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Mark looked down in disbelief. He saw a rapidly spreading, blue-blooded slash mark on his chest. Then he looked up at me, eyes full of shock, confusion, and a hint of relief. How is this possible? His huge body trembled. He fell backward with a loud crash, like a mountain collapsing. I knelt on one knee, supporting myself with my sword, gasping heavily. Every wound on my body burned fiercely. That last strike had drained most of my strength and spirit. Mark lay on the ground, his breathing weakening quickly. With his last effort, he looked up at the sky. His hand, lying on the ground, slowly raised a big thumb. He muttered softly, so faint I could barely hear, but I understood every word. You're really strong. Then, the light in his eyes went out completely. The battlefield fell into silence. Only the wind, carrying the smell of blood, whistled past. The terrified screams of the monsters shattered the silence after the battle. Mark's fallen body was like a collapsing mountain. This caused the monsters who had been watching to instantly disappear in fear. Like an ant colony boiling in water, they abandoned their armor and fled in a messy, panicked rush to the edge of the wilderness. I watched the dust they kicked up as they ran away. My tense nerves suddenly relaxed. My knees buckled, and I sank heavily to the ground. Only then did the intense pain, suppressed by my will, burst free like a wild beast breaking free from its chains, roaring through my body. To focus all my energy on my final attack, I had to move carefully to avoid deadly hits when facing ice magic and punches. My body was already covered in wounds. Cold sweat soaked through my torn clothes instantly. Life and death are truly separated by a thin line. If I had hesitated or made a mistake with that last strike, I would be the one lying on the ground now. Thinking of this, a cold wave of fear ran down my spine. But then, a warm, fiery feeling pushed it away. It was the relief of surviving a disaster and the pride of defeating a strong enemy. All these scars on my body are the most honorable medals. I trembled as I reached into my magic pouch and grabbed a high-level healing potion. I was about to uncork it. Suddenly, the hard ground beneath my feet unexpectedly bulged slightly. Oh no, could there be an ambush? Almost instinctively, I forced myself to endure the pain and grabbed my sword beside me. I sharply looked toward the movement, but the expected attack did not come. Instead, I heard a few muffled puffs, and several sharp soil spikes suddenly shot out like landmines. They precisely pierced a mole-like monster trying to attack from underground, turning it into an ugly specimen. Close call, little star. Looks like I can't leave you alone, huh? Mikhail's lazy, unique voice sounded just in time. He strolled over from nearby, relaxed as if he had just gone for a walk. A faint ripple of earth magic still lingered on his fingertips. Are you a earth magic user? I found it hard to believe. Moreover, that magic just now was precise and fierce, very different from his usual flashy but superficial style. He brushed his messy hair from his forehead and struck his signature, supposedly handsome pose. The earth is so heavy and simple, it doesn't match my elegant style. Usually, I don't bother with it. But, to protect my shining little star, sometimes I get a bit muddy. It's quite charming. This guy actually called little star so smoothly. I tilted my head and drank the healing potion. A warm flow of life quickly soothed my injured body, and my mind became clearer. Mikhail, were you just watching the fight? Of course, he shrugged, looking straight forward and a bit helpless. I was hiding nearby, sweating for you the whole time. Honestly, that guy's aura was too dangerous. I thought I had little chance of winning. My plan was to find a good moment to rescue Nori. But then, you appeared like a real star shining brightly. His judgment was realistic, which is understandable. But hearing him openly say, if I can't win, I'll run first, made me feel a bit complicated. By the way, have you heard of the 4 demons? Mikhail claims to be one of the 4 demons of the Demon King army. Oh that, Mikhail looked surprised. It's a term for the core leaders of the Demon King army. Besides the Demon King himself, there are 4 extremely powerful officers, each in charge of a large area. Rumor has it that our region is targeted by one of the 4 demons. I didn't expect the rumor to be true, and that they would come so quickly. I see. If I had known I would face such a strong opponent, I would have prepared much better. But surviving and winning is already of luck. After all, I only traveled to this world 15 years ago, and my life is just beginning. It would be a real loss if it ended so suddenly. Hey, look over there. Mikhail suddenly signaled me with his eyes. I turned around. I saw Mishu holding up her skirt and rushing toward us with Luke. Her face was full of worry and concern. You and Nori are both very favored by our princess. Mikhail lowered his voice with a teasing smile. I remember you saved her life before, right? But honestly, his tone suddenly became a bit more serious. The way you fight really shines. Steady, focused, strong. No wonder she looks up to you. This was the first time Mikhail openly confirmed my qualities so directly. Does this mean that this seemingly carefree companion has finally truly acknowledged me from the heart? A few days after the battle, New Belka gradually regained order amid busy activity. Thanks to the excellent healing potions, most of the injured recovered quickly. People kept coming to thank us, their words full of surprise and gratitude. It was comforting to see that, despite the fierce appearance of the defense, the casualties were actually fewer than expected. This was partly thanks to the magic of the potions, and partly because of our well-planned tactics. The long-range firepower of the double crossbows greatly suppressed the monsters' attacks. They became disorganized and couldn't mount effective close-range charges, which protected the defenders as much as possible. Building these defensive structures at great cost now seems like a very wise decision. Although our time together was brief, the kindness you showed will be remembered by the Robusto family. Alwyn finished organizing his team, preparing to return to his family territory. The ones who should be thanking are us, and please also give my regards to Lady Vezia. I responded politely. Alwyn returning safely meant that his strong-willed mother probably wouldn't be angry with me anymore. It was a relief to shed a big mental burden. Lord Linshinshing, Alwyn suddenly stepped forward, gripping my hand tightly. His young eyes sparkled with almost admiring light, very bright. After I return to my territory, I will take you as a role model and work hard to improve. Please look forward to it. I will become stronger and help you. His passionate gaze made me a little embarrassed. I could only reply vaguely, okay, I look forward to your growth. Keep it up. Honestly, he had even shown a desire to stay and become my disciple, but I politely declined. If he truly agrees, I can't imagine how his loving mother would react. As Alwyn and his group disappear at the end of the road, New Belka returns to its usual quietness. Captain Ahai and his soldiers from the old fortress have officially joined Mishu's team, responsible for daily town defense. With these experienced soldiers, the town feels much safer. At the post-war meeting, we quickly decided on the follow-up plans. The main task is to clear the monster corpses outside the town to prevent decay and disease. Meanwhile, Luke has sent a detailed battle report to the royal capital. From the rumors he brought back, we might be called back to the capital, but I don't hold much hope for that. Even if we go back, who can guarantee we won't be sent to the next more dangerous border? Compared to that, New Belka, which we have personally protected, feels freer and safer. After the meeting, I returned to my room, feeling still a bit tired. Just as I was about to relax in a chair, I heard gentle knocking outside the door. It was Mishu. She pushed the door open, wearing a tired but clear-eyed expression. Good job. The most difficult problems are finally solved. I stood up and moved a chair for her. Thanks to you. She sat down softly and let out a sigh. Her breath carried the stress and exhaustion of recent days. Lin Chinxing, you must be exhausted too. I really don't know how to thank you. Without you, New Belka, and everyone else, it's everyone's joint effort, I said sincerely. Arthur's precise shooting with the dual crossbow, Nori and Mikhail's effective evacuation of residents, Mishu's calm command, Luke's thorough logistics, and every soldier's brave fight. Missing any part could have led to failure. Lin Chinxing, she called softly. I was about to respond when I suddenly felt a gentle, warm touch on my cheek, as soft as morning dew. I was startled and turned my head. I saw that Mishu had suddenly stood up. From her cheeks to her earlobes, and even her fair neck, she was covered in a deep, sunset-like blush, as if she might bleed at any moment. Mishu? Good. Good night. She almost hurriedly said these words. Then, like a frightened little deer, she quickly turned and ran out of my room. Only a faint scent lingered in the air. I instinctively reached out and gently touched the spot I had just been kissed. There, it seemed to still hold a soft, warm flutter that was hard to describe. Did I just get ambushed? I chuckled softly, but a small ripple of emotion stirred in my heart. Well, if this counts as an extra reward for the intense battle, I gratefully accept it. I lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, a slight smile on my lips. Thinking back to the few times she said things that made my heart race. I never expected that her actions would be so shy and adorable. Wait, I suddenly realized that the stray strands of hair by her pillow were gone. She must have quietly taken them while I was lost in thought. But never mind. Since it's what she wanted, let her have it. Anyway, the crucial battle to defend Belka's survival had finally come to an end. And a warm, unexpected story seemed to be just beginning. She has likely stepped into many dangerous situations and stained her hands with blood to develop such a conflicted and dangerous aura. Other passengers in the carriage also sensed this unusual presence. They looked at her with curiosity or fear, but dared not speak to her. For a moment, only the sound of the wheels rolling over the stone road and my own slightly hurried breathing could be heard. This time, I think I am carrying someone very important. I shivered secretly and instinctively urged the horse to go faster. Rumors about her only reached us a few months ago, like a late autumn wind slowly blowing into this remote place. News from the capital always arrives late. Sometimes we complain about it, wishing we knew more. But now, none of that matters. The reason I boldly took this bumpy journey is all because of one person. 6 months ago, my master, Lord Lin Chinxing, left with hopes of becoming a soldier and making achievements, full of confidence, heading to the capital. At that time, I wanted to follow him, but was gently and firmly stopped. Shami, you haven't truly seen how cruel the battlefield is. Once I settle down and everything is stable, I will contact you, he said honestly. I trust my master's ability and character, believing he will stand out in the capital. But reality turned out to be even more glorious than my most optimistic dreams. Not only did he get accepted, but he also became a member of the princess's personal guard. The personal guard. That is a noble position to protect the royal family. That night, when I heard the news, I was alone in my room. So happy I almost wanted to jump. I felt proud and honored. My master truly deserves it. I was excited, thinking he would soon send a letter summoning me. But this eager hope was ultimately dashed by a shocking piece of news. The latest message said that my master had gone with the princess to a place called Belka. Belka, a frontier town east of the capital, facing the front lines against the demon army, full of danger and war. My master went to such a dangerous place. I know he is capable, but the duty of the personal guard is to risk everything to protect the Lord, just in case, if anything unexpected happens while protecting the princess. Once this thought took root, it tightly wrapped around my heart like vines. After pacing anxiously a few times, I realized clearly that the only thing I could and must do was to act immediately, to leave at once and go to where my master was. I headed to the battlefield called Belka. First, I consulted my uncle. He had almost grown up with the master and loved him as much as any family member. At first, he strongly opposed my plan, describing the dangers of the front lines with fierce words. But I was determined, and I told him everything, my worries and my resolve. In the end, my uncle was moved by my stubbornness. He sighed deeply and agreed to help me ask the head of the family. The head of the family hadn't paid much attention to the master before, but after the master saved him once by chance, his attitude became much gentler. This time, he was surprisingly generous. He not only approved my request, but also offered to pay for the carriage. And the master's older brother, a somewhat distant wizard, even opened the family's armory. He gave me his unused spear and sword. Since they're just gathering dust in the storage, and since you're determined to go, they might come in handy, he said calmly. I could feel his quiet care behind his words. With everyone's wishes and equipment, I, Sammy, set out on a long journey, feeling both very determined and a little nervous to find Master Lin Chinching. We've arrived. The driver's voice woke me from my tangled thoughts. Riding in this unfamiliar carriage for a long time made my body stiff. My hips ached, and I felt dizzy at times. But all these discomforts disappeared instantly with the thought of seeing my master. No matter what, I must do my best for Master Lin Chinching. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, and pulled back the curtain, but what I saw was not the heavily guarded, tense military fortress I imagined. Instead, it was a town surrounded by huge walls, full of a strange, lively atmosphere. The houses inside were neat, people strolled along the streets, and they looked relaxed. I even heard children laughing and playing. The warm sunlight shines down. Where is the seriousness and urgency that a frontline town should have? Could I have gone to the wrong place? But along the way, the guards checking the area all confirmed this is Belka. And I touched my empty purse. I have no way to turn back now. Standing at the unfamiliar city gate, looking at the scene before me, which is completely different from what I heard, I feel confused and stand there blankly. Just as this unease begins to spread, a familiar figure suddenly appears in my sight. 3 months have quietly passed since the intense battle where we defeated Mark, one of the 4 generals of the Demon King army. Thanks to our success in defeating the Demon King army and killing their key leaders, the name, Mishu, is no longer just an ordinary name in the royal capital. Her reputation has soared like she has wings. Not only is she celebrated as a hero at home, but neighboring kingdoms troubled by the Demon King army have also heard of her fame. After all, when all forces are overwhelmed by the Demon King army, our kingdom not only fights back effectively, but also manages to kill one of their generals. It is said that the royal capital held grand celebrations for several days, filled with cheers and praise, lively and bustling. Normally, such a great achievement would earn a very generous reward. But reality is a bit ironic. In the end, Mishu received a rather modest noble title. And a territory. Well, actually just a small extension of Belka's original city area. She was neither summoned back to the royal capital for an important position nor given real military command. It's like the royal family casually threw her a line. Good job, stay there, keep it up, and aim to win against the Demon King army next time. This is a clear neglect of a hero's contributions. I can feel that loyal guard Luke is quite upset about this. He has been sending angry protest letters to the royal capital day after day, but unfortunately, they all go unanswered. And at the center of this storm, Mishu remains as calm as ever. Her expression is unchanged, making it impossible to guess her true feelings. I vaguely remember that when I first heard about the grand celebration in the capital, a quick flash of dislike crossed her eyes. However, After receiving this perfunctory reward, she appeared very calm, even indifferent. That kind of detached calmness sometimes makes people seem mysterious and hard to understand. Oh, and there's one more thing. Since the last time she kissed me lightly on the cheek in a sneaky way, our relationship doesn't seem to have changed much. The next day, she could talk to me normally, give orders, and act as if that night was just a dream. But thinking about it, maybe that's for the best. If she suddenly became shy or overly enthusiastic, I might feel completely at a loss. In short, after a period of intense activity and stress, things have finally calmed down a bit. Today is especially peaceful, with no urgent tasks. Since the weather is nice and I have nothing to do, I might as well take this chance to go outside the city and gather some common herbs. It's a good way to relax and clear my mind. As I was planning this, I casually headed toward the city gate. Near the gate, a figure caught my eye. It was a girl dressed in a full maid outfit, which was unusual in Belka, a simple town where practical clothes are common. What drew more attention was her large, bulging backpack. And from the opening of the bag, I could see a metal gun tip and a sword hilt. Who is she? Which noble lady would come with such an out-of-place guard? A feeling of doubt rose in my mind, and I paused to look more closely. But the more I looked, the more her anxious and confused side face seemed familiar. A nearly forgotten name suddenly came to mind. Wait, could it be her? With some uncertainty, I tentatively called out her name, Shami. In the next moment, the figure trembled suddenly and quickly turned around. When she saw it was me, her eyes lit up with unbelievable surprise. Almost with all her strength, she shouted with a choked voice, "Lord Lin Chinxing." Before I finished speaking, she was like a young bird returning home, rushing through the crowd and running toward me without hesitation. Looking at her familiar face from my memory, I felt a great surprise and a sudden realization. Saya was my personal maid who had been by my side since I was living at home. She is careful in her work, gentle in personality, but also has a stubborn side that no one knows about. But why is Saya here? Hey, so, does that mean the fight is over? Yeah, pretty much. I took Saya back to my house. I only planned to talk briefly, anywhere was fine. But just now on the street, she suddenly shouted my name loudly, regardless of everything, and threw herself at me, hugging me tightly. The people around immediately noticed, gathering nearby and whispering, pointing and talking. No wonder, causing such a scene in the middle of the street makes it hard not to attract attention. Rumors are inevitable. Moreover, Saya herself is quite eye-catching. Wait a moment. By the way, Saya, have you gotten shorter? What are you talking about? Lord Lin Chinxing, you've grown taller. She angrily raised her hand above her head, gesturing about her height, then poked her finger repeatedly into my chest. Thinking back, she often did this when we were at the mansion, but back then, her fingertip was not pointing here. Oh, I see. I've grown taller, and I didn't even notice. Let's not talk about that. Saya, what are your plans next? Huh, do I need to ask? Of course, I will continue to serve Lord Lin Chinxing. I am your personal maid. She said this, hugging my arm even tighter, almost pressing herself against me. It's been a long time. Why has she become so clingy? Maybe you could loosen up a bit? Huh. I turned around and saw that the door had been slightly open for some time. A familiar face was quietly peeking through the... Oh, it's been a long time. I've heard a lot about your brave deeds. Truly, you are impressive. Walking in with a smile was Mina Lauder, a merchant who runs a shop in the capital. After defeating Mark, we immediately contacted the capital city, but she was out at the time. So, we asked someone to pass along a message, requesting her to come back when she returned. The main reason for finding her was to handle the large amount of monster materials collected during the defense battle. We quickly disposed of the monster meat that wasn't suitable as material before it rotted. You're late. Did you go on a long trip? Yes, a friend organized an expedition to hunt monsters, and I went along to help. Fresh monster materials can sell for good prices, especially if they are rare types, she said, her eyes seeming to sparkle, and she instinctively swallowed. Oops, sorry. She quickly took out a delicate handkerchief and elegantly wiped her mouth, trying to hide her embarrassment, but the obvious noise earlier had already shattered her sense of grace. We've collected quite a bit of material. Please take care of it. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I even prepared an extra cart just for this. I led her to the storage room. When the door opened, Mina and Shami, who was curious, Both exclaimed in surprise. Are these all of them? Yes. Is there a problem? No. This is amazing. These are the horns of an A-grade monster. Can I really have all of these? Her eyes shone brightly. I'm selling them to you. Remember to pay. Of course. I'm just so excited. It's like I can see gold coins dancing before my eyes. Hey, are you listening to me? She carefully examined each piece of material, moving so slowly it seemed she was carving patterns on them. Even after a preliminary check, she was reluctant to part with any, her gaze fixed on the materials, full of thoughts of coins. I had to gently persuade her to leave the storage room and go to Mishu to discuss the payment details. So, shall we settle at this amount? What do you think? Mina suggested a price. Mishu looked at the bill with a blank expression, silent and unreadable. Is this price fair? I wasn't sure myself. Mina explained the basis for the pricing enthusiastically, and even Luke beside her showed a subtle expression. At that moment, Mishu subtly glanced at me, then looked back at Mina. I understood her meaning. So about this price, I began. Mina, I interrupted her endless explanation. What's wrong? Lord Linshinxing? She turned her head, wearing a professional smile. I ask you, is this price really fair? Of course. She straightened up immediately, speaking firmly. Honestly, I don't make much profit on this offer. It's all because I respect you, seeing that we still had doubts. She suddenly looked serious and made a move to stand up. What? Are you doubting me? I, Mina Lauder, have great respect for Lord Linshinxing. I would never cheat. If you don't trust me, then forget this deal. As she really started to pack up to leave, I gently pressed her shoulder to stop her. I cleared my throat, leaned slightly forward, and whispered close to her ear in a low voice that only we could hear. I trust you. I've never thought you would lie to me. Her sudden closeness and whisper made her words catch in her throat. Actually, even if the price was a bit lower, it didn't matter much to me. I was just Lord Mishu's personal guard, handling these spoils. But Mina, my voice lowered further, with a tone that left no room for doubt. You're smart. You wouldn't cheat me, right? You wouldn't do something so reckless and foolish, would you? I thought she would immediately protest if she felt innocent. But she didn't. She just froze there, and I could feel her legs under the table trembling slightly. That reaction was enough to tell me everything. I'll ask one last time, I said calmly, sitting back in my seat and watching her. Is this price fair? Mina was silent for a moment, then quietly took her pen, crossed out the original number on the bill, and wrote a new one. We leaned over to look. Her new price was 30% higher than the original. Please, forgive me. Mina lowered her head onto the table, raising her hands in a near-surrender gesture. I was momentarily confused. Actually, I had only planned to overstate by 20%. This extra 10% is my apology to you. This person, on the surface, is polite to me, but whenever it comes to real money, they play tricks without hesitation. They are a cunning merchant who can never let their guard down. However, since she voluntarily added a 10% surcharge as compensation, I decided to forgive her this time. In the end, Mina carefully instructed her subordinates to load all the monster materials onto the cart, then almost fled with the carriage. We watched the dust raised by the convoy gradually fade away. Mishu came over to me. As you predicted, she really tampered with the price. I'm not entirely sure. I scratched my cheek. I just thought it was necessary for you to check personally. I've heard some rumors about her, but it seems you also noticed something. Faced with Mishu's curious look, I nodded. Of course, her acting was too exaggerated. Oh, yes. Just think about how her eyes lit up when she saw the materials in the storage room. She wanted to take everything for herself. Someone like her, how could she easily give up such a big deal just because the price wasn't right? She was clearly pretending to walk away to gain the upper hand. She must have had something else in mind. I respect her business skills, but I can't fully trust what she says. I see. Mishu's lips curled into a faint smile. You really have a special friend. Among the friends I know, I sighed helplessly. There's no one else who can lie so shamelessly like her. Sure enough, less than a month later, Mina appeared smiling again, here to collect the monster materials she had accumulated recently. Her obvious joy showed she had made a huge profit from the last batch. Lord Linshinxing, maybe there's a dungeon or something nearby, Mina suddenly said, while squatting on the ground counting the monster materials. She looked up, her light brown eyes shining with curiosity. Since the last Belka defense battle, She had been collecting materials repeatedly. It had been several months now. During this time, monster activity around Belka had become unusually frequent, forcing us to organize regular hunts. The main force was naturally Neri. She always led the soldiers enthusiastically to form hunting parties. Only when I encounter particularly difficult opponents do I personally step in. Alwyn sometimes brings his small team to help, which makes the fighting much smoother. However, because of this, the monster materials in the storage room are piling up. I specifically asked Mina to come and collect them. I didn't expect that after she finished counting the first batch, she would make such a surprising guess. Underground dungeon, I repeated, immediately picturing a scene from a game in my old world, a talking squirrel visitor. But according to this world's records, underground dungeons usually form quietly in remote places, as if something deep underground is creating them. The book says that magic stored in the earth's veins might condense into a core, and the dungeon grows naturally around it. But what exactly are earth veins? How does magic gather? These are still mysteries to me. That's why I think it's necessary to check, Mina said, clapping her hands and standing up. I quickly went to discuss with Mishu. She looked serious after hearing this and immediately asked Luke to spread out a regional map on the long table in the council hall. Yes, recently, the appearance of monsters has been abnormally frequent, Mishu said, her finger tracing several repeatedly marked spots on the map. These are the locations where recent encounters happened. Monsters appear every 3 days, which is beyond normal fluctuation, Luke added, his brow slightly furrowed. That's when I realized how serious the problem was. Every 3 days is already considered abnormal. I had thought it was normal because Neri and the others handled it easily before. Neri always works hard, I said to the female warrior beside me. Oh no, it's nothing. Neri cheerfully waved her hand, her golden ponytail swaying with the movement. I just like to stretch my muscles, and everyone who can protect Belka. This little thing is nothing. She's always so optimistic, which makes people smile. Our current defenses are solid, but if an underground dungeon really exists, there could be boss-level monsters on the floors at any time, Mishu said, her tone serious. That would be a major threat outside the Demon King army, boss level. I pondered. It said that the deeper the dungeon, the stronger the monsters born inside. If this potential underground city has grown to a certain size, we definitely need to prepare in advance. Should we organize an exploration? I suggested. So, a small, efficient exploration team was quickly formed. The members included me, Nori, and Mikhail. It's rare for the three of us to act together, but to avoid affecting Belka's normal defenses, we could only send out the smallest, most elite team. Why do I have to go too? Mikhail muttered quietly, leaning against the wall. He initially made excuses to avoid going, saying things like, the town's defenses can't be without me. But everyone could see he was really reluctant to leave the new girls who had recently arrived. Since Belka expanded the city walls and increased the guards, the place has become much safer and more prosperous, with frequent trade caravans and new residents. For Mikhail, who is good at chasing after pretty girls, it's basically paradise. Stop complaining. You're part of the royal guard, so you have to do your part, I said helplessly. Since Nori-chan is coming along, I guess I'll go too, he said with a mischievous smile, leaning close to Nori. Why don't you join the attack team normally? Nori asked, crossing her arms. Well, it's a different level of difficulty, Mikhail said, pretending to be serious and shaking his head. Honestly, Mikhail's earth magic skills are quite deep, and his combat ability is definitely not weak. I really don't understand why he always wants to slack off. First, we headed to the nearby forest area to investigate. By the way, was there a fairy living around here before? Nori suddenly remembered something and pushed aside the hanging vines. Oh, you mean that prickly talking fairy? I immediately thought of that proud little creature. Is she cute? Mikhail instantly perked up, squeezing between us. You only care about that? Nori rolled her eyes. This is important information, Mikhail said confidently. I thought carefully. That fairy's features were indeed delicate, but her arrogant attitude left a strong impression. Good-looking, but a bit short. Like a child? Nori asked curiously. Fairies' ages are always a mystery, I shrugged. But her way of speaking is definitely childish, and she even calls herself a pure-blooded wandering fairy. Isn't that a contradiction? Nori laughed out loud. I think so too. It seems I am not biased. That elf's words and actions are truly strange. Umph. Since she's a wandering elf, she must be at least 200 years old, Mikhail said, stroking his chin. Really? The elf tribe rules that no one under 200 can leave the village alone. Since she's out wandering, she must be an adult. Also, she didn't show curiosity when she saw our group, so she must be experienced and knowledgeable. Aside from her personality, she might be much older than us. Thinking carefully, her arrogant attitude might not be fake, but based on real experience that we don't have. When it comes to age, she could be older than all of us combined. I didn't expect you to know so much about elves, Nori said, surprised, looking at Mikhail. Didn't expect. So you think I'm pretty slow, Nori? Mikhail said, pretending to be hurt, holding his chest. It's not like that. So you're interested in me now? Hee. Want to have a deep chat tonight? No thanks. Nori turned and walked ahead decisively. Mikhail shrugged lazily and followed her. Watching his back, I couldn't help but think. This seemingly carefree man is not only talented in magic, but also has sharp observation skills and a lot of knowledge. Mikhail Donets, he's truly a mysterious man. Hey, Meki, wake up. Your files are about to bury you. A shout pulled me out of my confusion. The pile of files, like a mountain, toppled and scattered all over the place with my movement. I rubbed my sleepy eyes. I saw my divine colleague, arms crossed, looking at me with a helpless expression. It seems I lost consciousness again during work. But can I be blamed? The workload lately is simply inhuman. Even gods are being drained. My gaze swept over the mess. A very familiar document caught my eye. It was a file about a young person from Earth I handled not long ago. Lin Chinching. His parents died early, raised by grandparents. He sometimes ran wild in the mountains and forests during elementary and middle school, sometimes addicted to video games. His background was as ordinary as a single drop of water among millions. During high school, he studied hard with the dream of becoming a medicine expert. Finally, he was admitted to a top university, but just as he was full of hope, his life suddenly ended. Leaving so many regrets in the previous world, I never thought I would become so lively in this different world. I gently touched the file, a small smile appearing on my face. Researching plants, improving medicines, building towns, even defeating officers of the Demon King's army. Well, things are getting more and more interesting now. What are you smiling at alone? A curious colleague asked, leaning over. And no reason. I quickly hid my expression and hurriedly organized the scattered papers. But I couldn't help humming a cheerful tune. You're in such a good mood. By the way, about the other reincarnator you sent to that world. Did he really spend 1,500 years training to max out, that kid named Jinsi? Is that true? Absolutely. Isn't it incredible? I suddenly became excited. He can master over 50 skills, maybe close to 100. Those are the lifelong skills of sword gods from various worlds. Ordinary people might spend 100 years trying to learn just one. How did this kid become so extraordinary? Indeed, this far exceeded the usual definition of a genius. But this astonishing talent was completely hidden in his original world. By the way, what is he doing over there now? Is he living a carefree life with the title of hero? Honestly, with his strength, he can probably do whatever he wants, my colleague asked curiously. Knowing the situation, I finally burst out laughing. In the other world, Belka, Lin Chinching's workshop. Lin Chinching. With a loud, hearty shout, the workshop door was pushed open with a bang. I didn't look up and told my sleepy-eyed assistant beside me, Sammy, pass me that Emil grass over there. Okay, here you go, Sammy mumbled, handing over a bundle of fresh herbs. Not this bundle, the dried ones inside. Sorry. Is this what you need? Please use it. Thanks. I mixed and ground several prepared herbs. A unique fresh scent immediately filled the air. With the help of my mirror skill, I was trying to turn some plants with weak effects into strong pain relief ingredients. This ingredient isn't suitable for eating. It might be better as a topical ointment. I was fully focused on thinking about how to make the ointment thicker. Suddenly, a face full of anger appeared above the bottle. It's Nori. Wow. What are you doing? You scared me. Hey, Lin Chinching. What are you up to? Nori crossed her arms, looking fierce. Isn't it obvious? I waved the mortar in my hand. I'm working on a new medicine. I found a lot of good stuff in the forest yesterday. This formula feels especially great. I haven't come across such interesting materials in a long time. I'm really excited now. Humph, really? That's just great. Then, she said with a forced smile. So, really excited. You explain why Mikhail and I have been waiting at the meeting spot in the sun, and you still haven't shown up? Are we still going to explore the dungeon or not? Huh. I finally looked outside the window. The sky was already bright, and the streets were bustling with people. No wonder I thought Saya kept rubbing her eyes earlier. It turns out I've been messing with these newly gathered herbs since last night and stayed up all night without realizing it. Could it be that the meeting time has already passed? You said you've been working on the new medicine since yesterday? Are you joking? Nori stormed ahead angrily, complaining nonstop. Like yesterday, our 3-person team entered the forest again to explore. There aren't many unexplored areas left. It looks like we'll need to search around the forest edges or in other directions starting tomorrow. Thinking of Saya, she later floated into the room I specially expanded for her, looking dizzy. She's probably sleeping soundly now, hugging a pillow. Xingxing really likes plants. Yesterday, instead of looking for the dungeon, she seemed more eager to find new herbs. Mikhail lazily teased from the side. I've liked playing with plants since I was young. Ever since I awakened the mirror skill, turning ordinary plants into useful medicines has been really fun. Humph. You have such strong power, but you waste your talent on this. You hardly even join the attack team. Nori, walking ahead without looking back, expressed her dissatisfaction. Oh, come on. I can fight, but I prefer chatting with girls or something. Can't help it, Mikhail shrugged, acting as if it was obvious. Although I appreciated him speaking up for me, that, can't help it, sounded so awkward. Being grouped with him made me feel a bit uncomfortable inside. We moved deeper into the dense woods. Suddenly, Nori's figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. Huh? Oh my, I seemed to hear a short, surprised cry. Mikhail and I hurried forward, pushing aside the thick bushes. A hidden, bottomless cave suddenly appeared before us. Could it be Nori? Most likely she fell in. For my dear Nori, it looks like I have to be a hero and save her, Mikhail said dramatically, adjusting his collar. Of course, I couldn't just leave her to die. But the problem was, how do we get down? Mikhail, can you use your earth magic to make a staircase down there? I can, but don't expect too much strength. No problem. Once you make it, I'll reinforce it with my skill. By the way, do we have torches? Yes, Uncle Arthur gave us some earlier. Uncle. Sure enough, it was carefully prepared by Arthur. With torches, exploring became much easier. We carefully descended the earth-made stairs Mikhail quickly built, down to the bottom of the cave. Using the torchlight, we soon found Nori lying on the ground. Nori, are you okay? Yeah. Lin Xinxing? Mikhail? It hurts so much. She tried to stand up, but her face scrunched in pain, and her movements froze halfway. I immediately took out a high-quality healing potion from my magic pocket. Quick, drink this. Thank you. She took the potion and slowly drank it. Soon, her furrowed brow relaxed. Yeah, I feel much better. The pain's gone. That's good. But it seems like something's not right. Nori stood up, looking serious as she pointed toward the depths of the cave. Following her finger, I saw a dark tunnel stretching inward, lit faintly by torches. In the shadows on both sides of the tunnel, countless eyes flickered with a fierce glow. A large group of monsters gathered there. From their shapes, they all appeared to be dangerous creatures rated above level B on the monster guide. Ugh, a sand-armored, tough-tusked earth pig monster. A slow-moving but periodically venomous toad monster that can paralyze with its poison. A shark-like beast that bites and never lets go. All the monsters we encountered were notorious B-level dangerous creatures. Yet, they all fell under the sword and magic of Nori and Mikhail. At first, Nori told me to stay back and watch, so I didn't interfere. I didn't expect them to clear the path so smoothly, defeating all the monsters blocking the way. Nori, you're improving quickly, I said sincerely. Of course, he wiped sweat from his forehead and grinned. Fighting tough enemies with the expedition team every day makes it hard not to improve. Mikhail, you're doing very well too. These monsters seem different from the ones we faced before, like the demon army's creatures, Mikhail said, catching his breath and adjusting his staff. These guys have low magic resistance. My magic works well against them, which is a big help. We moved steadily through the dungeon tunnel with the two leading. We encountered enemies several times along the way, but they were quickly dealt with by their swift attacks. There were quite a few monsters, but they handled everything with ease. Their growth is truly impressive. That's part of growing up, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. This tone, could it be? That's right, I am now a mid-level spirit guide Chan. Huh? I've actually been promoted to mid-level? Yes. Your skill level has increased. Congratulations. Ah, thank you. By the way, what exactly has changed? Your ability to answer questions has expanded. Oh? How does the skill level increase work? About that, as a mid-level spirit guide, I don't have that information, this guy. Still the same as always, knowing nothing important. What are you mumbling about over there? Noral's voice interrupted my thoughts. Come look at this. Hearing that, I turned to see the two of them stop. Ahead stands a huge stone door. It seems to be sealed with some kind of magic, but there's no keyhole in sight. I stepped forward and pushed gently. The stone door creaked with a dull sound and slightly moved, showing it can be pushed open with some effort. Want to try? The three of us pushed together. Maybe we can open it, I suggested. Okay, I'll count down. Let's push at the same time, Noral nodded. Following the command, the three of us pressed our shoulders against the door and pushed with all our might. The heavy stone door slowly swung inward. What we saw behind the door made us all hold our breath. It was a lively, beautiful natural paradise. Lush plants, vibrant and green. A clear stream flowing gently. Colorful butterflies fluttering among the flowers. Birds singing happily in the trees. A strong feeling of life hit us. This was a stark contrast to the dark, oppressive underground city environment. What is this place? Noral whispered in surprise, sharing our confusion. Why, deep inside the underground city, is there such a paradise? Hey, Spirit Guide Chan, what's going on? I immediately asked the upgraded guide in my mind. Regarding this place, as a mid-level spirit guide, I haven't learned about it yet. Again with that standard reply. This skill really isn't very useful. The atmosphere feels a bit strange. Everyone, be careful as we move forward, Mikhail warned cautiously, glancing around. We stayed alert and slowly explored deeper into the area. Near the huge ancient tree in the center of the amusement park, we saw a shocking scene. A dragon-like creature over 5 meters long, shining like a bright green gemstone, with wings on its back, was crawling on the ground. What surprised me even more was that there seemed to be another person nearby. I've decided. This will be my new home from now on. You, leave quickly, a clear but bossy voice rang out. Wow, this is so unreasonable. A younger, slightly squeaky voice with a hint of crying replied. This place was carefully transformed by my magic. I leveled the land with magic, brought streams with water magic, planted these trees, and drove away the evil monsters that used to live here. Why do you want to chase me away just because you arrived? Shut up. I said this place belongs to me now. You should be grateful and get out. Dirty beasts don't belong here. I'm not dirty. I am sacred. This bossy tone, this arrogant and self-important attitude. It made my eyelids twitch because it was so familiar. Huh? Someone's coming. The bossy voice paused. Huh? Is it a monster? The younger voice sounded nervous. Oh, you're the human kid I saved earlier. What's your name? Lin Shinxing. Yes, that distinctive tone and choice of words. The person in front of me was the elf I met briefly in the forest, Elnal. By the way, how did this guy end up in such a place? Narori turned to ask me, his hand still on his sword hilt. He's an acquaintance of yours? He asked. Yes, a little elf I met before, named Elnal. Oh, Mikhail looked at Elnal with interest. Although she looks small, she's really pretty. Is she the elf you mentioned before? Perfect timing. Elnal seemed to have found a helper. She immediately pointed at the dragon-like creature and ordered us in a commanding tone. Lin Shinxing, and you humans too, come help me. Let's drive out this dirty beast that's taking up space. The dragon-like creature seemed to be frightened by her presence. It hesitated, looking back and forth between us and Elnal. Under the huge body, I instinctively shrank back, almost hiding behind the ancient tree. Although the situation was still unclear, based on the current scene, I had a rough idea of who was in the wrong. I didn't say anything more. Quietly, I controlled the roots on the ground, quickly weaving them into a strong rope. While Erniel's attention was fully on the argument, the rope shot out like a swift snake. It tightly bound her to the trunk of a nearby big tree. Hey, Linchinching, what are you suddenly doing? Erniel was caught off guard and struggled hard. What are you trying to do? Let me go? Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Calm down. Let's stay calm and figure out what's really going on, I said to her calmly. Then I added, by the way, thanks for the fruit of skills you gave me earlier. It helped a lot. Of course. My stuff is always good. No, now's not the time to talk about that. Hurry up and untie me, or I'll really start fighting. Her cheeks puffed up in anger. I ignored her shouting and turned to the dragon-shaped monster still hiding behind the tree, peeking out with a shy look. Don't be afraid. First, tell me what's really happening here. Who are you? This was supposed to be my hiding place. I didn't do anything wrong. Erniel still shouted stubbornly. It's not what she said at all. The dragon-shaped monster whispered, sounding wronged. This was originally a hollow in the dungeon. I've been sleeping here. Recently, the ground shook, and somehow, it connected to the surface. When I woke up, I used magic to make this place look better, smooth the land, create a small stream, plant flowers and trees. I even drove away the bad monsters that were causing trouble here. But then, she suddenly barged in without saying anything and tried to chase me away. From what I heard, the situation seemed pretty clear. The one in the wrong appeared to be the elf girl, still tied to the tree and not calming down. The dragon, shining like emerald, had big eyes that shimmered with tears, almost crying. Looking at the true culprit of the situation, the elf Ernel, who was tied to a tree trunk with sturdy roots, she still puffed out her cheeks and looked stubborn, as if to say, this elf could never be wrong. I am not wrong. It's this guy's fault for neglecting his duties and hiding in this cave to sleep. Duties? Where did that come from? I was confused. Just then, Mikhail suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to speak. Hey, beautiful elf lady, huh? What's the matter, little human? Ernel shot him a sharp look. I am Mikhail. Nice to meet you. He bowed politely, and then got to the point. You mentioned duty just now. Could it be that this dragon isn't an ordinary monster, but one of those legendary dragons? Legendary dragon? Nary and I said at the same time. Yes. Ernel raised her chin proudly, sounding a bit like she was showing off her knowledge. It's the famous Emerald Dragon, a sacred dragon with a big mission to protect the world. Wow, its background is so impressive. But I looked at the dragon, who was shrinking back and avoiding eye contact because of the blame. Such a mighty dragon. How could it be pushed to tears by a little elf? So don't think about slacking off. Go to your job. You should go out into the world and fulfill your duty. Ernel shouted insistently, acting like she was the supervisor. Duty. Yeah. The dragon mumbled softly, drooping its huge head. Maybe. I should go to work too. But going out alone is so scary. You're so useless. Ernel stomped her foot, though her feet were tied. Since that's the case, I've got it. She suddenly turned to me, pointing her finger sharply. You. Follow him. Let Linchinching take you. Hey, don't decide things for me. I immediately protested. Clearly, she was just forcing a huge problem onto me. Thinking about it, the dragon's gaze also focused on me, inspecting me from head to tail, and its tail gently wagged. Big brother looks. Really dependable. Actually, I don't really mind seeing what's outside. Could you take me with you? It blinked its big, innocent eyes, which looked almost like a puppy's, and looked up at me eagerly. Being stared at by such a large creature like this made it hard to refuse. Linchinching. Nori also looked at me, clearly hopeful and supportive. I guess I'll go with Xiao Xingxing's decision. Mikhail shrugged, acting indifferent but happy about it. It seemed my two friends had no objections, and were even quite eager. But we still had practical issues to solve. Taking you out isn't impossible, but can your body get smaller? I pointed to its huge body, nearly 5 meters long. With such a big size, it probably can't even get through the passage we came in, let alone enter a human town. Ah, that's right. The dragon suddenly realized, then brightened up. No problem. Watch me. It shouted, and a gentle green light appeared around it. Its large body shrank quickly in the glow, and in an instant, it became a small dragon about 30 centimeters long. It flapped its tiny wings and floated lightly in the air, looking incredibly adorable. So cute, Nori couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Carefully, She reached out and gently touched its tiny head. Now, it was easy for it to move around. Okay, then, I nodded. You can come with us, really? Thank you, big brother. The little dragon cheered happily, flapping its wings and flying around me in a circle before landing comfortably on my shoulder. I understood its desire to be close to people, but honestly, even though it was smaller, it still felt a bit heavy. By the way, why did big brothers come to this place? The little dragon asked curiously. Because recently, many monsters appeared on the surface, I explained. We suspect a nearby dungeon has been activated, so we came down to investigate. I see. Most of these monsters are probably residents of this underground city. Besides me, the monsters here are not very friendly. However, since you arrived safely, it means you have already dealt with them. Yes, more or less. In that case, the source of the monsters must be here. So, our mission was completed quite smoothly by accident. Hee, please take care of me in the future, big brothers. The little dragon cheerfully nuzzled my cheek with its head. Yes, please take care of me. My name is Lin Chinxing. I'm Neri, nice to meet you. I'm Mikhail, the little beauty. Mikhail flirted with a wink. I don't have a name yet. The little dragon suddenly whispered shyly. A name? I looked at its beautiful, emerald-like body. How about calling it Imidra as a short name? That's a pretty casual way to name it. Elner, who was tied to a tree, commented at the right moment. But I think it's quite cute, Neri supported. Let's call it Imidra. Yes. The little dragon happily nodded. Then I'll be called Imidra. Wow. We happily decided on the new partner's name and prepared to head back home. Wait, you ungrateful guys. Before you go, untie my ropes. A mischievous voice shouted from behind. There was no choice but to go back and free her from the tree. Emerald Dragon. Is that it? After returning to the town, we reported to Mishu. According to the records, they are not monsters of the Demon King's army, but legendary dragons close to humans. But would ordinary residents feel scared when they suddenly see one? Mishu was initially worried, but when she saw Imidra, now small, cute, and curiously peering from my shoulder, she couldn't help but laugh and patted her chest to assure us. If it looks this adorable, there's definitely no problem. Interestingly, Mishu and Luke, who hurried over after hearing the news, couldn't resist reaching out to pet Imidra's head. The little dragon was a bit shy, but still accepted. It seems this tiny form is quite popular. I decided to take Imidra back to my house for now. When I first got home, I was a little worried. But as soon as Saya saw Edmura peeking out of the package, sleepy-eyed and looking tired, she immediately cheered and hugged it tightly. Interestingly, whether being petted by Mikhail and Luke earlier or now being held close by Saya, Edmura seemed a bit nervous. Its body trembled slightly, and its big eyes kept looking around for help, always glancing at me. Is this creature really the legendary Emerald Dragon that protects the world? I couldn't help but think again. Anyway, our family has officially gained a new member. By the way, Lord Lin Chinxing, Saya said softly while gently stroking Edmura in her arms, as if she suddenly remembered something. What is it? Before you came back, Mr. Mikhail visited. He said many nice things about me, and then left this. Saya's cheeks turned slightly red as she carefully handed me a letter. I don't know what to do with it. That guy, Mikhail. I silently took the letter and unfolded it. It read, To beautiful Miss Saya, while your clueless roommate is away, make sure we have a wonderful time alone. I long to get to know all of you better. Tonight, I will quietly wait by your window. Your loyal love hunter, Mikhail. I see. No wonder he hurriedly handed over his report and slipped away earlier. By the way, this morning, when he saw Saya, he surprisingly didn't rush to talk to her like usual. I thought that was strange at the time, but now I realize he was planning to wait until I left before making his move. Hey, Edmura, I said calmly. Huh? What's up, big brother? The little dragon peeked out from Saya's arms. Can you breathe fire? Like spit fire or something? Yes. It puffed out its little chest proudly. Fire and ice, I can do both. Do you need help? Yes, please. I nonchalantly handed the letter to it. Edmura took a deep breath. Then, huff, a small, precisely controlled flame shot out, instantly turning the letter into ashes. Watching the tiny pile of ashes on the ground, I felt a lot more at ease inside. Hey, little star, good morning. What a lovely morning it is. Mikhail turned around, the morning light shining just right on his short blonde hair. making his smiling eyes look especially bright. I quickly stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders. "Hey, what's wrong?" he asked with a playful wink, sounding a bit flirtatious. "I'm happy you're so enthusiastic, but I don't feel the same way about you. Stop joking and speak plainly," I said, applying a little more pressure. Mikhail winced in pain, scratched his slightly messy blonde hair, and for a moment looked distracted. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Actually, is your maid perhaps a bit too beautiful? Maybe I could borrow her for a few days?" Without hesitation, I delivered a firm punch to his shoulder. "Stop eyeing other people's maids." Sorry, Mikhail said with a grin, rubbing his shoulder. He looked like a cat caught in mischief, trying to act innocent. "I always thought she was very striking, but I didn't want to compete with you, little star. But then I thought, if I never talk to her, isn't that ignoring a beautiful lady? That's not ignoring. Not bothering her is the best way to show respect." Got it, he replied with a long-sounding tone that annoyed me even more. This guy always admits he's wrong quickly, but then repeats the mistake. He's hopeless. By the way, little star, Mikhail suddenly looked serious, though he still had a smile on his face. His eyes looked more focused. "Did you hear? While we were away recently, a daring gang of thieves actually came here." "A gang of thieves? Are there really such people around here?" I was quite surprised. This place can easily handle monsters, so how could reckless criminals even think about attacking? But since everything's peaceful now, they must have been driven off, right? "Of course," Mikhail nodded. "I heard there were quite a few of them. They were quickly chased away by a couple of archers shooting fiercely. That kind of arrow rain would be deadly for anyone. But it's strange, this used to be a front line against the Demon King's army. Why would careless thieves come into such a dangerous place? It's a bit suspicious, but since they came, I guess they just got unlucky." We spoke as we walked to the stone building in the town center. When I pushed open the door to Lord Mishu's room, I saw Mishu sitting calmly behind the desk, her face as peaceful as a deep lake. Meanwhile, Luke was frowning tightly, holding a thick stack of letters, pacing back and forth in the room, looking anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "What's wrong?" I asked. Linchinching." Luke turned around at the sound of my voice. I finally saw that the envelopes in her arms were different in design, but all looked very delicate. Oh, Mikhail's eyes lit up immediately. He placed a hand on his chest and made an exaggerated bow. "Could they be love letters? Our Luke is so charming and beautiful. No wonder all the men in the country are crazy for you. But, if you care about fairness, could you also share some of your attention with me?" He spoke smoothly, as if he had a special storage of such lines in his mind. Luke's face turned red quickly. She slapped away his hand and said, "Nonsense. These are not for me, not for Luke." I instinctively looked at Mishu. A fleeting look of annoyance seemed to pass across her face. Perhaps it was just my imagination, since she usually had little expression. "They are for me," Mishu said calmly. She casually picked up one letter. "Although I am a princess, my place in the line of succession isn't high. Most of these letters are from nobles who are hoping to get lucky and make a bold move." "Really? Nobles do that in the royal family?" I was a bit confused. "It depends on the attitude of the noble families. Most of those who send these are high-ranking nobles with power, many of whom hold important positions in the royal court. My father, the king, doesn't interfere much." Hearing this, I remembered the king I had only met once. He really seemed like a hands-off ruler. "It's all because Princess Mishu is too eye-catching," Luke said angrily and anxiously, clutching the stack of letters tightly. "But it would be easy to just refuse them directly. With me here, I won't let them succeed. We've already refused many times," Mishu said softly, shaking her head. She pulled out a special letter from the bottom of the stack. The paper was high-quality sheepskin, with the royal crest clearly stamped in the lower left corner. "Let's look at this first." I took the letter and quickly read through it. To Lord Mishu Schwartz Markham Ford. "It has been reported that the Demon King army recently appeared near the old territory of Bihali Kingdom in the southeast. I order you to immediately go to the Ali Forest at the border between Bihari Kingdom and our country, and to the Bessel River Basin on the other side of the forest. Your task is to secretly gather intelligence and find out the true situation of the enemy's advance." A reconnaissance mission? To send a princess on such a dangerous task? It seems very strange. Can this be called discovery? Bihari Kingdom was just recently destroyed by the Demon King's army. Ali Forest is at the border, but most of it is actually inside Bihari's territory. Luke said angrily, his voice trembling. I'm not very good at geography, but from Luke's reaction, I understand this is not an ordinary matter. In short, it's like using others to do the dirty work, Mishu said calmly, as if talking about something trivial, whether it's monsters, the Demon King's army, or other dangers. They're all happy to see it happen. After hearing Luke's explanation, I finally realized how dangerous this order really was. Mishu, are you really going? I asked her. Yes, I must obey the king's command, she replied without hesitation. But Princess Mishu, this is clearly a dead end. The order specifically emphasizes secret investigation, which means you're not allowed to bring guards. Luke said anxiously, almost jumping. It's indeed very dangerous, and morally and logically I should refuse. Mikhail, who usually joked around, finally looked serious as he stroked his chin. But disobeying the king's order could have terrible consequences. He suddenly sounded so reliable that I almost thought he was someone else. What should we do now? And so, this scene unfolded. The four of us, me, Mishu, Mikhail, and Emidra, set out on a dangerous journey to investigate. Except for Emidra, we all rode horses. Luke and Nori stayed in town to oversee things. If bandits or enemies attack again, they need to command the soldiers at the fortress. Arthur focused on his blacksmith shop. As a bodyguard, his duty was different, so he stayed behind. However, Luke strongly opposed this and almost insisted on coming along. Emidra, can you keep up? If anything happens, you must prioritize protecting Mishu, I reminded her. Don't worry, leave it to me. Emidra flapped her wings, her voice trembling a little, but her eyes were firm. I will definitely protect Lady Mishu. Hearing this, Mishu gently stroked the fine scales on Emidra's neck, her gaze soft. It's clear she truly cares for this dragon. Hee, but protecting ladies is also our duty. Mikhail winked at me with a meaningful smile. Such words are better said to human women. Wait, ladies? I instinctively repeated, turning sharply to look at Emidra beside me. By the way, Emidra, I've never understood something. Are you male or female, me? Emidra lifted her head proudly and innocently. I'm female, hey really? Is it true that this dragon girl calls herself a servant? Mikhail, did you know this all along? I glared at the mischievous grin on his face. Of course, he said proudly, raising his eyebrows. The Emerald Dragon race is all female. Really? That kind of setting? I had never heard of it. No wonder everyone seemed to accept it naturally when I decided to bring Emidra back. Star, didn't you notice? Mikhail shook his head and looked at Emidra's sleek body. Look at how cute she is, the shine of her scales, her elegant posture. So charming. And charming. I found it hard to relate to dragon aesthetics. And calling a dragon girl sounds a bit weird. If naive children heard that, they might get the wrong idea. I sighed helplessly and urged my horse to move forward. Previously, in the Lin family territory, we also used to ride horses and take walks together. Her words were like a key, instantly opening the door to my memories. No wonder this place felt familiar. The scenery and atmosphere here are so similar to the Lin family land in my memories. Vague but warm childhood images unfolded in my mind, filled with deep nostalgia. Back then, Mishu and I were just 8 years old. 7 years have passed, neither too long nor too short. I never thought I would have the chance to walk alongside her like this in my life. However, some details in my memory seem a bit different. Back then, the ones walking ahead were clearly Brother Lin Jinghao and Brother Lin Yuza, and I was always the little tail following behind. Why bother fussing over such small details? Lin Qinxing is still the same, unchanged. Mishu looked at me with a slight pout, a faint smile crossing her lips. I was just telling the truth. Just as I was about to clarify, Mikhail, with his cheerful laugh, interrupted. Oh so, Princess Mishu and Little Star are childhood sweethearts. He approached on his horse, teasing in his tone, glancing back and forth between me and Mishu. Sort of, Mishu replied vaguely, her gaze softly passing over my face again. Wait, strictly speaking, can this really be called childhood sweethearts? Although we knew each other as children, we only spent a short day together. In the following years, we only kept in touch through a few letters. In the stories I've read, childhood sweethearts often seem linked to some strange, loser, law. If I admit it, how would Mishu react? Would her usually calm face show a different expression? Lin Xinxing, Mei Shu's voice pulled me back from my wandering thoughts. Ah yes, I was just thinking that the definition of childhood sweethearts seems a bit fuzzy, and I was debating about it. I awkwardly rubbed my nose. Little Star sometimes overthinks such trivial matters. Should I say you're slow? Or just lacking a bit of sensitivity? Mikhail shook his head helplessly, with a look that said, "You're hopeless. It's definitely not trivial. You don't understand the vast and powerful feelings inside me at all." I secretly complained. During the rest of the journey, I answered Mei Shu's questions about a strange plant by the roadside absent-mindedly, while also joking with Mikhail from time to time. The peaceful forest seemed to soothe all anxiety. However, this peace was suddenly broken. Ah! A sharp female scream, mixed with a terrifying roar unique to monsters, came from not far ahead. "Did you hear that just now?" Mikhail's playful expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a warrior's alertness. "Yes, the sound is close. Let's go see." I nodded immediately. We exchanged a quick look, then without words, we tightened the reins and galloped toward the source of the sound. After passing through a dense thicket, the scene before us came into view. A girl was sitting on the ground, frightened. A hideous low-level monster, drooling and snarling, was approaching her. Wow, monster. So scary. Amidra, perched on my shoulder, let out a whimper and started trembling, her tiny scales trembling too. I couldn't help but wonder again. Are you really a brave dragon? Mei Shu, I acted quickly. Carefully, I took Amidra off my back and placed her into Mei Shu's arms. Protect her. Before I finished speaking, I dismounted, summoned my sword from my magic pocket with my mind. Almost at the same time, Mikhail made his move. Stone wall. A thick wall of earth suddenly rose up, precisely blocking the girl and the monster from each other. No chant magic can last too long, Mikhail shouted urgently, a little sweat on his brow. That's enough, I shouted softly, my body moving like lightning. While the monster was momentarily stunned by the sudden stone wall, I charged forward quickly. With a flash of my sword, cutting through the air with a sharp sound, I struck the monster's vital spot accurately. The monster let out a short, painful cry, its huge body collapsing to the ground. It twitched twice and stopped moving. Mikhail then dispelled the magic, and the stone wall turned to dust and disappeared into the air. Phew! The danger was over. The girl leaning against the big tree seemed exhausted and sat down heavily on the ground. Her eyes were wide with shock, and her long eyelashes trembled constantly, as if she hadn't fully recovered from her fright. Are you okay? I put away my sword and spoke softly to avoid frightening her again. I'm fine, really. The girl suddenly snapped out of her daze, hurriedly trying to stand up, her voice trembling. Thank you so much for saving me. She finally steadied herself, and we could see her clearly. She had beautiful, long, golden hair that looked like woven sunlight, naturally falling over her shoulders. Her eyes were a clear blue, like the waters of the Bessel River. She wore a spotless, finely tailored pink dress, with the hem gently swaying in the breeze. Her carefully styled curly hair looked old-fashioned and elegant. It was the kind of noble young lady hairstyle I had only seen in fantasy picture books about other worlds. Ah! Mikhail immediately let out an exaggerated gasp of admiration. He suddenly pulled out a small bunch of wildflowers from nowhere, as if performing magic, and quickly tidied his clothes. He knelt on one knee, holding the flowers out to the girl, speaking in a sweet, heartfelt tone. Beautiful young lady, you have a delicate face that even the gods might envy. How could you be in such a dangerous forest? Even without monsters, your presence alone would make anyone want to protect you. If I could earn your favor, I, Mikhail, would be your most loyal servant, your sword and shield, clearing all obstacles in your path. May I ask your name? The girl was completely stunned, looking at this sudden scene with confusion and helplessness written all over her face. Anyone who had just been frightened by monsters and then faced such a passionate confession would probably react like this. In the end, out of gentlemanly manners, and maybe wanting to get closer, Mikhail offered his horse to the still-shaken Senna. That was the name the girl told us. He held the reins and walked ahead. From Senna's hesitant stories, we learned she was a young noblewoman from the kingdom of Bahi. Her country had been attacked fiercely by monsters. She had escaped alone through many dangers and reached this forest. That makes sense, Mikhail nodded thoughtfully as he carefully led the way. A noble young lady managing to escape alone from her fallen homeland and cross dangerous forests is already a miracle. What should we do now? Mishu rode closer and asked softly. Let's stick to the original plan and head to the Belela River first. Investigating is our main goal, I replied thoughtfully. Yes, that's good. Bring her along so we can watch out for each other, Mishu agreed. So, our group changed direction and continued toward the Belela River. Wow, I didn't expect this. Yes, our castle is very grand and can be seen from far away. There's also a beautiful rose garden on the east side of the castle. That must be wonderful. On the way, Mikhail and Mishu seemed to try to chat with Senna, helping her relax and forget her worries. Senna gradually lowered her initial guard. Although she still behaved with the reserved manners of a noble young lady, her smile became more genuine. This was definitely a good sign. Her home was destroyed, and she was now displaced, suffering great pain inside. But during the conversation, she didn't complain or show too much sadness. Instead, she responded to each remark with effort. However, I noticed she kept avoiding topics about her family, intentionally or not. That's understandable. Whether it's about separation, loss, or silence. Mentioning these things before knowing the full situation can be cruel predictions. Sometimes silence is a form of protection. But, Miss Senna, after walking for so long, aren't you thirsty? I asked when I saw her lips were dry, offering her my water pouch. That I'm fine, thank you. I'm not thirsty. She quickly glanced at me and shook her head lightly, her voice sounding a bit colder than before. Is it just my imagination? Senna seemed especially distant from me. Only when I talked to her did her relaxed expression suddenly stiffen. A flicker of guardedness flashed in her blue eyes. Is it because I don't look as elegant and noble as Mishu, or as charming and considerate as Mikhail? Since he is neither handsome nor particularly gentlemanly, he was instinctively categorized as someone to be cautious of. Thinking of this, I couldn't help feeling a slight sense of unfairness. I suppressed this small emotion and continued walking with the group. Finally, after passing through the last patch of woods, my view suddenly opens up. The sparkling Belela River comes into sight. The water is clear and reflects the blue sky and white clouds, with green grass on both banks. An old stone bridge crosses the river, and beyond it lies the fallen territory of Bihari. This peaceful scene has nothing to do with words like demon army traces or dangerous investigation. It seems the monsters haven't spread to this area yet. Mikhail observes the surroundings and concludes, yes, things seem better than we expected. Shall we return to Belka Fortress as planned? Mishu asks me. Yes, let's first ensure Miss Senna's safety. I agree with a nod. We had already decided to temporarily shelter Senna at the relatively safe Belka Fortress. Once she is emotionally stable and we understand the situation in Bihari, we will send reliable soldiers to her back home to find her family or make other arrangements. Just as we turn our horses around, ready to leave, wait a moment, Senna suddenly speaks, her voice carrying a subtle, unusual tone. Almost at the same time, my entire body tenses suddenly. A strong, tangible aura of danger, like cold water, rushes from the forest trail we just passed, locking onto us tightly. My older brother finally tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over me almost casually. I initially wanted to send his gentle older brother, but after hearing your advice, I chose the younger one. Still, the outcome seems acceptable. I'm glad you're satisfied. I quickly changed the subject. By the way, I heard you sent another troop somewhere? You're well informed. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, because that person is simply too stubborn. He just sticks too rigidly to his principles. Principles? My brother snorted softly and set his teacup aside. Principles and leadership are not the same. I tried to bring him in kindly, but although he's as talented as his brother, he's not flexible enough. What a pity. He squinted, pondering for a moment as if choosing his words carefully. Maybe she doesn't have any ambitions? Who knows? His tone grew colder. Maybe she's good at hiding her plans, or perhaps someone has already rallied behind her. The Ross family and the Robusto family have many supporters. Thanks to them, this has been delayed so far. Since we can't tell if she's an ally or an enemy, it's better to make her disappear completely. Before he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened, like a cold blade piercing through me. You probably won't get in the way, right? Of course not, I replied quietly, lowering my head. I don't want to follow in my brother's footsteps. Oh, brother. He seemed to remember something amusing and chuckled softly. Knowing that showing off ambitions could lead to death, yet still being stubborn, how foolish. Challenging the designated next king is a path to death. She's quite different from my brother, very tough. And the person around her isn't simple either. If possible, it's best not to kill but to use her. Capable pawns are very rare these days. Forget it. Keep watching and act accordingly. Understood. I bowed politely and turned to leave the room. The moment I stepped out, my face turned completely cold. I muttered a curse softly through clenched teeth and hurried toward my quarters. The corridor was silent, only my footsteps echoing. I silently prayed that the talented younger sister could escape danger and get through this crisis safely. Keep moving forward. The fireballs and dirt clumps streaked through the air with loud cracking sounds, coming nonstop. Each attack was at least mid-level magic, with incredible accuracy, showing they were well-trained. But don't think you can touch me even a little. I dodged and twisted, swinging my long sword to create a shining shield. I deflected or cut apart the incoming magic attacks precisely. At the same time, I swung my sword to stir up air currents, attacking the group of thieves behind us. The thieves reacted quickly, working together to build a dirt wall for defense. Although it didn't cause real damage, it gave us a precious chance to breathe. Finished chanting. Ready to cast at any moment, Mikhail shouted. Good. I leapt onto my horse and gathered my strength. My sword flashed like a streak of light, slicing down. With a loud crash, the bridge behind us broke into two parts. I whipped the horse's rear, and we sped forward. Magic attacks still chased us from behind. We dodged skillfully, moving left and right. I swung my sword again and struck the ground hard. Stone Tomb, 100 miles. Mikhail understood immediately and used powerful earth magic. He destroyed the road we just crossed, making it unrecognizable. The fallen dirt and stones blocked the pursuers temporarily. Breaking the bridge and destroying the road should buy us some more time. I kept galloping and looked back to check. The thieves' figures were finally far behind us. Who are those people? I asked, frowning. Judging by their tactics and size, they're probably the same group that attacked Belka before. Mishu's voice was calm and steady, but her grip on the reins betrayed a hint of nervousness. This group of thieves was not only large, but also included quite a few magic users, working together with fierce attacks. If I were alone, I wouldn't fear a fight. But with Mishu and Senna needing protection, retreating was the safest choice. If they got hurt in a fight, the consequences would be terrible. Moreover, deep inside, I never wanted to take lives easily. But once I drew my sword, it was hard to leave anyone alive. Sigh. If only I had a sword that didn't need to be drawn to fight. Speaking of which, these thieves are quite skilled, and their magic use is very proficient. Are they really just ordinary bandits? I voiced my doubts. Star is right, Mikhail agreed. Their behavior seems more like trained soldiers. Princess Mishu, what do you think? I'm not sure, Mishu responded briefly, then pursed her lips tightly. She seemed worried, but since she didn't want to say more, I didn't press further. Where should we go next? I looked at the road stretching into the distance. The shortcut back to Belka was blocked, and even if we took a detour. Unfortunately, I wasn't familiar with this area's terrain. Follow this road straight ahead, and we can reach the capital of Bihari. Mishu looked up at the sky. That road is well connected. We could choose to take a longer route back to Belka, which is the best option right now. Also, if it gets too late, we might have to stay there overnight. Although it was still daytime, the sun was clearly setting. By the time we reached Bihari's capital, night might already fall. Traveling in the wild at night without knowing the area is too dangerous. Finding a safe place to rest for the night would be the best choice. I'm worried that there might still be monsters left in the destroyed city. Mikhail expressed everyone's concern. Yes, I pondered. After the Demon King's army took over this place, they probably didn't stay long and might have moved elsewhere. But whether the scattered monsters still lurk inside the city was unknown. I really shouldn't have brought her along. Imadra's voice trembled with fear. I shook my head secretly. Can this guy really protect Mishu when it matters most? Suddenly, I felt a gaze on me. It was Senna, staring at me with wide eyes. What's wrong, Senna? Mr. Lin Chinxing, you were so amazing just now. Her tone was full of admiration. You only used one sword to defeat so many magic users. And you didn't even use magic. It's nothing, I replied calmly. That's not nothing, Senna hurriedly argued. Although these magic spells have their shapes, their essence is as difficult to grasp as flowing water that cannot be easily struck. Yet, you managed to break them down precisely. Huh? You misunderstood. I tried to explain. Magic seems invisible, but it has a core inside. This is just my personal term, but it really exists. I just attack that core to make it collapse. As for water, water can also be cut, right? Cut water? Senna looked confused. How do you cut it this? Describing it with words is quite difficult. I struggled to find the right words. Maybe like, cutting through the wind? Just like that. A swoosh. No, more accurately, finding the node or core in its flow and then cutting through. I gestured, but seeing Senna's increasingly confused expression, I knew my explanation had completely failed. As expected, it's really hard to explain clearly. Senna, don't worry too much about what he said. Mikhail couldn't help but interrupt. This guy's way of thinking is different from normal. If you take it too seriously, you'll start questioning life. Yeah, Mishu also nodded lightly in agreement. No need to force understanding. After all, that's not a realm ordinary people can reach. I looked at them, helpless, and stopped speaking. Sorry for bothering you to explain. Senna apologized sincerely, but her eyes showed a kind of understanding and sympathy, like saying, I know you tried your best, but I really can't understand. I had good intentions to explain, but received such a considerate response instead. I couldn't help but feel, in this world, why is it so hard to share some insights? We rode swiftly, finally reaching the capital of Bihali before dusk fell. The scene before us made everyone gasp in shock. The city gates were shattered, and the city walls had collapsed in large parts, as if gnawed by a giant beast. What was once a grand city was now just ruins and broken walls. This was so different from Senna's memories of a prosperous, strong city. Every inch of land was shrouded in desolation and silence. This is just too tragic, I heard my own dry voice echo. The word, tragic, seemed pale at this moment, yet it fit perfectly. What is even more frightening is that there is no smell of rotten flesh in the air as expected. The whole city feels like a giant tomb emptied of life, and even the wind sounds very cautious. Silence is the only language here. It looks like there are no monsters around, Mikhail said cautiously, observing his surroundings. We carefully stepped into the city. The walls on both sides of the street are full of cracks, and debris is scattered everywhere. Strangely, there are no bodies anywhere. It doesn't look like it was burned. Could someone have helped bury them? Probably not. I crouched down and touched the dark brown to black stains on the ground with my fingertips. These are dried blood. The bloodstains whined through the street, like the city's last silent cry. A dull sound came from behind us. Senna, who had just dismounted, suddenly fell to the ground. Not because she tripped, but her legs suddenly went weak on the flat ground. Are you okay? Mikhail reacted quickly and reached out to help her. Thank you. Senna's cheeks flushed as she used his help to stand up, looking a little embarrassed. A strange feeling crossed my mind. It seemed like she had been stumbling on flat ground all along, like a naturally clumsy person. Here, it should be empty now, right? I whispered. Who's there? Suddenly shouted a loud cry. Mikhail instantly protected Senna behind him. At the same time, I pulled out Mishu's sword with a sharp sound. Whoa. Don't hurt me. Wah. A figure scrambled out from behind a broken corner of a building. It was a small, scruffy, middle-aged man with a beard. He curled up on the ground, clutching his head with both hands, trembling all over, looking harmless. We exchanged glances and slowly put away our weapons. Night fell, and a campfire was lit. The flickering flames lit up everyone sitting around. It also revealed Doga, that down-and-out uncle, with a weathered face. My name is Doga. I am from this country. When the monsters came, I ran into the mountains. But I kept thinking about it, so I secretly came back. Everything is gone. I just thought I should at least build a grave for everyone and do my part. He said that after doing all this, he barely survived here by scavenging the remaining supplies. Since there's nothing left here, why not leave and go somewhere else? Mikhail asked. Somewhere else. Doga forced a bitter smile, his eyes dull and empty. My whole life, I only knew Bihali. My family, all died here. I have no strength left, and nowhere to go. I'll stay here, with them, until I rot. In his rough hand, he clenched a small bird-shaped ornament. It shimmered faintly in the firelight. It was the only keepsake his family left him. Silence spread between us. Only the crackling of the fire told silent stories of sadness. But I was still very surprised that Behala could do that. Mikhail broke the silence. After all, they have a strong cavalry unit. Really? Yes, Behala's cavalry is famous. Right, Miss Senna? Ah, yes, that's right. Senna answered with a slight hesitation that was hard to notice. Huh? Is this lady from Behala? Doga looked at Senna. She's from a noble family. Mikhail explained for her. A noble? How sad. I heard the enemies this time are very terrible, Doga sighed. Are the enemies strong? I asked. Yes, they say they are officers from the 4 demons of the Demon King army. I didn't dare look. I ran away early. I don't know the details. For demons, my heart skipped a beat. Do you know, brother? Emidra peeked out curiously. No, I don't. I immediately denied it. But a shadow had already fallen over my heart. The 4 demons are as powerful as Mark. Luckily, I didn't meet them. I definitely don't want to go through that kind of fight again. They must be very strong, right? Mishu whispered. Of course. I heard Behala's cavalry attack them first, trying to fight them, but they were almost wiped out by one person. It's hard to believe. Doga shook his head, still showing fear on his face. I couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This strength is just too unbelievable. When news of the cavalry's defeat spread, everyone was terrified and ran away in all directions. I only survived by luck. When I finally regained my senses, the whole town was filled with monsters. Doga used a stick to pick out some roasted potatoes and a few shriveled fruits from the campfire, then handed them to us. That's all I have. Eat something to fill your stomach. Thank you, Mr. Doga. We plan to take a detour back to Belka. Would you like to come with us? Mikhail took the food and invited again. Doga slowly shook his head, his gaze returning to the campfire. No, thank you for your kindness. I told you, I will stay here. That night, we stayed in a small house that could still block the wind and rain. Mikhail and I shared one room. Mishu and Senna shared another. The next morning, a sharp, piercing scream shattered the silence. What's wrong? Mikhail and I woke up at the same time, grabbed our weapons, and rushed outside. The sound came from Mishu and Senna's room. We burst open the door, and what we saw made our blood run cold. Doga was lying in a pool of blood, already dead. Lin Xinxing, Mishu's face was pale, trembling as she threw herself into my arms. What happened? I wanted to say hello to Mr. Doga this morning, and as soon as I came in, her words were choked by fear. Ugh, how could this happen? Wah. Emidra, who arrived a moment later, screamed and tightly hugged my back upon seeing the body. Even you are scared like this. But I completely understand how she feels. Doga's death was extremely brutal. From his right shoulder to his right chest, abdomen, and down to his thigh, he was torn apart by some terrible force, with flesh and blood everywhere. Blood splattered on the walls, forming shocking patterns. Not far away, a small bird-shaped hairpin lay on the ground, covered in blood. Thinking of last night, when he looked at the fire and spoke about his family with a lonely yet gentle smile. Compared to now, it was so tragic. Was it? Was it done by a monster? Mishu's voice was trembling and tearful, her face pale. I glanced at Emidra, who was trembling with fear, and ruled out her suspicion. It is possible that the culprit is still nearby. Mikhail tightly grips his sword, looking serious. Wait, what about Senna? Mishu, did you see her? Suddenly, I realized someone is missing. No. I woke up and she was gone. Maybe she went to the bathroom. Mishu nervously shakes her head. Just then, Senna's frightened scream comes from outside. A bad feeling hits me like cold water. Without hesitation, we rush toward the sound. We find Senna curled up in the corner, trembling. What's wrong? Mikhail leans down, speaking softly so as not to scare her. But Senna trembles even more. She shakily raises her hand, pointing in the direction she's been staring at, her lips trembling, unable to speak clearly. There. Over there. There are many bodies, she finally manages to say, voice trembling with tears. Probably the people who attacked us yesterday by the river. What? Mikhail gasps, voice rising in shock, his face showing exaggerated surprise. Are they thieves? Mishu's voice lowers, but there's a strange hint in her tone. I'll go check. A strange feeling fills the air. Who could have killed those thieves? I start to doubt their reactions. Mikhail's shock seems too exaggerated, while Mishu's response feels more like relief than worry. They claimed they knew nothing about the thieves before, but now they act like they do, hiding something. But now isn't the time to investigate. The most urgent matter is that Mr. Madga and the thieves have been killed, and the killer is probably still nearby. The bodies are just ahead? Yes, just around the corner. You'll see. Many. Senna's voice is faint. There's no smell of corpses in the air as I expected. I suppress my unease, take a deep breath, and rush out around the corner. The scene that greets my eyes makes my mind instantly filled with question marks. After turning the corner, only the ruins of a collapsed house remained, with wild grass growing over the debris. The desolate ruins lay quietly there. Where are the bodies? This is exactly the scene we saw when we arrived. Just as this doubt arose, a faint sound of something breaking the air brushed past my ear. Although my mind was still trying to understand the situation, my body reacted first, sounding the highest alert. Danger. Death. Clang. Relying purely on instinct, I turned around and swung my sword to block. The blade hit with a huge impact, as if it had struck something invisible but incredibly hard. What are you doing? I stared fiercely at Senna, who was standing behind me with a sweet smile on her face, and asked loudly, Emidra. At the same time, a sharp cry came from behind Senna. I saw Emidra, held by Mishu, covered in blood and weak in breath. It seemed that in a critical moment, this timid dragon instinctively protected Mishu, which resulted in serious injuries. Is that not enough? Senna's smile instantly turned cold and cruel. Last night, to avoid alerting you, I deliberately held back from attacking Mishu. Looks like all my efforts were in vain. No choice but to attack directly now? Mikhail, I shouted. Your Highness Mishu, please follow me. Mikhail understood immediately, quickly shielding the still shaken Mishu and retreating. Oh, trying to run? Not so easy. Senna flipped her wrist, and a sharp slash swept toward us. I dodged narrowly by turning sideways, but this gave Mikhail and Mishu precious time to escape. Forget it. They can deal with it later. Senna turned her head, her cold gaze like a blade locking onto me. I'll deal with you first. I ask you, did Mr. Doga kill him? I clenched my sword and asked in a deep voice. Yeah, he kept saying he wanted to see his family, so I kindly took him to see them. Senna tilted her head, showing an innocent smile, but her words were chilling. Am I very kind? Even so, I consider myself one of the more compassionate members of the Demon King's army. The Demon King's army. A terrible premonition hit me like icy water, soaking through my entire body. This overwhelming aura. I am sure of it. Although Emidra is timid by nature, she is still capable of driving away B-class or higher monsters alone, and she can even speak like a human. Her race's inherent power is not to be underestimated. If someone can defeat her with a single, like the person in front of me claiming to be Senna, their strength must be very deep. Do you know someone named Mark? I asked cautiously. Yeah, I know him. He's the useless guy you killed, Senna sneered, full of disdain. Honestly, he couldn't even handle a human. He's just a prideful little trash fish. Trash fish? Among my opponents, Mark was already considered a strong enemy. Let me introduce myself again. She bowed slightly in a graceful but mocking way. I am Dead Girl Senna, one of the 4 demon generals of the Demon King army. Until recently, I was in charge of this territory, which is even larger than Harry's country. Should we thank you then? I responded coldly. Yes, thanks to you, I easily took care of that human I couldn't get to before, Senna said proudly, smiling. I consider myself quite dedicated within the Demon King army. So, after I personally destroyed this country, I didn't rest for a moment before rushing to the next target. Before she finished speaking, Senna's figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. And you all are my next target. Her voice came from beside me. I shivered and immediately lunged forward. Almost at the same time, a loud crash came from where I had been standing, along with the sound of a building collapsing. I narrowly dodged the attack, turned around, and saw that the house I had just been in had been crushed by an invisible force. If I had been hit directly, I would have been shattered. Oh my, you're quite lucky, Senna said from the ruins, observing me with interest as if watching a dying prey. You really don't use magic? Yeah, I don't know how. In that case, you probably don't have much magic resistance, Senna said casually, opening her hands. A faint white light gathered in her palms, radiating a disturbing energy. I stared at that white light, muscles tensing all over my body, not daring to relax for a moment. Don't be so nervous you even beat Mark, right? Senna's bell-like laughter rang out, but her eyes grew colder. But honestly, you came right to me on your own, which saves me a lot of trouble. How lucky for me. Before her laughter finished, she suddenly pointed her palm at me. Whoosh. A solid white beam of light shot through the air at an incredible speed, tearing through everything in its path, even making the air scream as it was torn apart. I couldn't just take it head-on. At the moment the light was about to hit me, I swung my sword with all my strength, using the side of the blade to block it. Wow, it's so heavy. The sword felt unbelievably heavy, and my arm went numb. The white beam was deflected off course and crashed into the stone building behind me. With a loud bang, it shattered the stone wall, causing it to collapse. This is interesting, I said, shaking my numb hand and gripping my sword tightly again, pointing the tip at Senna. Is it? But I didn't expect that just one sword could block my magic palm pressure, Senna said, her smile fading slightly, showing a hint of impatience. Really, it's a bit frustrating. I want to see how long you can hide behind just a sword. She snorted softly, and the floating white beam suddenly changed. Double. The beam split into two, like two venomous snakes waiting to strike. Triple. Then it turned into three, spinning faster and humming low. Quadruple. Finally, it divided into four white lights, moving in strange, unpredictable arcs in the air, sometimes whipping like a whip, sometimes stabbing like sharp blades. I widened my eyes to the limit, using my enhanced vision to see the swirling magic attacks clearly. I moved my sword with tiny, precise motions, blocking or deflecting each white beam. These beams looked thin, but each impact was heavy as a mountain, making my hand numb and causing my sword to hum under the strain. This opponent is probably stronger than Mark, but I can still handle this level of attack. Just as I was getting used to this attack pattern, a much thicker and faster magic palm pressure suddenly struck. I raised my sword to block, but with a loud clang, the force shook my sword upward, opening a wide gap. Almost at the same time, a sudden change occurred. Several shadowy, snake-like tentacles suddenly burst out from the ground beneath me, with no warning. One of the thickest tentacles at the front suddenly split open, transforming into a fierce, layered mouth filled with sharp teeth, carrying a foul smell and lunging toward my chest. The terrible scene of Mr. Doga being torn apart flashed through my mind instantly. I clearly saw this deadly sneak attack, but my right hand, holding the sword, was still stiff from being pushed back, just as the toothy, monstrous mouth was about to reach my chest. Sorry for making you hurt so badly to protect me. Mishu's voice was choked with emotion. She carefully lifted Emidra, who had lost consciousness, in her arms. Just moments ago, Emidra had bravely stepped in front of her, taking the deadly strike from Senna without hesitation. Now, her emerald dragon scales were torn apart. Blood kept pouring from the terrible wound, dripping onto the dirt. Emidra's eyes were tightly closed, her breathing rapid and uneven. Every weak breath tugged at Mishu's heart. She anxiously looked around, scanning the broken walls and ruins. She desperately hoped to find something that could ease her companion's pain. At that moment, Mikhail quickly took out a delicate small bottle from his pocket. What is this? It's a test version of the potion Starry Sky gave me before. It's not the finished high-level healing potion, so its effects are unstable, but in this emergency, we have to try it first. Mikhail spoke quickly, but his movements were very gentle. He carefully poured the shimmering liquid from the bottle onto Emidra's shocking wound. The moment the potion touched the wound, Emidra's body trembled violently. Then, her tense body gradually relaxed. Her hurried breathing began to slow down. The bleeding that kept flowing out finally stopped. Just a test version, and it already has this effect. If it were a real high-level healing potion, it might heal the wound instantly. Mikhail sighed in relief, his tone mixed with complex feelings. That guy, even though he has such great power, still treats potion-making as a serious career. I just don't understand him. This may be the most admirable quality of Lin Qinxing. Mishu softly replied. her gaze still fixed on Amidra's pale face. I have never seen him bully the weak with strength or boast about his power. His strength seems always to be used to protect something. But he is still fighting hard right now, Mikhail said quietly. In the distance, the dull roar and the loud crashes of collapsing buildings kept coming. Even from far away, the intensity of the battle could be felt. If they had not retreated just now, they would already be a burden for Linshinxing. Mikhail, I need to confirm something, Mishu said with a slight tremor in her voice. Amidra, she is not weak, right? Of course not. Mikhail answered firmly. She is the legendary Emerald Dragon. Her claws can tear through steel, and her scales are so tough that neither magic blasts nor physical strikes can hurt her. Really? Mishu looked at Amidra. The scales covering her body are indeed very hard. They feel completely different from the soft fur on her head. But even so, she was pierced by Senna's strike. This made her feel a bit doubtful deep inside. Mikhail seemed to see through her thoughts and spoke very seriously. You can doubt the details of the legend, but the facts are clear. Since Xiao Xingxing hasn't returned yet, it shows the opponent is definitely not an ordinary creature. Absolutely a monster at the level of a Demon King officer. His reminder made Mishu suddenly realize how serious the problem was. Whether facing the Blue Wind Tiger or one of the 4 demon generals, Mark, Linshinxing always handled things easily and quickly. He has never been caught in a long, tough fight like this. She looked down at Amidra, whose breathing was faint, and softly asked, Is Senna really that powerful? Even Xiao Xingxing is struggling, so the other side must be a real monster. Mikhail's face showed a rare serious expression, very different from his usual playful attitude. I didn't expect you to actually recognize Linshinxing's strength like this. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Mikhail's face. There is no clear approval or disapproval. Honestly, his strength is obvious and even extraordinary. When it comes to pure fighting ability, probably no one in the entire kingdom can match him face to face. But he changed the subject. If we can find a way, maybe there's a chance to defeat him. Oh, what kind of method? Maybe using poison. It might work. But he's skilled in medicine and probably has antidotes on him. Still, even then, the success rate would be much higher than fighting him directly. Mikhail shrugged. Indeed, Miss Hale found it hard to imagine Linshinxing losing a direct fight to anyone in the kingdom. Oh. Mikhail suddenly lowered his voice, as if making a firm decision. Since Xiao Xingxing is holding back the enemy, I should do something important too. Mishu was momentarily confused. When she turned to look, she saw Mikhail's face show a bitter yet determined smile. Drink up. At a critical moment, Linshinxing's left hand darted into his magic pocket like lightning. He pulled out a small knife that shimmered with silver light. It was just an ordinary table knife, nothing special. He held the knife upright, aiming precisely at the open, blood-red mouth approaching him. At the same time, he pushed off the ground and quickly stepped back. A wave of intense exhaustion swept over him. He quickly looked around. The tall buildings had all turned to ruins, with debris everywhere. This was the result of him deliberately leading Senna's attack away from people. It also showed that if those attacks had hit him directly, his fate wouldn't be much better than the broken stones around him. What a lovely weapon. Senna chuckled softly, teasing. Thank you. It's my favorite knife since I was young. It's easy to use, even for cutting meat at dinner. Linshinxing steadied his breath and calmly responded. Basically, isn't this just a table knife? Senna giggled, as if she heard a funny joke. She was still so relaxed and confident. Could it be that her stamina is better than mine? However, I also have a backup plan. Linshinxing once again reached into his magic pocket. He took out a small potion bottle, uncorked it, and drank it all. Hey, what are you secretly drinking? Is it a healing potion? Senna tilted her head, looking curious. It's a high-level healing potion that can restore stamina and heal injuries at the same time. A high-level healing potion? I've never heard of such a magical effect in any market. This is homemade. I haven't sold it to others. The process takes time and effort, and the ingredients are not endless, Linshinxing admitted. Although he still had plenty of ingredients, at this rate of consumption, it probably wouldn't last 10 years. Oh, then I can't give you time to recover slowly. Senna's smile turned dangerous. Can you do it? Linshinxing asked sharply. If I keep up the same pace, of course I can. Senna still looked calm and confident. That made sense. Her speed was indeed faster than normal. By the way, I've been wanting to ask a question. Suddenly, Lin Chinxing changed the subject. What exactly are you hiding inside your skirt? Oh, you're interested in that. Senna pretended to be surprised, but a strange glint flashed in her eyes. Well, I noticed you often almost fall like a clumsy person, but you always manage to balance instantly, so I was curious. Is that so? But curiosity can be dangerous, you know. Senna chuckled, but in the next second, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Countless twisted tentacles shot out from the shadow under her skirt. They attacked Lin Chinxing like a fierce storm. His eyes sharpened. He drew his kitchen knife in a swift arc, precisely cut down all the attacking tentacles. Then, an invisible magical force pressed down like a mountain. But he skillfully dodged and blocked it with clever movements. This can't be. The calm smile on Senna's face instantly froze. Her expression became very serious, completely different from before. To adapt to my attack rhythm so quickly in such a short time. Are you even more like a monster than I am? Who knows? I've never considered myself a monster. Ultimately, my dream is just to be an ordinary merchant or healer. Lin Chinxing smiled faintly. This time, Sina couldn't smile back. If I keep going like this, I might really lose, she whispered to herself. Suddenly, her aura became thick and heavy. It seems I have to take this more seriously. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. A suffocating pressure grew stronger and stronger. Lin Chinxing felt cold sweat soaking his back involuntarily. He had thought Sina was just joking before. But now, it seemed she was serious. Serious? Were you just playing around earlier? Lin Chinxing asked in a deep voice, clutching his knife tightly. No, that's not it. Sina's pupils started to glow with a sinister red light. When it comes to speed in my human form, I am indeed serious. By the way, that guy Mark, did he stay in his human form until the very end? A contemptuous, cold smile appeared on her lips. Mark was too obsessed with that silly human form, stubbornly refusing to turn back into his true self to fight fully. That's why he lost. He's got the boring pride of a warrior, but he's also too naive. But I'm different. Losing makes you trash. If you're not strong enough, you can only become a toy that others can manipulate at will. Don't you find that annoying? You probably do, right? I believe I am the least likely to give up among the Demon King's army. Sina's eyes turned completely blood red. A chilling demonic aura began to radiate from her body. Just like when I destroyed this country, I will crush you completely. Struggle as long as you can, so I can enjoy myself more. Before her words finished, Sina's body started to change horrifyingly. Her bones cracked with a sharp, teeth-grinding sound. Her body expanded rapidly. Her terrifying true form was gradually revealing a glimpse of its icy mountain peak. The massive body forced me to tilt my head back as far as possible just to barely see its full, sky-covering shape. Compared to the previous, girl, form, it was like night and day, completely different. The only thing that still linked this terrifying monster to its earlier appearance were the faint, unsettling traces of tentacles hidden beneath a beautiful dress. A giant squid. This is the only word in human language that can barely describe the creature before me. Roughly estimating, its length definitely exceeds 10 meters. Its tentacles, like living giant snakes, are covered with frightening suckers. The face that might have once been considered beautiful is gone. In its place are two huge, blood-red eyes filled with madness and violence. And at the center of the tentacle roots is a round, sucker-like mouth that keeps opening and closing. The inner walls show jagged, saw-like structures faintly visible. Although this is the first time I've seen such a form in this world, it bears a shocking and disturbing resemblance to the squid monster I remember from the deep sea in my previous world. Did I scare you? A dull, thunderous voice suddenly boomed. It not only shook my eardrums, but also made the ground beneath me tremble slightly. This is Senna's voice after transforming, with an inhuman echo. Wow, I never thought you'd turn into such a shocking appearance, I said, forcing a bitter smile. My head tilted back so much that my neck bones made a feint under the strain. The Mark you killed could have also become this big. But in the end, he was still a bit weaker than me. Senna's voice carried a hint of pride, as if showing off a trophy. For demon generals, can they all change to this extent? I tried to endure the pain screaming through my body to get more information. No, the booming voice had a teasing tone. Probably only I and Mark have this talent. Does it matter? Not really, I said, taking a deep breath to calm my racing blood. I thought to myself that if it's just about getting bigger, the core power probably wouldn't change drastically. Haha, naive. Senna's bright red, giant eye narrowed dangerously into a crescent shape, full of teasing mischief like a cat playing with a mouse. Want to try it yourself? Before the words finished, bang! A loud explosion suddenly tore through the air. It was no longer just a simple gust of wind. It was a true sonic boom, caused by a burst of pure speed and power. The speed was terrifyingly fast. If she had still been in human form, I might have been able to barely catch her trail with experience and instinct. But facing this huge creature suddenly unleashing a speed far beyond what its size suggests, my vision couldn't keep up at all. However, when the attack approached a deadly distance, my battle instincts, honed through long life-and-death fights, made my body react before my mind could. My body did move, and the sword in my hand, guided by muscle memory after countless training, barely blocked the threatening attack. Clang! A thick tentacle, the blade narrowly brushed the target, making a dull collision sound. But then, the huge impact, like a mountain flood, instantly transmitted from the sword to my entire body. My feet lifted off the ground by half an inch, then forcefully slammed back down, cracking the ground like a spider web, barely stabilizing my stance. The weight and speed behind this strike were on a completely different level from before. And just as I was exhausted from my previous effort and hadn't yet regained my strength, trying to adjust my stance, swish, 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 countless tentacles attacked from all directions. Like furious snakes, they blocked all my escape routes, weaving a deadly web. Huh, I growled low. My sword light flickered into a blurry curtain of light. Amidst the rain of strikes and stabs, I struggled to block, dodge, and shift. But there were too many tentacles, and they moved too fast. Finally, a slick, tough tentacle seized a fleeting opening. Like a giant python, it tightly coiled around my waist. A sense of imbalance flooded me. Then, under the interference and of countless tentacles, a powerful, sweeping strike hit my side with solid force. Cough. Ugh. Ah. My body was thrown backward like a stone from a catapult, uncontrollable. My back slammed hard against a broken wall in the distance. A harsh, mixed groan of pain and suffocation forced its way from deep within my throat, squeezed out between my compressed lungs. I couldn't stop coughing violently. I coughed up thick, rust-colored phlegm from my throat, mixed with bright blood streaks. The tentacle attack, which I should have been able to dodge with a quick move, failed because of its sudden increase in speed and strength. It hit me hard and heavy. Just one caused such serious injury. Although I am skilled with a sword, my body is still human, maybe even more fragile. I knew that in battles like this, a direct hit could have terrible consequences. But I didn't expect it to be this bad. It felt like my internal organs had shifted. Senna looked calm and confident. Her large body carried a lazy cruelty as she watched my struggle, like a predator watching prey caught in a web. It's okay. I still have this. I forced myself to stay conscious, trembling as I reached for the magic pouch at my waist. I fumbled and pulled out a high-level healing potion that shimmered softly. I bit open the bottle cap and swallowed the cold potion in one gulp. Ugh! But my body couldn't stop trembling and coughing violently. The potion I just drank, mixed with more blood foam, nearly splattered all over the ground. A dark red stain spread in the dust. Is my body rejecting the healing potion? Its power is too strong, and my badly injured internal organs can't handle it? Huh. I gasped heavily, each breath tearing through my body with sharp pain. Oh dear, you wasted such a precious healing potion, Senna said playfully. Her deep, drum-like voice carried a teasing, mocking tone, like a cat playing with a mouse. Faced with her condescending sneer, I could only grit my teeth and glare at her fierce red eyes with all my strength. It's not that I don't want to drink it, but I simply can't. I'm afraid that my injuries, both inside and outside, have become quite serious. My body is close to breaking down and can't properly absorb medicine. It instinctively rejects any foreign liquids. My internal organs may already be bleeding, displaced, or even partially torn. I'm just holding on with my strong will to live, not dead yet. The situation is extremely dangerous. That looks very painful, Senna's voice continues, curious and probing. So, your body isn't invincible after all. If I were truly invincible, I wouldn't need to use my sword to block every attack. I reply intermittently, each word causing a sharp pain in my chest. That's true, she responds with a rough, deep laugh, like rocks grinding together. Oh no, this is terrible. My body is already weaker than others at my level. I've always relied on skillful sword techniques and quick judgment to avoid being hit directly. I never thought a single mistake would lead me to such a desperate situation. So, shall we continue? Let me see how much longer you can hold on. Before she finishes speaking, another tentacle like a giant whip tears through the air, carrying a deadly whistling sound as it strikes toward me. This time, under the pressure of life and death, I can barely catch a glimpse of its fleeting, blurry path. I grit my teeth and squeeze out the last of my strength. I dodge sideways while swinging my sword to strike. I must fight back, at least take out one tentacle to break this passive situation. I tell myself to stay calm. As long as I focus, cutting through these annoying tentacles one by one, I can find an opportunity to counterattack and win. But just as this thought flashes through my mind, the tentacle Senna just cut open with my sword, a large, is writhing with frantic growth. The flesh at the wound is healing and regenerating at a visible speed. In an instant, it's back to normal. Forgot to tell you, Senna's voice carries a cruel, teasing tone. My tentacles can regenerate infinitely. Envious, is that real? Such an almost supernatural regeneration ability, I can't deny I envy it. A feeling of helplessness quietly swept over my heart. Then, she didn't give me a moment to breathe. Using a few tentacles, she easily lifted a huge pile of debris the size of a house. Like a catapult, she threw it fiercely at me. I pushed off the ground with all my strength, narrowly dodging this heavy. The debris exploded loudly behind me. But more tentacles, like a stubborn infection, kept coming one after another. Clang. I barely managed to block a tentacle stabbing straight at my face with my sword, my arm numb from the impact. Another tentacle silently attacked from the side. It struck my chest hard again. I was knocked back again. But at the last moment, I adjusted my posture, using my arms and sword to protect my vital parts. I didn't crash into the wall unprepared, but rolled to lessen the impact and fell to the ground. Even so, the strong shock made me dizzy, and I saw spots before my eyes. My eyes seemed to gradually adapt to this violent speed. But my body was injured, and I couldn't keep going like this. I had to heal my wounds first, otherwise, everything was pointless. My breathing became hot and rapid. A heavy exhaustion and sharp pain swept through my body. My consciousness started to blur. A clear thought appeared. Maybe I would really die here. No, I can't give up. I staggered to my feet. With willpower, I pushed away the darkness in front of me. Roughly, I searched through my magic pouch. The high-level healing potion couldn't be absorbed, so finally, my fingers touched a slightly different, cool glass bottle. It wasn't the glowing, powerful healing potion, but a milder effect, perhaps more suitable for my current near-death state, an older, modified version of the healing potion. Without hesitation, I twisted open the bottle cap, tilted my head back. I poured the cool liquid, with a faint herbal scent, from the top of my head down. The refreshing liquid flowed along my hair and cheeks, soaking my torn clothes. It also brought a faint, real sense of relief. I curled up in the shadow of the debris pile, barely finding a temporary hiding spot. Although the medicine poured over my head restored my basic ability to move, the heavy fatigue and the stomach-churning discomfort did not go away at all. Even the nauseating feeling still lingered in my throat. So, in this state, how can I win? The thought of running away flashed through my mind, but was quickly rejected. With my current condition, I simply cannot run far. Even if I somehow managed to escape temporarily, I could clearly feel that the enemy would chase me all the way to Belka, bringing disaster to the people I care about. My tangled thoughts swirled in my mind, but I couldn't find a way out. There are no miraculous tricks to bring me back to life, no hidden cards, and no backup plans. That's normal and expected. I don't have any special skills or great magic that can instantly change the battle. I can't transform, I don't have a body tough enough to withstand attacks, and I'm not fast enough to be unreachable. It's only now, pushed to the brink, that I realize this clearly. I don't have any cheat abilities that could turn the situation around. The only thing I've had from the beginning is this swordsmanship, cultivated over 1,500 years. That's all. So, there's no need to hesitate anymore. The only card I can play has always been this one. I close my eyes, slowly exhale a deep breath, and force myself to calm down. I focus my mind. I push away the pain, exhaustion, and even the fear of death that are screaming through my body. This is just temporary numbness. I might pay a heavy price later, or even completely break down, but before that, I must do everything I can to defeat her. My blurry vision gradually sharpens, becoming as keen as an eagle's eye. I firmly and steadily grip the familiar sword handle. Cutting off her tentacles is pointless. They will regenerate endlessly. Just like dealing with magic, I must cut off the core. There must be a core inside her that sustains this form. Find it, and then cut it. Where did you go? A dull, thunderous voice echoes nearby, with a teasing tone like a cat playing with a mouse. I remembered that long, nearly meaningless 1,500 years. Day after day, year after year, I trained with my sword. Although my body is no longer as flexible and strong as it was at my peak, the feeling of relying entirely on the edge of the sword has long been engraved deep in my soul. It is remembered in every bone and muscle. That it's on, I gently pat my chest, as if comforting my heart, which is pounding fiercely yet remains strangely calm. Then, to face death, I take a step forward. Nid Sina immediately notices me. A flash of joy crosses her huge red eyes, and her tentacles wave excitedly. That expression, are you finally giving up struggling? No, my voice is surprisingly calm. I've just made my mind up. Heh. So you've prepared yourself for death? I calmly raise my sword, pointing its tip toward her massive body. Yes, if I am going to die, can I ask you to be with me? But is this a love confession before death? Sadly, your life and mine weigh differently. So, please die alone. As soon as I finish speaking, Sina's magic power boils over. Countless tentacles, like blooming death flowers, spread out completely in all directions. Up, down, front, back, left, and right. Next, white light ribbons formed by highly compressed magic pressure waves, shoot toward me from all sides. If you don't dodge, you'll really die, she declares calmly. Faced with this barrage that could obliterate anything, I do not retreat. Nor do I need to. The only thing I can do is to keep rushing forward. Dodging to the sides or backward would only cause more harm. Moreover, I no longer have the stamina for precise dodging. What I can do is the same as when I faced Mark. Cornered at the edge of a cliff, I see only one way out. With the resolve to accept injury, abandoning all defenses and retreat, I charge forward. A full-force attack. This is the only way I might win. I want to live more than anyone. But I must gamble my life to have even a small chance of victory. These 4 demon generals are all incredibly strange. No wonder I dislike fighting so much. The incoming magic pressure can be deflected with my sword if it's possible. If I can't avoid it completely, I endure it with the least damage. Then, countless tentacles like wild snakes attack wildly. Their tips even open up, revealing fierce mouths full of sharp teeth. But I just forcefully swing my sword to cut them away. My right hand tightly grips my trusted sword. My left hand holds a small, slightly chipped dining knife, the kind used at the Lin family dinner table. The sword is fine, but the other, weapon, is very poor and simple. The dining knife will break during blocking or slashing, which is inevitable. So I fight while constantly pulling out spare knives from my magic pocket to replace the broken ones. I swing this awkward double-edged knife, sometimes spinning to dodge attacks from all directions. Step by step, I move forward steadily and firmly. Why? Why do you keep rushing forward? Your steps are slower than at the start. Is my attack slowing down? No, that can't be. My relentless advance seems to make her feel some kind of strange unease. Her voice carries a faint, hard-to-notice confusion. But your confusion won't help. Since I knew from the beginning that I was at a clear disadvantage in numbers, I prepared myself to risk my life and push forward. Either dodge her attacks and strike first, or be hit by Serena's attack and die in shame. Life and death are just a thin line apart. My blood is boiling. The surge of adrenaline temporarily overcomes my fatigue and pain. This almost euphoric feeling strangely numbs my fear of death. I leave no room for hesitation. At first, I might have wanted to save some strength to survive, But that won't work. Having that thought means I already lost from the start. My resolve is broken. So I have no choice but to trust my sword, trust the instincts honed over 1,500 years. Cut through the approaching tentacles. Another one? I'll think about that after I cut this one. No blocking, no dodging. Just keep cutting down all obstacles blocking the path to her core. Keep moving forward, ever forward. The tentacles are coming faster and faster, like a fierce storm. But I strike even faster. My sword light weaves into a tight, impenetrable net. Got it. This time, it should be. Finally, a tricky tentacle slips through and slashes my ankle hard. The sharp pain floods through my body, almost making me fall to my knees. But I hold on tight, forcing myself to stand, even managing a twisted smile from the corner of my mouth, and keep moving forward. In my eyes, only the core deep inside Nide Senna's body remains. That faint, flickering core, radiating strange magical energy. Senna's perspective. I heard you defeated Mark, so I took the trouble to transform seriously, thinking I might have some fun. But I didn't expect you to be so weak. You get knocked back by a tentacle and bleed, trembling. Though you barely stand, among humans, that's pretty good, but still not enough. I even admire your stubbornness. I thought the fight was over. But when this swordsman reappeared after a moment of disappearance, his eyes burned with a completely different light. He charged at me with a sword and a silly little dagger. I've seen this kind of reckless fighter before. A warrior who loses reason and fights to the death. Yes, that's exactly it. Looks like he's desperate, so he's probably easy to deal with. I tried teasing him with words, but he responded surprisingly calmly. It seems he's still very aware, even able to talk normally. But this human swordsman named Lin Shinxing, his next actions are totally incomprehensible. He charged straight at me in a nearly suicidal line. I spread out my proud tentacle array and unleashed a full-range magic pressure barrage. With such dense attacks, no one has ever survived without retreating a step. But this human swordsman, he didn't die? Not only that, he dodged the direct attacks with the smallest possible movements. He even abandoned his own defenses completely and crazily pressed toward me. My attacks brushed past his body several times, splattering blood everywhere. He was covered in blood, staggering, but still standing. It's unbelievable. And yet, he's smiling? Like a child who found their favorite toy, with a pure, happy expression, waving the sword in his hand. At the same time, those eyes locked onto me with a sharp, frightening gaze. Step by step, they steadily approached. I must be crazy. I have seen people who run away in desperation, and those who beg falsely. But someone who laughs and talks while precisely cutting off deadly tentacles and then charges forward. This is the first time I've seen such a person. Why is he still smiling? How can he still laugh when his life is in danger? This is abnormal, completely crazy. Is this the kind of human who dreams of becoming a pharmacist or a merchant in the future? No matter what I say, he always responds logically. But his words and actions are completely contradictory, a total paradox. He clearly has better, safer ways to fight, but he insists on taking the slowest, most dangerous path. He keeps bleeding, even if his legs are almost cut off, as if he doesn't feel any pain. He just keeps moving forward, forward. Something is very wrong. This human finally reached my front. For some reason, he stared intensely at a part of my body, my hidden core. He couldn't see it. That's impossible. I find it hard to believe. But then I remember that this guy can see through and shoot down magic fireballs and lightning cores. Maybe he really can do it. Huh. A sense of danger pushed me to use my last trick. From my sucker-shaped mouth, I shot out a wide spray of thick, black ink. This is my strongest move, made with a special mixture of highly corrosive acid. If it touches flesh, it will dissolve instantly. To cut through my core, he would have to come close to me. And coming close would definitely put him in the range of this ink spray. I thought I had won. Just as that thought rose in my mind, the black ink, which should have covered everything and blocked my view, was suddenly sliced open by a brilliant sword light in midair. The ink split in two, perfectly avoiding the human. Then it dissipated into the air, powerless. What? Why? Why? I was so shocked that my tentacles trembled uncontrollably, and I shouted out loud. Although everything should have been pitch black in front of me, how did I suddenly make a quick judgment and strike? Why was he able to cut through the invisible, intangible ink so easily? Why could he defend and respond? I don't understand. I simply can't grasp it. In a dangerous situation, isn't spraying ink a common sense move for squids? Could it be that the squids in this world are different? But none of that matters now. Finally, Lin Chinxing, who had rushed in front of me, spoke calmly and raised his shining sword. I hurriedly tried to use all my tentacles to defend, but I fell into complete despair. Somehow, all my powerful tentacles had been cut off along the way, leaving none behind. He didn't even give me time to regenerate. Wait a minute. I can still. I uttered the last plea for mercy, knowing deep down it was hopeless, and then a flash of sword light precisely hit the hidden core. Senna's huge body trembled suddenly, let out a faint, short cry of pain. Then, as if all support had been pulled away, she collapsed weakly to the ground. The tentacles that had been writhing lost all vitality, no longer regenerating, and remained still. That it's over, I won. My nerves, stretched to the limit, suddenly relaxed, and a strong dizziness hit me. I barely managed to take out high-level healing potions and regular potions from my magic pouch. Then I couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground. My body was completely immobile. Warm blood seeped from various wounds, dripping onto the cold ground. Gradually, it formed a small, striking red puddle. I could even see a small piece of flesh missing from my ankle. Trying to move my limbs, but I couldn't get any response. My head felt like it was filled with cotton, extremely dizzy. The strength that had supported me just now was gone. But at least, I had to use the potion. If I lost consciousness just like that, wow, I really messed up this time. I should have made sure the potion took effect first, then checked her condition, and only then could I rest easy. The sequence was completely wrong. With this thought, I was fully swallowed by irresistible darkness and sleepiness. Hey, look at that. I didn't expect you to handle her alone. You can take down such an opponent by yourself. You really are a monster. But ending it so messily is just your style, little star. I'm truly impressed. Just before losing consciousness entirely, I think I heard a familiar voice, teasing and close by. Something was pressing down on me, gently swaying. It felt heavy, warm, with a steady rise and fall. My chest was tight, making it hard to breathe. My mind struggled in the deep pool of sleep, trying to surface. Is it Sammy? No, that's not right. Sammy wouldn't wake me up like this. She's always gentle, cautious, and tentative. By the way, wasn't I fighting earlier? Fragments of memory suddenly stabbed into my mind. Fierce tentacles, splattering slime. Heavy blows almost breaking bones. What happened after that? Everything was blank. Yeah, a short, sharp cry sounded behind me, followed by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground. I suddenly sat up, my chaotic thoughts waking me completely. Turning around, I saw Emidra rubbing her sore spot, glaring at me angrily. What are you doing? She complained, her golden vertical pupils full of displeasure. I was guarding you, waiting for you to wake up, and you just woke up and turned on me. Sorry, instinctive reaction. I rubbed my still slightly swollen forehead. My gaze followed her pointing finger. Not far away, the huge corpse of the giant squid Sana lay quietly. It was already giving off a foul smell of decay, warning me that the fight wasn't just a dream. Oh right, the door to my memory loosened a bit. I think I really did win. I delivered the final with my sword. But after that, my memories became blurry, like words soaked in water, completely unclear. I couldn't remember. How did I fall? And how did I fall asleep? However, I looked down at my body. My limbs, which almost seemed broken earlier, now moved freely, with only a few shallow scars left. Wounds that were deep enough to see the bone had miraculously healed. Despite the serious injuries before, could it be that I drank a high-level healing potion before losing consciousness? I glanced at the ground, where several empty glass bottles lay scattered nearby, confirming my guess. Emidra, how are your injuries? Are you okay now? Yes? I felt fine as soon as I woke up. She jumped happily, showing that she was unharmed. Then, as if she remembered something, she looked around anxiously. Oh right, where are my sisters? I thought they would arrive here before me. Huh. I was surprised and immediately looked around. Apart from us and the large corpse, the ruins were empty. There was no sign of Mishu or Mikhail. Aren't you supposed to be with them? I frowned. Maybe. But when I woke up, it was just you and me. No one else was around. Emidra tilted her head, trying to remember. What? My heart sank. Could it be true? Did they return to Belka earlier? With Mikhail's alertness and Mishu's physical strength, it was reasonable to think they would return to the base quickly once they confirmed it was safe, especially if they thought I might have been in danger. Staying behind could have been more dangerous. I understood this logically, but a strange feeling of disappointment quietly swept over me. Mikhail was fine, but as for Mishu, she should have left some kind of mark or message, at least. They might have already gone back. I suppressed my doubts and told Emidra, let's go back to Belka as soon as possible. Okay. Emidra immediately nodded, touching her flat stomach with a worried face. I'm starving. You've been unconscious all this time, and I didn't dare leave to find food. Really? You've worked hard. It seemed I had been unconscious for quite a while. Thinking about it, a strong hunger suddenly overwhelmed me. My stomach ached faintly, and I even felt dizzy from extreme hunger. How long have I been asleep? About 3 days, Emidra said, counting on her fingers. 3 days? I was very surprised. 3 whole days? And not a single bite to eat? No wonder she looked dizzy from hunger. If that's true, Mishu and the others must have already reached Belka safely. During these 3 days, Emidra had been hungry and staying by my side. I looked at her. Although she was complaining, she didn't want to leave me. What's wrong? She noticed my gaze. I reached out and gently patted her head. She was a little surprised at first, then made a soft, purring sound like a kitten being petted. Her body leaned into my hand, looking like a well-trained big pet. First, let's go catch the horses and see if we can find some wild berries to eat on the way. But before that, I pointed to Serena's decaying body, which was already giving off a faint smell of rot. Can you deal with this? Burning it would be cleaner. That's possible. Emidra looked around at the trees, a bit worried. But will it cause a forest fire? You're right. We had to work hard to clear a small area using nearby stones and broken wood to make a fire break. Once we made sure the fire wouldn't spread, Emidra breathed fire to turn Serena's body into ashes. The smell of burnt flesh mixed with the original stench, and it wasn't pleasant. My hunger grew stronger, but I had to endure it. We hurried to the place where we had tied the horses before. But only a few broken reins remained. No horses were in sight. Mishu and Mikhail's horses were understandable, but even my well-trained warhorse was gone. Probably scared and ran away during the fight earlier. This was a big problem. Not just the horses, I sighed. There's a river on the way back, no bridge, so we crossed on horseback. Now that we don't have horses, walking back will be very difficult, and I don't remember the exact route anymore. How are we supposed to go back? I looked toward Belka, feeling a headache coming on. Emidra flapped her wings in front of me, circling around. With a proud look, she seemed eager to ask me questions. Do you need to go to the bathroom? I teased her on purpose. No, I don't. She stomped her foot in anger. I'm here with you. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm a dragon. A real dragon. Just ride on my back. Before she finished speaking, a faint glow appeared around Emidra. Her small body suddenly expanded quickly, and her scales shimmered with a dark shine. In an instant, she took on the mighty form of a huge dragon, casting a large shadow. Hey, can you fly? I asked, a little surprised. Earlier in the dungeon, she mostly lounged around lazily. I thought her wings were more for show, or that she belonged to a ground-running dragon species. Of course I can fly. What do you think I am? I told you, I am a dragon. Real dragons can all fly. She angrily exhaled a breath with sparks, her voice sounding like distant thunder. Thinking about it, even her small form could fly easily, so it didn't make sense that her big body couldn't. I no longer hesitated. Using her lowered wings, I climbed onto her broad, tough-scaled back. The dragon's scales were cold and rough, making me wince. Although I appreciate it, isn't there a more comfortable place to hold on? I asked, adjusting my position to find a steadier, less painful spot. You've already climbed on, and now you're picky? She turned her head, her huge dragon eyes glaring at me. Sorry, I was asking for too much. I held tightly onto a raised bone plate on her back. Let's go back to Belka. Do you know the way? I asked. Yes. Hold on tight. Emidra spread her huge wings and suddenly flapped them hard. In an instant, dust and stones flew everywhere, and a strong gust of wind nearly blinded me. Wow! With her powerful hind legs pushing off the ground, we suddenly took off. A feeling of weightlessness hit me, and my view quickly widened as the ground sped away beneath us. A new sense of freedom made me gasp in amazement. See? Hold on tight. We're leaving now. Emidra's voice was excited. She adjusted her direction, flapped her wings with all her might, and sped toward Belka like an arrow shot from a bow. Flying on the dragon was much faster than riding a horse. The wind roared in my ears, and the forests, rivers, and mountains below rushed past like a moving painting. In just a moment, Belka's familiar outline appeared on the horizon. From high above, I could see the city's layout and defenses clearly. The city walls were strong, and the city was well planned. But it seemed to lack effective measures against threats from the sky. This thought quickly flashed through my mind. Here we are. Emidra lowered her altitude and circled above the city. Wow, so fast, I said sincerely. Should we land directly? Wait. I hurried to stop her. Landing right in the city might cause chaos. The wind from your descent could knock over vendors and hurt people. Let's find a quiet place outside the city to land. Good idea, Emidra agreed quietly. Otherwise, we might really go hungry. She smoothly landed in a quiet forest outside the city. We walked to the city gate and headed straight to the central meeting room. Oh, you're back. Luke was the first to see us and jumped up from his seat. Welcome back. Nori also came over, smiling with relief. We were worried you might have run into trouble. Nothing happened while we were gone, right? I asked as I instinctively looked around. Everything's normal. By the way, Nori paused and looked at me and Emidra behind me, asking with some confusion. Prince Mishu and Mikhail, aren't they with you? Are they outside gathering things? My heart suddenly tightened. Huh. Emidra and I looked at each other, both surprised. Aren't you? Not together? Luke's smile faded, and his face became serious. No. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. We were attacked by one of the 4 Demon King's armies during our return. I stayed behind to hold the line, while the 2 of them rode away on horseback to retreat. For demons? The 4 demons of the Demon King army, Neri and Luke gasped in shock at the same time. Yes, we managed to win by luck. I pointed to myself. But I was badly injured and unconscious for 3 days. I just woke up today. They should have returned earlier. Could it be that they took a more hidden route, which caused the delay? Defeating the 4 demons, Neri muttered in disbelief, looking at me as if I were a prehistoric beast. Lin Chinching, you really are unfathomable. You're quite a monster. Luke also sighed in amazement. But then he seemed to remember something. His face suddenly changed, and he tightly hugged his head. Wait, leaving such a strong enemy for you to handle. Mikhail took Princess Mishu and left first. No way. That reckless guy. Did he take the chance to do something to Princess Mishu? With his personality, it's very possible. Probably. Not likely. I tried to comfort him, but I wasn't sure myself. Although Mikhail often joked and acted frivolously, he seemed surprisingly reliable in critical moments. He always carried a calm, experienced aura. His quick decision to retreat with Mishu last time was very correct. He might be more complicated than we think. Maybe we missed something. I suggested another possibility. I flew straight back on the Emidra, so I was very fast. They rode horses on land, so it's normal for them to be slower. That makes sense, Neri pondered, but his brow was still tightly furrowed. All right, let's wait and see. Maybe they'll arrive tonight or tomorrow. But days passed, and still no sign of Mishu and Mikhail outside Belka's city gates. No news about them came either. The initial guesses and comfort gradually turned into anxiety and unease. A bad feeling, like dark clouds, weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Where could they have gone? I was about to leave to find them when I received news from the capital. The letter said that Mishu and Miharu were currently in the capital and had given orders for Luke to stay in Belka. I asked why they were in the capital, but the letter didn't mention the reason. The only possible explanation I can think of is that the good news of defeating the 4 demon tribes reached the capital. However, that battle happened after they went missing. Logically, they should have returned to Belka first. But at the end of the letter, it said, no need to worry, so I suppose everything is fine. Luke also confirmed that the letter was stamped with the Nitsk family seal, so it wasn't fake. With that, I can relax for now. As for what I am doing at this moment, oh, I'm really looking forward to it. Although it sounds a bit scary. Well, that person just has a sharp tongue. As long as we don't provoke her, it should be fine. Probably. I was walking with Sayao and Arthur to the underground city where Ernal was. As for why we were going there, I need to explain from a little earlier. Please, I beg you. Early in the morning, Luke called me. After receiving the letter from the capital, the search team disbanded. I had barely slept the night before because I was busy making potions, and I was about to rest when Arthur suddenly showed up. Who is that? Suspicious person. Emidra, prepare to breathe fire. Huh. Wow. Sayao, wait. Don't breathe fire yet. Seeing a strange, bearded man suddenly appear, Sayao immediately became alert, holding Emidra in front of her, ready to let her breathe fire to drive him away. I quickly stepped in to stop her. Oh right, Sayao was meeting Arthur for the first time. Since Arthur usually stays in his workshop and rarely goes out, it's normal they haven't met before. I hurriedly explained to Sayao that Arthur wasn't dangerous and asked her to prepare some tea. He was wearing a leather apron covered in coal ash today, clearly just coming from the workshop, with a faint smell of metal and charcoal on him. That's not what you think. And I come from a noble family, you know, I sighed, rubbing my forehead in frustration. Hey, Saki, can you help me explain? What's with that I don't care look on your face? Saki was walking over with a tea tray, her clear eyes blinking as she heard this. She smiled slyly and said, No, I'm just a beautiful maid dedicated to Lord Linshinshing. Even if the main lady is Princess Mishu, I can accept any role as a side maid. Today, she wore a black and white maid dress, her silver hair soft under the lace headpiece, her tone innocent and cheerful, but her words were quite shocking. That kind of thing doesn't need your approval. There are too many issues, let's stop talking about it. I felt my temples pounding. I finally managed to control the situation and turned to Arthur. By the way, what do you want to see me about? Coming so early. Arthur took the teacup from Saki and took a sip before speaking calmly. Well, when you came back, didn't you mutter something to yourself? Me? What did I say? I tried to remember. It was when you came out of Luke's place. You said you wanted a sword that can hurt but not kill. So I thought, finally, it's my turn as a weapons maker. Arthur's eyes sparkled with the excitement of a craftsman facing a challenge. Hey, Lord Linshinshing, are you planning to kill someone? Saki immediately looked worried, grabbing my arm and tilting her head with concern. Is this sword not good enough? I think it's sharp enough. Or do you think it's not easy to handle? Oh, did I say that wrong? She pointed at the long sword at my waist. First, that's a misunderstanding. Whether it's easy to handle or not isn't the main point. And it's not about wanting to kill anyone. Listen, I need to explain. This sword is very good, but if you swing it at someone, it will cause serious injuries or even death. So, I want a sword without a blade. I quickly reassured her. A sword without a blade? You don't want to kill anyone? Saki tilted her head, still confused. Lord Linshinshing, are you tired of monsters and now interested in humans? She seemed to think of something, her cheeks slightly red, and her voice lowered with a strange sense of resolve. I understand. If this is what Lord Linshinshing desires no matter what, I am willing to become a sacrifice. It's okay, I also have a status. Although I know I cannot have Lord Linshinshing's first time. If I can be the first to take your life, it will be a memory. But this is also my first time. Please be gentle. As she spoke, she even closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling, looking as if she was offering herself willingly. No, stay calm. What do you mean by first-time killing? Don't say such scary words lightly. I almost jumped up. And Arthur, don't look at me with that dirty look. I haven't done anything, okay? Arthur was currently looking at me with a mix of shock, disdain, and a hint of surprise that I was playing such a complicated game. Although he seemed to say something more dangerous than first experience of killing, I decided not to pursue it and just pretend I didn't hear. I really admire how quickly I can steer the conversation back on track. So, you want a blade without an edge? Arthur cleared his throat, finally returning to a serious tone. Yes, a sword that won't cause fatal injuries even if it hits a person, one that can show mercy. Is that possible? I looked at my current sword. The scabbard was simple and old-fashioned, but when I drew the blade, it gleamed coldly, with a beautiful yet powerful line. Indeed, no matter how carefully I controlled the force, with this sharpness, a single swing would likely cut someone in half. Can it be treated during forging? At least make the blade strong enough? Strong enough. Arthur crossed his arms, his thick eyebrows furrowed as he pondered. It seemed quite difficult. Lord Lin Chinxing, is this gentleman really a weaponsmith? Xiao whispered close to me. Making a sturdy sword shouldn't be that hard, right? He might actually be suspicious. No, I mean, sturdy isn't that simple. Arthur's ears were sharp, and he immediately retorted. The wielder is Lord Lin Chinxing. Do you think I don't know his strength? Ordinary metals can't withstand his power. They break in real combat. I'm thinking about the materials for forging. He pointed at me and said, you fought that demon woman before and broke many of my kitchen knives. You tell me yourself? Ah, indeed, my sword was miraculously undamaged during the fights with Mark and Senna, but normal swords would not withstand such powerful impacts. In fact, I broke more than 10 of my dinner knives when fighting Senna, leaving only the handles. Thinking about it, only this sword in my hand completely resisted Senna's attacks from start to finish. That is truly extraordinary. I raised the sword and gently swung it twice in the air. The blade sliced through the air with a low hum. Although I've always considered this sword to be just an ordinary one, it is actually a very sharp weapon. Huh. Hearing this, Saki looked surprised. This sword isn't nameless. It actually has a name. Really? I was stunned. I always thought it was just a high-quality standard sword. When I gave it to you, didn't I tell you its name? Saki tilted her head and thought. But it seems I was so happy when I received this gift that I only thanked and admired it, completely forgetting to ask its name. No wonder I always thought it was just a nameless sword. Sorry about that. So, what is the name of this sword? I asked curiously. Saki puffed out her chest, looking a bit proud. It's a legendary sword, and its name is very cool. It's called King of Ice Beasts. Huh, who is this Ice Beast King? The Beast Kings I know are mostly pink dragon-like creatures that roar loudly. Or green dragons. I glanced at Ernal beside me. Is that really true? That name is so cool, Arthur said excitedly, his eyes shining with admiration. Well, just the name sounds very powerful and epic. Back to the main topic. Arthur brought the conversation back, his expression becoming serious again. To forge a sword, you need high quality ore. It must be both blunt and able to withstand great force without breaking. The material's toughness and hardness are very important. Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with plants, but I know nothing about where to find ore, I sighed. I still have a lot to learn about the geography and resources of this world. Just as I was feeling worried, Imidra, who had been hiding shyly in the corner of the room and was frightened by our excited mood, cautiously lifted her head. She gently tugged at the hem of my clothes, seeming hesitant to speak. Her big eyes showed some uncertainty. Imidra, do you want to say something? I knelt down and tried to speak softly. Well, Imidra's voice was very soft. She pointed to a distant place outside the window. In the underground city I used to live in, there seems to be something like very hard stones, dark and shiny, heavier than normal stones. Sister Ernal sometimes stares at it. Underground city? Hard minerals? Arthur and I looked at each other and saw a spark in each other's eyes. Maybe, that is the kind of mineral we need. It would be great if Imidra could come too. Yes, this was originally her territory, so she must have feelings for it. I sighed softly and unconsciously ran my fingers over the cold stone wall. But I also knew Imidra probably didn't want to come. This underground paradise she once poured her heart into creating, every inch of land soaked with her attachment. Now, it was taken over by that uninvited elf. The last time she looked back when she left, like a tiny thorn, it still pierced my heart. Her eyes, always full of a smile, were also filled with the pain of having her territory invaded and a nearly tangible disgust. By the way, elves are really not simple. They live a long time and are said to master many secret arts. Arthur's voice broke the silence. He rubbed his hands, excited as if he had discovered a new continent. Really? Like what secret arts? My curiosity was piqued, and I leaned forward unconsciously. But in my mind, another elf's figure appeared. That mysterious being who gave me the skill fruit. Probably not the same as the elves Arthur mentioned, right? I heard that if they all work together, they can control the weather, causing heavy rain or clear skies. They can also use their long lifespan to bring life, making dying creatures revive. There are many other strange and wonderful abilities. Arthur spoke fluently, describing everything in detail. The scenes he described sounded like epic stories sung by poets, beautiful but distant. Controlling nature, reversing life and death, Can ordinary humans really master such powers? I wondered silently. Well, forget it. These are just legends, I said, waving my hand to bring my thoughts back to reality. I took an item from my bag and turned to the quiet girl beside me. Let's not talk about that now. Saya, hold this. When necessary, don't wait for my instructions, just give it to me directly. Is this it? Saya asked, taking a seemingly simple but very tough rope, examining it closely. She tilted her head in confusion, her light purple hair swaying. It's good. But Lord Linshinxing, what is this for? She asked. I winked mysteriously at her, a sly smile on my face. You'll see when the time comes. Trust me, on this beautiful girl elf's territory, it will definitely be useful. We continued walking quietly down a deep corridor. Under our feet were smooth stone steps laid by Amidra herself. The air was filled with her favorite elegant scent, similar to night-blooming jasmine. At the end of the path stood a heavy stone door carved with ancient vine patterns. I pushed the door open with effort, the hinges creaking loudly. Behind it was a familiar scene that defied the usual rules of the underground city. Soft light shone from somewhere, illuminating lush, strange plants. A gentle stream wound through the flowers. A few tiny creatures flickered with faint light, playing among the leaves. Wow, such a beautiful place. It's like a dream, Saya exclaimed, excitedly bouncing like a butterfly attracted by nectar. Her eyes reflected this incredible scene. Aside from the personality of the current resident, this place is truly a masterpiece. Even Arthur, who had seen many wonders, couldn't help but praise it, his eyes showing genuine admiration. Yes, the more beautiful this underground paradise was, the more it seemed like a silent protest. The skill and craftsmanship that built it are now being kept outside the gates. Only we uninvited guests can appreciate, or rather, intrude upon, her masterpiece. We walk through this quiet and strange, natural landscape to the deepest part of the area. There is a set of finely crafted wooden furniture, as if it grew naturally with the small nearby tree. The elf Ernal sits gracefully there, eyes half closed, looking like a fairy from a painting. Her slender fingers gently hold a white porcelain cup, sipping small amounts of steaming red tea. The scene is peaceful and beautiful, if you ignore the hint of arrogance on her face. Well, visitor, she says. She doesn't open her eyes. Her voice is cold and deliberately formal. I am Ernal, the ruler of this free paradise, a beautiful elf. What brings you here today? But when she lazily lifts her eyelids and looks over us, her gaze finally resting on my face, her carefully maintained elegance suddenly disappears. Her beautiful eyebrows tighten sharply, as if she saw something very annoying. With a loud bang, she puts the teacup down heavily on the table, then suddenly stands up. Her wide sleeves flutter with a gust of wind. You? Linshinxing. I didn't expect to meet you here after 100 years. Prepare to pay the price, she shouts sharply, her fingertips glowing faintly, indicating some kind of magic. Hey, calm down. I came as a visitor this time. At least be polite. I quickly raise my hands to show I mean no harm, and subtly step forward, slightly shielding Saya with my body. I haven't done anything. Don't you remember tying me up on a tree, you adorable elf? That's a huge insult. Even if you brought friends to scare me this time, I won't forgive you. She blushes with anger, her cheeks turning red, and speaks rapidly like a machine gun. But her anger suddenly stalls when her gaze shifts again to Saya. She points at the girl, who looks a bit confused by the sudden conflict, and asks with curiosity, "Who is this child?" "Ah, I am Saya." The girl nervously pulls at her maid outfit's apron, takes a deep breath, and tries to keep her voice steady. "I am Lord Linshinxing's personal maid." "Personal maid?" Elner repeated herself. The anger in her eyes faded like a tide, replaced by a strange mix of curiosity and watchfulness. She even tilted her head slightly and asked in a gentle, coaxing tone, "I ask you, if I told you to leave him and become my personal maid, would you do it?" Saya clearly didn't expect such an invitation. She quickly glanced at me and then shook her head firmly, bowing deeply to Elner. "I'm very sorry. My heart and my duty belong only to Lord Linshinxing. So, please don't be angry." Elner's slender eyebrows twitched subtly. She looked at Saya for a few seconds, her expression changing unpredictably, but in the end, she just shook her head. She didn't look at me again but pointed to another empty, beautifully woven rattan chair beside the table and said to Saya, "You sit there." Huh. Saya was stunned, clearly not expecting such a sudden turn of events. Quickly, Elnor's tone was firm and commanding. Okay, okay. Saya was startled and almost instinctively stepped quickly over. She sat upright, her back straight, and her hands neatly on her knees. Like a student afraid of being called on in class. Elnor no longer paid attention to us. She silently picked up another clean white porcelain cup and smoothly poured deep red tea into it. Then she took out some uniquely shaped, sweet-smelling pastries from a small box decorated with pearls and placed them in front of Saya. Eat. Her tone wasn't very warm, but compared to her tense attitude toward me, it was gentle and calm. Thank you very much. Saya gratefully expressed her thanks. Carefully, she picked up a pastry, took a small bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. She then lifted the tea cup, blew on it gently, took a sip, and happily squinted, like a cat being petted softly. This unbelievable scene made Arthur and me exchange surprised looks. Elnor, I couldn't help but speak up, trying to break the strange atmosphere. Did I see that right? Do you especially like maids? Besides this, I couldn't think of a better explanation. Not exactly. Elmo finally gave me a look, speaking calmly. I just admire people who are loyal to their masters. Such qualities are rare in a long and boring life. Huh? But I remember you weren't so polite to that human knight named Luke. Isn't she also loyal to her lord? I recalled her cold attitude toward Luke last time, which made Luke feel down for several days. That's because Elmo lightly tapped the table with her finger, speaking as if it were obvious. He wasn't wearing a maid outfit. So that's the key point? I was left speechless. Then, what about my tea? I pointed to myself, trying to ask. Surely, they wouldn't be so unfair. Not for you. Elmo answered straightforwardly, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. Hey, Lord Lin Shinxing, don't be sad. Sammy saw this and immediately put down her teacup, blushing and looking a bit excited as she patted her knees. Come sit on my lap. It's okay, I can handle it. I can share my tea and snacks with you. Handle what? I felt both annoyed and amused. Sammy had been acting strangely since earlier, her thoughts jumping all over, making me completely confused. After a brief, awkward silence, Elmo seemed very reluctant, as if she didn't want to do it, and somehow, probably using some space magic, pulled out a simple-looking wooden chair. She placed it a little farther from the table and signaled me with her eyes. Her sudden, reasonable attitude made my heart race. Could she be a fake? Or was the chair tampered with? But right now, I didn't see a better option. With some caution, I sat down carefully. It just looks like an ordinary chair. What about me? Arthur, who had been just a background character, finally couldn't hold back and spoke. He rubbed his hands together, wearing an awkward smile on his face, standing there stuck and unsure what to do. However, Ernal's reaction was very intense. She almost immediately raised her hand, using her wide sleeve to cover her nose and mouth tightly. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her face showed a level of disgust I had never seen before, clear and unhidden. It was as if she smelled something rotten and foul. You have a hard-to-describe bad smell. Her voice came muffled through her sleeve, sounding annoyed and sharp with dislike. Stay away from me and go back to your place. You're not welcome here, huh? Arthur's smile froze instantly, and he seemed to turn to stone. Oh, he instinctively lowered his head and sniffed his armpit, looking very disappointed and hurt. This was definitely the most direct and hurtful insult I had ever heard. Being told you smell bad face to face. Even someone as cheerful as Arthur would feel his pride hurt. But this kind of sharp, completely insensitive teasing was exactly Ernal's style, no doubt about it. Seeing Arthur look like a sad little dog abandoned and pitiful, I felt a bit sorry for him. Hey, Ernal, don't say that. He's quite pitiful. I tried to smooth things over. Arthur does sweat a bit, but today it's really not that bad. I didn't smell anything special. Wait, Lin Shinxing. Arthur looked at me with even more sadness, his voice trembling. Even you think I usually have a strong sweat smell? I was speechless, feeling like I was digging myself into a deeper hole. But Ernal's disgust didn't lessen at all. She even turned her face away in disgust. Her expression was so intense it went beyond normal cleanliness or fussiness. It looked more like an instinctive, deep-rooted rejection. Is it really that bad? I frowned, feeling she was overreacting. I wanted to defend Arthur a little more. But Ernal suddenly turned back sharply, her brows tightly furrowed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Arthur, as if she wanted to burn 2 holes into him. The first time I met someone, I disliked them so openly that I even felt physically repulsed. This was quite unusual. Got a smell worse than rotten food, belonging to a dwarf. She almost spat out these words through clenched teeth, each one sharp as ice. Why are you here in the sacred and pure land of the elves? I can't understand or tolerate it. Leave immediately, huh? A dwarf? Arthur and I both froze. Isn't Arthur human? I looked at Arthur with confusion. He also looked puzzled and innocent, wide-eyed as he looked back at me. Clearly, he had no idea about this accusation. What do you mean? Arthur's voice was full of confusion and a hint of offended anger. Humph. Elniel sneered, still keeping her sleeves tightly wrapped around her arms, her eyes sharp as blades. Arthur, although your bloodline has become so faint that it's almost gone, there's still a disgusting smell deep in your soul. It's undoubtedly mixed with the dirty blood of a dwarf. I don't know how many generations ago this impurity entered your line, but the smell is like a brand that makes people sick. I sincerely hope you don't tarnish this pure land. It seemed that even Arthur himself didn't know. Perhaps he had a dwarf ancestor somewhere in his distant family tree. This might also explain his extraordinary love and talent for forging. In many popular fantasy stories and epics, elves and dwarves often don't get along, constantly arguing and fighting. So, this kind of setting is real. Seeing this almost legendary race confrontation firsthand was, in a way, a strange experience. But it was Arthur. He looked at me with a mix of hurt, grievance, and a plea for help. A bearded man making such tearful eyes was a bit overwhelming and also evoked sympathy. Well, I rubbed my forehead, trying to calm the situation. Elniel, how about this? After we finish our task, we'll let Arthur leave first and return to the surface. He probably wants to go back to Belka to forge his sword. Let's get straight to the point. We're here to ask if there are any particularly hard minerals in this room. We need some to forge weapons. Minerals? Elnil raised an eyebrow, seeming to finally understand our purpose. She casually reached out with her empty hand, as if grabbing something from an invisible storage. A dark, rough-looking stone appeared in her hand, shimmering faintly with a metallic glow and looking very heavy. Is this what you're talking about? Yes, it's the Dark Star ore. Arthur immediately forgot his previous embarrassment, his eyes shining with excitement as he shouted loudly, his voice changing tone. Wow, it's really it. With this, I can definitely make a sword strong enough to cut through magic steel. Really? I was also happy inside. I didn't expect to find the target so easily. That's great. I took a step forward, reaching out to take the ore, but Elnil suddenly flipped her wrist and released her grip. Clack! The heavy ore dropped onto the white cloth-covered table with a dull sound and even bounced a little. Huh. My hand froze in midair. Elnil leaned back leisurely, crossing her arms and puffing out her not-so-full chest. She looked at me with a condescending, superior gaze, a nasty smile on her lips. Want it? I originally kept this thing just for fun, but if you really want it. She deliberately stretched her words, enjoying the feeling of control. Just kneel down and sincerely beg me. For example, Most High and beautiful Elnil, please have mercy and give this ugly stone to your humble servant, and maybe step on me with your noble foot, comma. I might consider it. Seeing her smug expression, I finally lost all patience. As expected, reasoning with this elf is impossible. Sammy, I spoke calmly, but my eyes stayed fixed on Elnil. Bring me what I gave you earlier. Arthur, I whispered quickly, turning my head. Once you get the ore, don't hesitate. Run back to Belka as fast as you can and don't stop along the way. Okay, I understand. Arthur immediately understood my plan. He slightly lowered his body, ready to dash. All right, Lord Linchenshing. Sammy also quickly woke up from her brief comfort. She swiftly took a sturdy rope from her small bag and handed it to me. Wait, what are you all planning to do? Elnil's smile froze on her face. She seemed to realize something was wrong, but it was probably too late. While she was still joking around and having fun teasing us, I flicked my wrist. The rope shot out like a living snake. Thanks to my previous experience, my movements were more skilled and smooth. Before Elnil could react or cast any spells, I used the most effective way to tie her up again, making sure she couldn't break free. My technique was precise, ensuring she was tightly bound. Lin-Chinching, you're doing this again. Let me go? You mean human. Elnal's scream instantly filled the underground playground, startling a few glowing little creatures. I simply picked up the heavy dark star from the table, put it into Arthur's still-dazed hands, and pushed him forward. Quick, go back to Belka. Arthur snapped out of his daze, nodded heavily like a frightened rabbit, and ran down the corridor without looking back. His footsteps quickly disappeared into the depths. On the ground, Elnal, who was tightly bound with ropes, finally recovered from her shock. She struggled twice, but found it was useless. Her face was filled with humiliation and disbelief. Neglected, she gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with anger. I can't believe the proud elf Elnal, fell for the same trick twice. What's falling for it? I dusted off the dirt from my hands, squatted down to look her in the eyes. Talking sense with you is just a waste of time. Better to be more efficient. Stop wasting time. She twisted her body hard, trying to break free. Untie me quickly. Otherwise, when I get free, you'll regret it. I ignored her threats and instead cheerfully said, Sammy. Okay, Lord Lin-Chinching. Saya immediately understood my meaning. She obediently picked up the half-finished cup of black tea on the table and carefully walked over to Erniel, bringing the cup close to her lips. Here, Lord Erniel, please have some tea. Erniel instinctively took a sip, then suddenly reacted, her cheeks puffing with anger. Tea is quite good, but that's not what I mean. Quickly untie me. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will definitely hurt you. Although she was shouting loudly, the anger in her eyes was less intense than before, more like frustration. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to untie someone who was threatening to hurt them. Watching her struggle in vain, I suddenly remembered a question I had wanted to ask last time. By the way, I wanted to ask before, can't you use magic to untie these ropes? Like, with a small flame or something? Erniel froze, turned her face away, and spoke in a muffled voice, clearly reluctant. Using fire magic can indeed burn through these ordinary ropes. But, if not controlled well, I might also burn my pretty clothes. I see, I said, suddenly understanding. I couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that, more than the temporary restraint, this elf girl cared more about her appearance. She continued to complain for a while, but seeing that we paid no attention, her energy gradually waned. After I asked her to promise not to attack us again, I finally untied the ropes. Once free, Erniel immediately took a few steps back, rubbing her red-tinged wrists and glaring fiercely at me, but she didn't make any further move. She sat back down angrily, picked up a snack, and bit into it forcefully to vent her frustration. If it weren't for the fact that you barely saved me earlier, I would have torn you apart already. Watching her threaten and eat her snack at the same time, for some reason, her intimidating aura seemed to weaken significantly. By the way, where did she get these delicate snacks and the tea? Does this dungeon even have a kitchen and endless supplies? By the way, Erniel swallowed her snack and pointed at my always-carrying sword. You said you wanted to make a new sword. Isn't your current sword good enough? I think it's quite sharp. Because it is too sharp, I stroked the cold sword sheath. It's good for fighting monsters, but if used against people, it would be too cruel. So I want a sword without a blade, or rather, a weapon mainly for hitting. Sammy immediately nodded and added, yes. Lord Lin-Chinching wants a sword that can be used to hit people. Ernal showed a hard-to-express expression and stepped back. As expected of Lin-Chinching, your ideas are too inhumane. After so long, you're still so frightening. What kind of statement is that? I silently thought. Anyway, you also took over Ed Medra's carefully built home without permission. That behavior isn't very humane either. I don't want to be lectured by you. For a while, the three of us managed to coexist peacefully and chatted casually. I gradually realized that although Ernal's words were sharp and harsh, maybe because she had been alone in this empty underground city for a long time, she was somewhat lonely deep down. When we talked, she would occasionally make sarcastic remarks, but when my or Sammy's teacups were empty, she would subtly and gracefully refill them, surprisingly attentive. Now, my servant Lin-Chinching, she asked in a lofty tone, which kind monster have you defeated with that terrible sword recently? She emphasized the word, kind. First, I am not your servant, I corrected helplessly. Second, don't make me sound like a reckless attacker. The last one I defeated. It should be a monster named Nidesena. Do you know her? Hearing this name, Ernal's hand holding the teacup trembled suddenly, almost spilling the tea. She froze as if under a spell, her face showing a look of disbelief. Ernal? I called her doubtfully. You really. She put down the teacup, her voice a bit dry. You really defeated Nidesena? Yes, it took quite some effort. What's wrong? You seem very surprised. I'm really surprised. She took a deep breath and looked at me with a complicated expression. Because I used to fight that girl. This was unexpected. I find it hard to believe she would actively challenge a high-ranking officer of the Demon King army. Her last encounter with the Wind Tiger was just a passive skirmish. Also, from what I hear. Did you lose? I asked cautiously. Not at all. Ernal snapped, like a cat that's been stepped on, and suddenly stood up. That was a strategic retreat. I only challenged her because she looked so fragile, but who knew she was so strong? I was just surprised that you managed to beat her. Usually, if you can't win, you run away. That's considered losing. But her way of acting, judging others quickly and fleeing when things go wrong, really suits her personality. Is Lady Ernal really weak? Saya blinked innocently, asking a dangerous question. I'm not weak, Ernal shouted angrily. It's because Nidesena is too strong. None of the 4 generals in the Demon King army are easy to deal with. But you managed to beat her. Linshinshing, you're a bit unusual. Oh, by the way, Saya seemed to remember something. Did Lord Linshinshing also defeat one of the 4 generals, Mark? Yeah, I guess so. By luck, I replied vaguely. See, Ernal pointed at me and said to Saya, as if she found proof. Most of the 4 generals in the Demon King army are highly resistant to magic and are incredibly strong in close combat. To beat them one after another. Linshinshing, be honest. Are you really just a human? Of course I am a human, I said with a wry smile. What do you think I am? You seem suspicious. Ernal crossed her arms and looked at me like she was examining a rare creature. Very suspicious. Please don't look at me with that monster-like stare. I helplessly changed the subject. By the way, there's something I might ask her to help test. Ernal, by the way, besides fire magic, can you use poison magic or other magic with negative effects? Yes, she raised an eyebrow. What? Tired of living. Could you try using it on me? Fire magic is fine, but just make the strength a little weaker. That's really disgusting. She immediately showed a look of disgust. This strange hobby. Can't you find somewhere else to satisfy it? Ah. Saya suddenly thought of something, her cheeks flushing slightly. She whispered, Lord Linshinshing, if you want. That kind of violent service, I can help too. The ropes are still here. It's not what you think. I quickly interrupted this dangerous conversation, feeling embarrassed. I just want to test the effects of a new medicine I developed. I hurriedly took out a few small bottles from my bag and explained that they were a recently improved antidote and burn ointment. Although still experimental, I really wanted to see how well they worked in practice. After understanding my purpose, Ernal still looked a bit annoyed but finally agreed. She used faint poison magic and a small flame to attack my arm. The results were satisfying. The antidote quickly neutralized the numbness caused by the poison, and the burn ointment made the redness and pain on the skin fade fast. The effects were even better than I expected. Not bad, I said, looking at my rapidly recovering arm with satisfaction. Sama, you're amazing, Saya clapped happily. I'm really impressed with you. Ernal withdrew her hand, her eyes showing curiosity. By the way, Linshinshing, I didn't expect you to know so much about medicine. Yes, I put away the medicine bottles. My original dream was to become a pharmacist. As for the dream of being a merchant I once had, I think I'll forget it. Focusing on developing medicines is more interesting, and I can leave the sales to others later. Hearing this, Ernal looked more surprised than when she heard I defeated Nidesena. Pharmacist? She almost shouted. With the strength to beat 4 demon generals, and your dream is to be a pharmacist? Linshinshing, did you choose the wrong profession from the start? Or, she paused, speaking as if she suddenly realized something. Are you actually a hidden fool? Hey, what does as expected mean? I protested. Wait, she rubbed her forehead, trying to organize her thoughts. If you're serious, I advise you to think carefully. After your skills, you probably have a brighter future and a more suitable career than a pharmacist, such as becoming a top adventurer or working for a noble family. Would you like to try combat-related roles again? Well, I shook my head firmly. I still prefer developing medicines. Seeing a new potion come to life in my hands and actually helping others feels really good. That's true, Saya smiled and agreed. Lord Linshinxing always has shining eyes when focusing on making medicines. It makes me very happy to see that. But, she lowered her voice and muttered, sometimes you stay up all night in the lab, and no matter how I persuade you, you won't listen. At those times, I sometimes wish you would just get tired and rest, so I can have some peace. Huh? Saya, what did you just say quietly? I thought I heard something dangerous. And nothing. Saya immediately put on a bright smile and shook her head vigorously. It's time to say goodbye. Elnal took us to the entrance of the amusement park. She crossed her arms and casually said, it's quite comfortable living here, but after a while, it does get a bit boring. I allow you to visit me again in the future. But, her eyes sharpened and pointed at me, next time you dare to bring that stinky dwarf again, I'll bury him in my flower garden as fertilizer. With that fierce farewell, she waved her hand to see us off. Watching her turn and disappear behind the stone gate, I suddenly felt that this stubborn but kind-hearted elf, guarding this large yet empty underground city alone, might be lonelier than we imagined. Since she was so straightforward about it, maybe next time, we should visit her. Not long after returning to Belka for a few days, Arthur finally brought good news. The sword had been made according to my specifications. Look at this. On the evening of the 5th day after returning from the underground city, Arthur rushed into my room like a gust of wind, without even knocking on the door. He was out of breath, with sweat on his forehead, clearly running straight from the workshop. His urgent appearance surprised us all. Sama, who was quietly eating at the small table, instinctively picked up her pet Emidra, who was gnawing on some feed. It was like holding up a shield to protect myself. Recently, this little guy has been a bit nervous because of Arthur's occasional loud explosion experiments. But now, Emidra is no longer the tiny dragon that could breathe fire. Besides the leftover bits of food in its mouth, it can only out a few bubbles with a grainy smell. When Shami suddenly hugged it, the little creature's 4 short legs flailed in the air, making a sad, whimper sound. Arthur, I sighed helplessly and stepped forward to take the confused Emidra, gently placing it back in front of its food bowl. I patted its small head to comfort it. The little guy sniffed my hand and then lowered its head to continue eating quietly. Only then did I turn to the still panting dwarf blacksmith. I've told you many times, knock before you come in and keep the noise down. If you're so reckless that one day Shami gets desperate and makes Emidra breathe fire at you, I won't be responsible. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Arthur sheepishly scratched his messy hair, but his face was full of uncontrollable excitement. I just couldn't wait. Look at this. He carefully pulled out a long, rectangular object wrapped in thick, dark gray velvet cloth from his chest. He slowly unwrapped the cloth, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. Finally, a sheathed longsword appeared before us. The sword's sheath was extraordinary. Made from a dark, hard wood, with simple silver thread patterns on the surface, it looked old-fashioned and grand. But everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the hilt and the faintly visible part of the blade's guard. That was a deep black, as if it could absorb light. A sword? Could it be? My heart skipped a beat, and a long-awaited thought came to mind. Arthur's confident, almost overflowing smile confirmed my guess. That's right. He nodded heavily, his voice a little hoarse from excitement. It's made from that dark star, or we brought back from deep inside the dungeon. Come on, pull it out and take a look. I took a deep breath and reached out to grasp the sword's hilt. The touch was cool and smooth, giving a strange feeling of fitting perfectly with the palm, as if they were one. I gently applied more force and slowly drew the sword from its sheath. Shoo! A deep, pleasant hum sounded. It wasn't sharp, but carried a heavy sense of power. When the entire sword was revealed in the air, even the room's light seemed to dim slightly. Beautiful, Shami behind me couldn't help but softly praise, forgetting her earlier shock, and stared at the sword without blinking. Even Emidra, who was busy eating, lifted her head again and tilted her little head. Her golden eyes reflected the deep black of the sword, and she made a curious, gurgling sound in her throat. This sword was very different from the Icy Beast King sword I usually used. Valrid Shukal was entirely icy blue, with a transparent, crystal-like blade that radiated coldness and sharp light. But this sword, from handle to tip, was all black and seamless. That black wasn't lifeless. It seemed like the night sky condensed and forged into steel. Dark, mysterious, with tiny, star-like glimmers flickering faintly inside. In the sunset glow coming through the window, the blade shone with a cold metallic luster, looking extremely sharp. But when I carefully ran my fingertip over the blade, I found it wasn't sharpened. My finger felt a smooth, slightly matte surface, with no risk of cutting even if pressed hard. The blade was much thicker and heavier than a normal sword. Holding it, I could clearly feel its solid weight. Thanks to its impressive heft and sturdy build, it might be good for powerful chopping. But it was clearly better suited for another kind of attack, blunt force. The thick spine and unsharpened design seemed naturally made to smash armor and break bones. I gripped the handle with both hands and swung it in the air. Thud, the sound was deep and heavy, unlike the sharp, slicing whoosh of the Ice Beast King that cut through the air. This sound was more oppressive, as if it could shake the air itself. Though it was a fairly long sword, swinging it required considerable arm strength and skill. With my current physical strength and skill, handling it feels just right. A strong sense of confidence naturally arises. Wow, that's amazing. I can't hide my excitement as I carefully sheath the sword, looking intently at Arthur. This is truly an exceptional sword. The feel, balance, and the power it contains are all perfect. Arthur, thank you. This exceeds my expectations. Hee, I'm glad you like it. Arthur proudly puffs out his chest, his thick beard almost reaching his eyebrows. I've used my best skills for this. Remember to take good care of it with my special oil, but during battles, feel free to use it roughly. No worries. This sword incorporates the properties of Dark Star, or making it incredibly tough. It's less likely to chip, deform, or break. Hearing such confident words from a renowned dwarf craftsman, I believe this sword's durability is far beyond ordinary magic weapons. I gratefully touch the cold blade again, then gently sheathe it. By the way, Arthur suddenly remembers something and pats his forehead. This sword still doesn't have a name. Such a great partner deserves a loud, fitting name. What do you plan to call it? A name, huh? He's right. An extraordinary weapon like this should have a name that matches it. But I've never named my weapons before. Thoughts of fancy or simple words flash through my mind, but none feel quite right. I ponder, unwilling to give it a common or ugly name that would tarnish it. At this moment, Shami, who has been watching the black sword with shining eyes, eagerly steps forward. Lord Linchinching, I suddenly thought of a very suitable name for this sword. May I name it? Shami's idea? I look at her with some surprise. But recalling her unique taste in aesthetics, I remember she once gave a cute nickname to Emidra. Listening to her idea might be interesting. All right, go ahead. What do you want to call it? Shami immediately straightens her back, her eyes sparkling. She announces with a clear, eager voice. How about calling it Dark Iron Dull Edge? Using dark iron to refer to the black metal and dull edge to highlight its lack of a sharp blade. Dark Iron Dull Edge. It shows the dark material and emphasizes the blunt feature, making it elegant and cool. Yes, this name is really good. Oh, I didn't expect you to come up with such a great name. Arthur grinned. Haha, Dark Iron Dull Edge? Nice, simple, easy to remember, and you can tell what it is just by hearing the name. Arthur was the first to laugh loudly, his rough voice filling the room with a buzzing sound. He seemed genuinely to think the name fit well. It's a bit like our dwarf naming style, really. Huh, Arthur actually liked it? I was a bit surprised. Lord Linchinching, look. Mr. Arthur also says it's good. Sammy immediately seemed to get official approval. Her bright eyes looked at me eagerly, as if saying praise me. I hesitated to say maybe think about it again, but I swallowed the words. I really didn't want to hurt her enthusiasm and her. Well, unique idea. I tried to make my expression look natural and appreciative. It's quite a nice name. Very vivid and memorable. Finally, I had my own new sword. A blade called Dark Iron Dull Edge, a bladeless black sword. A heavy partner specialized in blunt strikes, probably able to break bones and tendons of enemies. After several days of crafting the new sword Dark Iron Dull Edge, a long-lost guest arrived at our territory. Miss Mina Lauder hurried from the royal capital. Her main purpose was probably to collect the valuable monster materials stored in the warehouse. According to routine, She should now be in the meeting room discussing official matters with acting Lord Luke. Once they finish, I definitely want to find a chance to show off my new weapon. Just imagining her surprised or envious expression when she sees dark iron dull edge makes me eager. But even if she asks for it, I absolutely will not give it. It's my treasure. I was happily thinking to myself while staying in the potion workshop, carefully restocking various healing and recovery potions that had been used up during the fierce battle with Knight Serena. Just as I finished labeling and putting away the last light blue magic potion, the door was knocked loudly and pushed open. Lord Linshinshing, a maid respectfully said, "Miss Nori sent someone to deliver a message. Please come to the meeting room immediately. There is an urgent matter to discuss." Me? A familiar feeling of trouble approaching quietly arose. I didn't dare delay. I quickly tidied up the bottles and jars on the table and hurried to the Lord's mansion meeting room. When I pushed open the door, the atmosphere inside was indeed a bit serious. On one side of the long table, Luke and her deputy Nori both had furrowed brows and obvious worry on their faces. Sitting opposite them, Mina looked relatively calm, but her fingers tapping the table unconsciously revealed something unusual. I immediately sensed trouble and focused my gaze on Mina. Could it be? "Mina, have you come up with another sneaky good idea to trick us?" No. Mina, like a cat that had been stepped on its tail, almost jumped out of her chair, her cheeks puffed up. "Lord Linshinshing, why do you think I'm causing trouble just because I came in? Is my image in your mind really that bad? That's too much. This time, it's definitely not my fault. It seems my usual prejudice is indeed a bit deep-rooted." I rubbed my nose, sat down in the empty seat. "All right, I apologize. So what's the matter? From your expressions, it doesn't look good." Mina sighed, sat back down, and returned to her usual calm and businesslike tone. "This time, I came from the capital and casually checked on a rumor circulating there. But it seems they are completely unaware of it, and they suddenly panicked. I thought you already knew about it." Luke and Nori didn't know, but the rumor was already spreading in the capital? My heart sank slightly. My intuition told me this was probably related to the person we're all worried about. "Luke, what exactly is going on?" I turned to acting Lord Luke and asked seriously. Luke took a deep breath and slowly spoke, his voice carrying a subtle weight that was hard to notice. "Linshinshing, do you know that Princess Mishu Linton's 16th birthday is coming soon?" "Huh? Really?" I was stunned. I didn't know about this at all. My mind was focused on my own birthday next month, thinking about whether I could ask the kitchen to make a big cake. Now that I think about it, my birthday and Meishu's are quite close. But that's not the main point right now. What does this have to do with Meishu's birthday? What's the news from the capital? I asked, feeling more and more uneasy. Luke and Nori exchanged worried looks, then spoke carefully. According to the reliable information from the capital, on Meishu's 16th birthday, a formal engagement ceremony will be held. This means she will be getting married soon. Getting married? Those words hit me like a heavy hammer, making a buzzing sound in my ears. It took me several seconds to understand what they meant. Married? My voice rose involuntarily. With whom? What's going on? Why so suddenly? Meishu is getting married? That princess who always has a gentle and shy smile? The friend who has been through so many adventures with us? I couldn't understand it all, or maybe I refused to accept it. In shock, I almost shouted instinctively. Getting married? Getting married? Eek, eek, eek. The sudden news hit me like a heavy, knocking me the back of the head. I froze in place. My ears buzzed, my mind was a mess. Countless thoughts swarmed like disturbed bees, but I couldn't make sense of any of them. I never thought Meishu would get married. At least not now. She's only 16. In some noble circles, that age might be considered suitable for marriage. But for some reason, a strong feeling of unease, cold and tight like vines, quickly wrapped around my heart. Although Meishu is a princess and destined to marry a noble or prince someday for political or family reasons, I understand this logic. Mentally, I have also imagined such a day might come. But when I truly heard the news, my chest felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on it. I felt suffocated and almost couldn't breathe. "Hey, Neri, look at Linshinshing's rare panic." It's funny, Luke's teasing voice came from beside me, deliberately loud, as if commenting on an interesting play. Neri chuckled softly. "Yes, even when Princess Meishu shows kindness or gets close to him, he always acts calm and professional. Now that he hears she's marrying someone else, he's panicking like this. TSK, it kind of smells like a bad guy. Hey, I'm not panicking, I snapped back, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. My voice was sharp because I was upset. And what does bad guy smell even mean? Don't talk nonsense. But deep inside, a faint voice was whispering. Could it be? What they said is true. Have I subconsciously seen Mishu as someone untouchable? I've known Mishu since childhood, with a childhood friendship, even exchanging many letters. Since becoming her bodyguard, we've been almost inseparable, sharing countless life and death experiences. There seems to be a vague, unspoken understanding about the future between us. All these tangled thoughts I've never dared or wanted to think about deeply before. I have no experience with love, and I can't understand what these turbulent feelings are. But if this marriage is truly Mishu's willing choice, what right do I have to interfere? Though I am noble, there is still a huge gap between me and the royal family. By the way, I forced myself to calm down and asked as evenly as I could, "Who is her fiancé?" "Oscar," Mina replied. "Oscar? Who is he?" I quickly searched my memory bank for this name, but found nothing, so I furrowed my brow. Seeing my confusion, Mina gently cleared her throat. Using her usual clear and precise tone, typical of a merchant of information, she added, "Lord Oscar Sigbors is the current Prime Minister Numas Sigbors' son. He is 34 years old, the Prime Minister's son," I repeated instinctively, then suddenly realized. Wait, 34? That's almost twice the age of Mishu. The age difference is really huge. I couldn't help but think maliciously. That Uncle Oscar must be dreaming if he can marry a princess who is only half his age, beautiful and noble. He'd probably wake up laughing, feeling blessed by the gods and grateful right away. Is this really appropriate? Legally okay? I tried to find any loopholes to question. Princess Mishu has already gone through her coming-of-age ceremony, so legally, it's completely lawful. Strictly speaking, marrying a princess to the Prime Minister's son is even more unusual, maybe even considered dignified, but judging by the rumors and atmosphere in the capital, it seems everyone has silently accepted it. Accepted it, huh? That's when I remembered, in this world, a person is considered an adult at 15. So, in terms of procedure, this marriage really has no flaws. Even if everyone in the capital agrees, I still disagree. Luke's voice, which had been somewhat calm, grew more excited now, fists clenched with a clicking sound. "This is simply, we must act immediately. I understand how you feel, Lord Luke, but please stay calm." Nerori quickly held him back. "Don't forget, Belka Fortress was personally entrusted to you by Princess Mishu. It's her stronghold, and it must not be lost. Acting impulsively will only make things worse." Listening to their conversation, I always felt something was off. Like a game of chess, seemingly reasonable, but with an inexplicable strange feeling. From this distance, just based on a few words, I couldn't grasp what was really happening in the capital. What hidden currents are beneath the surface? "Lin Chinxing." Luke suddenly turned to me and shouted my name loudly, making my heart jump. "I also want to fly to the capital immediately and ask clearly. But Belka needs someone to guard her, and I can't leave." His eyes were intense and full of firm determination. "So, I'm leaving this to you. Go to the capital and find a way to stop Princess Mishu's wedding." "Me?" I pointed at myself, feeling a bit surprised. "Besides you, who else? Do you really want to watch Princess Mishu marry a man old enough to be her father, someone who doesn't know her well? Marry into a political marriage that everyone can see is wrong. Of course, I didn't want to do it 100 or 1,000 times. But what if? What if this really is Princess Mishu's own decision after weighing her options? Do I really have the right to stop her, in the name of doing what's best for her? I don't want to, but what if she—" "Lin Chinxing." Luke interrupted my hesitation, his tone almost stern. All right, Lord Lin Chinxing." Mina spoke up just in time, easing the tense atmosphere. "I understand what Lord Luke means. How about this? We go to the capital ourselves to see the situation. Seeing is believing. I, Mina Lauder, am willing to guide you, ensuring you can enter the capital smoothly. And aren't you also worried about Lord Mikhail? No news from him for so long is indeed strange." She hit the key point. It was I who entrusted Princess Mishu to Mikhail, and now he hasn't even given a proper explanation, which makes people uneasy. Anyway, seeing for ourselves is better than guessing here. All right. I took a deep breath and made up my mind. I'll go with you to the capital and see for myself. When we finally arrived at the capital after a long journey, the scene before us surprised us. The streets were already lively with celebration, a stark contrast to the heavy mood we carried all the way here. Musicians played cheerful tunes on street corners, and crowds hummed along with the music. Some danced in embraces, others raised cups to drink. Everywhere was cheers, applause, and laughter. The air was filled with the scent of wine and delicious food. Is this? I felt a bit confused by the lively atmosphere around me. After all, it's Princess Mishu's wedding. It's normal for the whole city to celebrate, Mina explained. But she also frowned slightly, as if she thought the celebration was a bit too much, even exaggerated. I see, I whispered, feeling even heavier inside. The joyful city seemed like a beautiful cloth covering some unknown truth, making me feel more uneasy. We first left our luggage at Mina's shop in the capital. The shop looked ordinary but was actually special, a place where she gathered information and stayed. What should we do next? I put down my simple bag and asked. The noise of the city reached us through the window, making me a little restless. Well, the most urgent thing is to meet Princess Mishu in person and ask her directly what's going on, Mina said thoughtfully. Without knowing the full story, we're like headless flies, unable to do anything. First, we need to find out where she is now. Princess Mishu is currently staying at the Doinitz family's house. Mina clearly already had this information. Mikhail's place? Why isn't she at the palace? I was surprised. The exact reason isn't clear. Officially, it's said to be part of some traditional wedding customs. But maybe, for us, that's a good thing. That made sense. If she was inside the heavily guarded palace, it would be very hard for us to see her. At the Doinitz house, at least we had Mikhail's connection to try. But if we suddenly go there without warning, will they let us see Mishu? Especially during such a sensitive time? I doubt it. Definitely no problem, Mina was very confident. Or maybe she was used to pushing things forward with a positive attitude. Let's try first. It's better than just waiting here. Under her urging, we tidied up a bit and headed to the Doinitz family's house in the center of the capital. The Doinitz house was deep inside the main street, large and grand, with a solemn and majestic appearance. The tall stone walls and closed iron gates silently display the power and dignity of a high-ranking noble. Among the surrounding noble residences, it still looks impressive. We approached the grand gate and straightforwardly told the guard our purpose, to see Princess Mishu. However, before we finished speaking, two guards in fine armor with cold expressions raised their hands to stop us. Sorry, the master has ordered that during the wedding preparations, all visitors are not allowed. No one may enter to see the princess. One guard repeated the order in a flat tone. I just want to say a few words to Mishu and make sure she is okay. I am her personal bodyguard, Lin Xinxing. I tried to explain who I was, hoping for some understanding. The order is clear. We cannot disobey it. Please do not make things difficult for us. The guards remained firm, with no room for compromise. Their eyes showed a cold, official attitude. I knew it was a bit unreasonable, but the rules of noble families are always strict. Maybe I should just give up? I turned to Mina and whispered, thinking of other ways. No way. I went through a lot to bring you, Lord Lin Xinxing, to the capital. If I can't even get you to see her, what will I do with my reputation as a top intelligence agent? Mina's competitive spirit was stirred. She rolled up her non-existent sleeves. Leave it to me. I thought she might have a clever excuse or a token, but Mina didn't hesitate. Like performing a magic trick, she pulled out a heavy velvet pouch from her. Quickly, she tried to stuff it into the rejecting guard's hand. This person actually wanted to bribe the guard on the spot. Please, don't do that. This is really not allowed. We have our rules. The guard recoiled as if burned, stepping back with an embarrassed yet firm look. What rules? You dare refuse my money, Mina Lauder. That's ungrateful. Take it. Consider it a tip for your trouble. Mina insisted, almost shoving the pouch into the armor's gap. This really can't be accepted. Please respect yourself. The guard was caught off guard by Mina's bold and direct move, retreating repeatedly. The scene suddenly became a bit chaotic. Maybe I should just forget it. I couldn't help but rub my forehead and step forward to try to calm down Mina, who was getting very emotional. Even if communication was difficult, I knew I shouldn't act so rashly. Moreover, with a noble family like the Donetsk family, their personal guards are carefully chosen and very loyal. It's impossible for them to be easily bought with money. Just as I was trying to pull Mina away from the embarrassed guard, perhaps because our argument was too loud, the heavy, carved family crest door of the mansion suddenly creaked open slowly from inside. In early autumn, the capital city already felt a bit cooler. But the dark, intricately carved door of the Donetsk family was like a hot iron, making my heart feel tense. The faint noise from inside was like a dull knife repeatedly cutting through my already tight nerves. "You're making a lot of noise." "Oh, it's you, Lin Chinching." A familiar yet strange voice sounded, and the door opened with a creak. Standing there was Mikhail. The afternoon sunlight outlined his figure but couldn't hide the cold, stern aura around him. I almost didn't recognize him. His usual casually open collar was now neatly buttoned up. His deep purple noble suit, symbolizing the Donetsk family, was perfectly pressed without a wrinkle. Every fold showed seriousness and dignity. What made my heart sink the most was that his usual playful and lazy smile was gone without a trace. Instead, there was a serious expression I had never seen before on his face. His eyes, which were always half-closed and relaxed, now looked at me calmly but sharply. His gaze was cold and icy, like a frozen lake, reflecting no warmth or familiarity. "Lord Mikhail." The guard at the gate quickly bowed and saluted. Mikhail raised his hand slightly to stop him. "Yes, that's enough. I was planning to hear what you have to say." His voice was steady but carried a formal, distant tone. His meticulous appearance and different attitude made a bad feeling spread quickly in my heart. I forced myself to stay calm and looked directly into his eyes. "What are you doing here?" he asked first, his tone as calm as if questioning a stranger. "I want to see Mishu," I said directly. "Why?" he pressed, short and firm. "I want to ask her in person." Suddenly hearing about her marriage, my words carried a mix of suppressed confusion and a hint of barely noticeable anger. "What's really going on? At least tell me to my face." Mikhail's gaze lowered slightly, resting on the smooth stone steps beneath him. It seemed he briefly avoided my eyes. After a moment, he looked up again, speaking firmly and without doubt. "All I can tell you is that Princess Mishu has already agreed to the marriage, and she said she doesn't want to see you or meet you." "Mishu? Really?" I repeated in disbelief. This didn't seem like something she would do. Even if she accepted the engagement for some reason, with our friendship, she wouldn't handle it by avoiding me like this. "Yes, that's all." He cut off my words, his tone strong, trying to end the conversation. But I couldn't believe it. My doubts only grew. If she agreed to marry, why wouldn't she want to see me? Normally, whether good or bad news, she would be the first to come tell me, discuss, or complain. That was her character, and it matched our many years of friendship. Although I was only a noble from the Lin family in name, with an unbridgeable gap to the royal family, I was still her personal guard captain and a childhood friend. Even if I wasn't as close as Luke, at least I deserved an explanation, right? Or was there some secret she was hiding? What was she deliberately concealing? "Are you done?" Then, Mikhail made to turn away. "Wait." I hurried forward. "Oh, right, Mikhail. After I defeated Serena, I lost consciousness. What happened next? Didn't you all go back to Belka as planned?" I tried to find clues elsewhere. "I only took Princess Mishu back to where she was supposed to go." He paused for a moment and gave a vague answer. "The place I need to go? Where? And you haven't really answered my question." I kept pressing him. Faced with my questions, Mikhail pursed his lips and didn't answer directly. Instead, he changed the subject and asked a seemingly unrelated question. "By the way, Lin Chinching, do you remember those bandits who attacked us near Bihali Kingdom?" I was startled and answered instinctively. "Yes, I remember. Those guys by the river. What's wrong?" I handed Princess Mishu over to them. Then we returned to the capital together. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something ordinary. "Huh." I was completely stunned, unable to process the information in his words. Handing Princess Mishu over to the bandits who attacked us? Then how is she now safe and appearing at the Donetsk family's house? This is completely contradictory. "What do you mean? Explain clearly." My voice was urgent. "They are officially bandits, but in fact, they are part of a secret organization controlled by the royal family." Mikhail finally revealed the answer, his tone still steady. "So I only sent her back to where she was supposed to go? That's all. The royal family? Weren't they the ones who attacked Belka before?" I immediately caught the contradiction. "Yes." Mikhail shrugged helplessly, showing a nearly mocking expression. They wanted to kidnap her back then, but Belka was more fortified than they expected. It seems your strength also exceeded their expectations. His indifferent attitude, even with a hint of sarcasm, finally ignited my long-suppressed anger. Mikhail, have you planned this from the start? Joining us, protecting Mishu, was it all part of your plan? I am originally from the Donetsk family, just following the family's decision. He answered matter-of-factly. Then his gaze sharpened, and his tone became sharp and harsh. In the end, there's nothing wrong with that. What do you want? To block Princess Mishu's marriage? Don't tell me you think you can become her husband? If so, Lin Chinching, you're overestimating yourself. Mikhail narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze was like a cold scalpel, full of harsh judgment, as he looked me up and down. Although the Lin family is a noble magic family, you are not the head of the family and have no real power. You are just a runaway young master, not knowing your place. It's time to face your true status. Status. This word felt like a cold needle piercing through my anger, reaching deep into my inner fears. He was right. No matter how much I didn't want to admit it, this was the harsh reality between me and Mishu that I couldn't ignore. I am just a second son who abandoned his family and wanders alone. What right or position do I have to interfere with a princess's future? Now that you understand, go back quickly. Mikhail caught my brief hesitation and spoke more coldly. The Nadzik family has decided that Princess Mishu will not see you. Huh? Wait. I suddenly looked up, sensing something off in his words. I reached out to stop him from turning away again. Why is it the Nadzik family's decision not to let me see Mishu? Weren't you just saying it's because Mishu doesn't want to see me? This is clearly the Nadzik family blocking me unilaterally. Mishu's wishes might be twisted. Mikhail. I raised my voice, trying to force the truth out. Close the door. But he simply avoided my gaze and coldly told the guards. Then he strode quickly into the deep shadows of the estate without looking back. He's lying. He must be hiding something. Mikhail. I tried to rush in, but the guards on both sides immediately stepped forward, blocking me and Mina like two walls. Just as the tense atmosphere was about to explode and I was about to break through forcefully, a clear but commanding female voice came from behind us. Breaking into a noble estate in broad daylight is not very proper, is it? As she finished speaking, the Nadzik family's gate slowly closed in front of me with a heavy sound. The guard's watchful eyes still fixed firmly on us. I took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the person who had spoken to stop me. Against the light, I saw the face of the person approaching. My heart suddenly jumped, almost blurted out. May. No, it wasn't her. The woman standing not far away had very similar delicate features to Mishu, especially her bright eyes, like they were carved from the same mold. But she looked a few years older than Mishu, taller and more curvy. Her temperament was also very different, less lively and playful, more calm and serene. She wore a simple cotton dress, as if deliberately dressed as a commoner. Yet, her natural noble bearing and flawless appearance couldn't hide, no matter how much she tried, and stood out sharply from the surrounding market atmosphere. She nodded slightly at us, her gaze sweeping over me. Then she paused briefly on Mina, who was tense and alert beside me, and whispered, "This isn't a place to talk. Follow me." Mina and I exchanged a glance, suppressing our doubts, and followed her. She led us through a maze of narrow alleys. Finally, she stopped in front of a very plain little shop, without a sign. We pushed the door open, and inside was surprisingly elegant. The decor was refined, and a faint tea aroma filled the air. It was a stark contrast to its plain exterior. "Sorry, talking openly in public isn't safe, so I brought you here," she said, gesturing for us to sit. She gracefully poured herself a cup of tea. Her gaze returned to me, openly scrutinizing. Then she smiled lightly. "You must be Lin Chinching, right? I've only heard your name, never seen you in person. But when I saw the famous mad dog Mina Lauder obediently following you, I recognized you immediately. And you're quite good-looking too. No wonder my sister." Her words carried a teasing tone, and her smile was relaxed and casual, completely different from the serious atmosphere outside the mansion. "Huh, thank you for the compliment." I responded a little awkwardly, my mind still filled with many questions. I had already guessed her identity about 70 or 80%, but out of politeness, I still asked to confirm. "May I ask who you are?" The woman put down her teacup and smiled slightly. Her smile carried the reserved and distant air typical of royalty, and she spoke calmly. I am the fourth princess, Kana tacked as Markenford. The sister of the seventh princess, Mishu, half-sister, by the way. Although I guess she was a relative, hearing that she was the sister somehow made me believe it. Lin Chinching looked at the woman claiming to be Mishu's sister. His vague intuition finally proved true. Their looks and demeanor were very similar, especially those calm, deep eyes, like a still pond that seems to see through people but remains untroubled. Exactly the same. Mina broke the brief silence first. Her eyes showed her usual caution mixed with curiosity she couldn't hide. So, why did Mishu's sister bring us here? She looked around the hidden tea room, her tone carrying a subtle, scrutinizing edge. Kana smiled slightly and turned her gaze to Lin Chinching. Her eyes were gentle but had an undeniable penetrating quality. I just want to ask, Lin Chinching, how much do you know about what's happening? The thing happening, Lin Chinching repeated softly, instinctively glancing at Mina beside him. Mina subtly shook her head, clearly unable to understand Kana's true intention in bringing up this matter. I roughly know that Mishu is going to marry the Prime Minister's son, and Mikhail is helping with this. Lin Chinching chose his words carefully. I see, Kana nodded, her fingertips gently rubbing the edge of the warm teacup. Do you understand why Mishu agreed to this marriage? This question was like a tiny needle, gently piercing the thin barrier in Lin Chinching's heart. Does Mishu really want this? He couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with an urgency he hadn't noticed himself. She didn't refuse. Kana's reply was calm and steady. Not refusing. These words stirred a faint ripple in Lin Chinching's heart. A subtle, unspoken sense of disappointment quietly spread, but his reason quickly pulled him back. In the royal family, many choices are probably beyond one's control. He was about to say, there's nothing I can do, when Mina tilted her head, her clear eyes shining with sharpness. Not refusing doesn't mean she wants to get married, right? Kana's eyes flashed with a slight smile of approval, like a small stone sinking into a calm lake. Exactly. Or, in other words, she can't refuse. She paused, her tone turning to a gentle, almost unnoticed, pity. By the way, when Mishu was with you, did she smile? Did her expression change at all? Lin Chinching carefully thought about the few times he met Mishu. The image of the always silent girl appeared in his mind. No, Mishu has always had a blank face, and she doesn't show much emotion when she talks. Really? How do you know so much about her? Kana looked at him with curiosity, as if trying to read more from his face. Is it because of her personality? Lin Chinching asked back, which was also a question he had kept inside for a long time. Why is that delicate girl, like a doll, always so quiet? No, that's not it. Kana shook her head gently, her eyes clouded with distant memories. When she was a child, she loved to smile. Maybe around 5 years old, when she first showed her talent. After that, she faced several failed assassination attempts. Assassination, Mina exclaimed in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth. But Lin Chinching felt strangely relieved. It turned out that her unusual calmness wasn't natural, but a mark left by harsh reality. He himself hadn't been targeted for assassination, but he had been pushed aside and oppressed by his 2 older brothers over the inheritance of the lordship. If she were from a royal family, the undercurrents and dangers around power would probably be even more brutal. So that's why she shows no expression, Lin Chinching muttered softly. Yes, Kana's sigh was barely audible. In her first year, her mother and those she trusted all died one after another to protect her. Since then, she has never shown any emotion or expressed her wishes. Later, she went on patrols with Lord Ross and rarely returned to the capital. I see, Lin Chinching thought. Perhaps it was during that wandering time that they met by chance. If it were me, I would probably close off my heart after experiencing such dangerous attacks like Wind Tiger repeatedly. She returned to the royal city at age 8, and everyone noticed that her talent seemed to have disappeared. Kana continued, a complex smile on her face. Although everyone was disappointed, the number of assassination attempts also clearly decreased. But that was actually her deliberate act. For years later, when she showed her talent again, she had already secretly gained the support of the surrounding nobles, using quite clever methods. I really don't know where she learned these survival skills. I have always cared for her, and seeing her like this makes me both happy and worried. This way of pretending and calculating in social situations always feels familiar to Lin Chenxing. It's like he's seen a similar shadow somewhere before, but he can't quite remember where. Oh, right. He refocused and asked the key question. Who wants to kill Mishu? Do you know? Yes. Kana's answer was straightforward and startling. It's her half-brother, the third prince, Liber Belktoy Marken Ford. He also planned this wedding himself. Mina exclaimed again, and Lin Chenxing was also taken aback. Her brother, who has wanted to harm her since childhood, now forcing her into marriage? The logic behind this is confusing. Why would he do that? Lin Chenxing's voice grew serious. Because Mishu is too outstanding, and she's very firm against the greedy nobles. Kana explained, with a hint of sarcasm. As long as she gets married, according to tradition, she will no longer have the chance to become queen, and her tough stance against the nobles will likely soften. For Liber, this is the most decent way to eliminate a potential threat. But I don't think Mishu even wants to be king. Lin Chenxing shared his observation. But I've always thought so too. Kana sighed and shook her head. But for Liber, as long as there's a possibility, it's a threat. Right now, the only noble capable of rivaling him in the royal family is Mishu. He's so cautious, or maybe just foolish. Lin Chenxing couldn't smile at all. This kind of family betrayal and suspicion-filled drama he has read about too many times in Earth's history books. He deeply understands its bloodiness and helplessness. Anyway, he said, turning to Kana with another question. Since Mishu is the only threat to him, what about you, Kana? You seem quite free, me? Kana chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm different. Right now, I am of libel. Don't worry. Seeing their sudden alertness, she quickly waved her hand to add, although I said that, I have also been chased by him, and I am tired of his actions. Think about it. All my talented brothers and sisters, haven't they all died accidentally? She spoke lightly, but her words carried a heavy weight that made it hard to breathe. Lin Chenxing felt a chill. How ruthless the darkness of the royal family could be. But why did he specifically send Mishu to Belka? If he really wanted to get rid of her, wouldn't it be easier to do so in the capital? Mina asked with doubt. The situation has changed. Kana's expression grew serious. The already weak and sick king, our father, has recently become much worse. He might not last long. That's why Libel is rushing to push the plan, using the Donaets family he controls to force Mikhail Donaets to do his bidding. Lin Chenxing felt himself being pulled into a huge political whirlpool. Wait, he caught a key piece of information. Is Mikhail being forced? Yes, Kana confirmed. He's not very loyal and seems quite indifferent. His brother is more loyal to the royal family, but Mikhail is stronger in personal strength. That's why I recommended him as Mishu's bodyguard. If it were his brother, Libel could give an order, and even knowing he might be silenced later, he might still attack Mishu openly. At least, Mikhail has his own bottom line and judgment. Kana leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice, her eyes becoming very serious. Now, to the main point. Ross and I are secretly gathering evidence of Libel and the Chancellor's corruption and framing of the royal family. We should have it soon. Before that, can you promise me to stay calm for now and not take any reckless actions? Are you saying that everything you do is ultimately to protect Mishu? Lin Chenxing needed to confirm this. Yes, we try to protect her as much as we can, Kana nodded seriously. You can visit the Dnesk family to see her, but don't cause a fuss or alert anyone. Don't use any force. Lin Chenxing had no intention of forcing his way in. His original plan was just to confirm Mishu's safety. If Kana and Ross could expose the conspiracy early and stop the wedding, he could wait and see. By the way, he thought of an important question. Can we gather enough evidence before the wedding? Hearing this, Kana's expression froze slightly. She was silent for a moment before speaking. Libel is moving faster than we expected, so we might not make it in time. Seeing Lin Chenxing's face change suddenly, she hurried to explain. But even if the wedding happens, Ross and I will find a way to fix things afterward. Don't worry. However, her explanation sounded unconvincing to Lin Chenxing. Once the wedding is over, Mishu's reputation will be tied to the Prime Minister's family. Even if they overthrow Libel and the Prime Minister, what fate awaits Mishu, called the wife of a traitor? In political purges, she could become the biggest victim. This person, who claims to love her sister dearly, is her plan truly well thought out? Does she really prioritize Mishu's interests? This matter cannot wait. Lin Qinxing took a deep breath, suppressing his rising thoughts. He showed a calm, even obedient, expression. I understand what Miss Kana means. Kana seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a smile returning to her face as she extended her hand. Thank you for understanding. Well then, Lin Qinxing ignored her hand and stood up straight, acting decisively. Miss Kana, just follow your own pace. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable firmness. I will do things my way. Mina, let's go. Huh? Wait. Lin Qinxing. Kana stood up in surprise. But Lin Qinxing did not look back, nor did he hesitate. He walked straight out of the hidden tea room. The sunlight was a bit blinding, so he squinted. His vague plan in his mind was gradually becoming clearer. He had to see Mishu before everything became irreversible. Although he was determined to act in his own way, he had no clear plan on what exactly to do. Confused thoughts swirled in his mind. In the end, they all pointed to the same answer. No matter what, he had to hear Mishu's own thoughts first. So, the next day, I stood again in front of the imposing door of the Doinitz family. Why are you here again? Mikhail was still the one to open the door. His tone was full of helplessness, but compared to last time, his face seemed a bit softer. I came to ask you something, I said directly. What is it? He raised an eyebrow slightly. I want to see Mishu and talk to her. No. The refusal was straightforward and almost instinctive. But I couldn't back down now. Can you make an exception? Lin Qinxing, stop joking. Mikhail sighed, his eyes complicated. I will definitely not agree. Don't disappoint me too much. Again with this kind of words. An unnamed anger rose faintly. If I were to be disappointed, I'd be even more so. I looked into his eyes. What? He seemed a bit surprised. I used to trust you. Although you always act carefree and like to flirt, I thought you were actually gentle with them. And at critical moments, you could shoulder responsibility. That's why I felt safe in trusting Mishu to you during the fight with Senna. But now, you're like this. My words carried a deliberate provocation, but more than that, they came from genuine disappointment. Are you really someone who easily betrays others' trust? I truly believed he could be trusted. Was I wrong from the very beginning? If he still stubbornly refuses to see reason, it only proves I was blind back then, just as I was about to give up and turn away. Mikhail did not respond immediately. The relaxed look on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious and heavy expression. He squinted, his gaze flickering for a moment. But then he suddenly glared at me sharply. Go back. I can't let you in. Mikhail. He's right. A deep, rough voice came from inside the door. No reason to let you see His Highness Mishu. A man who looked similar to Mikhail, but taller and more muscular stepped out. This must be the brother Mikhail mentioned, Kanadi. Shuma Donetz. Brother Shuma, Mikhail whispered softly. Go inside first, Shuma ordered, his eyes always fixed on me. Yes. Mikhail cast a complicated look at me and then stepped into the house. All right, everyone else, move away. Shuma turned to me, his tone firm. Don't come back here again. I just want to talk to Mishu. It's not Mishu. It's His Highness Mishu, he corrected coldly. It's just a title, no need to be so picky. Mishu himself doesn't mind. No, you must call him His Highness Mishu. If I change my words, will you let me see her? His Highness Mishu has said she doesn't want to see you. Shuma's face showed a malicious, mocking smile. Especially someone like you, a castaway from the Lin family. He seemed to think this would hurt me. But I was already numb to the word castaway, even to the point of having created this situation deliberately. However, I understood that breaking through directly was no longer an option. Then I'll take my leave, I said calmly, and turned to leave. Behind me, I heard his low, sneering laugh. But I ignored it and went straight back to Mina's shop. How did it go? Was it smooth? Mina came over and asked. Look at this, she said, neatly spreading out a detailed map on the table. It was a very detailed layout of the Donetz family estate. Before I visited, I asked Mina to investigate secretly. I didn't expect her to be so efficient. According to her, she found a craftsman who once repaired the Donetz family estate and still has the original blueprints. She negotiated a little and got what she needed. Imagine how the craftsman felt when facing Mina Lauder, famous in the capital. The so-called quick agreement probably involved Mina's gentle persuasion. Lord Lin Qinxing, are you serious? Kaz asked, looking at me with surprise and a bit of admiration. Breaking into a noble's house is too risky. He misunderstood my plan. I wasn't planning a traditional secret infiltration. I just wanted to make an unusual visit. If blocked, I would clear the way with my black sword. I know I can't get through directly, I said. Hee. As expected of Lord Linshinxing, you don't even know what fear is. Mina chuckled softly. I am aware of the danger, but after careful thought, I believe the risk is manageable. The plan is set for tonight. Before that, everyone should rest and prepare. Night fell as expected. Under the cover of darkness, I quietly approached and infiltrated the Doniet's estate. Because the princess was staying there, the guards increased greatly, and patrols became more frequent. But these were no real obstacle for me. I moved as if no one was around. Following the map, I headed quickly toward the villa where Mishu was said to be. I'm not skilled at stealth, so I acted boldly. Guards I encountered along the way were quickly subdued with the back of my sword or clever moves. I dragged them to hidden corners. Even if my presence was eventually discovered, I didn't mind. At worst, I would forcefully take Mishu and break out. With this smooth progress, I reached the door of Mishu's bedroom marked on the map. I knocked, but there was no response inside. Disturbing someone late at night was indeed inappropriate. But upon reflection, Mishu had also entered my room directly several times while I was sleeping. This could also be seen as a kind of reciprocity. I used a little skill to break the door lock and gently push the door open. The room was very spacious, truly a noble residence used to entertain royalty. Every piece of furniture inside showed great value and taste. My eyes quickly scanned the room. Finally, I focused on the figure standing in the center. Lord Linshinxing. Mishu stood up and looked at me uninvited. Her appearance was the same as before. Still an expressionless face, her voice steady and calm. Her figure was neither thin nor plump. Only her eyes had a slight redness that was hard to notice. Why are you here? She asked, her tone neither surprised nor angry. I heard about your marriage. I looked directly into her eyes. I want to talk to you. About this, I don't have much to say. But, she paused slightly. I also thought that before everything ends, I should have a proper farewell with you. Farewell to me? Mishu sat leisurely on the soft edge of the bed, gently brushing her fingertips over the silk sheets, then patted the empty spot beside her. Outside the window, the moonlight was hazy, casting a silver glow over the room. It also outlined the gentle contours of her side face. Her silent invitation carried a kind of gentle warmth that was hard to refuse. I followed her suggestion and sat down beside her. Not too close, not too far. The air was filled with her unique, light, and peaceful scent, like pine needles after a snowstorm, with a faint hint of sweetness. Strangely, it eased some of my inner restlessness. Lord Linshinxing, are you angry? She spoke softly, her voice lighter than usual, like feathers brushing the heart. Angry? About what? I instinctively asked, my gaze falling on her delicate hands clasped on her knees. Angry that I suddenly want to get married. She directly pointed it out, without any hesitation. No, that's not the case, I answered softly. This is the truth. Anger is not my main feeling right now. Mostly, I feel a deep emptiness and confusion. And in the corner of my heart, a stubborn question keeps coming up. That childhood promise, so old it feels like a lifetime ago, how much of it still holds weight in the face of reality? Mishu sighed gently, her breath so faint I could hardly hear it. But it made the room feel even more quiet. You might already know, I have been attacked several times but survived. She paused, her gaze seeming to look into nothingness. Actually, I live every day in fear, exhausted. Sometimes, late at night, I even have a scary thought. Rather than constantly worry and be afraid, maybe I should. Mishu. I couldn't help but interrupt her, unable to hear her finish that sentence. She shook her head slightly, signaling me to let her continue. But only when I am with Lord Linshinxing do I not feel that deep, bone-chilling fear, and I don't wake up screaming from nightmares. She finally looked at me. In her calm, steady eyes, now lit by candlelight, there was a flicker of dependence I had never seen before. Only when I am with you, my voice sounded uncertain. Yes, her answer was firm, without hesitation. Because deep inside, I have a very strong feeling that as long as Lord Linshinxing is here, I will never die. It's a sense of safety engraved in my soul. How can that be? I almost blurted out a bitter smile. Thinking back to the battles with the four demons, especially the deadly fight with Nide Senna. Without Imadra's crucial help, I would have been shattered into pieces. I am not the invincible guardian she imagines. But Mishu shook her head firmly, her tone filled with undeniable conviction. No, I won't die. Being with you gives me a moment of peace, a good sleep. As long as you are by my side, it's as if all storms are kept outside. When I was 8, the first time you protected me, that unprecedented sense of security was carved into my heart. She raised her hand and gently pressed it against her chest. 8 years old. That little girl who was bullied in the garden and quietly cried behind me? Since then, have I already been a different person to her? A long-held question finally broke free from my rational mind. Mishu, do you like me? The moment I asked, I could hear my heart pounding like drums. She paused silently, her long eyelashes trembling. Then she looked up with bright eyes, a faint, almost helpless surprise on her face. Are you just realizing now? No, I explained awkwardly. I actually kind of guessed, but I kept doubting if it was just my wishful thinking. I didn't expect. At this moment of revealing the answer, my feelings were mixed. So it really is like that. Lord Lin Chinxing, do you dislike me? She asked carefully, with a hint of barely noticeable nervousness. No, why would I? I immediately denied, taking a deep breath to clear my confused thoughts. I probably don't dislike you. When Belka first heard about her marriage, the sudden ache and irritation that seized my heart were undeniable. That was definitely not just concern as a friend or protector. I wasn't sure when this care had quietly changed. There was no dramatic trigger. Maybe it was just years of letter exchanges, the silent understanding and attachment built between the words. Or perhaps, as she grew up, I, as her bodyguard, got used to her calm presence, used to stepping forward when she needed me. She liked me, and I never found that annoying. In fact, subconsciously, I had already grown used to and depended on this special feeling. Maybe I was just too slow to notice. This emotion had already quietly taken root and sprouted, growing into something that resonated with my heart. I'm very happy. Meishu's voice unusually carried clear emotion. That genuine, pure joy was like a stone thrown into a quiet lake, creating gentle ripples on her usually calm face. Come to think of it, since our feelings are mutual, shouldn't the next step naturally follow? Why does the atmosphere still feel so heavy and tense? A key question suddenly popped into my mind, and I couldn't help but speak. By the way, Mishu, yes? She slightly tilted her head. I want to ask you, did you really agree to this marriage? I stared closely into her eyes, not missing any tiny change. I agreed. Her answer was quick and without hesitation. It's what I want myself. What I want myself. Huh. I froze, unable to process this completely contradictory information. Aren't you fond of me? My voice carried confusion. Yes, I like you, she admitted calmly, as if stating an obvious fact. Then why are you willing to marry someone else? My logic was completely tangled. Liking someone, but wanting to marry another? That makes no sense. Because I want to get married. Her reply was still brief, but like an invisible wall blocking all my follow-up questions. This was beyond my understanding. The strong sense of contradiction almost made me suffocate. Liking me, but insisting on marrying someone else. What crucial piece is missing here? An impulse made me blurt out. If I said I would take you away with me, leave this place, would you be willing? This was the most direct and rebellious solution I could think of. Meishu almost didn't think, gently shook her head. Of course I would refuse. This answer was like a bucket of ice water, pouring cold from head to toe. No, this completely went against the script I had imagined. Just as I was plunged into chaos, trying to find even a hint of joking or hesitation on her face, Mishu slowly stood up, still graceful, but with a look of determination. She turned her back to me and took a few steps toward the door. Lord Lin Chinxing, do you love your family? I was caught off guard and couldn't respond immediately. The conversation shifted too quickly. Not exactly dislike, I suppose. I tried to keep up with her thoughts, choosing my words carefully. In the past, I really disliked it, felt they couldn't understand me. But over time, it seems they started trying to understand my choices, willing to listen and to think about me. Now, I think I like it. Recalling the gradually calming atmosphere at home and my father's occasional awkward concern, I told the truth. Really? Meishu's voice was soft, almost like talking to herself. I knew from your recent letters that your mood has changed, that you've become softer. How is that related to your sudden decision to get married? I asked, feeling more confused. Is there a necessary connection between my family's understanding and her marriage? Mishu slowly turned around. At that moment, I saw tears silently falling from her eyes, trailing down her fair cheeks. It was the first time I saw Mishu cry. Her expression remained calm, even peaceful. She simply closed her eyes gently. But those tears seemed like broken beads, continuously falling. There was no sobbing, no choking sounds. Yet, it was more heartbreaking than any loud crying. Watching this, my heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly. It hurt deeply. I never thought I would see her cry like this. This was not what I wanted to see. Being able to share these feelings with you, to tell you what's in my heart, I am already very happy. Thank you for your invitation. Her voice trembled slightly, but she tried to stay steady. But I can't choose to run away. I'm sorry, Lord Lin Chinxing, truly sorry. Mishu, I stepped forward, wanting to wipe her tears, wanting to understand what this, sorry, was for. Don't move, a stern voice shouted from behind. Lin Chinxing, followed by Mikhail's voice. I suddenly turned around and saw Huma Donetsk and Mikhail brothers standing at the door. Huma's face was pale, and he had raised his staff, gathering magic power. His eyes showed clear anger. How dare you cause trouble at the Donetsk house and disturb Miss Mishu? Unforgivable. Huma's voice was cold. Mishu, I anxiously looked at her, hoping she would say something. But she turned her head away, avoiding my gaze, her voice hoarse. Please leave quickly, Lord Lin Chinxing. Leave? Today I want to keep him here. Huma's staff shone even brighter. My eyes sharpened, and my hand reached for the dull iron blade at my waist, ready to strike first before he made a move. However, Mikhail suddenly reached out and forcefully pressed down his brother's arm. His action was a bit abrupt. His gaze turned stiffly, almost deliberately, toward the right side of the room. I followed his gaze. It was a tall, open window letting in the night air outside. In an instant, I understood his intention. Without hesitation, I gathered my strength, my body like lightning, rushing toward the window. The dull iron blade sheath shattered the glass with a crisp sound. I leapt out and blended into the night. Using the shadows of the buildings, I moved quickly away from the Donetsk residence. No sound of pursuit came from behind. Lord Lin Chinxing, would you like some tea? Kaz's voice pulled me back from my chaotic thoughts. I looked up, somewhat dazed, at the teacup he handed me. Thank you. Why are you so distracted? Kaz scratched his messy hair. Even though you broke into the Donetsk house and came out unharmed, that's already impressive. I think you did a great job. Kaz, shut up. Mina softly scolded him. She was always more careful. Lord Lin Chinxing doesn't care about these superficial things. He's very upset right now, so don't disturb his thinking. Oh, sorry. Kaz shrank back and awkwardly sat down to the side. Back at the quiet little shop Mina runs, I told them roughly what had happened. However, no matter how I replayed my conversations with Mishu, I couldn't understand where her stubborn hope came from. The tears in her eyes and her firm refusal felt like two conflicting marks, etched in my mind. Why was she so determined to go through with this marriage? Even to the point of willing to give up their feelings for each other? Could it really be, as the most common guess suggests, that her high status makes her think I am not worthy of her as a miss of the Nietzsche family? But if that were true, what about her tears and words earlier? My mind felt tangled like a knot or shrouded in thick fog. No matter which way I thought, I hit an invisible wall and couldn't find a clear answer. The wedding was still a while away, but I felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. It seemed that no matter what I did, I couldn't change her firm decision. If this really was what she wanted, then maybe I really shouldn't bother her anymore, only adding to her worries and pain. The atmosphere is so heavy, Kaz couldn't help but whisper again, trying to break the tense silence. Yeah, Mina sighed, stood up, and clapped her hands. Kaz, how about we go get some good food? Change the mood. Today I'll treat. Let's go to the best restaurant in town. Yay. Kaz immediately jumped up, but then looked at me. Lord Lin Chinxing, why don't you come too? Food always makes people feel better. Eat? Right now, I had no appetite. But staying in this room filled with memories of Mishu might only make me more upset. Maybe going out for a walk, letting the cold wind, could help clear my mind. All right, I stood up, my voice tired. Let's go together. I followed the lively Mina and Kaz, feeling distracted. We left the shop and merged into the bustling night crowd of the capital. We headed toward that famous restaurant. But my thoughts had already drifted back to that room filled with faint pine scent and soft moonlight. Back to the girl who cried and said, "Sorry." This is said to be the best restaurant in the capital. Mina took us to a high-end restaurant attached to the top hotel in the city. Looking around, all the guests were dressed in fine clothes and looked like nobles. We, in our simple clothes, stood out among the crowd. Kaz, who was excited when we arrived, now looked tense and overwhelmed by the fancy atmosphere. "Are you okay?" "Ah, yes. Sorry, brother Lin Chinching. Since returning from sneaking into the Doinit's family, Kaz has started to show me respect and sometimes calls me Big Brother. I've been the youngest in my family since I was a child, so hearing that made me feel a little happy inside." The dishes Mina ordered kept coming to the table: tenderloin of the three-headed dragon, fresh fish sashimi, and dishes made from low-level magical creatures, each more delicious than the last. Since coming to this world, I often eat monster meat, but here, the seasonings are rich and the food is incredibly tasty. Sometimes I miss Earth's fried chicken and similar foods, but here, the textures and flavors are unique, making it hard to stop eating. As a food lover, I feel very satisfied here. I once thought about opening a restaurant in this world, but after tasting the food here, I gave up. With my limited skills, I definitely couldn't make dishes that taste this authentic. Big Brother, this is so delicious. Yeah, it's amazing. Mina, you really know such a great place. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, the owner of this hotel is Cassis. Huh. Could it be the richest merchant in the capital I saw at the banquet, Belsagon Cassis? He seems to be Mina's mentor in business. No wonder he can run such an impressive place and serve such good food. He's truly talented. Maybe I should give up on becoming a merchant and focus on being a healer. After all, even Mishu. Sigh. What's wrong? Not to your taste? No, nothing. I just find the food so good I can't help but sigh. Just a little admiration. Is that so? That's good. Mina let out a small breath of relief and gently patted her chest. Actually, she doesn't need to worry so much about me. Mina is really kind to me. However, I keep forgetting that this guy is feared in the royal city as a mad dog. After finishing my meal, Mina went to pay the bill while Kaz and I waited outside the inn. I'm so full. Yeah, I'll never forget this taste in my life. That's a bit much. We were chatting casually when a group of very well-dressed people entered the inn. They looked like high-ranking nobles or above. I was watching them when my attention was drawn to the people behind them. Is that Lin Chinching? The person who appeared was Lin Yuza, who had married into the local middle-class noble family, the Green family. Kaz, wait a moment. Brother Yuza, what are you doing here? I walked over, noticing a flash of nervousness on Lin Yuza's face, but he quickly fixed his clothes and looked calm again. Long time no see. Long time no see, but aren't you married into the Green family now? Why are you here? Ah, just some business. He only said that much and didn't explain further. I felt several gazes on me, and I realized they were from the people next to Lin Yuza. The most noticeable were three men, one with red hair and a beard, another with blonde hair and sharp blue eyes, and a third wearing a black hood, whose face I couldn't see. The first two looked to be in their 30s and dressed richly. You are Lin Chinching? I've heard about you before, but this is our first time meeting. The speaker was the man with blonde hair and sharp eyes. A report? I frowned, but he squinted and smiled. I am Li Bear Belktoy Markenfort. Thank you for taking care of my sister. Li Bear. Is he the one who tried to secretly harm Mishu multiple times and planned this wedding? His demeanor was light and unpredictable. Could he really be the one who kept attacking his own family? Hey, that's Prince Li Bear. You're a commoner. Show some respect. I was on alert when the man with red hair interrupted. Humph. Although Prince Li Bear speaks highly of you, in my opinion, like Lin Yuza said, you're a dull fool, completely lacking in presence. Such a sad man. This is Lord Numa Sigi Barutsu's son, Oscar Sigi Barutsu. Seeing my confusion, Lin Yuza explained. So this is Mishu's fiance. His tone of voice is very childish, not calm at all. Compared to Libel beside him, he's much lower in class. Lin Yuza, is this the foolish younger brother you mentioned? Yes, both my father and older brother think highly of him, but he only knows how to flatter others. With someone like him, I won't lose my rightful position as the head of the family. What a fool. Yes, they spoke of me as if I were useless, but I wasn't interested in being the head of the family anyway. But still, Mishu is actually going to marry someone like him, although he might be richer than me. Big brother, who are these people? I heard them insulting you. Aren't you talking with family? Kaz, who had been a little far away earlier, came over with a threatening look, looking like a troublemaker. This is... What kind of person is your follower? He's just a... His clothes, appearance, attitude, all lacking taste. It's disgusting. Don't look at us, or you'll dirty our clothes. Sorry. I know your nobility, but can you speak a little more politely? Ugh. After bowing, Kaz was punched away by the man wearing a hood. Kaz. That punch was definitely not light. Kaz's face swelled up, and he lost consciousness. Although Kaz didn't look very decent, he at least lowered his head to show respect. Even so, this was too much. Know your place. Who are you talking to? The hooded man silently returned behind Oscar, the son of the chancellor. Yuza, big brother. Shut up. He sighed and looked at me with a condescending gaze from when we were children. It's obviously your follower's fault, right? Not recognizing your place. Talking to Lord Oscar without permission. Being punished here is no more than deserved. How can they do this? Lin Yuza used to speak harshly and loved to mock others, but he wasn't the kind of person to do such unreasonable things. Why don't you argue back? Why aren't you angry? You just stand there staring blankly. Lin Yuza, you're such a useless younger brother. If I had known it was like this, I wouldn't have used the Lin family as a threat. Hey, what do you mean by that? Lord Oscar. Princely Bear, please stop. Oscar showed a fierce smile and pointed at me. My wife, Mishu, initially refused to marry me. But Lin Chinxing, whenever I mentioned your hometown, the Lin family, her face would change instantly, and she would change her mind. You should have seen her earlier, pretending to be strong, then becoming so dejected. Mishu. Was it because of this? Suddenly, I remembered the question Mishu asked me that day. So, this was what she meant. No, wait. Big brother Yuza, do you not care at all? If Mishu refuses, what will happen to the Lin family? And the safety of father and brother Lin Jinghao? Do you not care? I don't care, huh? You misunderstood. You think I don't hate the Lin family? Even though I am better than brother Lin Jinghao, I haven't become the head of the family. Li Bear and Oscar didn't look at us again. They went straight into the inn. Cass. I hurried over and hugged Cass. His face was swollen badly, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lord Lin Chinxing, what exactly happened? Mina, who had just finished paying the bill, saw this and immediately looked serious. Don't ask now. Quickly take Kaz back to the shop to treat his wounds. I held Kaz, and Mina followed quickly to her shop. Back at the shop, I immediately applied medicine to Kaz's wounds. Seeing Kaz unconscious, along with Li Bear and Oscar's arrogant expressions and Lin Yu's cold attitude, my anger could no longer be contained. Mishu didn't marry willingly. She agreed only to protect the Lin family. At that time, she cried and said, I'm sorry, and I can't run away with you. Now I understand the reason. She would rather marry someone she didn't like and endure everything than see my family get hurt. And I was completely unaware, foolishly thinking she truly wanted to get married. Li Bear, Oscar, Lin Yuza, I whispered these names, clenching my fists until my knuckles turned white. The dull, dark blade of the iron dull-edged sword seemed to sense my anger, growing slightly warm. I can't wait any longer, and I can't just stay quiet and obedient like Kana told me to. A wedding? Threats? I will never let Mishu be sacrificed like that. The Lin family's matters, I will handle myself. And those who hurt my friends or forced Mishu, I won't let any of them go. Mina. I'm here, Lord Lin Chinxing. Mina saw the determination in my eyes, and her tone became serious. Help me prepare. I need to go to the Dnyats family's house, right now. But I want to take Mishu away, by any means necessary. My voice was calm, but the resolve inside made Mina stop trying to persuade me. I understand. Do you need my help? No, you stay here and take care of Cass. I stood up, picked up the dull, dark blade of the iron dull-edged sword, which reflected a cold light under the lamp. This time, I will not back down, and I will not hesitate.